Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee! Good morning, 6 a.m. Club, and good morning, Metroplex. It is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. Today, I am joined by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Ross Lebinsky is holding things down for you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you so very much for waking up with us here on your home of America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, and your World Series champion, Texas Rangers. We got a lot to get to this morning, and we got a lot to get to today as we got another big win from the Dallas Cowboys, some exciting Mavs action, so much more. And we will be with you until 10 o'clock today. We will give way to the KNC Masterpiece. They will be live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. So even after 13 and a half hours of great radio content, they said, hey, we still want to show up for our Football Friday feast at Buffalo Wild Wings. So we will chat with them to end the show at 9:40 today. But before any of that, I say good morning to the three-time Hall of Famer.
Good morning, Alec. Good morning, Ross. More importantly, good morning to all the Tolos, as we always say. We thank you so much for letting us ride shotgun with you when you do what you do. And today is Black Friday. I know there's got to be some Tolos who are out and about, not necessarily working. You could be. We appreciate all you do. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. Let us know what you've got going on. I know there are some people who are actually in line to go in a store.
Yep.
There are people who actually get up for that. I'm not one of them because I'm not a shopper. You know, if I go to a mall, I'm going specifically to get what I do. You know, get what I'm going to get and get out. But there are people who like to shop, and there are people who just love. Like Mike Bassick, I will bet Mike Bassick, before he does the KNC Masterpiece with Corey and Kevin, will have been out at some store shopping because he's always talking about this. He likes to get the bargains. And so if you ever see the Black Friday kind of stuff where, the Walmart was packed or Best Buy opened up, or name a spot that everybody's going to, Bassick's in the middle of that. He loves the chaos and disorder.
If you want to peel the curtain back a little bit of what happens internally during the KNC Masterpiece from 10 to 2, because I sit right behind Mike Bassick.
Yes, you do. And the ones and twos in the studio, or in the Pimp Cup.
If you ever hear him just go dead silent, it's probably because he is hunting deals online.
Nonstop.
He is always hunting for a deal. And that's his thing.
So again, let us know what you got going on. You might be driving back from wherever you were for Thanksgiving. You might be anywhere. You might be just now leaving AT&T Stadium from your tailgate parking lot. Wait a minute, I just woke up. Time to take the rig on home. 877-881-1053. We appreciate you so much.
We are also live on the Fan Cam, twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam, or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. Go say hi. I got those pulled up. I will shout you out. If you check in with us, and the truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053. Let us know what you got going on today. I drove down 67 to get here. Mm-hmm. That Best Buy right off of the highway in Cedar Hill, there was already a crowd outside.
See?
Yeah. And, hey, man, if you get up and active early on Black Friday, more power to you. I always get out after the crowd dies down a little bit, and I try to get what's left.
Right.
You know, I go through what's scattered around the store. I'll hit maybe Target. Sometimes I'll go to the Parks Mall in Arlington just to see what's left behind, and sometimes I do find some good deals.
And you know what? We're going to get into this a little bit later in the show, but today is Black Friday, and there's an NFL game. It is the Jets versus the Dolphins, and they're calling it the Black Friday football. And I'm like, okay, And I wasn't even paying attention to it. I just knew they had the game on the schedule. Then I hear the Rolling Stones painted black and all the ads for it, right? And I'm like, okay, you got Mick Jagger painted black, and we'll play a little bit of that later in the show. And I'm like, okay, it's Black Friday, blah, 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 blah. But then I realized, wait a minute, this is Amazon Prime Black Friday. The NFL knows how to market. This is why it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. I just started laughing. I just thought, okay, the Rollins, and they were like showing some footage, and I saw a spot for it, right? So they were showing some footage of Mick Jagger and the Stones in concert, and Keith. But of course, this was like 30 years ago. They look young, but it was crazy to me.
Yeah, it's incredible that the NFL and Amazon got this done. I want to say Amazon paid about $100 million for this game to happen. And it's really a parlay play because, they put down that investment, but they're going to make so much ad revenue today. And really, it's just to beat all the box stores. The big box stores are going to suffer today, even if it's going to be a bad game. I mean, we're going to have Tim Boyle on national TV playing quarterback for the Jets. We'll have to talk about this later because this matchup was going to be so good before the season started. On paper, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa. Now you get Tim Boyle. You're welcome, America.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
469 says, hey, I'm a Tolo and I'm listening from the deer stand. Yeah, he's out there hunting. Are you hunting with Dick Cheney? Watch out if you do. For those who know, he might shoot you. 682 says, love this time of the year. I'm off work so I can see all the sports. This is peak sports season. Yes, it is. And locally in North Texas, a lot of teams are winning right now.
And from Robert Sowers 1 on the Twitch, picking up a load of water in Virginia. So on the move.
Okay.
And got the Twitch up. Appreciate you checking in. But it is time for a tradition. After each Cowboys game, it's time for some star up, star down, of course, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. And man, it's going to be hard to find some star downs in this game, but I think we have to start with the obvious. As NFL history was made yesterday, a major star up to one Deron Bland. And we're actually seeing it on the TV as we talk
on ESPN right now.
So pretty good timing there. And if we could go ahead and hear it from our favorite call right here on 105.3 The Fan from Brad Sham. If we could hear cut number 12, Deron Bland makes a 63-yard pick six to break the NFL record for most by a single player in a single season.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
Incredible.
It's
as
incredible.
Heard right here on The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
They just showed this stat on ESPN, so let me share it with you guys. Deron Bland makes history. 5 pick sixes in one season, never been done before. They said around the NFL, the Cowboys overall have 6. Somebody else got a pick 6. I can't remember off the top of my head who it is, but we'll give you that stat later. Cowboys have 6. Deron Bland has 5 of them himself. The next team is the Colts. They have 3. There are 7 other. And the Seahawks also have 3. 7 other teams tied for 2. That's how rare pick sixes are. And this is only week number 11 for the Cowboys. Isn't that crazy? He still got 5 games to go. 4 games, 6 games to go.
I promise you it's not the lack of sleep. It's just hard to fathom that this is a reality, that this has actually happened for a guy that went into the season essentially cornerback 3. Because everyone kind of slotted Stephon Gilmore as the veteran, the former defensive player of the year, Super Bowl champion. They slotted him as that second guy alongside Trayvon Diggs. You have to move Deron Bland to the outside after the Diggs injury. And look, he is just blossoming on the outside. It is insane to see his progression, and I would love to take a second to say happy Thanksgiving and give the flowers to Al Harris, because he has been phenomenal in training up these DBs with their ball skills. You've seen Trayvon Diggs got the big contract for a reason. He was such a raw talent coming out of Alabama, 2nd-round pick. Everybody said, he's a ball hawk, but he's going to get burnt. And then Deron Bland was that, the slot corner that was really tight in coverage. His ball skills were there, but not exactly flashy. Now he's got an NFL record for pick sixes.
Check this out. There was a Cowboy scout named Ross. Can't pronounce his last name. Can't remember it all the way. He recommended, from Fresno State, Deron Bland, gave the information to Will McClay. Will McClay put it in the group of corners that they might be interested in. Had Al Harris work him out. Al Harris said, you know what? This guy's got something. And those guys together said, let's take a 5th-round flyer on Deron Bland, and he's your Dallas Cowboys history-making cornerback. And wait till Trayvon Diggs comes back next year. It's going to be fortified back there. Another note about yesterday, and it was an incredible game. You say star up. How about Dak Prescott? Another 4 touchdown passes, no picks, and no sacks.
So I've got some advanced analytics that we're going to get into about Dak Prescott at 8 o'clock, because I think there are 2 players that need to be headlining the NFL honors ceremony this year from the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to talk about that at 8 o'clock. But
You mean the night before the Super Bowl?
Yeah. And
down in Las Vegas.
And hopefully they will be accepting their awards on Zoom because they will be in Vegas for the Super Bowl. But Dak Prescott, 22 of 32 for 331 yards and 4 touchdowns. As you mentioned, no picks. His 8th career game with 300 passing yards and 4 touchdowns, the most by a Cowboys quarterback all time. He was electric yesterday. He just did everything right, except for that opening drive. He missed a couple of deep passes.
Yeah, overthrew him.
Yeah, he overthrew a couple of passes. There was a Brandon Cooks streak. He was streaking to the sideline. Just kind of threw him a little too high, a little too fast, out of reach. Outside of that, Dak was perfect.
Yeah.
He did everything you could have asked for. And look, people are going to say, well, look at the competition.
They always do.
They always do in these games.
But you got to do it.
You got to play the games on the schedule.
And you not only got to do it, guess what? They've been doing it convincingly. Of these 8 victories for the Cowboys, 7 of them have been by 20 points or more.
It's ridiculous to see what they're doing at home, too. Their point differential at home has been through the roof. I mean, it was a 35-point victory over the Commanders. And this is an offense that didn't play horrible for the Commanders. They still had Sam Howell drop back 44 times. He threw for 300 yards.
In fact, he became the first quarterback this season to throw for 300 yards against the Cowboys defense. The Cowboys defense going into the game had not given up a 300-yard passer, a 100-yard receiver, or a 100-yard rusher. And the receiver got 100 yards. Sam Howell got 300 yards. So that stat went out the window. But, I mean, Washington showed a little something on offense. That Sam Howell's better than I thought he was. I thought he just had a big arm. This guy had no fear in the pocket.
He had no fear in the pocket, and especially against this front that has just gotten better as the weeks have gone on. The run defense starting to improve.
By the way, shout out to Jonathan Hankins. He had a couple of sacks.
Yeah, Big Hank is getting active again. You're starting to see some nice contributions in the interior of the defensive line. And I mentioned the point differential for the Cowboys this season at AT&T Stadium, 205 to 60. 205 to 60. This is ridiculous what they are doing at home. But yeah, really a whole star up to the defensive unit as a whole. They all played pretty well. You saw Stephon Gilmore make a couple of key plays.
Did.
You saw, as you mentioned, Jonathan Hankins, Micah Parsons got involved. Tank Lawrence was wreaking havoc. He might not have been in the box score too much, but he was setting some guys up on the edge. It was really nice to see each guy across the front 7 and even in the secondary making some plays.
I'm going to tell you something. So star up to the Cowboys defense. Star down. We got a Tolo that says star up to DeBland. Star down to our opponent, the Washington Commanders. 240. That's who sent that in. Also, the 817 says, much love, fellas. Love the show. Big Tolo. Gone fishing. This is from, hang on a second. It's buffering now. People texting in. Reels Gone Wild style. That's his nickname. 817 says, good morning, CA and AM. Tolo Adam here in Arlington. Hanging with the family and friends today and listening to you guys all day. Go Longhorns tonight. 817 says, check us out on Facebook. That's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Thanks for all y'all and whatever you do, you guys being on the air today. Go Cowboys. And another 214 says, CA, you've been a Dallas. Well, he's coming a legend. You've been a Dallas market for so long. Why are you working today, sir? Love you, but you've earned the day off. Dude, this ain't work to me. I enjoy what I do. And I'm not up here 5 days a week. I enjoyed this. I love being utility on the radio. I love emceeing the Maverick games and, going to Cowboy game. This is not work. In other words, my kids asked me one time, they said, if you won the lottery, would you retire? And I'm like, this is what I like what I do. This is what else I'm going to do. That's fun.
Yeah, I could have won the Powerball whenever it surpassed $1 billion. I could be a 100 millionaire right now, and you would never know it because I just like coming to talk ball.
Yeah,
with the boys, it's fun, and
this is enjoyable.
Yeah,
and one other thing, again, if I won the Powerball, I would still do something. I would probably go on vacation, take some trips around the world, take the family around the world, something like that. But I still come back and pop on the radio and do stuff like this as long as they have me.
Yeah. I would do the same.
Just saying.
We have fun here.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen to this. 469 says, fun fact, Deron Bland has the same amount of receiving touchdowns as Travis Kelce. Shots fired at Taylor Swift.
Yeah, he didn't need any Taylor Swift action. That's incredible to see what Deron Bland has done. Trust me, we're going to talk about him a lot today because there is a case being made for Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, yes. Another 817 says, if Diggs hadn't gotten hurt, Bland would have never broke the record because he's primarily a nickelback. And that is true. But guess what? Dan Quinn, that's true. He probably wouldn't have broke the record. But next year, I'm just looking forward to what Dan Quinn does with all of these corners and safeties. And they're going to add some more linebackers. You know that. I was talking to Stephon Gilmore in the locker room. I was like, man, I hope they bring your boy Shaq. Because remember, he played with Shaq Leonard in the Indianapolis last year.
Yeah, and I'd love to get into some conversation about that as well because Jerry Jones spoke on the topic after the game yesterday as well. We'll get you what he mentioned about it because I think this is the first time in a while where a key name has become available that could help the Cowboys, and Jerry Jones might have had the perfect response when asked about it. First time in a while, especially after the OBJ fiasco.
Right.
I think Jerry handled this perfectly, and you should be hopeful.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
We'll talk about that as we go on through the show. And before we wrap this up, I have to give a big star up because he has been under the microscope so much this season, especially the past month. Terrence Steele.
Yes.
Terrence Steele was fantastic yesterday, especially in the run game. We looked at some of the next-gen stats from yesterday's game, and pretty much all of the runs to the right side were successful.
In other words,
to some degree.
He helped Tony Pollard become Tony Pollard again. And let me give a star up to Tony Pollard because he kind of started slow again. I was like, I guess last week was a flash in the pan, but he finished strong. Second half, Tony Pollard was Tony Pollard from last year.
Both of those guys, that's a good tandem right there when you've got a big and athletic right tackle that can seal the edge for a guy that's finally getting his step back and Tony Pollard getting his juice, if you will. It's nice to see that tandem is starting to improve together.
You know what? I got to read this one quick text because it's early in the morning. 469 says, CA, this takes me back to the K104 days, hearing you on in the mornings. I was working mornings on K104 for 30 years. And just for you in the 469, I'm going to give you a little Sam Putney. He had this song he would always sing on Fridays. He would say, I'm so glad it's Friday. That's when a brother gets paid. Plenty to drink, plenty to smoke. That's what I'm out here hustling for. That's a throwback for you.
There you have it. That's why he's
what
in
up,
3
Sam
Hall
Putney?
of Famers. Again, we are with you until 10 o'clock today before we give way to the K&C Masterpiece, but we have so much more to get to before that. Appreciate you waking up with us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and coming up next on your home of America's team from the podium, we're going to hear from your quarterback, Dak Prescott, head coach Mike McCarthy, and more coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We will
And the upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, it's Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
With you until 10 o'clock today, live on Twitch and YouTube. Dallas Fan Cam on Twitch and 105.3 The Fan on the YouTube. The truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let us know what you got going on today on a Black Friday here in 2023. Hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving filled with fun football and food. I know I sure did, and there was a lot of good football yesterday here in the Metroplex, so we're going to go inside the locker room and hear from some of these key contributors, and really a guy that we could have given a star up as well, head coach Mike McCarthy. His play calling was superb yesterday, and it has progressively gotten better. It feels like, especially after that San Francisco game. It feels like that San Francisco game was a giant reset button for a lot of people. It was a massive wake-up call. McCarthy's play calling has been fantastic. Dak Prescott seems a lot more awake and fresh and ready to go. Seems like a lot of guys are just kind of stepping up.
You know what? I've got a conspiracy theory. It's not one of those crazy ones, but I truly believe they are no longer doing the Texas coast. Seriously. They're not saying they're not doing it.
Yeah.
But they're not doing this 10 yards. Throw the pass only like 10 yards and let the receiver get the yards after the catch. They're not doing that. Dak is airing it out. McCarthy's caught. In other words, they're mixing it up. In other words, there's no fear of the pick. It used to be, we're going to do it this way. In other words, it was an overcorrect. You know how the pendulum swings one way and they go the other way? He has 15 picks last year. That's all everybody dwelled on in the offseason. Dak at the first press conference at preseason game was like, so we're going to talk about the picks, huh? As if that's what he does when he doesn't do that. That's what Josh Allen does. Shots fired. But that's what he does, not Dak. Cool. Dak is turnover adverse. And so I think they found the sweet spot. And I truly don't think this is like a Texas coast. Now, not what they were doing in September.
I don't hate what you're saying, honestly, because you see some elements of it still existing where you'll see the drop back, hitch once, hitch twice, ball out, or, hitch, run for Dak. But you're seeing a lot more designed, hey, max protect, let him try to get the ball to CD 20 yards down the field, if not more. You're starting to see a lot of elements of that. So a late edition star up for head coach Mike McCarthy. His play calling has been great. And speaking of Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, let's go to cut number 16 here. Mike McCarthy at the podium after the 45-10 victory over the Washington Commanders yesterday, talking about Dak Prescott's performance.
Yes, definitely. I think the situational football really stood out. The clutch throws, particularly attacking the end zone. But we just got to keep chugging. Keep ponding away. The run game. So that's something that you always look at and want to improve on. But I think the benefits of moving him, and particularly the red zone, and the gold zone, and some of the situational calls, I thought he was incredible.
Yeah, he was. No doubt about it. And again, he's in a zone.
He really is.
All the players man, Dak is just in a zone.
A quarterback rating of 151.04 yesterday. Is that good?
I think it's sort of kind of good.
I think that's all right.
When a lot of quarterbacks are happy when they get a 90 or an 88 or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's A-OK for me. And
by the way, he had the second. His record on Thanksgiving, Dak's record, is now 4-3. He didn't have a winning record on Thanksgiving. And then he also had the second highest Thanksgiving quarterback rating of any Cowboys quarterback on Thanksgiving. And now I think he's number one. I think he just passed Romo.
Prescott's passer rating yesterday was a season high and the highest since his 151.8 rating in the 2021 season finale at Philadelphia. So it's been a while since Dak has put up a big number like that in terms of the QBR. So
And no sacks. The offensive line was blocking.
the offensive line was in full form and full strength yesterday. It helps whenever they trade away two of their best pass rushers. But, hey, you got to play the games on the schedule once again.
No one told Washington to trade away Chase Young and Sweat.
Yeah, so Washington is such a fun conversation to have because that is a weird franchise that is in kind of a state of peril. But
Free falling.
absolutely free falling. And speaking of head coach Mike McCarthy and other great performances, then we got to hear what he had to say about Deron Bland and his NFL record-breaking pick six. Again, Deron Bland has set the NFL record for most pick sixes by a single player in NFL history. If he were to do it one more time this year, this comes from our friend Bobby Belt, might have heard of him in this exact time slot. That would be the most
Below the belt.
That would be the most touchdowns scored by a defensive player ever in a season. If he were to do one more pick six, take it to the house one more time.
Let me let that sink in again. He would have more points in one season by a defensive player.
Yeah, most touchdowns by a defensive player in a single season. If
Oh,
he
in
were
other
to
words,
do it,
some scooping scores.
yeah. So
Everything, another fumble recovery, and I got you.
Yeah,
Okay, because I was
so-
like, how can he make history? And he hasn't made history yet.
let's hear from head coach Mike McCarthy. That will be cut number 14 on Deron Bland's pick six.
What am I doing? I'd like to tell you I'd like to tell you I had something to do with it, but I have absolutely nothing. But man, what an incredible! I mean, just what an incredible play. What he's done in such a short time in his career, and he's such a humble young man. It's and I think if you could just see, I hope you saw it on the sidelines and you felt it. I mean, just the reaction itself is, something I'll never forget. I mean, obviously it was NFL history, but and in reaction when he came in the locker room. So I think that tells you, it speaks volumes about how people feel how everybody feels about him as a man. But man, he's he sees it and gets it, and the return was as good as I've seen.
Let me say this about him, his entrance into the locker room. Okay, so after the game, players, running into the locker room, some of them walking, some of them laughing, but they're all in a very good mood because they just, won on Thanksgiving, and it's Thanksgiving, right? And everybody's happy. Deron Bland and Dak Prescott were the last two players. I mean, Jerry had gone in, Steven, Will McClay, McCarthy, all the assistant coaches. Everybody's already in there. DQ, he was high-fiving all the players. And we're, media, we're all standing outside the locker room as they're walking in. You've probably seen some footage of it. Here comes Dak and Deron Bland. I guess they were still on CBS or something, eating turkey legs or something. Dak goes in, and then a few seconds later, Deron Bland goes in, and the whole locker room erupts. I mean, it is so loud. They're just going crazy and screaming and hollering, and Mike McCarthy gives them the game ball.
Incredible. I saw the clip of it, and literally the audio just cuts out because it is so loud.
Yeah.
Whenever Deron Bland
It's
walks
almost
into
like
the center
somebody
room.
scored it's almost like he scored the touchdown again.
Incredible. We have a few more hours to keep talking about this. I'm just going to run out of stuff to say. I'm going to sound like a broken record when it comes to Deron Bland because I had a feeling he was going to be pretty good in the absence of Trayvon Diggs. I did not think he would make NFL history in the process. So,
Right.
incredible to see what he has been able to do. And his NFL record, 5 pick sixes in one season. This is from RG3 on Twitter. That's as many or more pick sixes as Hall of Famers Champ Bailey, Ronnie Lott, Night Train Lane, Ken Riley, Emmett Thomas, Larry Wilson, and Bobby Dillon had in their entire careers.
All of the players are saying the campaign needs to start right now. He's the defensive player of the year. How can he not be the defensive player of the year?
Oh,
NFC defensive player of the year. And by the way, Stephon Gilmore in that locker room was defensive player of the year in 2019. Deion Sanders had been defensive player of the year for the 49ers. I think he did it in half a season. Seriously. Deion Sanders did it in half a season because he was playing baseball with the Cincinnati Reds Cincinnati Reds that year. So again, it's possible. It's not like they're not going to give it to him. Who is doing better? I mean, lately it's always pass rushers, but it can be a cornerback for those who don't know because Stephon Gilmore did it recently.
another nugget from Bobby Belt. on Twitter at BobbyBeltTX. 10 NFL teams have never had a season with 5 pick sixes. Deron Bland has done something in 11 games that a third of the league's teams have never done before.
Isn't that wild? and check this out. Check this out.
It just gets dumber.
He does it in 11 games. So it also gets rid of another, people always hate it just to say, well, he had 17 games. It's not like back in the day we had 14. He did it in 11. You know what? I don't want to even hear about, well, he had more games than anybody else to make the history. No, he did it in 11. So to even throw that away.
He didn't even get an NFL Combine invite in 2022.
Isn't that something?
That is ridiculous. So Deron Bland, just uber impressive. And speaking of highly impressive, so is Dak Prescott, and we got to hear from him.
All from the podium.
Yeah, all from the podium, and there's a few things we can get into in terms of his game, but I think one thing that caught a lot of people's eye was the turkey leg celebration with turkey legs inside of the red kettle.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in detail in about an hour. But yeah, Dak can talk about this right now.
Yeah, so cut number 28, Dak Prescott kind of broke down how this came about and gave a little background.
This group over here, Scott and this group, team effort, team idea. And yeah, we talked about it. It was probably a 2-3 day long process of, whether it be a 15 yards, whether coach would accept it. And I'll tell you, I actually go talk to coach before every game. And sure enough, I called him as he was talking to Jerry. And so I mentioned it. And of course, Jerry liked it. So, yeah, at that point, my direction was just make sure we're up and the game was in hand. And so the touchdown, 2 CD, and then following 2-point conversion. If you watch, I'm kind of like, is it time? Can we do it? I'm like, no, we'll get another one. And sure enough, right after the one to Turp, was like, yeah, let's go for it. And it was good.
Okay, so let's pull the curtain back a little bit more. All the reporters were back there trying to figure out, how did this come about? Because it was like flawless and it was nice, and you always want to have something a little bit different. It always started with Zeke back when he jumped in the kettle, surprised everybody back in the day. Then a couple of years later, Zeke threw Dak into the kettle. That was pretty good. Then last year, the whack-a-mole situation, that's when all the tight ends jumped into the kettle, and I think it was Dalton Schultz who was hitting them over the head like they're whack-a-moles. So who came up with the idea of the turkey legs? Here's what had happened. Tight end Jake Ferguson came up with the idea, let's have some turkey legs in there. He ran it past Dak. Dak said, let me see if I can talk to Coach McCarthy about it. And as Dak mentioned, McCarthy was talking to Dak. Now, McCarthy was talking to Jerry when Dak brought it up, and Jerry, of course, loved it. Then, of course, the people who do the food services.
Yeah, Legends Hospitality.
And, of course, Post Malone's dad was working for him. He just retired from there. Rich Post. I know he's a Tolo. He's listening. What's up, Rich? He brings all the food out to everybody. Anyway, they made sure there were turkey legs in all of the kettles. And then, like Dak was saying, they wanted to make sure that they didn't do it too soon. And the most celebration you saw, nobody really went to the kettles on all the other touchdowns except for they threw an alley-oop to CeeDee Lamb on the 2-point conversion, and he dunked it. And he told me after the game, we'll play the audio a little bit later, he said, I got bounce. I can do this. I can get up there and hit it. So it was pretty cool. And then I think the first one was Turpin, and then Bland got in there as well.
I love how all this stuff is more coordinated than you could ever expect.
It's so much fun. And there's going to be fines. The NFL always fines them.
Yep.
But for those who say, okay, they had to do it at the right time, you didn't want to do it too soon where it's like, okay, they're rubbing it in against the Washington team, or they're taking this thing for granted and this game's not over yet. Remember, when it was 20-10, this game wasn't over yet. And it was 20-10 going into the fourth quarter. So they were cognizant of that. At the same time, they've raised $3 billion, the Cowboys, on that Salvation Army, making sure this whole Thanksgiving game is that big of a deal. $3 billion. And as far as paying the fine, it's not the Cowboys organization that pays it, but the players usually chip in, and it's usually Dak.
Next hour, speaking of Dak, we'll hear a little bit more from him because I want to hear what he has to say about what's changed in the red zone. Because red zone offense, again, I know the texts are going to pour in that it's bad competition.
Doesn't matter.
Bad opposition. But the red zone offense, the play calling specifically, has been a lot better. The execution is a word Stephen Jones likes to use a lot. Mike McCarthy likes to use a lot. the execution has been pretty great in the red zone lately. So I want to hear what Dak has to say about that a little bit later on in the show.
Let me also say this while I'm thinking about it. For those who say, yeah, but they haven't played anybody, they have beaten everybody they're supposed to beat except Arizona, right? Check this out. If you say, well, they haven't played anybody, ask the Detroit Lions about playing nobodies and losing. They lost to the Green Bay Packers yesterday. And
that was bad.
Here's the crazy stat. The Detroit Lions have now lost 7 consecutive Thanksgiving games in their own building. 7. That doesn't make sense. But at the same time, remember, you got to only beat the ones in front of you, but the Cowboys are beating them handily. I mentioned they've been beaten 7 of the 8 teams that they've beaten by 20 points or more. Total from the 4-6-9 throws in this sacks of the 7 teams the Cowboys have beaten, they have given 5 of those teams, of the 8 teams the Cowboys have beaten, they've given 5 of those teams their largest margin of loss this year. In other words, the worst whooping.
Yep. They're spanking these teams, man.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, they beat them and yeah, they didn't really care and we can just nitpick all day about they should have won by more. For all the gamblers, they beat the teams you expected by the margins.
And just like you're talking about nitpicking real quick before we go to break from the 8-4-5, they say it seemed like Washington was completing every single pass and went on too many long drives.
Man,
they scored 10 points.
They scored only 10 points.
At the end of the day,
don't break. Yeah, at the end of the day, bend but don't break.
Yeah, and you can get away with those things when you make stops.
And they didn't give up any points the second half.
Incredible. So there you have it, a 45-10 victory over the Washington Commanders in division. They got the Seattle Seahawks next, who did not have a great night at the Yard yesterday against San Fran. We'll get to that when we go around the NFL at 8:20 and get you your headlines at 7 o'clock. But coming up next, I believe we're going to talk some Jimmy Johnson here.
Yeah, last Sunday, it seemed like it was so long ago. It was only like, it wasn't even a whole week. This past Sunday, Jerry announced that Jimmy's finally going to the Ring of Honor. I got some Jimmy stories on CA Stories Confidential next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, Bobby Belt here. I've struggled with
And it's back now to 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss or soda. And Classic Chevrolet just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. The best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on your home of America's team and your World Series champions, 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford, and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
With you until 10 o'clock today. And just a reminder before we get to CA Stories Confidential that you can go join the KNC Masterpiece as they will be live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 5000 Beltline Road in Addison. You can join the guys for a football feast with giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. You are not going to want to miss that. Going to be all kinds of fun and some free goodies for you. So go check them out starting at 10 o'clock today. But before any of that, it is time for another Hall of Fame edition of CA Stories Confidential.
All right. Since Jerry Jones announced last Sunday, and it hadn't even been a week, it seemed like it was years ago or weeks ago or months ago. It was definitely days ago that Jimmy Johnson is finally going to be inducted into the Ring of Honor. That will be on December the 30th when the Cowboys host the Detroit Lions, who actually played yesterday themselves and lost to the Green Bay Packers. On December the 30th, Saturday Night Football. It's going to be like a version of Monday Night Football. That means Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will be there. And Jerry said he wanted to make sure that Troy was there because, of course, Troy and Jimmy are good friends. And, of course, Troy was the quarterback for those Jimmy Johnson teams that won 3 Super Bowls, Jimmy coaching 2 of them. Barry Switzer coaching Jimmy's guys, the last one. So I said, you know what? I got some Jimmy Johnson stories because I was there for all the ride. And Jimmy and I got along really, really well and hung out quite a bit over those years. It wasn't like Jimmy was hanging out all the time, but in the few times that he did hang out, I happened to be with him a couple of times. When Jerry first bought the team in 89 and he fired Tom Landry and brought in Jimmy Johnson, here's the irony. Tom Landry was supposed to retire, and he wouldn't before Jerry bought the team. He wouldn't retire. He said, I can't go out like this because the Cowboys had a losing record. And he shocked Tex Schramm. Tex Schramm told me he was going to hire Jimmy Johnson himself. And the crazy part about it is the Super Bowl in 1989, a month before Jerry bought the team, Jimmy Johnson was there. I was at that Super Bowl, and he was there with Tex Schramm. This was when the 49ers played the Cincinnati Bengals, and they beat the Bengals in that game the second time. And Jimmy Johnson was there. And lo and behold, a month later, Jerry buys the team. Jerry and Jimmy, college roommates on the road trips when they were playing for the University of Arkansas. Well, I used to cover the Cowboys every single game, home and road, around the world. Flew on the Cowboys charter from 1984 to 2010. On those charter flights, when the Cowboys would win, it was a party. It wasn't like nowadays where guys, have the headphones on, they listen to the music, or they're watching, on their tablets or their laptops, they're watching movies or whatever. Everybody's playing cards. After the game, beers, cold beers, everything, the whole 9 yards. Unless they lost. And if they lost, Jimmy wasn't having it. Jimmy would get up out of first class, walk down the aisle with a Heineken on ice, and he'd just smack his lips. Something funny? And half those guys would pretend like they're asleep. Oh, here comes Jimmy. Because he'd hear a party atmosphere, even if they he won't hear that. The biggest party after a flight was when they beat the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl that first time. And it was just the partiest plane you could imagine. It was the biggest party because they were just going crazy. And had the Super Bowl hats on, the whole 9 yards. And when the plane landed, they land not at the terminal area at DFW Airport. It was like a separate little area where you could walk down the stairs. American Airlines had a little area by itself, and the players had a parking lot, and you park over there. And somebody told the coaches that it wasn't the sports media that was awaiting them because the Cowboys hadn't been to the Super Bowl since the 70s. The news media was going live from right there where the plane landed. So Jimmy gets on the PA and he goes, all right, everybody, do not talk to the media I don't want nobody talking to the media. I will handle the media. Walk directly to your cars. I don't want y'all to say the wrong thing. Maybe I might designate a couple of guys, but y'all walk directly to your car and go to hell home. Because he didn't want nobody to embarrass the Cowboys. But also, like I said, on some of those winning trips, Jimmy would come back and he'd just shoot the breeze. At one trip, he was telling me, did you know Jimmy grew up in Port Arthur, Texas?
Yeah.
Did you know one of the greatest rap groups of all time is from Port Arthur, Texas?
I did not.
See if you're familiar with this music. The first one, Ross. Have you ever heard this song? You heard this song, right?
Yeah.
This is Jay-Z and UGK. UGK stands for the Underground Kings.
Yeah.
And in this song, they say it's the Jigga Man and and Big and Pimp C down in PAT. PAT is Port Arthur, Texas.
Had no idea.
Yeah, you learn a couple things.
You learn something every day.
Yeah, so that's Jimmy Johnson's from Port Arthur. Everybody was mad at Jimmy and Jerry. When they got here, they said Jerry's from Arkansas and these guys, and I even from Texas. Jimmy's like, I grew up in Port Arthur, Texas. So way back in the day, Jimmy's got this perfect hair. And Jimmy told me he used to have a burr haircut, and his nickname in high school was Scarhead. I said, Scarhead? Because I'm thinking like Scarface, one of the rappers down in Houston. He said, I said, Scarhead? He goes, yes, Scarhead, because I had a scar on my head, and because I had a burr haircut, you could see it. He said, then I grew my hair out. Nobody called me Scarhead anymore. So basically, if you were to shave Jimmy Johnson's head, you'd see a gigantic scar on his head. A lot of people don't know that, but Jimmy told me that.
Wow.
He also said, he said, I'm not the most famous person from my high school. I said, who's the most famous person from your high school? He said, well, back then, hippies, we called them beatniks. And we called this one girl Beat Weeds. And she became a real famous singer, a rock star. Have you ever heard this song? That's the late, great Janis Joplin.
Oh, man. All these random tie-ins.
Jimmy went to high school with Janis Joplin. And he said, we called her Beat Weeds. I said, what's Beat Weeds mean? He said, well, because she was a beatnik. And she didn't shave.
That is...
wow. That is so wrong. But that
is wrong.
That's high school football guys in Port Arthur, Texas. So and also every now and then his two sons would fly on the team playing, and Chad and Brent, and I'd hang out with them and go drinking the night before the game or something with Chad and Brent. And Chad went to Florida State. Jimmy coached in Miami, but none of them went to the Hurricanes. Chad went to Florida State, and Brent went to UT. And Brent was a model. I'm serious. He could do Calvin Klein commercials if he wanted. He was a model. Both of them were handsome.
Must be nice.
And Jimmy also told me, he told all the media this, when he first got to Dallas, he fired his wife. He divorced his wife, but he called it, he said that we're good friends, Chad and Brent's mom. So we're friends, but she was doing the Miami nightlife thing, South Beach. She liked it down there, and I had to turn the thing around. I was married to the Cowboys because I had to turn this thing. I had too much work to do. I couldn't do right by her. I was too busy trying to build this team. So he fired her. That's the way he put it. He said, I fired her. And he wound up, his new girlfriend years later was his hairstylist, a girl named Rhonda, that he met in Valley Ranch out in Las Colinas. And he wound up marrying her, and she moved down there to Florida Keys with him. And then that was just Jimmy. Years later, he married the girl who was cutting his hair. They fell in love. He's married to her this day. Her name's Rhonda. After he had got his divorce from Jerry, Jerry didn't fire him. They got a divorce. Jerry paid him big money. Jimmy was tired of coaching the Cowboys. He kept talking about he wanted to coach Jacksonville. It was crazy. He moves down to Florida again, and he opens up a restaurant called the Three Rings. So I was down there for that. It was Super Bowl week, and I had Jimmy on the air with me, and we were talking about a bunch of stuff. and he's talking about his boat. And we were also talking about how he and Troy Aikman have become really good friends again. See, people don't know this, but when he first drafted Troy, months later in a supplemental draft, he drafted his Miami Hurricanes quarterback, Steve Walsh. And Troy did not like Jimmy, and Jimmy was being coy with Troy. They did not have a relationship Troy's rookie year. In fact, Cowboys went 1-15. The one victory was Steve Walsh. Troy Aikman was hurt. Guess what his injury was? He had jammed his thumb on his throwing hand, and in the middle of the game, offensive lineman Kevin Gogan tried to fix it, and he pulled it out and broke it. So Troy missed the rest of the season because of Gogan. And Jimmy and Troy actually bonded. Troy didn't like the fact that Walsh was there. He won the national championship under Jimmy, and his receiver was Michael Irvin. And Troy's like, they're setting me up. They don't want me to win over here. And then he and Troy actually bonded over tropical fish. Jimmy had a gigantic fish tank, and Troy got a fish tank, and they started talking about fish. And then Jimmy helped Troy set up his fish tank. Jimmy had a party at the World Aquarium downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
Invited me to the party, had some other media guys there, and Jimmy shocked the world by diving in the tank in scuba gear. I'm not lying. I got Jimmy Johnson stories. So that's a little chunk of some Jimmy. And again, he goes to the Ring of Honor with Troy. Jerry's going to be there. All of his team is going to be there. Jerry and Jimmy don't hate each other. They just have a love-hate relationship because Jimmy would tweak Jerry all the time. These little comments because he's just a Jimster.
Yep.
And there you see his stories confidential.
From the 972 was bummed I had to get up and go to work. Then I found out I get some CA stories confidential this morning. So much better than sleeping in.
I appreciate you.
And I concur. Another Hall of Fame edition in the books. And coming up next, we open up hour number 2 here on 105.3 The Fan with your 7 a.m. headlines. Let's talk about some Mavs stars. And we're fighting on Thanksgiving. Yeah, the Vegas Showdown getting weird next on The Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford, joined by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Ross Lebensky holding things down for you. The Turn It On, Leave It On listener, appreciate you so very much for waking up with us after a big Cowboys victory. We'll get into more of that conversation as the show goes on with you until 10 o'clock today. And you can get involved with the show with the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We are also live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. Check us out there and have some fun with us as you ride shotgun with us, and we do the same for you on a Black Friday. Hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. I know if you're a Cowboys fan, you surely enjoyed yesterday's afternoon slate for the NFL as the Cowboys got the 45-10 victory over the Commanders. Probably not the most shocking thing to many people, but nice to see them blow out another struggling team. Another impressive win that saw NFL history made with Deron Bland's fifth pick six, his sixth overall interception of the season, but 5 pick sixes makes him stand alone at the top for most in a single season by a single player in NFL history. Lots of great happenings in that game, but there was plenty of other things going on as well yesterday. More NFL games and some college basketball action that got a little ugly at the end that we'll talk about here in just a minute, but do want to remind you also that the Dallas Stars will be in action tonight.
Go Stars.
And this is going to be hopefully a get-right game for them, if you will. Shout out the get-right, 7 to 11 weekdays on the Fan. They're going to be hosting the Calgary Flames tonight at the AAC at 7:30.
Yeah, they lost to Vegas the other night.
Yeah, lost in overtime. The overtime loss is to some teams that have given them trouble in the playoffs.
That's who knocked them out of the playoffs last spring.
Indeed it is, and they lost that game 2-1, so a very tight affair through regulation. Hopefully the Stars have had the Flames number over the past couple years, and the Flames just, nothing against them, not that great of a team right now, just haven't been relevant for a while, so hopefully they can get a bit of a bounce back game tonight at the AAC.
Yes, sir. And for those who missed the announcement, the Stars announced a couple of days ago that Mike Modano is going to get a statue right out front of the American Airlines Center, right across from Dirk.
It's going to be so cool.
And it's actually so apropos. Number 9, Mike Modano, the greatest Dallas Star, the leading, he has the most points. He scored more goals than any American hockey player in NHL history. And more importantly, he was around in the same era of Dirk Nowitzki. And for those who ever went to Dirk's charity baseball game in Frisco, it was Modano's first, and he handed it off to Dirk. So there's some symmetry there. Both of those guys, leaders of their teams.
You can make the argument that the statue is overdue.
Yep.
A legend here in Dallas.
In fact, I feel like it's some closure like Jimmy, because it seemed like the Stars and Modano had a little bad blood the last couple of years. I don't know exactly what the deal was, but, it's like he wasn't around that much. And Modano's a great guy.
Seems like a broken record with some of these teams that, some of their best features, some of their best humans and best contributors end up just not agreeing with the team for a while.
It's almost like Larry Bird and the Celtics. How does that not happen? How you not let Larry Bird coach your team back in the day?
It's kind of ridiculous.
Had to go to Indiana.
It's nice to see. It's going to be really cool to have another statue out there, too. Like, the outside of the AAC has become such a nice area to kind of just hang out pre-game, or even if you're going to a concert. You're thinking about music or whatever, and then you're reminded of the greatness that has taken place inside of that building. It's a nice little plaza out there.
Yeah.
I really like the vibes out there now. They're immaculate, one might say. And speaking of, kind of mentioned the Dallas Mavericks there, they did get the win over the Lakers. Watched that game. That was a really fun game. And you were talking with the KNC Masterpiece during Peace-a-thon. like Mike asked you, what are you expecting? And you said, I just want to see fireworks. I want it to be fun. It was a fun game.
It was. Luka had 34, I believe, and I want to say that Kyrie had 27. Kyrie with the dagger, a three-pointer. Put it like this. For those who don't know, they say, okay, yeah, they just beat the Lakers. Whoop-de-doo. Like, in fact, yesterday, Jared was saying, well, the Lakers are an old team. And I was at, and they had played a back-to-back. I said, Jared, the Lakers had only lost one home game this year. And the Lakers may be old, but they got a couple of legendary players, future Hall of Famers, and they went to the Western Conference Finals. That's a nice, strong victory. The Mavericks were up by 20 points in the fourth quarter. They started fourth quarter up 91-71. The Lakers came back, and for people saying, well, the Mavericks got defensive issues, yes, they do. But here's the crazy part about it. The Lakers lead the NBA in points differential in the fourth quarter. In other words, they whoop everybody in the fourth quarter. They were at home where they had only lost one game, and the Mavericks held on. They gave up the lead at the end there, but they came back on Kyrie's big three. Kyrie makes a couple of free throws to ice it. LeBron tries to send it into overtime with a three in the corner. He missed it, and it was fun. It was just a fun game, and the Mavericks win it just before midnight on Tuesday night.
It's a good tone setter after dropping a couple of meh games.
Yeah, you say drop a couple. Let me explain those. The Mavericks were 9-5 going into the Lakers game. They're now 10-5. Those two losses over the weekend, they were playing at Milwaukee, which was a very fun game.
That was.
It was Giannis and Dame time. Dame Lillard doing what they do. It was an amazing game. And then Luka and Kyrie were doing what it was back and forth and back and forth. And of course, Milwaukee had the best record last year in the NBA. So that game, and so their Mavericks come back from their back-to-back to take on the Sacramento Kings. You're like, well, the Kings aren't any good. The Kings were the surprise team in the playoffs last year, making it, and with a number 2 team in the West. Nobody saw that coming. You follow where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Well, they ran out of gas against the Kings. They were going back and forth with the Kings until the fourth quarter, and they ran out of gas because they had been, guess what? Traveling. The Mavericks this year, to me, their 10-5 record is remarkable. Now, don't get me wrong. They have defensive issues. I didn't expect them to start the season very strong because they had 10 of their first 16 games on the road. Their first 10 games, they played in different cities, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I'm like, there's no way in the world they're going to start off with a winning record. They're in the top 4 in the West, and going into last weekend, they were the number 2 team in the West. So they lose those 2 games at home. They're in LA right now. They play the Lakers. They beat the Lakers, who had only lost 1 game at home. I'm like, the Mavericks are doing pretty good. One thing to note, the Mavericks, Derek Lively got hurt in that game. He got flipped. He fell off. I won't say it was a dirty play. Anthony Davis undercut him, and he had to hang under the rim, and then he fell on his back. And I haven't heard the latest on his situation. Maybe we'll have an update a little bit later in the show, unless you know something.
I have not seen an update.
We're going to get, before the shows, or we'll get a Derek Lively update because he may not play tonight. They're playing the Clippers now. Let's see if they can sweep the 2 games in L.A. They already beat the Clippers once, beat them down. But for some reason, James Harden and the Clippers won a game the other day.
Yep, so their next matchup will be against those L.A. Clippers tomorrow night at 9:30. And if you're keeping up...
This is it tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you're keeping up, for whatever reason, with the in-season tournament, their next in-season tournament game will be when they host the Rockets next Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Maybe they'll get the court ready to go by then. That would be cool to see.
Yeah.
Some of them haven't been
You know what?
bad.
Cuba doesn't want to see that. He hates the court. And by the way, that's the last playing tournament. They're not going to make that tournament.
Yeah.
Even if they beat the Rockets, they won't.
I will say some of that action has been kind of fun.
It is.
I can't lie. You know, it's kind of worked for the NBA.
I think they kind of marketed a little bit wrong because what they should have done was this. That, to me, there's 2 simple tweaks. And I'm not even talking about changing the schedule or anything. Instead of calling it the in-season tournament, they just should call it the NBA Cup because that's what they're calling the trophy, the NBA Cup.
Yeah.
And they should just call this tournament the NBA Cup. And it's easy to say, easy to remember. And they also should have been showing the standings. Whenever a team would win or lose, whatever, show the standings. And so okay, the Lakers are 3-0. They're probably in, and they are in. I mean, that would have been an easy way to keep up with it.
So if you were watching the broadcast after the first NFL game yesterday between the Lions and the Packers, you saw some college basketball action, and you might have flipped the channels around looking for some more. And BYU routed Arizona State yesterday, but there was a big fight at the end of the game there in the Vegas Showdown out there in Las Vegas. So BYU walloped their future Big 12 foe, Arizona State, 77-49, but there was a big fight with 34 seconds remaining in the game. They just couldn't stay calm for the last half a minute or so, but there will be plenty of suspensions handed out there. Punches thrown, lots of weird stuff going on. It's just always like, okay, some Thanksgiving basketball action, and then we get
fisticuffs.
Yeah, some fisticuff scrums going on. So the video out there is pretty entertaining, I can't lie. So if you want to find that on Twitter, be my guest, because seeing BYU basketball all over Twitter is not something I expected to wake up to.
You said Sean Bradley's not there anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, okay. But hey, it was fun nonetheless. So entertainment value, we are here to bring you that. And speaking of that, we talked about it last hour a little bit. Some great entertainment value yesterday in the NFL, because we started off Thanksgiving Day with a pretty sizable upset. The Packers go over the Lions 29-22 in a game that the Lions just did not look like themselves offensively. The Packers were playing some great defense. Jordan Love was playing some really good football, made some really nice passes, and one that he even admitted was a total accident there in the second half. But
didn't Jared Goff fumble 3 times or something?
Yeah, lots of turnovers for the Lions. A couple of failed fourth down attempts as well. You know Dan Campbell, former Cowboy.
Yeah.
That man is aggressive on offense, and he called to go for a fake punt earlier in the game as well. Didn't go his way, so some costly decisions there lead to the 29-22 loss for the Lions, and that's got major impact for the top of the NFC.
Yes, it does.
That's one of the teams that have been kind of like the benchmark for a lot of NFC teams. It's, that's one of the better offenses in the NFL under Ben Johnson with Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs and company, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They just could not get it going yesterday. It's got big implications potentially down the road for the Cowboys in terms of seeding.
Yes, the Lions had been 7-2. They're now, 8-2, and now they're 8-3. Or is it 7-3? Bottom line is they got the 3rd loss of the season. The Cowboys play the Lions on the Jimmy Johnson game, the Ring of Honor game, on December the 30th, and that's going to be for really big playoff positioning. You're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. Cowboys play them a week from Sunday, or 2 weeks from Sunday. Bottom line is the Cowboys have an interesting schedule, and Detroit's a part of it. And I said this a little earlier, the Detroit Lions lost for the 7th straight time at home on Thanksgiving. Shocking.
The Lions are now 8-3 on the year, and the Packers advanced to 5-6. And then the nightcap last night for the Thanksgiving slate saw the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks at Seattle. The game, it felt like, had a chance to pick up in the second half early on, but it completely fizzled out pretty quickly as the 49ers get the 31-13, hey, that's a palindrome, win over the Seattle Seahawks, as it was just pure domination by the 49ers. It was the exact brand of football that we have become accustomed to with these guys.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, Brock Purdy just did his job. That's all he needs to do. Christian McCaffrey was insane. 19 carries for $114 and 2 touchdowns. Also had a few catches out of the backfield. Deebo Samuel was running all over the place, too, out of the backfield. Really, everything that could have gone right for them went right, minus the Brock Purdy interception. But even Mike Tirico was like, you know who's been quiet? Brandon Ayuk. 2 plays later, he catches a touchdown over the middle of the end zone. So, it was a perfect game, all in all, for the 49ers. I had the Seahawks being my upset of Thanksgiving Day, not the Packers. So I really thought the Seahawks would have at home, because the 12's out there.
Oh, yeah.
They're loud.
They're loud.
Even post-game, I think it was Brock Purdy was asked about it in his turkey leg interview. What was it like playing here? He was like, man, you couldn't think. It was just so loud. And
by the way, they pay Texas A&M to call themselves the 12th man.
Yeah.
That they patent that. The 12th man down there at College Station, and they got that up at Seattle. One other note real quick. You think, it's a question for you, random question. Do you think you could identify Christian McCaffrey or Mike Trout walking down the mall? They're so anonymous.
Yeah, honestly. And if you see McCaffrey's pregame and postgame outfits, he dresses just like a dude.
Yeah.
too. And so does Mike Trout. Like, yeah, if I were to see them walking
You would have
down
no
North Park
idea
Mall,
that
you
they're
know,
superstars.
yeah, the only reason I would have any hint is if they were walking out of the Louis Vuitton store or something. But other than that, yeah, they'd be in a pair of jeans and a T-shirt, and I would be clueless. And then I'd see on Twitter later and be like, dang, that would have been a fun interview.
By the way, the Cowboys take on the Seahawks a week. Actually, this Thursday. I was going to say a week from yesterday. This coming Thursday. It's so crazy because it's Friday, Black Friday, but this week has been a blur with all these sporting events and
Really
games and
has.
whatnot, and Thanksgiving, the whole 9 yards. The 49ers have a 2-game lead over the Seattle in their division now.
So there's your headlines to start off our second hour here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, we open up the Expressway with a few different conversations. What will it take for the Cowboys to finally be respected as a Super Bowl favorite? We'll get into more Cowboys conversation. Plus, your thoughts on the Dolly Parton halftime show and maybe some more halftime history. We'll get into more of that next here on The Fan.
It's time now on 105.3 The Fan for the Expressway, sponsored by QCkinetics.com non-surgical regeneration treatment.
2nd and 10, Prescott back. Little swing pass on the right side of screen for Dowdle. 2 great blocks, 10, 5, and he streaks in. It's a Thanksgiving Day touchdown for Rico Dowdle.
Back here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. You heard that call by the voice of the Dallas Cowboys, Brad Sham, right here on these very airwaves. Yesterday, the Cowboys get the 45-10 victory over the Washington Commanders, a Thanksgiving Day divisional win at AT&T Stadium. Alec Medford and the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We are live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. And the truckwork.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. To get involved with any and all of our conversations here today. We're going to open up the Expressway, going all the way until 8 o'clock here on The Fan with a conversation about respect and specifically what it has to do with the Dallas Cowboys. When are we going to start airing these thoughts out about the Cowboys as favorites for the postseason?
Favorites are in the conversation. That's what they like to say.
You know, like in the
nowadays,
conversation. For, you know, where they can make some noise. You could say Super Bowl hopefuls.
Contenders.
The same way that we talk about, you know, maybe the Eagles. People were talking about the Lions maybe up until yesterday. Teams like that. When are we going to start taking this team a little bit more seriously?
The Ravens.
You know, what is the benchmark going to start for you with Seattle next Thursday? Is it going to be
Miami,
the next Philadelphia game? Or are you drinking all of the Kool-Aid after yesterday? You beat a division rival by 35 points. Are you feeling it now? 877-881-1053. Let us know your thoughts because we already got one before the break from the 214. Beat a team with a winning record and a real starting quarterback.
And my response? You first.
And that's a tough ask. But
with the LOL.
So I think that is going to be most people's response.
Sure.
To this question is you got to play up to the competition. You got to beat them. I mean, against Philadelphia, you played really well. You had one of Dak Prescott's best games to date, and you still lost.
See, that's to me is part of the, don't get me wrong. They should beat Philadelphia, and you want them to beat Philadelphia. But they did not play poorly against Philadelphia. And Philadelphia actually is coming off the Super Bowl. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they played well enough against Kansas City last year to win the Super Bowl, and then they, of course, beat Kansas City just this past Monday night. With all that being said, there was nothing embarrassing about the way the Cowboys played against Philadelphia. They didn't beat them. And again, bottom line is they didn't win. Let's get to the playoffs. I think they'll have no problem against Philadelphia here in a couple of weeks. And I don't think they'll have a problem of fear or they don't match up well. You can't even say that against Philadelphia. San Francisco, yeah, that's the team they can't seem to beat. And I remember way back in the day, for whatever the reason, the Cowboys couldn't beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. No matter what, Tom Landry could not beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ironically, that's the last team the Cowboys beat in the Super Bowl was the Pittsburgh Steelers. Another note, just recency. Do you know that Aaron Rodgers could never beat the 49ers in the playoffs or in the regular season? Just like the Cowboys can't seem to beat Aaron Rodgers.
No.
Just saying, it's just one of those things.
And it is a recurring theme on the truckwork.com text line 877-881-1053. Got to show up when the lights are brightest from the 682. Got to string together quality wins from the 817. We can talk after a second-round playoff win from the 903, but the 972 presents a pretty even-keel approach, saying I definitely think there is a chance, maybe not a great chance, but a decent one. Remember, the Eagles lost to the damn Jets that the Cowboys boat raced.
That wasn't their loss. Didn't they lose to Baltimore?
I don't think so.
Really? Anyway, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It was the Jets. I was thinking about the Miami Dolphins who could not beat the Baltimore Ravens because they're, in a way, the Jets, in a way, the Miami Dolphins season is similar to the Cowboys. They beat everybody except the big boy teams. You follow me?
Yeah, back in October, the Eagles lost 20-14 to the Jets,
who had no Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So again, the NFL is pretty competitive and is normally very balanced. I'm gonna say this one other thing. We can continue to say, "No, I ain't gonna believe it to the playoffs," and that's fine. But at the same time, the Texas Rangers had a season, and I'm bringing this up because I'm giving you a perspective that, we all like to project, right? If you want to just totally dismiss the Cowboys, I can say you can if you want to, but why don't you just let it play out? If you want to say, I'm not going to believe it until the playoffs, I can understand that if you're trying to protect your heart. But here, look at the Texas Rangers. Texas Rangers this season, first half of the season, blowing out everybody. Second half of the season, actually from August on, you didn't know what you were going to get. They could win 8 in a row and they'd lose 6 in a row. And guess what? The team they could not beat no matter what, just like the Cowboys cannot seem to beat the 49ers, they could not beat the Astros until they did. You follow what I'm saying? Until they did. So if you're a fan that traffics in fear or traffics in woe is me, you can have that Cowboys will never. The Cowboys will never until they do. And then you could be one of those Ranger fans. The Rangers will never. They'll never win the World Series. They'll never beat the Astros. They can't get past the Astros. And then where were you when they did it? Were you either happy or were you just mad because you were wrong? I'm throwing that out there because there are going to be some fans out there, Cowboy fans, say they're Cowboy fans, that will be mad when the Cowboys finally beat somebody in the playoffs. You're going to be mad because you're so busy trying to say they will never. They will never. I got to say something. I totally enjoyed the Rangers win the World Series. I don't know about you. I totally enjoyed the Rangers beating the Astros. I don't know about you. And in the words of Corey Seager, I wonder if the Rangers would never have won the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, from the 6.
So it's just the way you look at it. People projecting is a sport. If you want to project the Cowboys will never, that's up to you. But if you want to say, prove it to me, I understand that as well. Prove it to me. Doesn't mean that they won't.
From the 682, have fun till they're done.
Why not?
I like that motto. Enjoy it and have a little bit of faith.
The journey is the reward. I'm telling you. So you can say, every time the Cowboys win a game, you can say, but they didn't beat anybody. And then what did you enjoy? Nothing. Follow what I'm saying? And then when they do beat somebody, are you going to be mad because they did? That's where I'm going with it. Why?
From the 817, not dismissing the Cowboys, just want to beat someone somewhere we're not supposed to.
How about the Eagles on something? Somebody's going to say, well, you're at home. And the Cowboys have won 13 straight home games. They beat the Eagles at home in a couple of weeks. There'll be people who say, so it was a home game. It don't mean anything.
From the 214.
They're not going to have home field advantage in the playoffs.
Interesting point. Cowboys and Eagles have played 4 of the same opponents this year, and the Cowboys outscored them by 113. Eagles only beat those teams by 30. We ain't that bad. Mm-hmm. And the narrative of, and I fully understand, beat a good team. Beat a team over 500. You've only played 2 of them. You have only played 2 of them.
Right, they're not on, that's all you got on your schedule. If you had Baltimore on your schedule, if you had Kansas City on your schedule, I mean, come on, and there'll be some people who say, well, Kansas City ain't any good this year. They're just playing with their food.
Yeah, they don't make their own schedule. It's not their fault that these teams have underperformed because there are some teams that probably should have been better that they have played, like the Chargers. Fully expected the Chargers to have a couple wins going in.
I like what the 214 just texted in. This is from #DC for life. He says, this upcoming 6-game gauntlet will tell us all we need to know. Now, I like that perspective. If you're going to project, say, let me see what they do this 6-game schedule.
And that 6 games looks like this. You have the Seahawks this coming Thursday at home. Then you host the Eagles December 10th. And then you have a fun little road trip where you have to go play the Bills in Buffalo December 17th. And then in Miami against the Dolphins on Christmas Eve. Then you host the Lions for the Jimmy Johnson game. That's what everyone's going to call it. And then you end the season with the Commanders. Woohoo. Yeah.
You say that they tripped him up last year.
They did, but hopefully it's better weather this time around.
Yeah.
Because it will be on the road out there at FedEx Field.
Again.
And hopefully the hot water is working out there as well.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Some warm showers?
Yeah, before and after the game would be nice. But yeah, you do have some NFC opponents there, and then sprinkled in, you have some uncommon opponents with the Bills and the Dolphins that will give you trouble. And hey, the Dolphins are the Cowboys of the AFC. Something's got to give there. It's 2 teams that aren't beating better opposition. Something's got to give at Hard Rock. something's got to give there. So that is going to be the benchmark there for me, is going to be those two AFC opponents on the road, back-to-back weeks, going from Buffalo to Miami to, when they're on, explosive offenses. I still don't know what I'm going to get out of Josh Allen with Joe Brady out there as his offensive coordinator now.
How about Jerron Bland having a seventh game?
Let's extend that record. Let's extend that record.
Made to order.
That would be made to order. That would be nice. And we just saw the Seahawks kind of implode yesterday, last night on in the Thursday night game against the 49ers. Look what happened when they played against higher opposition. They faltered. They could only put up 13. Their offense was not moving much at all. And you have a good matchup there now because their offensive line is starting to fall apart. They had to sign Jason Peters, the 450-year-old, off of their practice squad.
450. You mean former Cowboy, former Eagle, former, what else would he?
Yeah, and future Hall of Famer.
He's definitely a Hall of Fame, but he's on his last
All
leg.
respect, and he had to leave the game with an injury yesterday. So they're already running on fumes out there in Seattle. They have to come to AT&T where the Cowboys have won 13 straight. Maybe this will be the spark.
This Thursday.
This coming Thursday, and you can hear it right here
calendar.
on 105.3 The Fan, of course. But since it seems to be a common theme that, you got to play better against better teams, is there anything that's giving you hope? I want to pose that question. Is there anything that you've seen in these absolute routings of lesser opponents that you are saying that is something that could push them to success against better teams? Because ever since the San Francisco 49ers lost, an embarrassment in that game, I've seen a lot of things that have changed. I've seen a lot of improvement across the board. It seems like the defense is starting to play better. It looks like the run defense is starting to step up little by little. Deron Bland is playing out of his mind. Even the safeties look like they're playing a little bit better. Donovan Wilson had a little bit of a rough time yesterday on a couple of plays, but Jaron Kearse is starting to look like that field general that we have.
He didn't play yesterday, but he is that field general.
Yeah, he
all
started,
season.
The past couple of games that he has played, he's starting to look like that field general that we're starting to see. Wanye Thomas starting to step up at the safety position. Marquise Bell. I almost had a heart attack when he went down yesterday. You could start the Shaq Leonard conversations after that. But one thing that has stood out to me, and I talked about it earlier, and I would like to hear from Dak Prescott about, is the red zone offense. I think that is something that needs to be consistent as all hell if you want to play and really hang in there with these better teams like the Bills, like the Dolphins, that have some key playmakers on the defensive end. Because, hey, when you're in that shrunken field in the red zone, the last few guys I want to go against, Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey, Bradley Chubb, guys like that, you're going to have to find success against them on Christmas Eve. So let's hear from Dak Prescott about the red zone offense. This will be cut number 31. What's changed really since that 49ers game?
Yeah, I think it really just goes back into doing things that we've done since the spring, and plays that we've got a lot of reps at, and plays that we're confident in, plays that's got answers regardless of whatever they run. Not trying to, be pretty and dial up, the exact coverage beater, rather than we've got guys. We've got guys that can win. We've got guys that understand their leverage, guys that understand where they need to be if it is zone, or who needs to win if it's man. And so, getting back to what we're all most comfortable with. Speaking
of comfort and Dak, we've been talking about his gaudy numbers since the 49ers game. Did you know he's now thrown 18 touchdown passes and only had 2 picks since the 49ers game?
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. You're starting to see the play calling is starting to kind of supplement that and help fuel that, which is nice to see. But Dak Prescott, since the 49ers game, as you mentioned, has been absolutely lights out. And he's, for my money, he's starting to enter that MVP conversation just looking at the numbers. I know people are going to talk about quality of wins. I know Jalen Hurts is still a favorite. We're going to talk about that a little bit more at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. But he has been absolutely fantastic. You're starting to see a little bit more poise, a little bit more confidence. And one thing you pointed out in the first hour of the show, he's starting to air the ball out more, which is something we haven't seen.
Instead of the underneath stuff all the time this season.
My buddy Michael Beer at Michael J. Beer on Twitter tweeted this out last night. Dak Prescott, since the loss to the 49ers in week 5, 70% completion percentage, 1,600 passing yards, 20 touchdowns, and just 2 interceptions.
Yep. Isn't that crazy? And here's the other part about it. I say, isn't that crazy? Because the consistency is there. And it wasn't that in the first month of the season. He's actually gotten Brandon Cooks involved now. And the touchdown pass to Brandon Cooks, Broaddus was saying after the game, Brian Broaddus has been breaking down tapes forever. And he had been saying this before last night's game or yesterday's game. He was saying there's these big plays they've been trying to stretch the field with Brandon Cooks, and it's just pure bad luck where nobody's doing anything wrong. It's just that somebody would bump into somebody, or somebody would shoot a gap, and then Dak couldn't get it right. It wasn't like he was ignoring him, and and Brandon Cooks said a couple of weeks ago it's going to happen, and he had 173 yards. Well, on that one particular play, Broaddus said that same play is what they have been working on all year, and it finally worked. Wide open in the end zone.
From the 904, Seattle isn't a measuring stick for the Cowboys. They almost went the entire first half without getting a first down. #overrated.
See, people can always nitpick. Like I said, it's just like saying Kansas City's not any good this year. They playing with the food.
Well, for the past 10 minutes, everybody's wanted to tell me you need to beat a winning team. They're 6-5. They're over 500. If you beat them, you beat a winning team.
Again,
so you can't have your cake and eat it.
You know what it is? It's not even just having cake. Let's give it another cliche. Because this is what's going to happen as you try to argue with your coworkers and you're trying to give credibility to the Cowboys during the season as you get ready to see what happens in the playoffs. What your coworkers are doing to you, like that texter that just texted in, they're moving the goalposts. And they do that every time you bring up the Dallas Cowboys. And part of the reason is you don't have a quarterback that you can project and have swag about. Talk chest first. I'm talking about Dak Prescott. I said this earlier all season long. The problem for Cowboy fans is all NFL fan bases like to brag on their arm talent quarterback. In other words, if you've got a Patrick Mahomes, a Joe Burrow, a Josh Allen, a Tua, I'm just talking about guys with insane arm talent. They can say, we got a chance. Even down in Jacksonville, you got Sunshine. You follow me? Those guys might be struggling in a game or two. Aaron Rodgers out. But still, you can say, oh, we got a chance because you got arm talent quarterback. Dak Prescott is a very good quarterback. He gets the most out of his abilities. He's also very, very smart. And he's got a winning record. He's always there. You can never say he's arm talent guy. You're never going to say he's one of the top 3 arm talent quarterbacks, but he's a top 10 quarterback. And because you can't project, like you can project, oh, Josh Allen's going to win a Super Bowl before it's over with. He may never win a Super Bowl, but he's got arm talent. Tua may never win a Super Bowl, but he's got arm talent. You like to brag on arm talent. And Cowboy fans cannot say, well, our guy, Dak Prescott. And because they can't say that, you're going to have the moving of the field goals, moving field goals around.
It's true.
I'm just saying what it is.
And I posed the question, is there anything that's giving you hope? And I like the couple of responses we got after that question from the 904, from the 540, the passing connections, and then the 817 kind of going off of that. I'm encouraged by the receiving core as a whole with CeeDee Lamb. It gives me so much hope for the postseason. And that's something that has really stood out the past couple weeks, and it goes hand in hand with Dak Prescott's improvement and consistency. Is he talked about it in that cut that we played a little bit ago about the red zone offense, was he said, we're not trying to do, the perfect play, the perfect coverage beater every time. It's just trusting that we have dudes.
Yeah.
We have guys that can make those plays on the outside and over the middle of the field. You're seeing that with CeeDee Lamb. You saw it, even though they didn't get any points out of it. The first drive of the game for the Cowboys on offense, they attacked the outside to CeeDee Lamb a couple of times because he was just absolutely slaughtering his coverage on the outside. It wasn't a play that was necessarily designed to beat a coverage, a check made at the line of scrimmage. It was, hey, CD, run down the field and beat your guy, and I'm going to throw you the ball.
Yep.
It's nice to see that there is a growing confidence and a connection between not just CeeDee Lamb. You're seeing it with Jake Ferguson, that ridiculous seam pass in the first half over the middle to Jake Ferguson that was right over the head of a linebacker, perfectly in the hands of the tight end. Dak Prescott has been lethal there in the seam patterns over the middle of the field, and even down the sidelines to guys like Brandon Cooks, to CeeDee Lamb. You're starting to see that confidence build with his receiving core. And then we got another text about the protection Dak has gotten the past few games. Again, lackluster pass rush from these opponents that you're playing, but still, these are NFL players that they're going to get home every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
No, they haven't. Against this front five they've finally gotten to play together for a few games and get a sense of rhythm with this offensive line. They're starting to play like that Great Wall of Dallas that all the national media always says, even when it's not necessarily true. Dallas has this great offensive line. You're starting to see the continuity. Tyler Smith, for my money, should be an all-pro this year. Tyler Biotish seems to, every time he has a bad rep, he comes back with 3 good reps. Terrence Steele, ever since we criticized him, 2 or 3 weeks ago for getting absolutely manhandled, he's been absolutely great as advertised in the run game. Tyron Smith, healthy, Hall of Fame level.
Yeah, healthy Hall of Fame level and very, very good without even practicing. That's the new formula for Tyron. Don't practice Tyron. We don't need him to get a neck stinger in practice.
Yeah, his biggest weakness is Thursday practices. That is his biggest weakness, excuse me. And from the 469, I like this. Dak went from Dak and dunk to Dak and shoot since San Francisco. He really did. He is firing down the field. And
yes,
guess
he
what?
is. Chunk plays.
When you take risks, you get rewarded a lot of the time. Sometimes you're going to miss, and it happened a couple times yesterday, a few of those misses, but, you can't score if you don't shoot.
That's exactly right.
You got to shoot.
You got to shoot, and they're taking their shots. The Cowboys not only won, they won 2 games yesterday. They not only beat the Washington Commanders, they beat the Detroit Lions, and they haven't even played the Jimmy Bowl yet. They beat Detroit Lions at halftime.
Yeah.
I wasn't at home to see. Well, I was at home, but I missed the halftime in Detroit, and I actually like Jack Harlow.
Yeah,
but he got ripped to shreds, right?
He did, and we even got a text about it when we weren't even talking about the halftime, was how bad Jack Harlow was. And this is a guy that, he's pretty popular, and I had a little more expectations for.
I actually like his music. I even like that, put you in first class. In fact, here's a little bit of Jack Harlow. Let me tell you why it was a failure first. When you hear this audio, you're going to hear him sing or rapping good. He's low-key, but he can rap. But his presentation, it looked like he went camping. I'm telling you, it looked like he pitched a tent, and I'm not being facetious. I'm talking about it looked like he went camping. He had some guy in the background who looked like he had a hoodie and a head. We call it a hat with a muffler on it. What do you call it? The flaps come down?
Yeah, like earmuffs.
Earmuffs. It was goofy. And here's his halftime, a little bit of it.
Yeah.
I like this song, but not for halftime. No energy.
The ones that hate me the most are just like me. You tell me what that means. Make a slick comment and see what that brings. I've seen it go down. We can reenact things.
And see, there's nothing wrong with the song, but not at a halftime. Not in a stadium.
And you can't hear any crowd movement whatsoever. Everybody's in the bathroom.
Okay. So Jack Harlow failed the people in Detroit at halftime. In Dallas, we got Dolly.
We got Dolly Parton, and at 77 years old, she's still out here rocking the stage in a Cowboys cheerleader outfit.
Oh, wait, let's just stop right there. Nobody knew what she was going to wear. I was at the game, and we're like, okay, they're setting up the stage. Where's Dolly? They had the band up there. Where's Dolly? And when the lights hit her, here's 77-year-old Dolly wearing a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader uniform with the Cowboys cheerleaders on the field below her. And it's like, wasn't bad. It's like, wait a minute. And, it's over the top because Dolly is always over the top.
Oh, yeah.
She does not take herself seriously. She said, I've had a lot of work done. I mean, she says it. But she was like, she looked good. And I actually saw, you talking about all the different comments on Twitter and social media about Dolly. And she sounded fantastic. But Dolly, there was a meme, I fell out laughing, and it had over 8,000 likes. All it said, I'm paraphrasing, it said, it was a meme of a little cartoon, and it was Zach Wilson, the quarterback for the Jets, lusting after Dolly.
I just typed in Dolly Parton on Twitter, and I saw that exact tweet.
It's got like probably 10,000 by now. You know what, Dolly?
21,000.
21. See, because everybody who follows football knows that Zach Wilson is the MILF hunter, and there is his ultimate conquest. By the way, if you didn't hear Dolly and didn't see Dolly, you heard it right here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. But we carried that. But also, it was on television, and people watched it and saw. You know, she had to start the show off with one of her biggest hits.
Sing along with me. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man.
I mean, Dolly rocked.
Yeah, look, I'm not a country music fan, not the biggest one at all. Not the biggest Dolly Parton fan because I didn't grow up in her generation, but I can respect when you're 77 years old and you're still out here rocking the stage the way she did. You know, like, she sounded good.
She sounded good.
I can't lie. She sounded good.
She wasn't the greatest of all time, but she was really good. And especially, like I said, I really like Jack Harlow as a rapper, but he did not need to be in a stadium. She did Jolene, then she did Working 9 to 5 with another of her biggest hits. I was like, I wonder if she's going to do any other hits. I was wondering if she's going to do Island in the Stream. She did the song duet with Kenny Rogers back in the Island in the Stream. She did Here I Go Again. That was another one of her big hits. And then I was like really surprised because she started singing We Are the Champions and We Will Rock You by Queen.
Yeah.
I was like, look at Dolly.
I want to think that the We Are the Champions was a nod to the neighbors across the street for the Texas Rangers.
Oh,
I would like to think that.
And you can go ahead and think that. And by the way, for those who don't know, Queen performed at the American Airlines Center right after the World Series.
Yeah.
And the lead guitarist for Queen, Brian May, was rocking a Texas Rangers jersey. And they started singing We Are the Champions.
That was such a cool visual. I saw that video out there. And yeah, if you ever get bored today, just type in Dolly Parton on Twitter and look at some of the tweets.
You got to read some of them.
Yeah, Skip Bayless was feeling some type of way, saying, how about that Dolly Parton? Talk about dressing for the occasion. Now that's impressive. We know what you really meant. If you want to see Tony Romo's reaction, they're coming back from halftime, him and Jim Nantz. And Jim Nantz he literally says, okay, what do you think about this second half? And Tony Romo just keeps talking about Dolly. So Dolly Parton had Tony Romo feeling some type of way.
Some type of way. That's why you want to put it.
Yeah, lots of Zach Wilson jokes as well.
Oh, by the way, 469 says those Queen songs, she covers both of them in her new album, Rockstar. And by the way, she got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame last year.
Yeah, and the fact that she's putting out new music at 77 is all the way impressive. And what is not impressive is what some of you guys are saying on Twitter that I cannot read on the radio. After seeing Dolly Parton in a Cowboys cheerleader outfit, some of y'all might have had a little too much wine.
Well, yes, Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving evening.
The eggnog started, you know.
Someone said
officially have some eggnog.
Someone said Dolly Parton singing Jolene in a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader costume is the reason for the season. And that's probably the most PG response I can actually read, because a lot of these are impressively
risque.
Gross. I'm just gonna say gross. I'm just gonna say flat out gross.
It's Twitter. What do you expect?
Yeah, Twitter is still free, and I'm very happy about that. And the KNC Masterpiece had Charlotte Jones.
Yeah, I listened to that
on during Peace-a-thon, and she talked about the marketing of all of this. And Dak Prescott was seen going onto the plane for the Carolina game wearing a limited run Thanksgiving Day Dolly Parton Dallas Cowboys t-shirt. And she said as soon as that got posted to socials, sold out. They had to do 3 reprints of the shirt because there was such high demand. So everybody that is slandering Dolly Parton on the truckwreck.com text line right now, there was more people that liked it because that t-shirt had to be reprinted 3 times, according to Charlotte Jones.
They don't know. There's a lot of Dolly fans out there. One other note about Dolly, I was talking to somebody with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders organization. I don't want to call her, but she said, yeah, Dolly picked out. She's the one that decided to wear a Cowboys cheerleaders uniform. She said, I think I can get away with it. And she did. Over the years, the Cowboys have had a great halftime for Thanksgiving. And they've done this, I want to say 26 times now. The person in charge, as you mentioned, is Charlotte Jones. And I have a list, because people do love lists, of all the performers who have ever performed at halftime at Thanksgiving since Charlotte Jones made it like, a musical group and not just a band. You know what I'm saying? Not just a marching band. How old are you?
22. Might have to
What
turn
year
my
were you
mic
born?
on. 2001.
Before you were alive, the first artist to ever perform for Charlotte Jones and the Joneses halftime, Reba McEntire. Jerry actually said her accidentally on Sean and RJ's show. He said, we're going to have some turkey and dressing with Reba McEntire. She was the first one. The second one, Randy Travis, who lives here when he's not performing. Clint Black in 99. Tony Romo has dated two of the halftime performers. Yes, Jessica Simpson. And he also dated, or he took her to an award show, Carrie Underwood. Remember Carrie Underwood doing all the Monday Night Football stuff?
Oh, he was in his bag.
Leanne Rimes has performed it. Toby Keith. Did you know Beyonce performed here with Destiny's Child at halftime Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Sheryl Crow. Kelly Clarkson. There's been one act that performed twice. Do you know who it was? I'll give you a hint. They performed last year. Jonas Brothers. They did it in 2008. They did it in 2022. And for those who don't know, they used to live in Westlake.
Yeah.
Daughtry performed halftime. Keith Urban performed halftime. Enrique Iglesias performed halftime. Kenny Chesney. Selena Gomez, Grand Prairie's own. Pitbull. But by the way, I should have gone ahead and said Kelly Clarkson's from Burleson. Yes, she is. They have a lot of local. Jessica Simpson's from Richardson. They have some local. Pitbull performed. Luke Bryan performed. Eric Church performed. Thomas Rhett performed. Megan Trainor performed. Ellie Goulding performed. Kane Brown performed in 2020. Luke Combs in 2021. And I left out on purpose. In 2001, guess who performed? Who knew that 21 years later, the Texas Rangers would have this as their theme song for the World Series? Yeah, Scottsdale and Creed. I was at that game. It was so surreal because they had these two guys on these trapezes. It looked like a Las Vegas thing. They were like angels or something. It was real weird, and it turned into a meme.
It was weird.
But guess what? I ain't mad at it.
I'm not mad at it either. They're going to live forever here in DFW, and they're never going to have to buy another beer whenever they come to town.
And by the way, they will be coming to town, I think, next September.
Yeah.
And they actually didn't perform, but they were at the Rangers ALCS series. They showed up at the game.
Yeah, they did the sing-along up in the stands. That was pretty cool. So
Creed.
It would have been cool if they, of course, they didn't know the Rangers were going to win the World Series, but if they could have circled back around and said, hey, let's do an updated version since this song lives on forever here in DFW.
Ever. And that's a little expressway.
Who thought that we would be just living and loving Creed here in 2023? It's amazing.
Resuscitating their career.
As Chris said, that's your expressway here on 105 Through the Fan. Thanks for joining us here on Black Friday 2023. Let us know if you're out there in the madness and what you're trying to get. Let us know if you find any deals, too. I might be trying to get out after I get my power nap in.
And if you're at the airport trying to fly out all this fog, can you imagine? Look, you can't even see downtown. Look out the window. That's fog.
I can't even see the rest of the apartment complex next to us. But I do know what's coming up next. Coming up next, we're going to open up the third hour of our show here with a conversation because the NFL honors should absolutely be headlining two Dallas Cowboys as of right now. Let's discuss that next on your home of the Cowboys, 105 Through the Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 here on Black Friday 2023. Alec Medford and the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Ross Lebensky holding things down for you. The Turn It On, Leave It On listener, we appreciate you so very much for doing just that with us here on a holiday after Thanksgiving. Hope you all had a very happy Thanksgiving filled with food, family, and football. I know that we did, and we are glad that you are here with us for the next 2 hours, all the way up until 10 o'clock. That's when we will give way to the KNC Masterpiece, as they will be live from the Buffalo Wild Wings location at 5000 Beltline Road in Addison. You can join the guys for a football feast with giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. That's starting at 10 o'clock all the way to until 2 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Tell y'all something. I don't know how people are getting around. It is very, very foggy out there. 877-881-1053. Do not text while you drive.
Please don't.
If you're somewhere already, please let us know how you got there. And if you're at the airport working there or you're trying to catch a flight, are flights delayed? Because it is very, very foggy, at least in Dallas. I don't know what it looks like in Fort Worth right now, but it is very, very foggy in the downtown Dallas area. And also, let us know what you got going on. It is Black Friday. A lot of people shopping. A lot of people going to the stores. Been up early this morning. You said you saw the Best Buy over in Cedar Hill and was lying out the door?
Yeah. There was a bunch of cars out there at, 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
So
it's Black Friday.
Impressive to see how intense that stuff gets. And we're going to have a conversation here about maybe 2 Cowboys being award winners at the NFL Honors as it stands today. But before we get to that, a couple of things. On the truckrick.com text on 877-881-1053, let us know if you're out in that madness. I mentioned there was a lot of tweets about Dolly Parton that I can't read on the radio. From the 469, I'm not going to read what you said. You know what you said about Dolly Parton.
He said he would.
Yeah, he just said would. That's pretty much all I'm going to give you. Let your imagination go crazy. But
all you need to know.
I just want you to know, 469, I saw that, and I'm not proud of you.
The 817, he says he's a police officer. He's at the airport right now, and it is clear and sunny. 903 says, I'm a truck driver, and this fog is crazy. So North Texas has got variable weather situations happening all at once.
Yeah, you can't even see the apartment complex next to our studio right now.
972 says fog is only in patches, bright and sunny in Collin County, except for a little patch along 121.
We're going to talk about 2 guys that deserve a lot of love here in just a second from the Dallas Cowboys, but I want to hear from Jerry Jones about something because we got some quotes last night and we have some sound about one Shaq Leonard. This will be cut number 59, Ross, because we saw Marquise Bell go down for a little bit. He ended up coming back to the game, but you are very thin at linebacker, and a former All-Pro in Shaq Leonard was waived by the Colts this week. He cleared waivers because of his high salary that was remaining a little north of $6 million left that would have been needed to be paid if a team were to claim him. So now he is free to talk with anyone. There is confirmed interest by the Cowboys. Let's hear if Jerry Jones thinks the defense needs any help and what he thinks about Shaq Leonard.
Well, 33 played outstanding out there tonight, and so but we'll just evaluate that. And I sure like the way we're overall playing. Our linebackers are playing, and but there's I won't be commenting right now whether Leonard is a viable alternative for us or not.
So you said good answer?
Yeah, it was a good answer. He did go a little more in depth, I guess, in his walk-off, basically saying, you know, we have done our homework and we're continuing to do our homework. And he said, I know there's other good teams out there that are interested in him as well. So I'm not going to say how interested we are, but we are interested. And did see a tweet from ESPN's Ed Warder saying that the indication he had gotten was that defensive coaches were pushing the front office to make that move. But other teams that have confirmed interest, among others, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Do not let him go to Philadelphia.
That would be a nightmare.
Let me tell you something. Jerry learned when you don't go after somebody, how somebody can go to a team that can beat you and win the Super Bowl. He did not go after Deion Sanders the year that they didn't win the Super Bowl. You know, they won 3 and 4 years. That that third year, he didn't go after Deion. He said, we're good. We already like what we have. Deion went to the 49ers, and they beat the Cowboys and went to the Super Bowl and won it. So Jerry knows he's not going to let that happen again. In other words, if it's up to Philadelphia, if there's a bidding war, they better outbid Philadelphia. It's just that simple. Oh, another note about Shaq Leonard. Former teammates playing for the Cowboys, Malik Hooker and Stephon Gilmore. And they have said nothing but great things about him. I was talking to Stephon about him after the game in the locker room, and he was less grinning and crossing his fingers.
Yeah, he's got some advocates here for sure. So now let's talk about some guys that deserve some national love from the NFL, because if the NFL honors were to take place today, I'd say you need to put your money on two different guys. Defensive Player of the Year, you absolutely need to put Deron Bland in that conversation.
Ding, 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 ding.
A lot of the guys on these airwaves throughout the week had kind of thrown that idea around, and I heard Bassick say, if he breaks the record for pick sixes, then I'll put him in that conversation. And a lot of people seem to have that sentiment of, hey, he's playing real great. He's not the household name yet, but if he can break that record, we have to put him in that conversation, because across the league, there's been some stellar defensive play. I know Myles Garrett's name has come up a lot. Micah Parsons, even after his 2.5 sack explosion in Carolina, got another sack yesterday. There's been a lot of talk about some of those pass rushers, the more premier guys, but I think there's room to have that conversation about Deron Bland now, as he now has 5 pick sixes on the year, 6 interceptions overall.
Put it like this. He's been solid. There's something to be said for in other words, they're not bombing him and he's either burned or he's making a play. You follow me? You can't say, well, he gives up so many yards. Well, at least he could do is do an interception. It is hard to do a pick six in the first place. You see where we're going with this? It's hard to do a pick six. He's got 5. As a team, there's only 2 other teams. The teams in second place are the Colts and the Seahawks with 3. There's 7 teams with 2. He's got 5 by himself. The Cowboys have 6 overall. With that being said, people just don't want a rookie or a guy on his second year that they had never heard of, wasn't a starter. How could he's not an edge rusher blowing up a quarterback. How could he, or a linebacker, how could he be Defensive Player of the Year? Stephon Gilmore was Defensive Player of the Year with New England in 2019. Deion Sanders was Defensive Player of the Year half a season with the 49ers. Jerry Jones asked after the game, cut number 50, does he think that Deron Bland should be Defensive Player of the Year?
Well, I don't know about that, but I sure thought they got that Defensive Player of the Week. And he should be Offensive Player with the way he made that run to the end zone. So throw that one out for consideration.
He's got more touchdowns than Travis Kelce.
From the 201, I hope so. I put $100 on Bland for Defensive Player of the Year at 60-1 odds a week ago. Already down to 7.5 to 1.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Vegas likes him.
Yeah,
nice.
201.
Nice 201.
I'm pulling.
Appreciate that.
I'm pulling for you, man. And there's more to the pick sixes. There's more than just that. He's been playing
He's so
great.
Solid.
Yeah, he's been playing great outside of that as well, because he's just been locked down ever since Trayvon Diggs went down.
Well, why you get those up? For those who are like, well, like I was saying, he doesn't give up big plays. If you just go by the analytics alone, he's been one of the best in the league.
We've known him as a nickel guy. The 24-year-old, he began his career as a fill-in at the nickel spot for an injured Jordan Lewis last season, and he got 5 interceptions as a rookie, right? Well, we thought that was going to be kind of his aura, if you will. His spot was going to be an inside slot corner playing the nickel, and he was going to do a really good job at it. He's actually played better statistically since moving to the outside. He's playing like the best cornerback in the NFL right now, because he has allowed a 19.3 passer rating this season, which is the lowest in the NFL among players with 25 or more pass attempts thrown their way this season. He has been really good. And when you ask him about what's led to this success, he credits Al Harris. He said, that's a guy that's a 15-year vet.
His coach.
And he said the combination of that with Stephon Gilmore and Trayvon Diggs, an interception guy, they have really helped him hone in on his ball tracking skills, which has been the key to all of this success, is he's been making some really nice plays on the outside.
I talked to him after the game last night. We will hear some of that interview in about an hour, about 45 minutes or so. And I also talked to him for the Cowboys player profile about a month ago. And he is just the nicest, quietest guy. He's not your traditional swaggy cornerback who talks noise and backs it up. He just does what he does. He's ridiculously solid, and that the whole team loves him. When he walked in the locker room after the game last night, they just went nuts. And he was given the game ball, of course.
And the other man that should be up for postseason award consideration.
Oh, wait a minute, real quick. 214 says compared Bland's numbers this year to Stephon Gilmore's numbers when Gilmore won the Defensive Player of the Year in 2019. It's not even a question he could be Defensive Player of the Year.
It's a great point. And the other man that should be considered for MVP, at least in the conversation, should be your quarterback, Dak Prescott. A little bit of insight as to why. Yesterday, Dak Prescott completed 7 of 12 passes for 189 yards and 3 touchdowns targeting vertical routes against the Commanders. Prescott has now thrown 16 touchdowns targeting vertical routes this season. 14 of those have come since week 8. Both of those most in the NFL. That's per Next Gen Stats. Dak Prescott, since that 49ers game, has awoken. He has been lights out.
Beast.
And when you compare the body of work to guys that have similar odds, like Jalen Hurts
or Lamar Jackson,
Patrick Mahomes, he's starting to catch up in the numbers department. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Dak Prescott here since the 49ers game. And his odds around the time of that 49ers game were pretty long as 20-1 and even 30-1 at one point. But he's thrown for nearly 1,900 yards and completed 70% of his passes and a 20-2 TD to interception ratio over the last 6 weeks, which results in a 5-1 record. And we've seen the MVP race, rotate around with Lamar Jackson, Tua Tagovailoa, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, all spending time as the favorite. And heck, even C.J. Stroud coming into play for a while. Brock Purdy jumped Dak Prescott at some point. But Brock Purdy, nothing special yesterday, kind of just did his job. But Dak Prescott is firmly putting his name into that conversation.
Let me give you another reason why he could and should, if he maintains this, be the MVP or be one of the finalists. He has rewritten the narrative going into the season. What was the narrative? Oh, we're going to play complementary football. And it wasn't just complementary passing and running. It was complementary defense and offense. Notice I said defense and offense, not offense and defense. And Dak would basically bus drive because we don't want him to throw interceptions. Remember that? That's what the narrative was. And the Cowboys defense was so stellar the first couple of games. It was like, whoa. Just let the Dallas Cowboys defense win the games, and Dak just don't mess it up. These last few weeks, since the 49ers game, Dak Prescott has been the guy carrying the load to the victories. And you can say whatever you want to say about the opposition. The defense has been playing fine, and the running game has been here and there. But it's been Dak Prescott who has been above and beyond the call of duty since the 49ers game. Even in the Philadelphia game, you cannot blame that loss on Dak Prescott.
Don't think you can.
Again, the narrative was changed. So if you thought all that he could do, well, of course, if he had that defense, he'd be all right and the Cowboys have. No, Dak Prescott is the reason they are now 8-3.
And if anything, I think that his performances against these bad teams have just been equally as impressive as his performance against the Eagles, because you expect to beat the bad teams, right? He has been electric in these. And like you said, he's been the catalyst for a lot of these. Earlier in the season, even in that routing week 1 of the 49ers, it was the defense that did that. The defense was scoring. The special teams was scoring. You didn't really think of Dak Prescott as the guy that won that game. When you start pointing at these victories, it's because of number 4. It's because of the signal caller. And part of it has been the play calling by Mike McCarthy. It's finally complimenting the quarterback, something we haven't seen in a while.
I tell you once again, you're not going to be able to change people who hate Dak's minds or Cowboy fans who don't think the Cowboys are going to do anything in the playoffs. We're talking about the regular season. at the same time, they will move the goalposts every time when it comes to Dak Prescott. I watched him do it with Romo. I watched him do it with Troy Aikman. They didn't give Troy his props till he went into the Hall of Fame and was retired. With that being said, if they win the Super Bowl, watch them say, oh, anybody can win a Super Bowl with Micah Parsons. I'm telling you, they would not say Dak Prescott won that Super Bowl.
And I'm sorry that some of you guys are not familiar with my work because, like, from the 469, damn, I didn't know Bobby and Brian were on this morning. From the 945, I want whatever y'all are smoking. Well,
enjoy it.
Yeah, enjoy it for one. And two,
the journey's the reward.
You can ask Chris Arnold, you can ask Will Chambers, and anybody who's listened to my work on the weekends, which we have great content all throughout the week, live and local here on 105 Through the Fan. Just weeks ago after that 49ers game, I was ready to have that conversation. I was having that conversation with Will Chambers if Dak was that guy or not. I was ready to backpedal. I was ready to listen to any and all angles on the quarterback and if we needed to start thinking about the future without him. I was ready for that. Now he's playing at an MVP caliber level. I can admit that I was wrong.
You know what?
I have taken both sides of the fence.
Some people can't do that. They want to double down no matter what the results are. In other words, there are Ranger fans who are mad that the Rangers won. You know why? Because they say they can't beat the Astros. I'm not talking about Astros fans. I'm talking about Ranger fans. Rangers fans gave up on them when they lost 1-0 in Seattle the last regular season game and said they can't beat the Astros. They suck. And when the Rangers won the World Series, they're like, I don't care. They didn't play Philadelphia. The Phillies in the World. You follow what I'm saying? The goalposts will always get moved. So don't ever try to please people who double down and can't admit things change. Like Dak Prescott got better. Like maybe I'm just saying, they always move the goalposts. You can't satisfy them all.
And I promise I will eat crow if I am wrong. Coming up next, right here on 105 Through the Fan, we are going to take a trip around the NFL, get you some of the latest injury updates, including a big one out of Miami. We'll get you that next here on the Fan.
If you're a new listener to Sean and RJ,
Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
About to take a trip around the NFL here in just a moment on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you, the Tolo, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener, live on Twitch and YouTube as well, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube if you want to hang out with us there. Appreciate you hanging out no matter what avenue you choose. The Odyssey app, you can hit the rewind button to revisit any of our conversations. Just a programming note, at 9:20 today, we will have Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, to recap yesterday's action against the Commanders and look forward to the Seahawks here in just 6 days. And we have AM on the FM coming up on the other side. If you are unfamiliar with that segment, I assure you we will have some fun. And appreciate all of the engagement on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, to get involved with any and all of our conversations, even if we do disagree. I appreciate you. Lots of great conversation going on with Dak Prescott and the state of the Cowboys heading into what many are calling a bit of a gauntlet and a measuring stick for the Cowboys here in the next 5 or 6 games. So exciting times ahead for the Cowboys and exciting times ahead in the NFL as we go ahead and take a trip around the NFL. And we will start in Miami because, in case you didn't know, I almost forgot about it just because I'm so unexcited. There's a Black Friday game today, streaming exclusively on Amazon Prime because, of course.
Of course. They're going to make $1 billion.
Yeah. Amazon.
Reminding everybody.
Amazon.
Don't forget to, online shop.
They paid $100 million to get this game in existence, and it's going to pay big dividends in terms of advertising and revenue that they will get because it is basically a giant advertisement for their Black Friday sales. And of course, it makes perfect sense. When you've already got the foot in the door for the advertising or the broadcast rights, you may as well turn it into a giant advertising platform because millions upon millions of eyes will be on TV, iPad screens, whatever it may be, to watch this game on Amazon Prime between the Miami Dolphins and, yes, the New York Jets.
Who's the quarterback?
Me. I basically, I could play quarterback for the Jets at this point. Right after this show, I got to get some early pregame reps in. But no, it's going to be Tim Boyle on your national TVs tonight. If you got
Wasn't he on American Idol? No, that was that singer from England. I forget her name.
Susan Boyle.
Yeah.
I'm mad that I even remember that. Tim Boyle is going to be on your TVs playing quarterback in the NFL because, that's where the Jets are right now. They have benched Zach Wilson. They're going to be going up against the Miami Dolphins, who have one of the most electric offenses we have seen in years in the NFL whenever they are hot. And guess what? The Cowboys of the AFC get their favorite thing. They get to play a subpar team and probably beat the crap out of them.
And will they get 50?
That'll be a good.
The Jets defense is great. Come on now. You, even though the team offensively sucks, the Jets defense is pretty solid most of the time.
Well, one of the cogs of the machine offensively for the Miami Dolphins, Devon Achane, the former Texas A&M running back, is not expected to play today versus the Jets. He came back for his first game after going on IR with an injury. First game back, injures his knee. And he will not be playing this game. Not expected to, per Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, as he reported on Good Morning Football a couple of hours ago. So, not good news for the Dolphins, but probably not going to matter too much.
Is it? What time is this game? 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
7 o'clock kickoff. And for those who don't know, because like you said, you kind of forgot about this game. I was forgetting about it too until I had heard the ads. And when I say heard it, the promo, I didn't hear like, that's going to be the Jets, that's going to be the Dolphins. I heard this.
Yeah.
And I was like, that sounds like Mick, Keith, and the Stones. And all of a sudden, they're playing Painted Black. Oh, Black Friday. Oh, Amazon Prime. Okay. So then they showed some footage of making concert. And okay, I get it. They're just marketing the hell out of this. I hope the songs got their rollies.
I was talking to one of our video guys here at 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Ryan Couture, who is holding things down for us back there today. But I was talking to Carter Freeman about this. I was like, I hate that this game is such a bad matchup because the promotion they've done for it has been incredible. The video packages and stuff with Paint It Black, and it's all in black and white, and it's all highlight montages and Mr. Deep Voice getting you ready. Like, it has been so cool. The promo leading up to it has been so fun.
Can the game match the promo?
Yeah.
By the way, the game is going to be at 2 o'clock. We got
it is a 2 o'clock game.
It's a 2 o'clock game.
That's how much I don't care.
The night game, college fans, it's Longhorns versus Texas Tech. Throwing that in.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Last time they'll play each other for a while.
And not allowed to say too much, but Longhorns fans, you might want to keep an eye on my social media. At Alec on the radio.
Oh.
Just saying.
Oh.
Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Oh.
You'll hear more in the coming weeks. That's called a tease, ladies and gentlemen.
But back to the NFL.
Yeah, elsewhere around the NFL. I want to talk a little bit about what happened last night, too, because there's surprisingly not that many injury updates to go around for Week 12, the rest of Week 12. It feels like a lot of the hype has died down just because the Thanksgiving games are over with and done, and then you have the Black Friday game today that, especially knowing the 2 o'clock start time, I don't expect many people to really be too invested in, but of course the ratings are still going to be stupid.
There are people who are off today, and they're back from their shopping, and they want to eat some leftover turkey and watch some football.
Yep, and I will not even be at home to watch this game, but some of the games yesterday elsewhere around the NFL, the other two matchups that we had, starting with the morning game, which we talked about a little bit earlier, I believe in the first hour of the show. You can hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app if you missed any of it. You had the Packers and the Lions. The Lions get upset by a sub-500 team in the Packers that have not been very good. Jordan Love still figuring things out. He figured it out yesterday. That defense still figuring things out. They figured it out yesterday. I mean, Simone Biles' fiance was out there taking fumbles to the house. Like, what are we doing? Like,
a scoop and score.
Yeah, he's had a rough year too, and he's out here having fun in the end zone. So that's how you know a 29-22 victory over the Lions for the Packers was a fun one for them. The Lions, it was an ugly game offensively for them, and offense has been their calling card this season with Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta. Shout out Will Chambers, who didn't get the fantasy trade that he wanted, and he's still crying about it. I know he's listening out there. Yeah, he'll get over it one day.
And by the way,
he's petty.
They lost the game and they lost halftime because
Jack Harlow. We've gotten so many texts just saying, "What the hell was that?"
It
was bad.
He should stay in concert, but not concerts at halftimes of stadiums. That's not his venue.
And both games yesterday outside the Cowboys matchup having potential future implications in the
at halftime
in the NFC for the Cowboys down the road in terms of playoff seeding, because you had the 49ers over the Seahawks in Seattle. 31-13 was the final score, and it never felt close.
Right.
It never did. That felt like the juggernaut San Francisco 49ers that we have been talking about ever since the playoff loss that the Cowboys suffered last postseason. That was 49ers football to its purest form. Brock Purdy just did his job. He had a pick, had a touchdown, had just over 100 passing yards, didn't do too much. You know why? Because Christian McCaffrey did all the rest for him.
Yes, he did.
He was incredible with 2 touchdowns, over 130 rushing yards to go along with that. Some action out of the backfield as well. Brandon Ayuk getting in on the scoring party. Deebo Samuel coming out of the backfield.
Deebo going Deebo.
He's looking healthy again after that shoulder injury that sidelined him.
That's the thing. People who are wondering, how do they lose 3 in a row? Well, Purdy had a concussion. Deebo was hurt. Different guys were hurt. Whenever the 49ers are not rolling, it's because they're hurt. Other than that, they roll.
So the 49ers still looking good.
Now they got Chase Young over there.
That's what I hate about the NFL. The rich just find ways to get richer. And by rich, I mean John Lynch. He just finds ways to pull off these incredible moves.
Chase Young this year.
This is what happens. They have the formula down. This is what happens when you're paying a quarterback like $700,000 a year. You can go get all these premier pieces to build around the rest of the team. You can pay a Deebo Samuel. A Brandon Ayuk can stay in town for a little bit longer than he probably should have. Christian McCaffrey can be acquired and paid via trade. Chase Young, Javon Hargrave was a guy that they just outright signed in free agency, paid him more than anyone else was willing to, because they're paying their quarterback next to nothing. John Lynch has the formula down, and that's why I'm scared that they have all the pieces to make it all the way. I hope not.
Because they're going to have to pay the Brock Purdy one day.
Oh, yeah. I just
last.
think short term, I think this year, I think they might have what it takes to win it all.
But they still have to win. Because to me, they
still
could
have
have
to
gone
win.
further last year, and guess what they did? They lost. They lost to the Eagles.
They still fizzled out when it mattered the most. And, hey, Brock Purdy's going to have to step up in bigger competition. And
I'm not knocking him at all.
Yeah,
I'm just
not
saying,
at all.
I'm just saying it's more to it than the salary cap. It's about health. And they've got to be healthy at the end. And also, even though Shanahan's a genius, I don't trust him in Super Bowls. This man gets too cute and loses Super Bowls. Ask Dan Quinn and ask 49er fans the last time.
Yeah, and the 510 and 469 also point out they got Randy Gregory for nothing from the Broncos when they decided to essentially give up.
The question is, which Gregory will show up at the game?
Yeah, and he showed up last night. He made a couple key plays as well. So there you have it. There's a trip around the NFL. I love John Lynch, but I hate him because he's in the NFC. We're inevitably going to have to face them again, you feel like. And he's just put together a perfect team, man. Him and Howie Roseman just have all the cheat codes. They're hitting up, down, down, XYZ.
And they know how to fortify at the trade deadline.
I hate it. I really hate it. I love it for their fan base because that's an incredible brand of football that they are putting out there each and every week. But God, I hate it as a Cowboys fan. So there's your trip around the NFL. And coming up next, it's time for some AM on the FM, where we're going to break up the sports a little bit because
let's do.
DK Metcalf has a new way of trash talk, an interesting event that took place at a UFC fight, and the question of the day coming up next right here on The Fan.
The pros you see play in sports make sure they have all the tools they need to play at an incredible level.
And it's back now to 105.3 The Fan, where the upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel and Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. The best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Mom spaghetti.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think Eminem's on Fortnite now.
Yeah, they're adding him to it.
It blew up the internet the other day.
Fortnite's a strange place to be nowadays. I haven't played in forever. Maybe I should. Just so I can run around as Marshall.
My son Alex, his name is Alex. He was Fortnite genius. He won like $5,000 in a world tournament.
Better than me.
I was like, how did?
I was just wasting my time after track practice with my buddies, just screaming over a dumb children's game that I sucked at. But anyways, it's back to 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
You can find us on Twitter at Alec on the radio and at Mr. Chris Arnold. But now it is time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Now, reality can be whatever I want. Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It's time for AM on the FM. If you are unfamiliar, you need to get involved in this segment. The truckrock.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. To answer the question of the day, I'm also going to tell you how DK Metcalf might be stealing a page out of the book of Luka Doncic.
Really?
Yeah, we'll do that here in just a second. And
he's got a dagger?
Something else I want to get to, some of the numbers behind the Amazon Prime Black Friday game. But the question of the day, you can also answer on the Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. The question of the day is pretty simple in spirit of the holidays. What is something you are the most thankful for right here, right now? Nice. 877-881-1053. Let us know on the truckrock.com text line just to keep it wholesome. Just feeling very thankful in spirit of the holiday. And guess what? Christmas is right around the corner. The rest of the holiday season is coming right along, which means, hey, hopefully we'll get to do a few more of these with the holidays coming up. So keep an eye on the different social medias and whatnot to see what the holiday schedules will be looking like. And guess what? It's about to be state championship time for Texas high school football as well. So
kicking in, playoffs are all going on.
Lots of great things going on. I will be on the call for a fun one. If you're into private school football, Fort Worth All Saints and Liberty, a.k.a. Jason Witten's
I was
team.
about to say, didn't his sons play for him?
Yeah, they will be playing each other at the Star in Frisco this Saturday at 7 o'clock. I will be on the call.
Nice.
And I will be tweeting out that link whenever it goes live if you want to check that out. That's going to be a barn burner. That's two offenses that put up like 45 a game. So you can expect lots of fireworks, state semifinals for the private school divisions. So it's going to be a fun one. And if you're out there, let me know. Come down and say hi during halftime, maybe. So, yeah, the question of the day was, what are you most thankful for? 214, thankful for the fan, your coverage of the Rangers. It was amazing.
Yes, it was.
469, I am thankful for my neighborhood HOA. Very specific.
Oh, really? You're one of the few who likes their HOA. Most people don't.
Don't like mine. 214, let's see. Thankful for my health and my family and you guys' show. That's Jagon and Terrell, one of our guys.
That's
a
right,
true
Jagon.
Tolo. Appreciate you, Jagon. CA?
682 says, my new baby granddaughter just born. Welcome to the world. Julia? That's JT
Julia.
and Richardson. Adam and Amarillo. Forever thankful for the Rangers finally winning a World Series. Another 817. A lot of people saying the Texas Rangers win the World Series. I'm thankful, of course, family, friends, and everybody's health. But more important, I'm just real thankful that there's exciting sports going on right here. Imagine if we were in a area where all the teams were just awful.
Yeah.
Or that people just really didn't care about them. You know,
it could be worse.
It could be so much worse.
It could be a lot
teams
worse.
Are competitive right now at the same time, and that's rare.
Great
in fact, at one point in October, I think it was the first time in like 12 years, 13 years since 2010, you had the main four: Stars, Mavericks, Rangers, and Cowboys all had games being played that week. And that never happens.
It's incredible. It's a great time, really. Great time of the year. From the 817, Rodeo Ron is thankful for his fiance Jim Beam.
Rodeo Ron.
That's a true Tolo right there. Adam and Amarillo chiming in on the Texas Rangers conversation. New baby granddaughter was just born. Lots of family thrown in there. So appreciate you guys chiming in on what you are most
Daniel
thankful
from Alita,
for.
we see you.
We see
thankful
all
for
of
Pooh Nanny. That's from the 817.
I'm glad it's not Sunday. Sorry, I had to process that. Swaggy Booties on the Twitch. Thankful for health and the fact that barbers exist. That's very specific. Barbers are great. I'm growing out the mop right now. So
that's a lot of long red hair.
Yeah, and it gets a lot of love at the Thanksgiving table.
Oh yeah, it's very long.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Don't mark that for me, please, Ross. Let's see. I teased a couple of things. I do want to get to this Amazon Prime thing because the Black Friday game is a new addition this year to the NFL slate and the Thanksgiving week. And it's great marketing for Amazon Prime because, you know, they are the king of
online shopping.
Yeah, online shopping and, you know, just retail sales.
Usually on Black Friday, people go out to shop, so they got to counteract that. They can't wait for Cyber Monday. They want to do a double dip, don't they?
Yeah, and Amazon just wants to essentially raise their middle finger to the big box stores that are doing all of their in-person sales right now by saying, how about we essentially turn a football game into a giant advertisement for Amazon? And how did they do that? Well, Joe Pompliano, who does some great work in the marketing world in that side of media, he put out a piece going over some of the metrics of this and what goes into the pricing of all of this. The cost of a 30-second commercial on a regular Thursday night football broadcast by Amazon Prime is $440,000. Today, they doubled it, $880,000 for a 30-second spot on their broadcast.
That's surprising.
And Amazon will leverage its new ad strategy called audience-based creative, which enables them to target different audience segments with different ads in the same time slot, in different parts of the country. So it's almost going to be like geographical marketing. Kind of like how when you watch a Fox or a CBS game, you get some of those, now a word from your local stations.
Yeah, regional.
They're essentially doing regional ad programming based on what's popular on their website in that given area.
Wow.
It's genius.
Like cowboy hats in Texas.
And and these targeted ads will also be shoppable.
Cheesesteaks in Philadelphia.
This is the cool part. The ads will be shoppable, which means viewers can watch the commercial and place that same product in their cart with one click of a button.
Wow. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not? If you ever shop on Amazon, you know how they make it so easy to get your money.
Sean chiming and saying it's Alec Fabio now with the hair. And then one real quick thing that I teased, DK Metcalf is taking a book out of the page of Luka Doncic. Maybe not exactly, but he's doing something smart that Luka also does. Would you like to take a guess at something that Luka gets away with?
Argue with the refs? He doesn't get away with it all the time. He gets a lot of technicals.
It's something along those lines. It has to do with talking to people in the game.
Oh, what?
He is trash talking in a different language now. Yeah, Luka Doncic has said many times that he'll trash talk in Slovenian, so the refs don't pick up on it.
Good, by the way.
DK Metcalf told Rich Eisen this week that he has picked up American Sign Language.
Oh, really?
And he starts signing defenders in game now. So the refs won't pick up on him saying foul things to defenders.
Well, he's just being expressive in his own way. I like that.
It's incredible.
It's very incredible. That's very impressive. Put it like this. It's his way of expressing his emotions when he's all pent up and angry. There's a way to do it without laying hands on somebody.
And there was a video from the game that they played against the Los Angeles Rams the other week where DK Metcalf caught a pass with Ahkello Witherspoon in coverage, and right after that, he called him his son in sign language. It is genius.
He's got his own. He's got his own gang signs in sign language.
DK Metcalf might be
that
a
shows
genius.
He's brilliant. Yeah, he's brilliant.
Yeah, taking a page out of the book of Luka Doncic. So there you have it. That's AM on the FM. Thanks for chiming in with what you're thankful for this holiday season and for having a little bit of fun with the Amazon Prime numbers.
AM on the FM.
I'm thankful for it too because it's fun. You guys always light up the text line, the Twitch, the YouTube, and have some fun with me. So I appreciate you guys stepping aside for a minute and just embracing the chaos with me because it's my middle name. You know, my initials are ACM. So there you have it. AM on the FM right here on 105 through the Fan. And coming up next, we open up our final hour of the show by going inside the locker room this time. We went to the podium at first, but Chris Arnold was inside the locker room after the Cowboys' victory over the Commanders yesterday, and he said it was a party. We're going to hear about it next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Baseball's trendiest pitch now is the sweeper. Over the past 3 years, the number of sweepers has doubled. Sweepers are sliders with a great deal of horizontal movement towards the pitcher's glove side, sometimes more than 12 inches. It's particularly lethal against same-side hitters, and you can probably guess who throws one of the filthiest sweepers out there. That would be Shohei Ohtani. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA.
by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. It's fist pump time here in the DFW Security Studios. Final hour here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. I'm joined by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you so very much for joining us here in this final hour before we give way to the KMC Masterpiece. They will be live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. We will crosstalk with them, see if Bassick is ready to lead a crosstalk after 13 and a half hours of radio on Wednesday. And thank you to everyone who reached out, donated, supported, listened, whatever you did to contribute to Peace-a-thon on Wednesday. It was incredible to be a part of. They broke records, shattered expectations. You guys were crazy. I'm staring at the gaming chair that Bassick sits in. Got it signed by everyone up here. That thing sold for like $700.
Isn't that something? By the way, they were hoping to raise $60,000. Last checked after they went off the air, it was $88,000. It may be close to $100,000 because the online was still available for you to buy stuff and bid on things. And it was at 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. And we're not talking about peace as in give peace a chance, P-E-A-C-E, or not pizza-thon like Gavin Dawson likes to call it, but it was peace as in masterpiece-a-thon.
It was incredible. Thank you guys to everyone who got involved with that. And quick little story. I was indirectly involved in the bidding process of one of those items. There was a signed luchador mask from Rey Mysterio, the current Hall of Fame WWE wrestler. And I wanted that bad. And so I was hoping that, I'll at least run the price up, right, for charity. But I really wanted it. Got priced out at the last minute, right before midnight. Guess who ended up winning it?
Who?
My dad.
Oh, wow. He knew what you wanted.
Yeah, my dad knew I wanted it.
That's your Christmas present,
Yeah,
probably.
he said that was my graduation gift.
Oh, there you go.
So he was like,
UTA.
help your boys out, donate a couple $100, but he priced me out intentionally, so I didn't pay for it.
Like mines, man.
Yeah, so incredible. Appreciate my dad for that, and appreciate everyone who got involved. Like I see Twolo Vader, big time Tolo there. He won his 2 items, so if you won anything, congratulations. I know Mike Bassick and Derek Holland were kind of going back and forth on some items, running the price up on a few things. Really cool to see some of those items just fly off the auction site, but we're going to go inside the locker room because the Cowboys won big, if you didn't notice. Maybe you were in a turkey coma yesterday, which is totally fine.
Tryptophan.
I don't blame you, but hey.
It's an impressive drug.
Yeah, you missed history, and you missed a 35-point blowout, 45-10, the Cowboys over the Washington Commanders. CA was there. He was in the locker room. He was telling me before the show started, man, everybody was real happy in that locker room.
Oh my goodness, they had a little more pep in their step. I mean, they won. That was one thing, and they've won 13 straight at home now. They beat a divisional rival, which was also great. But more importantly, and it was Thanksgiving, but they were so happy because records were also set in this game. Just to set this up a little bit, Meaty, we're standing outside the locker room. You've seen videos before, players walking in, Jerry walking in, everybody kind of bouncing in, kind of happy. The last 2 guys to go in were Dak Prescott and DaRon Bland. DaRon Bland broke the NFL record with 5 pick-6 touchdowns, interception and a touchdown return. This one was 63 yards. It was the last score the Cowboys had. They threw him in the kettle. It was a major celebration. He walks into the locker room. It was the loudest thing you'd ever heard. It was just as if they had just scored a touchdown or a party had erupted. And then when we go in the locker room, there was, everybody was celebrating. Everybody's happy. It wasn't like they won the Super Bowl, but they were all happy. And most of them were happy for DaRon Bland because he's such a quiet, stand-up, solid guy. I mean, everybody loves the guy. And afterwards, I went straight to DaRon Bland and talked to him about it.
DaRon, I know it's been a whirlwind, but you just set an NFL record. How does it feel to break the record for most pick-6s in one season with 4?
Feels good, especially on this day. Thanksgiving, day just be thankful.
Was it 5? It's 5.
Yeah, 5 now.
5,
yeah.
Yeah,
but yeah.
On Thanksgiving. It seemed like they were trying to pick on you earlier. I mean, was Hal throwing at you all the time? It seemed like it.
He was picking on me a little bit, you know. But at the end of the day, I know I had to go get him. So
can you describe that play? What were you seeing and what happened? Just break it down.
It was a play that I felt like I seen earlier in the game that they threw on me before. So I just knew the second time coming around, I was like, I was gonna go get this one.
And when you headed for the kettle, or did your teammates take you over there? What happened? Describe that play.
Oh, they picked me up. I was a little tired, you know. They picked me up and put me in the bucket. So.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, man.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Deron Bland.
He was very happy, and his mentor was happy for him. Ironically, his mentor has played in the NFL for 12 years and had never played on Thanksgiving. I caught up with Stephon Gilmore on The Fan.
Stephon Gilmore, let's not talk about you. Let's talk about your protege, Deron Bland.
Man, greatness.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Man had 5 pick six in one season.
No, some people don't have that in their careers. He's been playing great ball. He competitive. You know, he never get too high, too low, and you know he won it. You know, he keep fighting.
It seemed like they were picking on him.
Hey, at corner, you got to keep a short-term memory.
Right.
You got to make them pay. They keep picking on him, he going to make you pay.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the first time you ever played on the Thanksgiving game. Congratulations on that, and that you undefeated.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, man, I'm just thankful, you know, for the opportunity. 12 years, you know, just playing on Thanksgiving. You know, I never take it for granted. So I'm just happy we got to win. Just got to keep this thing going.
Congratulations, Stephon.
Appreciate you.
I mean, he's great. He's great. So I go over to Tank Lawrence, and Tank Lawrence, you know, he's all happy too. He's ready to get out of there and go say hi to the family and the kids and whatnot, and he's just grinning. And I was wanting to talk to him about the defense overall played a stellar game. They didn't give up any points in the second half. And he talked about kind of some work they needed to do because for the first time this year, they gave up a 300-yard passer and a 300-yard receiver. I mean, a 100-yard receiver. They still haven't given up a 100-yard rusher. But he wanted to talk about Deron Bland, and we even got in some Dolly talk. Here's Tank Lawrence.
Tank, happy Thanksgiving, man.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
The Washington Commanders put up a little bit of fight, but y'all handled up business. You took care of what you had to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow start, you know, but, you know, we came out with the win. Feel like there's some things that we can still learn from, get better from. We haven't reached our ceiling yet, but, man, what a hell of a game from our boy, you know, Deron, man.
I was about to say.
Yeah, so proud of him and his accomplishments, man, and, you know, hats off to him.
And like you said, you guys are now 8-3. You took care of this business a short week. Now you can kind of spend a little time with the family.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna spend a little time with the family, but make sure we getting back in the lab so we can learn from our mistakes and be ready for Seattle when they come.
Did you get a chance to see any bit of Dolly Parton?
Nah, man, I miss Dolly, man. But
she was in a Cowboys jersey. I mean, Cowboys cheerleader uniform.
Oh wow, yeah, man.
77 years old.
Hey, shout out to Dolly, man. Keep going, Dolly.
Exactly.
Hey, Dolly, don't let them try to stop you.
That's
Keep
right.
going.
That's right. Take Lawrence.
Oh, man. I mean, it was fun back there. I talked to a bunch of other guys, Turpin. I caught up with CeeDee Lamb, too. Here's the thing about the turkey legs in the kettle. We talked about this earlier in the show. If you weren't in the 6 o'clock club, you might have missed it. Whose idea was it? Jake Ferguson, the tight end. He thought turkey legs. Last year, the tight ends did the whack-a-mole. You know, all the tight ends jumped into the kettle, and then great. Dalton Schultz hit him on the head and bounced around like whack-a-moles. And that was something they thought of. And a year before, Zeke threw in Dak, and Zeke was the first one to jump in the kettle. NFL is always finding these teams and guys for doing stuff like that, but it's a worthy cause. Salvation Army, the Cowboys have raised $3 billion for them. As far as the turkey legs concerned, like I said, Jake told it to Dak. Dak said, let me check with Coach. Ironically, when Dak was about to ask Mike McCarthy about it, Mike was talking to Jerry, and Dak said Jerry loved the idea, and different Legends
Hospitality.
Legends Hospitality provides all the food services for AT&T Stadium. They put turkey legs in all 4 kettles, 2 on each end zone. And Dak said, we can't do it too soon. We don't want to do it too late, but we don't want to do it too soon. When CeeDee Lamb scored his touchdown, they didn't do anything with the kettle. Nobody had done anything. All the touchdowns, nobody had done anything. when CD did his 2-point conversion, CD went for alley-oop. They threw the football in the air, and he dunked it. I caught up with CD after the game. We talked about Dak, and then we talked about the dunk.
CD, you guys handled up the business. In fact, Dak hit 10 different receivers, 5 different guys for touchdowns. Can you talk about his game and the zone you guys in against these Washington guys?
Yeah, that's Dak, man. That's Dak being Dak. Happy for him. It's a long time coming. And, yeah, man, we just consistently trying to get better, bro. We're looking to continue to, grow and always reach for higher heights and, become a better team.
How wide open were you for that touchdown? Describe that play.
It was a double move. We had the opportunities that we wanted. You know what I'm saying? We got man-to-man, and, I had to fight a little bit at the top, but we got what we needed.
As I go, were you dunking the kettle?
Oh, yeah, I was definitely dunking. I got bounce.
That's nice. All right, thanks, CD. For sure. That's what I'm talking about. Appreciate you, man. Happy Thanksgiving.
Man, I'm telling you, they were in a great mood. Kavonte Turpin was the first one they threw into the kettle. Of course, he's only, 5'7", if that?
No. Trust me, I've stood next to him.
Yeah,
he's not.
He's a little guy. They tossed him in there real quick, and he's the one that first started eating the turkey drumsticks, turkey legs, and then, of course, the Ron Bland. And then they gave him the game ball after the game as well. So
deservedly so.
It was a lot of fun, and I can't say it enough. They had a great time. 13 wins in a row at AT&T Stadium, the longest home streak in the NFL. It's the longest home streak for the Dallas Cowboys since, guess when? 1979 through 1981, where they won 18 in a row at home.
I did not exist.
You did not exist. I did. In fact, no, I didn't cover that game, but I did cover some of them. Ironically, I started covering the Cowboys in 1980. The other twist on this home winning streak, they take on Seattle on Thursday. Then they have, that weekend off, and then they host the Philadelphia Eagles. How long can this streak go?
Oh, man. I'm so ready for that game. I know we're projecting down the road a little bit. We got Seattle to worry about next week, but that rematch with Philly.
Everybody's waiting on that, man.
Home field.
Can't wait.
Cannot wait for that.
And again, who's to say the Philadelphia Eagles might lose another game? You're hoping they lose to Kansas City. They might lose another game in the NFC at some point, and there you go. They lost to the Jets. Nobody saw that coming. There you go. You beat the Eagles, and you win the East. And by the way, no one has won the NFC East since the Eagles did it in 2004, one of the most bizarre records currently in the NFL. In a league of parity, how do you not win back-to-back division championships? That's weird.
That is weird. And what else is weird is some of these betting odds. If you want to bet on Deron Bland for Defensive Player of the Year, RJ Ochoa just tweeted this out, our buddy from Blogging the Boys.
Right.
Defensive Player of the Year odds at DraftKings Sportsbook. Myles Garrett, the favorite, at plus 110. Micah Parsons, second at plus 200. TJ Watt is the third at plus 350. Deron Bland's odds, plus 1,300.
Ooh.
If you want to bet on it,
bet
on it now.
Do it now.
Buy low and reap the benefits later. Listen to me now and believe me later, as an old friend used to say. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we're going to continue this Cowboys party here on a Football Friday. Reminder that we will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. That's 5,000 Beltline Road in Addison. You can join the guys for a football feast with giveaways courtesy
of Dolly
Miller
on
Lite.
TV. Look, there's Dolly.
Yeah, they do.
Go ahead.
She's all over the place, including my Twitter timeline, and you guys are disgusting. But coming up next, we're going to chat with Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com, recap this game, and get you ready with an early look at Seattle next on The Fan.
is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
The fog is lifting.
It is. You can actually see outside of our studio windows now. It's impressive, and it's great timing because we will be getting out of here after we crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison today, 5000 Beltline Road. If you want to go see the boys for a football feast out there, trust me, it's a good move. There's going to be giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite and more, so go out and party with the boys.
You know, I'm looking at all the texts. We can't thank you enough. All the Tolos letting us ride shotgun with you while you do what you do on a Black Friday. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. We actually have a special request. Ross, for over at you in the Pimp Cup, we have a Tolo that says, hey, from the 903, can y'all play Brad Sham's call of Deron Bland's interception for history?
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it.
Oh,
left.
look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
I think
some Eric Nadell.
I think my favorite part was Babe Offenberg just, oh boy. Like, look out.
63 yards to the house.
Like, that's just the quarterback in him. He knew right when the ball was thrown, uh-oh.
Yeah.
This is trouble for Sam Howell. So incredible to see history made with Deron Bland's 5th pick 6 of the season. That breaks the NFL record that he tied just a week ago. And now it is time to go out to the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline.
Oh, not yet. Not yet. We got a couple of texts we've got to read. 214 says, this is from Dakota from Rowlett, not Dak Prescott. Dakota from Rowlett. He says he's a war veteran. Appreciate you for your service. Thank you for your service. He says, I'm thankful for you guys, too, for doing the show. Big shout out to y'all for keeping it rolling. That's the way we roll. You don't want to hear no national stuff.
No,
you
don't.
Hear some local, especially after the Cowboys' big win yesterday.
We are live and local here.
Now
holidays, weekends, doesn't matter. But now we go out to the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline where we will chat with Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And Nick, yesterday, we just talked about it on Thanksgiving Day. Very thankful to see some history made. Did you see the Deron Bland record-breaking pick 6 happening at all this season, let alone against the Commanders on Thanksgiving Day?
No, I every time he does it, I get surprised. I get thinking that, all right, you know, his luck's going to run out. And it's not luck. I'm just saying, but you got to be fortunate to do that because, I mean, some of the greatest players of all time at that position haven't done this. And so it's just amazing. But, yeah, I actually had a little bit of an outburst in the press box. Sometimes you can get in trouble for that. And, yeah, I just couldn't believe it. I think I said something of, you've got to be
effing kidding me?
I don't know if kidding was the word I said. I said,
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Something to that extent. I couldn't believe it. Just couldn't believe he was doing it. But at least, you know, but he's going to get tackled at the 10 because he's not going to score because there's two guys. Wait, what? He's really doing this. He really did this. I couldn't believe it. It's amazing. It's because an amazing part of this game is he really wasn't playing that great.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
They were throwing on him.
yeah, that's what makes this kind of weird because this talk about all-pro and defensive player of the year, and I'm just not seeing it because, you know, Washington's going right at him. They're not worried about it, but the problem is you keep poking the bear, he's going to come back, and that's what I think he's become. So,
Are you saying Deron Bland said, pour honey on me like Dak?
I'm not going down. I think that's a trademark for Dak. He should be able to keep that one forever. No, I just thought, you know, it was one of those things. They just kept throwing underneath, and finally he said, "All right, forget this," and he jumped it and took it to the house, and it was amazing. It was a great capper for a game where everything you would want happened in the game. You know, you blew out the rival Commanders. You know, you blew them out on Thanksgiving. Everybody scored. Everybody, you know, that you want. You want to see Pollard run well. You want to see CD make some plays. You know, they got Turpin involved now. Cook is, is getting involved, and Ferguson's making plays, and now they got Dowdle in there. He's doing stuff, and defense scores, and Micah got sacked, and the offensive line looks great. Dak, no picks. I mean, really, I can go down the line here, but it would go into the next show you guys got. It's unbelievable.
You alluded to it just a little bit, but on Wednesday with the KNC Masterpiece in for a Peace-a-thon, you said that you're not seeing the Defensive Player of the Year hype, and we're already getting texts asking if your stance has changed for Deron Bland.
It's starting to change a little, and here's why. And I was driving home last night, and I started thinking about this. Because if you think about MVP and Offensive Player of the Year, MVP usually goes to just that one guy that just, led the team, led the best team and had a great year. Offensive Player of the Year is the guy that's having these eye-popping stats that's just unbelievable, just that you can't ignore. You can't ignore these receiving yards or rushing yards or something. And maybe that's where we are with the Defensive Player of the Year. I do not think Deron Bland is the best defensive player in football. I don't think he's the best defensive player on this team. But he might end up with these stats that you just can't ignore. And for that, it's like, yeah, he is going to be the Defensive Player of the Year if he continues to do that. Because and I don't know if he needs any more. He doesn't need any more pick six, of course. Maybe a couple more interceptions. And you got to do it in the moments where everyone's watching.
Right.
CAU,
that's part of it. Yeah.
Dexter Coakley made the Pro Bowl in 1999 because he picked off Marino twice, and one of them for a touchdown against Miami. And now he made the Pro Bowl, and then he made it for 3 other years. Sometimes you have to do it when everyone is watching. And so, I think there are better defensive players. I really do. I'm not trying to dismiss this. But he might be getting to a level with these pick sixes that you're just like, no, he's got to be. He's got to be. He reminds me of a really like a good pitcher that's having a good season, and he's about 10-7 and a 4 something ERA, good year, and he's throwing 3 no-hitters. Like, you know what I mean? Where you're like, wait, yeah, he is good. But it's unbelievable, and I am not hating on him at all. I just you watch a game like that, and he's just giving up yards and he's making plays. No one's scared of him. They're not scared of him, but maybe they should be. Maybe they should be.
Excellent point.
He keeps scoring. I think was he tied with CD for touchdowns? CD might have 6.
He's got more than Travis Kelce. This is the crazy. There's so many. Yeah, there's some crazy stats about what he has done. Like we just said, he broke the NFL record with 5 pick sixes. There's 6 pick sixes altogether for the Cowboys this year. The Indianapolis Colts and the Seattle Seahawks are number 2 in the league with 3 team pick sixes. The third place is 7 teams with 2 pick sixes. So him to have 5 is absolutely amazing. I was trying to run in my head, who is that other Cowboy with a pick 6? And I remembered. I can't remember his name, but it was the guy they traded, got back from the Miami Dolphins when they traded
Calvin Joseph.
Calvin Joseph.
Yeah. Well, that was actually on a block field goal. Igbinoghene had a blocked field goal.
Oh, Igbinoghene. Okay.
So that was blocked field goal.
Who had the pick 6 then?
Leighton Vander Esch has a fumble recovery for a touchdown as well.
We'll find out before the shows. We'll get this out.
Well, I'll say this. What's kind of interesting about this whole thing, the 5 in one season, of course, that's the NFL record that everyone's talking about, which is amazing, of course. The one that I can't get over as well, that I think is equally impressive, is that this guy has played a year and a half in the NFL, right? He is now the leader in Dallas Cowboys history in pick sixes. No player has ever had more than 4. Dennis Thurman had 4. Dexter Coakley, who I just mentioned, had 4. And then 5 for Deron Bland. Of all the greats, the Dion, Everson Walls, and Mel Renfro's, and go down the line, Terrence Newman, all of them. And nobody's had more pick sixes than Deron Bland in Cowboys history. I think that, to me, is just as impressive as the 5 in one season, honestly.
We're talking to Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan after a Dallas Cowboys victory over the Washington Commanders. And what impressed you more yesterday, the execution of the offense by Dak Prescott or the play calling itself by Mike McCarthy?
Yeah, I think, you know what, I'm going to answer like I answer, trying to eat something at Thanksgiving, both. I mean, I'll take that and that. I mean, why has it got to be one? I think it's a combination, because I really do. I think it's the combination of both of these things here that is so impressive. I mean, Dak, sort of like Deron Bland, when you think about it, didn't have the greatest start, had a couple of overthrows. He threw 3 or 4, where the guy was wide open. But yet, as the game goes on and you look up and you're like, wow, he's got 4 touchdowns. He's got 140 QB rating. I mean, just playing out of his mind. And I think the play calling around the goal line has been really good. We've seen a lot of improvement in the red zone. So, I think, honestly, I just think this is a really, really good offense right now with McCarthy and Dak together. They're just dialing it up. They're on the same page. And, they play well. I mean, this team is playing well at home. They play well against teams that they're supposed to beat. Now they did have the one in Arizona, but I think we're seeing, I think that game, I'm starting to feel better and better about that game than I did before for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't think Josh Dobbs is a terrible quarterback.
Right.
Number two, offensive line matters. I mean, you just cannot have 3 of your Pro Bowl linemen.
That's
2 of them
true. They weren't playing. That's right.
No, right. And so that you got down to that level of Arizona right after the Diggs injury, just kind of shell shocked a little bit. The whole thing was weird. I think if they lined up and played tomorrow, I think with Kyler Murray, I think the Cowboys would win that game, by 2 touchdowns. And if it was at home, I think they'd probably win by 30, the way that this team's going. But I just think in the offensive line, I can't not forget them. This offensive line is starting to really, really gel, and I think it couldn't come at a better time. Tyron Smith has turned the clock back. He's playing at a Pro Bowl level. Zach Martineau, Tyler Smith. What did I hear that Romo tried to put him in the Hall of Fame? I mean, Romo with Tyler Smith. I mean, he was going nuts on Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
Which is great. I mean, it was probably the most complete win that I think I've seen in a long time. And the good thing is that they had to fight for it too. Wasn't like Washington laid down. They had to fight for it and pull away.
Can you talk about the Cowboy fans who want to defend the fact the team is playing well this year, but they haven't beaten the guys, the teams that are the dominant teams, the 49ers. Sure. They haven't beaten the Eagles. They need some scoreboard material when they go to the office on Monday about trying to defend the Cowboys.
I mean, I don't think you don't have to defend them. I mean, because the playoffs don't start yet. I mean, the playoffs have never started in November, and you play who you play. Now, all you have to do is throw out the schedule. You throw out the schedule and say it's going to be there. I mean, it's going to be there. I mean, Seattle has a winning record right now. I was thinking about this one. Seattle has a winning record at 6-5. So if you beat them, can you say you've beaten a team with a winning record? Because then they would be 6-6. They had a winning record and you beat them, but now they don't. So you go to the office on that Monday and they won't have one. All I know is this: Philadelphia is coming in a couple of weeks. Seattle this week. Miami, Buffalo, Detroit. So we're gonna find out real quick if this team can match up with the other team. I think they can. I think they're playing at that level, but you can only beat who's in front of you and beat them down pretty good, and that's what the Cowboys have done. It's impressive, but for all the naysayers out there, they who say, well, wait till the playoffs or wait till they face a good team. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. The good thing is we're going to find out.
Last thing for you, Nick, before we let you go. I think a couple of unsung heroes from yesterday's game and some guys that have really just been stepping up the past couple of weeks, Osa Digizua and Jonathan Hankins in the interior of that defensive line. Can you talk about what you've seen from them, especially yesterday?
Yeah, great observation there. Both those two guys I thought played phenomenal games. Osa was just living in the backfield for a while. Hankins as well. I thought Washington panicked a little bit and went for 4th downs when they didn't need to. But at some point, I think Rivera thought we got to get back in this game, and the time is now. But it's one of those, if you don't get it here, you're going to lose. But I thought the most impressive part was that it's 4th and 1 and 3rd and 1, and they're in shotgun and they're throwing the ball. That kind of showed to me that they didn't feel like they could make a play on Hankins and Osa in the middle to the point where, hey, we got to throw the ball, and it didn't work. But just the presence alone of those two I thought was important to kind of show that they've established that line of scrimmage, which is really the first thing that has to happen when you're trying to win a game. And so those two guys I thought just really set the tone.
Before we let you get out of here, can you talk about Mike McCarthy's play calling? It seems like he's in his bag as well as Dak Prescott being in his bag.
Yeah, I mean he is, and I think what they're finding out is they're finding out who their team is. You know, who can do what? What can Ferguson do? Is he a down the field type of tight end? What can Cooks do? What about CD? Can he play all over the field? Is Dowdle a guy that can run in between the tackles and also, you know, on the outside, who can block the blitz? I mean, you're just trying to figure out the pieces of the team, and it takes a little bit. Yes, you go to camp and you do all these things, but it takes a little bit as the season goes on, and it's all gelling right now. I think they trust everybody. That's the thing. Dak trusts Jalen Brooks to make a play, Jalen Tolbert to make a play. He trusts Schoonmaker to make a catch. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But Dak feels like every one of those guys out there can make a big play. And I think that's important, too, for play calling, because that means somebody's going to be open to the point that Dak will trust them and get the ball to him.
Nick, we appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you soon.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. See you later.
You too. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
You too.
There he goes, Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And coming up next, we will take you out live to Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road out there in Addison for a Mike Bassick-led crosstalk. We'll do that next here on The Fan. Hello.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. The best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
One final time here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
With you, we are awaiting word from the KNC Masterpiece as they will be live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. You can go party with them with giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. So all kinds of exciting things going on there to spend hopefully your day off if you were able to get one. And you know who has a day off today?
Who?
A specific someone in the NFL, because breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. The Cowboys ended another tenure for someone in the NFL as Commanders defensive coordinator Jack Del Rio has been fired following another crushing loss, according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. Ron Rivera will now presumably call the defense. So
He used to be a DC himself. That's crazy. Listen to this. On Wednesday night, if you're listening right here on 105.3 The Fan, we were carrying the Cowboys Crosstalk Show. I was out there at the Star Frisco with Nate Newton and our special guest. Oh, and also Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com. Our special guest was Charles Haley. So I mentioned that his former teammate, former Cowboys linebacker Jack Del Rio, is the defensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders. And Charles said, oh, they're going to fire him. I never did like him anyway. So Charles Haley called it. The crazy part about it is this was not even 24 hours after the game. And what's wild is I'm reading on CBSSports.com. They have the grades for the Cowboys game and the Detroit game. They gave the Packers Green Bay Packers an A+. They gave the Detroit Lions a D-. They gave the Commanders an F. And this is what they wrote. If Ron Rivera wasn't on the hot seat before this week, he almost certainly is now after watching his team get blown out in Dallas. Riverboat Ron wasn't wearing his riverboat hat in the first half. During the first quarter, the Commanders had a chance to take command of the game, but they ended up punting twice from inside the Cowboys' territory. In the second half, the Commanders went for it 3 times on 4th down, but they were always down double digits by that point. The Commanders simply got out-coached, but it didn't help that the defense got diced up by Dak Prescott, who got Jack Del Rio fired. Offensively, the Commanders had 7 drives that reached Cowboys territory, but only came away with 10 points all in the first half. With 5 losses in their past 6 games, it feels like the Commanders' season is over. And ironically, Jack Del Rio's job is over. Riverboat Ron's job could be over. And I'm wondering, because the way Bieniemy was working with Sam Howell, he might get a chance to keep his job.
Yeah, and I think it would be a smart move if you're going to make that head coaching move, because usually dominoes kind of fall when these things start to happen, or when you're looking and pointing blame at the head coach, you start seeing, the dominoes fall in place of, okay, let's blame everyone around him first, and then whenever things don't get better, then we'll take out the head coach. And it felt like ever since the team got sold, that Riverboat Ron's job was kind of up in the air.
It seemed like it, yeah. But they started season 2-0, and that kind of changed. That bought him some time.
Yeah,
they were 2-0, but then they won 2 of the next 6 games, and now it's just a free fall.
And I think that was ownership trying to buy themselves some time as well, so they can go be aggressive with the next carousel of head coaching candidates. I mean, hey, a guy like Ben Johnson out there in Detroit, the offensive coordinator, that's going to be a hot name in the offseason. Dan Quinn, he's going to be in head coaching circles
Jerry's
again.
Going to give him some more money.
I believe it too, but trust me, I know that people will offer him something. I don't know if he leaves either. I think he might just, get money whipped by Jerry again.
That's what I'm saying, man.
So who knows?
Okay, for the Cowboys on that let me tell you what they wrote about the Cowboys. The Cowboys may not need to eat Thanksgiving dinner this year because they feasted on the Commanders. The star of the show was Dak Prescott, who torched Washington's defense, Jack Del Rio's defense, for 331 yards and 4 touchdowns. The Cowboys quarterback, who did not get sacked, had a lot of time to throw, and he utilized that by hitting 10 different receivers, with 8 of those guys finishing with at least 20 yards. By the way, 4 touchdown passes. Defensively, the Cowboys didn't fully shut down the Commanders, but they stopped Washington on nearly every big play, including holding the Commanders to an 0-for-3 showing on 4th downs. Jonathan Hankins, 2 sacks. Micah Parsons, a sack and a half, led a pass rush that gave Sam Howell fits. Deron Bland also iced the win when he came up with his NFL record-setting 5th pick 6 of the season in the 4th quarter. Cowboys looking more and more like a legit Super Bowl contender every week. And if they keep up playing like this, this might be the season where they end their 28-year Super Bowl drought.
Man.
I'm just reading what they wrote.
If they can.
This is nationally, not a Cowboys homer.
Yeah, because when we were just talking ball X's and O's with Nick Eatman, we got a couple messages about being homers for some reason. So
they were talking about Nick especially.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick works for the team. So
exactly, but here's the deal. This guy who went on his little rant, and again, we're not just highlighting, because some people are triggered, some people are trolls. He was highlighting the fact that what everybody's going to be saying, I was telling this Cowboy fans who are listening, you go into the office, people move the goalposts all the time, and the goalpost right now is, but they haven't beaten anybody. They haven't beaten any teams with winning records. They haven't beaten anybody. They just haven't beaten anybody. The only teams that they've lost to are the Eagles, who lost to the Jets, by the way. Cowboys beat the Jets. They also lost to the 49ers, who were undefeated at the time and then lost 3 straight games. And they lost to Arizona, which was I don't want to call it a trap game. All I can say is the context is this. They should have won the game, really no excuses. But as Nick Eatman put it, they didn't start 3 of their linemen, their starters. They didn't even, the offense, it's like, what are they doing? Well, okay, we can still beat the Cardinals because our defense is on fire. Well, they realized that there's a quarterback named Dobbs who turned out to be better than they thought.
If Mike was here, he would call him Josh Dobalina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, Josh Dobbs, for don't know, went off to Minnesota. They traded in Minnesota. He became NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yep, and if you are wondering where the KNC Masterpiece is, we are working through some technical difficulties to
back the curtain.
Pull the curtain back.
Saying, what's up with Mike Basic's mic?
Yeah, he would usually be leading this crosstalk, and it would probably be a lot more chaotic than I am able to produce. So, but as we await word from them, again, if you missed the news, Jack Del Rio, the defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders, has gotten the boot.
I got a couple of quick notes real quick because college football is also big this weekend. Ohio State, Michigan, what to look out for there in that game on Saturday. Can Michigan beat Ohio State 3 times in a row? They hadn't done that in forever. Forever. Oklahoma's taking on TCU in Norman, and this might be the last game those 2 teams play for a long time. And then you also throw in UT taking on Texas Tech. They may not be playing that game for a long, long time. I bring those 2 games up because UT and OU are both taking their talents to the SEC.
That's going to be fun to watch, and it's nice that you talked about it earlier in the show. We have so many good things going on in the world of sports, so many exciting things, so many things to watch.
Trying to go to their championship game.
Oh, boy.
Before they exit to the ACC, excuse me.
Yeah, we got the Stars in action tonight as well against the Calgary Flames. Going to try to get a get-right game.
Mavericks taking on James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and the Clippers tomorrow. They already blew them out once. They beat the Lakers on Wednesday night. That was a great game. Kyrie with the clutch 3 in the corner, and the Mavericks are now 10-5 on the year in 4th place in the West. There's a lot of good stuff going on.
There's a lot of good stuff going on.
And there's a lot more turkey and dressing to be had.
Oh, yeah, those leftover plates.
Lifted over downtown Dallas. I'm having some fun. I'm going to get me a little power nap in, have some tryptophan off that turkey, and then watch some football.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me because, man, if you don't know, I'm a student at UTA, so graduation is right around the corner. Going to take some graduation pictures today. Now that the sun is coming out, it's going to be a beautiful day.
Oh, that's right. You got to strike the pose.
Yeah, I got to strike the pose. So you know what that means. I need a power nap before that because I woke up at 4 for this show.
Me too.
Woke up early with you, Tolos, that joined us as early as the 6 a.m. club. Appreciate you guys for joining us here today. And
Guess where are they? Where are they?
They are at Buffalo Wild Wings. The KNC Masterpiece are in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. You can join them for giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite and more. And we hope that we will hear from them next. But
If you don't, you will hear from us on the other side. Trust you, we will be live and local until as long as it lasts.
So, assuming this is our last time for myself, Alec Medford, the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, Ross Lebinsky, Ryan Couture on the ones and twos for your video stream, saying,
"Here's your Friday Basket Chaos. See if we go overtime, overtime, overtime."
We'll see what happens next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is not the KNC Masterpiece. It's Overtime with Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Some technical difficulties on the KNC side of things out there at Buffalo Wild Wings in
I blame
Addison.
the fog. You know, it was foggy around here a little earlier. And I'm going to blame the fog with the Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah, so, hey, they are out there.
They are there.
We can guarantee you that. I see them on the Zoom call. And
Wait a minute. They aren't finished eating.
Yeah, that's it. But since they are there and they have nothing to do, you could go keep them company at 5000 Beltline Road out there at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, because guess what? Connection, no connection, they have giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. So you can get a bunch of cool stuff from Miller Lite, from the Dallas Cowboys and more. So you can go have some lunch, some early lunch with the boys, keep them company while we work things out technically. And hey, on your way there, you could listen to us.
Yeah, welcome to Overtime. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. Let us know what you got going on Black Friday. Let us know if you were in line this morning trying to get some good deals. Let us know if you're actually working, because this is a gig economy. As a matter of fact, we had some Tolos texting in a little bit earlier, and I got to give a shout out to the UPS guys. This is from the 254, Tony O. He says, CA and AM, can you give a shout out to all my UPS brothers and the 4 C-men out here? The 4 as in F4 and C as in like C4, the power drink.
I was like, what are we talking about here?
The number 4.
No, not the 4. What came after that?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Out delivering on Black Friday. Be safe. Where is your mind? You're 21 years old. I can tell.
No, it's overtime.
It's overtime.
That's where my mind is. It is overtime.
Yeah. By the way, someone said the A17, we were talking about Deron Bland and making history. And I can't remember if I said this on the air earlier. I said it off the air to you. But this guy in the A17 is bringing up a good, valid point. We're talking about Deron Bland and his NFL record 5 picks, 6s, right?
Yeah.
And he says it needs to be taken into consideration that although this is a 17-game season, he broke this record in only 11 games. And I was saying this earlier. I said, you know how people try to nitpick things and move the goalposts around? There's always going to be somebody say, but yeah, it was against losing quarterbacks. Or yeah, but he had 17 games. Back in the day, they only had 14. No, he did it in 11. And he leads the NFL now with 7 interceptions. And earlier we were talking to Nick Eatman. I was saying, okay, the Cowboys have got, 6 defensive touchdowns. I'm trying to figure out who's the 6th pick 6. Nick texted me a little while ago and he said, it's just 6 defensive touchdowns, 5 pick 6 from Bland, and a scoop and score, a fumble recovery for a touchdown from LVE.
All right, it sounds like we might be close to a resolution for our technical issues with the KNC
Have you been talking to the
Masterpiece,
Pimp Cup and talking to our engineer down on site?
Yeah, so it sounds like we are close to a solution here, hopefully. That is what I am being told. So we will keep you updated here in just a little bit. Hopefully we will hear from the boys. But
in the meantime, there's a lot of people, like I said, texting in. They enjoyed the Dallas Cowboys game, the big victory. I don't think too many people are unhappy except for one guy who got fired.
Yeah, Jack Del Rio was fired by the Washington Commanders, and it looks like we can talk about it now with the KNC Masterpiece and give way to them as they're live at Buffalo Wild Wings out there at 5000 Beltline Road in Addison. Boys, we're glad to hear from you and hope you get to have some fun today.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
We're here.
Hey,
let's go.
In Addison. We already have a man here who's a veteran. He's already ordered his food and beer. He's ready to watch some Texas A&M versus Florida Atlantic basketball, which is live right now at Buffalo Wild Wings. We have TCU in Oklahoma, football at 11 o'clock. So hopefully as many Tolos as possible have off today around the Addison area and can hang out with us and watch some college sports.
Well, gentlemen, we were doing a little overtime, and the question for you guys is, would you like to restart your show, or would you like to have the classic Friday Mike Bassett crosstalk?
Ooh.
We only got about 3 or 4 minutes in this segment, so I say.
Oh, okay, because Jerry's coming up at what time?
10:30. 10:30
Hey.
for Jerry Jones. We'll ask him if he feels bad that they got Jack Del Rio fired.
Are you embarrassed?
Let's do 3 minutes of Mike Bassick radio here, and I know that we're going to talk a lot of Dallas Cowboys coming up in the next segment, so I will tell you this, Chris Arnold, and you respond to this. I felt like I was watching, I think it was 2003 Dallas Mavericks basketball in LA when the Mavericks had like a 30-point lead going into the fourth quarter against Kobe and Shaq, and they came back and beat Van Exel and LaFrance and obviously Dirk Nash and Finley, and I was like, am I watching this deja vu all over again on Thursday night?
But thank God the Mavericks recovered. The Mavericks, by the way, this is I was talking about this yesterday with Jared. The difference was this. For those who don't know, the Mavericks had that 20-point lead in the fourth quarter. They lost the lead. Kyrie Irving hit a 3 in the corner, hit 2 free throws to ice the game. LeBron missed a clutch 3, which would have sent it to overtime. The Lakers lead the NBA in fourth quarter point differential. In other words, they own the fourth quarter. The Dallas Mavericks, however, lead the NBA in clutch wins. So the Dallas Mavericks clutch wins helped them survive the LA Lakers, who, by the way, last season went to the Western Conference Finals. And so this was a significant victory for the Mavericks, who, by the way, 10 of their first 16 games this year have been on the road, and they are still on the road tomorrow when they take on James Harden Company.
Alec, watching the Cowboy game yesterday, and they've taken advantage of the schedule and done a great job. Does it feel like to you that the Cowboys will never lose again because these aren't even competitive games, that they're just crushing their opponent?
It might be. And after seeing what happened to Seattle last night, where they could barely even get a first down in the first half, even if they paid for it, you might be having some fun here next Thursday. And look, I mean, I understand.
Did they pay off the ref? They just said, just give us a first down.
Yeah, that's probably the halftime conversation that was made. The way things are going now, I understand the whole argument about the level of competition that they're playing against, but I think that this team's just on a roll. When this team's hot, when Dak Prescott is on a roll, when Mike McCarthy's in his bag, he called probably his best game that we've seen in a while as the play caller there for the Cowboys yesterday against the Commanders. I just like the role that they're on. It seems like the team is gelling. The offensive line's finally getting some reps together and getting some consistency. I like what I'm seeing. I don't know if they'll never lose a game again, but man, the way they're playing right now, they're going to score a lot of points, win or lose.
Well, if you had to predict right now, do you think they'll ever lose a game again?
Again, yes. This year, the Rangers have me so optimistic.
Oh, my God.
It just feels like this 2023/2024 sports season, it's time for DFW to shine.
Yeah, it could be contagious, Mike. I feel you. Kevin, better.
Well, I'll tell you what, boys. Hey, thanks for going a little bit extra for us.
Yeah.
We are good to go. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, literally watching college basketball live right now. College football will be live at 11 o'clock here.
They're open, so
Please
come on
come
in.
and see us right now. You can order a beer. You can order wings. You can order burgers. You can order whatever you want at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. We need to get to break because at 10:30 we have Jerry Jones getting ready for his family Thanksgiving, but he will give us 15 minutes of his time today.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you, guys.
And there they go, the KNC Masterpiece. They're up next on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for that free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
He's hungry.
Sure he is.
Hey, if Aikman can eat a hot dog at the Pro Bowl, Dak can eat a turkey leg
Don't start.
on Thanksgiving Day game.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 43. Howell's back, throws it left.
Look out.
Picked off! It's Bland! It's Bland! He's got one man to beat at the 20. He cuts left. He breaks the tackle at the 10. He did it again!
Bland, unbelievable. KNC Masterpiece on the air. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
In Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. If you want to come see us, I know it says they're not open until 11. Don't worry about that. There are already people here. They are open. We're ready to rock. We're going to have 6 games going while we are on the air today, including Texas A&M basketball right now. I hope you guys come out and see us.
Yes, and there's also a blood drive going on
Yes.
outside too, which is really cool. So I'm going to try to donate at 2 p.m. after the show is over. Obviously, it looked like the Washington Commanders ran out of blood in the fourth quarter.
Oh my goodness! And now they've run out of their defensive coordinator, right? Because they were like, we're gonna have to move on. We're gonna have to let you go. Now,
I wonder if the defensive coordinator's like, sure, it was my fault yesterday.
So there's a lot to talk about from yesterday's game, but I want to focus just specifically on Deron Bland. We started talking about this last week, Deron Bland as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. Yeah. And one of the things that I remember going back to Trayvon Diggs, Mike, that you said is he's having a special season, but it's not something we've never seen before. Right. Now, it had been 40 years since somebody had that many interceptions, but still, we have seen it.
Are you talking about Everson Walls?
Yes, exactly. Right. But now Deron Bland has literally done something that has never happened in an NFL season ever. Does just that one aspect change his position in the Defensive Player of the Year?
I think so. Now, I'm not saying he's the favorite now to win it, but I do think now that he has set history, if he can keep having a good year, and if he can do that, this is crazy, but I never thought he was going to do it Thursday. I never thought he was going to do it on Thanksgiving, breaking the record that quick. Is if he can have 2 or 3 more, which at this point I guess is not out of the realm of possibility. Maybe he only has 2 or 3 more the rest of his career. That would be more likely.
Yeah.
But if he has 2 or 3 more pick sixes and the Cowboys, let's say, end up winning the division, there's going to be plenty. Thursday night is a premium game to watch. You know, it's going to be the national game, the game to watch. That was yesterday, the game to watch, right? There was nothing else competing with that. The Philadelphia game, when he plays in that one at home, it will be the game to watch. If he can have premium games on those stages and that spotlight, and the Cowboys end up winning most of their games the rest of the way, I do think he has in a weird way, a guy who didn't start the year as a starter. He does have a chance to maybe upset a guy like Myles Garrett.
And here's the thing that's crazy about it, and I guess it's probably not crazy if it is already an NFL record, is he has more defensive touchdowns this year than any other team. And then there are 10 teams in the NFL that have never had 5 pick sixes in a season. 10 teams in the NFL that have never had 5 pick sixes combined in an entire season. So he's better than a third of the league by himself.
All right, when he was about at the 30-yard line, as they're showing the replay here at Buffalo Wild Wings and Addison, come out and hang with us, I thought he had no chance. When he got to the 30 and Sam Howell had a beat on him and an angle on him, and then there were 2 guys trailing that you knew, like, they're going to catch him too because he's having to slow down to try to get Sam Howell to miss. I thought, oh, man, this is awesome, but he's not going to make it. So I stood up and was like, yes, when somehow he made the 2 guys miss in the end. That was awesome.
It made me realize how unreasonably I was invested in that, because usually if they don't score but you return an interception to the 10, you're like, that was awesome. We're going to score a touchdown. But I needed him to score because when he makes the pick and he's breaking down the right sideline, it looks like from the camera angle he's going to score for sure. And then you move positions, and like you said, Hal, and there's 2 other people. So now he has 3 people in front of him.
With no blockers.
Yes. And then he was like, whoop, whoop, whoop. And when he scored, as soon as he caught it, though, that's what I want to know from people right now, 877-881-1053. Not that you're not always excited for an interception, but when you knew it was Bland.
Yeah, because the game was over. You knew the Cowboys had won the game. When it was Bland, I think the audience, when it was Bland, that was what got me excited, that there's a possibility because it's him.
I absolutely was sitting there. We were getting ready, or we had already finished eating, and I was like, oh, it's Bland. And I pointed at the TV as if that made a difference. And then when he scored, we all went crazy.
Can I ask you this question about, since you asked about Deron Bland possibly being the defensive player of the year. If you had a vote today and you could only vote for Deron Bland or Micah Parsons, who are you voting for and why?
Deron Bland, because, I mean...
Will that be tough on the voters that there is another candidate on the Cowboys?
No, I absolutely think that. The one thing I'm going back to, though, that I started thinking about, because I know you talked about the Rangers earlier, is it is wild to me that the Rangers had the second and third person in the AL MVP.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have thought that you would probably accomplish that because people would split the vote in favor one or the other. But to me, if you've done something in 11 games that has never happened in a complete season in history, that's insane to me. Okay. And he is my defensive player of the year right now.
Okay. Because I think it would be really tough, because if I had to sit down and think about it, I mean, nothing against Deron Bland. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. Micah Parsons is so much more talented and so much better at his position than Deron Bland. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Deron Bland at all. He's very good. And This is awesome what he's doing. But there were some plays where I was like, oh, interesting, because earlier in the game, it was competitive. At 20-10, it was still competitive.
Sure.
But I never felt threatened.
It felt like Washington. The Carolina game a lot, where you're like, why aren't we winning by more? I don't think we're going to lose, but
they were completing passes on Deron Bland.
Not
that's crazy.
True.
Not like, oh my God, they're crushing Deron Bland. But there were plenty of plays where I'm like, oh, that's Deron Bland's guy. They're throwing at him. I thought to myself, wow, they're not scared at all of throwing against Deron Bland. They're throwing at him and having some success until the end, where Deron Bland was like, not successful on that one, baby.
And I love this specific feedback from the 817. As soon as he picked it off, I yelled, that's the record. At first, I thought a backup had one of the interceptions. From the 214, I was checked out by then, but as I was heading out the door, it happened. I stopped and screamed as if it was game-altering. You would have thought there was 5 minutes left and the Cowboys were losing 17-14, the hype level. And I actually want to throw out one more hype level right here. Let's go to, we heard Brad Sham, and that was excellent. Let's go to cut number 43. This is Jim Nantz on the CBS call, and I think he did an excellent job as well.
2nd and 10. There it is! This is history! If Bland can take it the distance, this will be the record! Bland for the 5th time has a pick six! It's never happened in the history of the NFL!
And then right after that, Tony Romo goes, man, you just had a heck of a call. Like, wow.
Did he say Jim afterwards?
Yeah,
Jim?
I'm
hey,
sure he
you're
did.
talking to millions of people, Tony. I get every once in a while say Jim. It sounds like I'm just having a conversation with Jim, and I want everybody watching this game to know I am only talking to Jims.
From the 817, does Al Harris get credit for the cornerbacks being efficient? Yeah, I feel like we talked about that on Wednesday when we talked about what are you thankful for with the Cowboys. Al Harris.
On the air for 14 million hours.
Yeah, I know, Mike. We'll get to how awesome that turned out in just a minute. From the 682, Brad Sham's call got me super hyped. From the 817, I was in shock for a second when I saw him jump that route. And from the 214, as soon as I saw him intercept it, I stood and said, here it is. And my whole family looked at me like I was crazy. It depends on how invested you are, because that's not a thing that like alters the game. You're like, dude, the game is over. Like, calm down a little bit. But it was historical right there. So if you're super in tune with the Cowboys, you knew. If people in your family were not, they were probably like, oh, man, Steve gets really hyped up for these games. Calm down. The game's already over. And then from the 817, I missed it. I was washing the dishes and had literally no clue what my family was talking about. I am very sad.
We're out of time, but remind me later to talk about washing dishes.
Okay, I will be sure to do that. Coming up next, we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. They are open. We are here. Come on out. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones. Plus, we will give you our tallies from a record-breaking Peace-a-thon. All of it next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. If you want to come see us, and right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, man. Good morning. I'm about an hour into my 9 to 5. Looking for work.
Well, let's start with that. I know football was at hand, but did you get an opportunity to stop down, watch Dolly Parton, and what were your thoughts?
Well, it was such a real privilege to know that Dolly Parton was going to be donning those Dallas Cowboy cheerleader uniform and basically step out there in front of maybe as many as 50 million people. It was surreal, and boy, is she special. And she, of course, probably is the most sought after entertainer there is for any event. And so we were just all emboldened and excited that she was going to be at the halftime. It means so much because she's a part of the Red Kettle campaign. As a matter of fact, she gave $1 million to the Red Kettle campaign. And for her to be going to those millions of people across the country, there's no question that it will increase the generosity of Americans in the Red Kettle by millions of dollars just from Dolly Parton being there at halftime.
Now, there was so much positive happening in the game yesterday, but as you can probably guess, we've already spent a lot of time talking about Deron Bland. I know the game was out of reach at that point, but how incredible was it to see Deron Bland set the NFL record and make another pick six?
I'm just stunned because when you think about those are touchdowns that he's returning, and not just the interception, but the touchdown. But I was really impressed with our coach who spent a little time during the draft evaluating him and was talking about how he had a natural instinct for breaking on the ball on the out route, which is obviously gives you a chance to really get the interception. And not everybody does that instinctively. And he was talking that he didn't have to coach that. He does that instinctively. So I know this. I've been in a lot of locker rooms, being a part of the Cowboys, and before that with my college teams. I have never seen the emotion and the sheer being in his shoes and pride for what he has accomplished and how he is about that personally. And there's no doubt in my mind it has added to the basis of what kind of team we've got. It was inspirational in that dressing room when those guys were sharing that interception with him and knew they'd broken an NFL record.
Jerry, I just can't think of any Cowboy off the top of my head. Miles Austin comes to mind, where there was an injury and a person had to step into a bigger role that they had. And I can remember Miles Austin doing it, but would you say Deron Bland stepping into somewhat the shoes of Trayvon Diggs with the injury is the greatest step-up opportunity you've seen in your time with the Cowboys?
Well, I've got to say that when Dak Prescott stepped up for the injury of Tony Romo is pretty impressive.
That's a good one.
And so impressive that when Tony got well enough to come back and play, which was in the playoffs that year, Dak kept the job, and the rest is history. And believe you me, Romo was ready to go as we went into the playoffs, and we couldn't stop him at practice, Romo. Yet there, Dak Prescott had not only established himself as the quarterback, the team leader. That was impressive too. But Bland's accomplishment here does not in any way need to be overshadowed. You just asked me the question.
Now, the turkey leg celebration after Turpin's touchdown, is there any way you can convince the NFL to send all that fine money to the Salvation Army?
Absolutely. And we tongue-in-cheek, I've always, the very red kettles on the back of the end zone that we keep out there not only on Thanksgiving Day, but for all the other games, those are not, have issues with the rules. And so literally it's been implied that they need to come down. We can't have those kinds of things or similar around the playing field. And so I've said, we'll argue about that one, guys. Matter of fact, we'll argue hard. We'll go all the way to the Supreme Court with it. All you're doing is helping remind people about the Red Kettle campaign in this country and causing millions to come to the people that don't have Santa Claus or shoes or, for that matter, food or a place to stay. So let's argue about it.
Jerry, blowing out
teams.
Sorry about that, Jerry. Jerry, blowing out teams in college football happens all the time. There's just a huge mismatch of talent in college football at times. There's not in the NFL, but this has been the best team I've seen at blowing out NFL teams. Why is this team so good at, when they get an advantage, just pretty much killing the other team by the end of the game?
I think we get to really pin our ears back defensively when we get that lead. We get to be very aggressive with our pressure, and it creates more turnovers. That would be the first very tangible thing. I, too, have been involved in football most of my life, and I've never experienced these kinds of spreads at any level, college or otherwise, and certainly not in the 32 years, 33 years in the NFL. I've never seen these kind of spreads. I can count on my hand before this season the number of times when we've had that kind of spread. So this is phenomenal. It goes to show you that as we continue, and we are getting better. Now, other teams are getting better too. You have to deal with the attrition of injury, which comes with it in the NFL. But I know we are significantly better than when we started this season.
Now, as hyped up as we all are, the team is 8-3. Y'all have won 3 straight, 5 of the last 6, and all of that is fantastic. The next 5 weeks, it feels like another level of competition and an absolute gauntlet of a schedule in front of y'all.
Well, the fact that we've got 3 of those at home really is mitigating. I like those home games, and of course, Seattle, Philadelphia, and Detroit pop their heads up at home. So that's quite teams that are coming in here to play us here at home. But we are at home, and here's the thing: with where we are, I don't know how we're going to fare in catching Philadelphia for the division. I, of course, don't know that. But I will say this, that what you have to do when you get in the playoff is win minimum of 3 games, period. And that doesn't account for where you are in the standings. Now, I know if you get a bye, that'd be great. I know if you also have a home field advantage, that is great. In our case, it really is factual and meaningful. But on the other hand, you've got to be a good enough team to win those ball games, to get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. To me, I see us a team that is gaining on it, getting better and better and better. Now, make no mistake about it, there's 3 or 4 other teams out here that we're going to have to go through to get to a Super Bowl, and they're good, they're getting better. So that's the horse race.
Obviously, you can only play whoever is in front of you guys. But one of the narratives
Correct.
is, yeah.
By the way, that's who you made the point. Really, I didn't. Who you play that's in front of you on that play, on almost that series, is everything. Not about a bigger picture of, well, look who we've got next week or who we've got the next week. It is about who is in front of you on this series or down.
One potential negative, I don't know if you've heard this, is Washington has fired their defensive coordinator, Jack Del Rio, likely in part because of what happened yesterday. Your thoughts?
Well, of course, Jack is a great friend, former Dallas Cowboy, former neighbor of mine down in Florida. And so my point is that I think a lot of Jack, and know him to be an outstanding coordinator. And I wouldn't, for my relationship with Jack, want yesterday to have been the cause at all. And I say that very genuinely. But knowing their coach, knowing their head coach like I do, then I'm not going to say that yesterday was that meaningful. Was the straw that broke the camel's back, although I shouldn't get into it and shouldn't even be commenting on it. It's about Washington. I really respect their coaching staff up there, really respect their new ownership. they're going to really do a great job of making the Washington team what it can be in the NFL. It actually is one of the greatest cities in the NFL to have an NFL franchise.
But wouldn't you also kind of hope that they don't get back to what they could be, so y'all could keep taking advantage of them?
Well, do I have to admit it?
I guess not.
I want to be kind and charitable today.
Okay.
I've had it too good to be wishing anybody else any real negative. But the bottom line is, it goes without saying, we want to win the ball games, and Washington is without a doubt right there is the teams that we want to be better than the most.
Well, Jerry, I know you have a big Thanksgiving with your family this weekend, but yesterday they caught you eating while you were watching the game. What were you? What's your favorite thing to eat during Thanksgiving game at AT&T Stadium?
Hey, someone slipped a piece of that good pumpkin pie, slid it over in front of me, and before I knew it, I had it in my mouth. I know better than to pick up something and eat it while I'm watching that ball game. That'll get shown. But it was good pie. And at that particular point, that felt pretty good.
How important is how important is the Dolphins-Jets game today? Not necessarily like in the standings, but to the NFL as Amazon is trotting out its first ever Black Friday game.
That's a great point you're making there. And it's a very important game because if it does move the needle, and it could, if it does move the needle, it just will be another demonstrative way of showing of what we can do with our audiences. That audience yesterday, I don't know the count on it, but what it will do to move the needle for donations in the Red Kettle is incalculable. And so this one today has that going with it. And if you can, when you can basically see the card punched right before your eyes, like sales on the internet, as an adjunct to what's going on in the game, that's a great attribute for our games, for the NFL, for everybody involved in it. It's a plus. And so this is an important game for us today.
Could you envision a future in which the Thanksgiving evening game and the Black Friday game also have permanent hosts, or do you think the NFL likes having the two permanent hosts in y'all in Detroit and then the two maybe floating games?
Well, I know this. My great friend Lamar Hunt, who I just can't say how much he meant to me and his family on my journey to get in the NFL and be a part of the NFL. But Lamar thought that Thanksgiving Day ought to be passed around. And so he asked for a vote, to my dismay, and he got 6 votes to move it. That was probably 15 years ago, and everybody just said no, because the Cowboys do such a great job of presenting it and have gotten our fans acclimated because the Cowboys under Texas Ram years earlier had taken the game because it wasn't successful. People weren't used to taking that Thanksgiving Day and going to a football game. They hadn't gotten that as a part of their regime on Thanksgiving. The Cowboys had it. And so to his credit, to our fans' credit, in a way it's been earned because of how much we support the game. And then, of course, now it has gotten the note of, or the I'm going to just say the substance of the audience. And so that vote really was rewarding because you had Detroit and us that could be subject to moving it around, and we got an affirmation that we'd have had it. So all of that's good. We are so appreciative. Again, I can't emphasize enough to have an entity like that Salvation Army with 1.5 million volunteers across this country and those red kettles, and then to have 5,000 officers out here taking the benefit of that in every community and putting shoes on people, giving them shelter, and putting Santa Claus, to have that mechanism to use this visibility to encourage more money to go in the red kettle is unbelievable. That you have that type of visual, then it relates to putting the money in the red kettle. I know of nothing like it, and it's a phenomenon. And to think that in 27 years, the Salvation Army will say incrementally, having that game on Thanksgiving Day has raised them over $4 billion more than they would have raised. Wow. And so it's a phenomena, and it's one of, in my mind, not that alone, but it's one of the real pluses that you have from the athletes that play the game and the pluses of the sport.
Well, we appreciate the time. As always, another big win as y'all move into the meat of the schedule. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Well, let's keep celebrating our weekend this week. This is going to last at least a couple more days.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
You bet. Bye-bye.
There you go. Jared Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, he was talking a lot about charity, and I feel like we need to share some charitable news, Mike.
Do it.
Peace-a-thon.
You have all the information.
I told you the information. Wow. Do you remember it?
Yeah, we did it on Wednesday.
Don't mark that, Rigo. Do not mark that. Is the 10th annual Peace-a-thon the previous record for the most money we had ever gotten was $50,400. $50,000.
Which was huge because on that Wednesday last year, you were disappointed in the end because we were like at 49,000 and didn't reach the number. And I thought, dude, you got to be happy with 49,000. Don't be upset.
I know. I'm definitely guilty of that. That is a flaw in my personality. But then on that Black Friday, we got pushed over the edge. So, by the way, today, 1053thefan.com/peaceathon, the auctions are all over. But if you are still interested in donating to My Possibilities, that donation page is still up. However, I can tell you, we made more than 50,000, more than 60, more than 70, more than 80. $89,000 is how much money was brought in for My Possibilities via Peace-a-thon. And it smashed all records in terms of number of people who bid, smashed it. Number of people who donated, smashed it. Obviously, amount of money we raised, smashed it. All of our social media metrics, smashed them all. So this was, by pretty much every conceivable notion, the most successful Peace-a-thon we've ever had. And I just want to tell everybody listening, besides you should come see us at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, because that would be delightful, is thank you guys very, very, very much. Every single dollar goes directly to My Possibilities. If you want any of the auctions, you can start picking up your stuff on Monday. And the hipsters, the hugely important people at My Possibilities, they are the ones who are going to give it to you. They are the ones who have packaged it up for you.
Well, I want to thank you and Corey, who I was worried the Cowboys were going to lose yesterday before the game because Corey already knew he had off today. And I was like, every time the Cowboys lose,
That's a
he
good
refuses
point.
to work. So I was like, is this going to be a Cowboys?
That's true.
Even though I feel like the Cowboys are going to win by like 2 touchdowns or more, and then they won by 5 touchdowns.
Yes, they did.
I was thinking, oh no, are we jinxed on Thanksgiving because Corey's refusing to work on Friday?
Right.
But I want to thank you and Corey a lot just because I've got to work with you guys for years now, and I know through this, it hasn't been like a we want to support you 100% type of a deal. It's been of like, I get your little thing you're doing, and you sure you want to do Wednesday, and we really want our guys to work on like, it has become such a big deal now that I do think this is going to be a staple in the DFW Metroplex. And you're raising money for such a great cause, My Possibilities, and it means a lot. I know not only to you, but to Corey. It means a lot to me, too. But you guys were the ones who started this in what year? 2014? If it was the 10th annual.
I guess so.
2014 was the first year, and it's built and it's built and it's built. And, hey, Mr. Purdy, not Brock, but
Sure.
Brian.
Yeah, we better get it right today.
And Spittle, they have done a lot to help out through these last few years,
Yep.
and it's just become now such a big event, and what a really cool deal. And to all the people up at 105.3 The Fan, from the morning show to the Get Right, to everybody who came up, right? Everybody
For sure
came up and participated in
It's like
in
our
some
own
way.
little Thanksgiving, you know?
Yes.
You talked about how after the Rangers won the World Series, you like that we all got to celebrate together.
Yeah.
That's like my work family Thanksgiving, it
Yeah.
feels like, because everyone comes up there. We got food, hurtados coming through, all kinds of great
And to
stuff.
the Tolos,
Blaze Pizza.
Thank you so much. Like, that was unbelievable. The auction prices that we got, it was amazing. I know right in front of us right now is Rachel Ring, who has donated tons of money
Yes.
to My Possibility and has won
She
auctions.
loves
I have no
charity.
clue what auction she won or didn't win, but I'm sure she'll tell us here at the break. But there's so many great people who donate their time, their money, a whole bunch of different things to make now the Wednesday before Thanksgiving one of the most special days in Dallas-Fort Worth, not only at the Fan, but in the whole Metroplex of raising money for a charity.
From the 214, I love this person. They're always on the truckwreck.com text line. As Kevin's nemesis since day one, I appreciate that. That is exactly how I would talk, too. I donated, and I appreciate what y'all do for My Possibilities, but Kevin is an idiot. That is fair. I accept. From the 817, I appreciate y'all still showing up to work today. And then from the 469, congratulations. That gives me goosebumps. Now, Mike, there's a lot of positivity right there.
Yeah.
But how much are you also worried? Because you know me, you know how I work.
You already told me.
And you know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, well, I assumed because the goal was 60,000.
It was.
We blew that out of the water, so I'm like, all right, so now the goal is going to be 90,000. You're like, hold your horses. That doesn't satisfy my goal-it. And
Nope.
I'm like, all right. So I'm like, so we're going to go to 100,000 next year?
$100,000 next year.
So you're going to be possible at 5 p.m. next year on Wednesday. If we're at like $85,000 raised, you're like, oh, this is horrible. I can't believe this. We're 15,000 short and there's only 2 hours left. What's y'all's deal?
That actually sounds like exactly the scenario that could play out. No, seriously, even though like last year, right when we were like looking like we might end up short of 50,000, I was disappointed personally because what I always think is, what could I have done? What else could I have done? What more could I have done to make it happen? But I appreciate all the money. Now, over the years, we've raised more than $300,000 for My Possibilities.
It's awesome, and I know that Michael Thomas and others there talk about, hey, it's huge the money you guys raise on that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, but also it really has a trickle-down effect throughout the month of December, heading into kind of Christmas and the end of the year to raise money for a charity that does need money. They're not, like they said, they are not government funded, not funded greatly, so they really rely on these donations and this type of Wednesday peace-a-thon to get money, enough money for them to provide the services that they provide.
So thank you guys very, very much for that. I will thank you many, many more times, but I really appreciate it. Coming up next, we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. I just want to warn you of something. You should definitely come up here, but if you don't immediately see us, don't think you're in the wrong spot. If you're in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road, we're just on the other side of kind of this cool wall right here. So don't think that I'm like playing mind games with you in my post-Thanksgiving celebration. We are definitely here, and you should come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Got all kinds of sports rocking around here. Want to see that A&M Florida Atlantic game going down.
We're at halftime. I think A&M's losing by a hair here.
We got.
But right now, OU and TCU are about to kick off. We have that on, and then.
How excited are you for this football game, Mike?
I am super excited for Iowa, Nebraska, as they just put the weather up there. It's 27, feels like 17, and the over/under is it 26?
25 and a half now.
25 and a half, which is the lowest over/under pretty much in the history of college football since they said forward passing is okay.
Well, can I tell you the trend here? Let's see if you can spot the trend. It's going to be very complex, so prepare yourself. The 4 lowest over-unders in the history of college football. 30 and a half, Iowa, Minnesota. This year. 30 and a half, Iowa, Northwestern this year. 27 and a half, Iowa and Rutgers this year. And today, 25 and a half, Iowa and Nebraska.
This is awesome.
I don't know if you were able to spot the commonality there, Mike, but
so Iowa has a great defense, and
they're going to be in the Big 10 championship.
And they have no offense.
Yes,
because if they had a good offense, you'd say, well, they're going to score 20.
Yes.
So you'd go, they'll probably give up 10 or more. But I guess this was at 27 and a half, I think, the opening line. So enough people have looked at 27 and a half and said that's way too many points for Iowa.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm unreasonably invested in this game now because if they score a touchdown in the first drive.
I don't want any touchdowns. I just want I want very few field goals, and I want 2 safeties. Somehow I want 2 safeties to be scored. I'm assuming if it goes over, it's because special teams or defense scored too many touchdowns. That the defense actually caused a turnover. They picked it up, and they ran it in themselves.
So just think about this. Duron Bland by himself has scored more points this season than they believe will be scored total by both teams in this football game upcoming.
Awesome. Whatever happened in Nebraska?
Man, that's a good question. All right, we're hopefully going to talk with Mickey in just a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, I also wanted to trot out some NFL overreaction or not, if you're down for it.
All
right. NFL overreaction or not, the Chargers head coach, Brandon Staley, should be fired right now. Or I guess maybe earlier in the week probably would have made more sense.
Yeah, right now would be really tough on a Friday before their Sunday. I'm assuming they're playing Sunday. I'm sorry, I don't know the Chargers' schedule, but I thought he should have been fired after last season.
Okay.
I was surprised he made it to this year. Now, they did make the playoffs last year, and then I thought he was going to get fired because weren't they up 27-0 or was it 21-0 against Jacksonville in the playoffs?
I thought it was 21. By the way, they have the Sunday night game against the Ravens.
So I don't know how he's keeping this job. He makes major clock decisions, which seem to go wrong every time for him, or going for 2 or going for 4th down that go wrong for him every time. So I think this will be his last year as a head coach in the NFL. I don't think he'll ever get another head coaching opportunity.
Yeah.
I think he'll be an assistant other places. But, yeah, this has not gone well for him again this year. I blame a little bit of Justin Herbert. I don't think he's as great as advertised.
I mean, we've talked about that.
Clearly,
I'm on board.
Quicker than I was. But at this point, I watch Herbert and I see there's certain plays. There's these flash plays that maybe you even see not as good from Sam Howell as from Herbert. But you go, whoa. But then you're like, yeah, let's take in the whole 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Was the 60 minutes good? And rarely it's great for Herbert. And so he does have a very hyped quarterback that he is not getting the most out of, but I also think Herbert might be a little bit too hyped at this point.
Well, I'm going to go to another quarterback. NFL overreaction or not, Brock Purdy is the MVP of the NFL.
Okay, Great question.
Thank you.
I'm going to go with no, but I do think he's in the 5-man conversation, which are all quarterbacks.
Okay, who are the men? Well, don't mark that. That is probably not how I wanted to say
Brock Purdy being one. Not Justin Herbert. Jalen Hurts being another because of their record.
Yep.
And he stayed healthy this whole year. Right now, I would vote for Jalen Hurts. I think that Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL by far, but I would give it to somebody else this year. But Patrick Mahomes is one of the 5. I would say Lamar Jackson is one of the 5. But it'll be interesting now that Mark Andrews is out the rest of the year. It's going to be interesting these last 6 games because if they win the majority of their games and win that division,
without their top weapon.
Yeah, I do think Lamar Jackson becomes a real conversation piece for his second MVP, which is weird because he's been knocked so much in his career, and you'd have 2 MVPs by, is he 25 or 26?
I think he's at least 26, if not 27.
Sorry.
But, I mean, he's still really young.
Yeah, I know he came into the league young in 2018, so to your point, he's probably 26 or 27. And then I will do this, and I think this will surprise Cowboy fans. I will put Dak as one of the 5 now.
Ooh! So whenever we say, when has Dak been in the MVP conversation late in the season? And here we are.
Yeah.
He is. Lamar Jackson will be 27 at the beginning of the year.
Thank you.
So to go along with this one, this is one I feel pretty strongly about. Overreaction or not, you were tired of it. Yes, Mike, they took your food away.
What happened? He's talking too much?
I don't know.
I don't mind if they put it in the warmer because I don't have Corey here to really take the mic. So
I don't know. We will find out what happened there. But right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
So
I didn't expect you to be working today.
You know what? That is a fair point because I should have sent you a text and been like, hey, we're still going at it. We're all on a charitable high, Mick, as Peace-a-thon raised $89,000 on Wednesday. So we're pretty stoked about that. Somebody asked me, was I more excited for that or the Deron Bland pick 6? I said the $89K just because we've been working on that for a really long time. But that Deron Bland play, for a play that had really no impact on the game, that felt like the biggest non-impact play ever.
I have to admit, I almost had quit watching at that point. I was taking notes and everything.
Yeah.
Then I heard a scream, and I looked up just as he was catching the ball. And it was like he ran like Tony Dorsett. Weaving, breaking tackles. It was like a man on a mission, like, okay, I'm getting this now, by God.
And I know you're not supposed to cheer in the press box, but, man, it would be kind of tough in that moment not to, like, maybe even do a little fist pump or something like that.
I think I was left with my mouth open, like, are you kidding me?
You know how you just said you're not supposed to cheer in the press box?
Right.
Mickey, I've only been part of the Cowboys postgame show 1 year, 2016. But it feels like New York media and Philadelphia media do not respond to that around the nation. You're not supposed to cheer for your team. I felt like when I was there for Giants and Eagles games, they're like, no, we're still going to cheer and be really loud for our team.
Oh, they are. No, you're exactly right. Sometimes it's the noisiest press boxes ever. It's amazing what happens sometimes on the road, yeah.
So I asked Jerry this question, and I'll ask you this question. I've never seen this team. I didn't ask it this way. 92, 93, 95. I'm in high school for those 3 championships. Those teams were great. They were outstanding. They won a lot of games. They obviously won the championship. I don't remember at all, and we talked about this before, they didn't blow out teams like this. Like when they had an opponent they were way better than, they definitely beat them for the most part, 90% of the time. But I've just never seen a team just totally demoralize and demolish lesser opponents.
I think you're right, because I think everybody thought those Super Bowl winning teams, or at least the teams in the 90s, would just beat everybody to a pulp. And no, you're right. That wasn't the case. There were some close games. They just won, right? But And you're thinking, the way they're blowing out these teams, they should beat them, but the magnitude of the wins is incredible. And I think that only led to, kind of what took place on Thanksgiving. I mean, I've covered like 39 of the last 40 Thanksgiving Day games. I don't remember anything like this. I mean, it was just absolutely incredible. The atmosphere, the red kettles, the turkey legs, Dolly Parton, and then erupting for 25 points within 9 minutes in the fourth quarter, and then get that record and having guys jumping in and out of the red kettles. I don't think I've seen anything like it, covering whatever in my career.
Now, I don't feel this way at all because it was my team and I loved it, but I do have a couple of friends, unfortunately, who are Washington fans who thought the turkey leg celebration was most disrespectful to the Commanders. Your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. It was kind of fun. Hey, if they want to be respected, then when it's fourth and whatever, go ahead and punt.
Sure.
Right? I mean, they brought it on themselves because it didn't happen until they kept gambling on 4th and 1 or 4th and whatever it was to try to get back in the game when it was basically over.
Mickey, I thought it was a beautiful play, though, when they decided to run for it on 4th and 1, and their motion guy took out their running back, and obviously there was penetration by the Cowboys defense, so it was going to be tough to make anyways, but I thought, what a great play where you're like, hey, put the guy in motion, so right when we hand it off, he makes the first contact to our running back to stop his momentum to try to get this.
It was kind of a Keystone Cops moment, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the next time they had 4th down, they're like, well, we obviously have to pass it. We don't even know how to run motion on these plays.
Yeah, and then you're
trying.
trying.
He had pressure.
Yeah, and you're trying from what, your own 34, and you get sacked, and you give the Cowboys the ball at the 24. Well, what are they supposed to do? Start kneeling? There was still time left.
Yeah.
I don't know what the NFL thought about the red kettle stuff and the turkey legs, but I guess we'll find out.
I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're up 35
I know,
to 10 with 5 minutes and change to go.
And you're raising money, right? You guys understand raising money.
Yes.
And you're hungry, too. I'm
Yeah,
eating right now while we're doing this segment.
Probably hadn't eaten since noon or so, right?
Now, the Cowboys have won every one of their home games so far this year by at least 20 points.
Correct.
Do you feel comfortable making the bold prediction that they will win their next 2 games, both of which are home games, by at least 20 points?
Well, I don't know about the second one, but after seeing what Seattle put down yesterday, probably at least another one, right? And then after that, if you get it right, and remember I kept saying you got to win 4 in a row to get to the Eagles at 9-3. Well, they got one step left, and if you can do that, then game on with the Eagles, and it'll be great, and it'll be another wonderful atmosphere at AT&T Stadium.
We'll chop it up obviously more next week, but that was not an awe-inspiring performance from Seattle last night.
No, and I didn't get to see much. I just kind of was monitoring the score as we were working. And
it probably played out about how you think based on the score.
Yeah, and so, if you can just get that one and keep going. And, they obviously haven't taken anything for granted, although, 45-10, but we forget going into the fourth quarter, it was 20-10.
Yep.
And they were grinding. I mean, and they were having trouble stopping Howell, and the funny part was, in the end, or the irony was, that they were picking on Deron Bland the whole game.
Sure.
Other than the interception, he probably didn't have one of his better games, and then he just wiped it all away with that pick 6, which is rather incredible that he's got 5 of them now. And not only is that a single-season NFL record, it's a franchise record for the Cowboys for a career. No one's had no one's had more than 4.
Huh.
And
do you know that there are 10 teams in the NFL who have never had 5 pick 6s in a season for their whole team?
Well, Cowboys had to be one of them
I guess so.
The record was 4, and to put context to it, Deion Sanders was here 4 years, and he had 2 pick sixes.
Wow.
Right? 9 for his career, and he played 14 years. And this kid's played a year and a half, and he's got 5. It's just incredible. And they keep picking on him. I guess they don't want to go at Gilmore. I don't know. But they keep picking on him, and they were kind of successful. I mean, Howell threw, but that's what his career has been this year, right? He'll throw for 300 yards, and unfortunately, he gets picked or he gets sacked. He hadn't got sacked 4 times this game. That's I believe 10 in the last 2 games, and they don't score points. It's almost like Howell yards for their offense. So. They got their own problems, but the Cowboys did what they should have done. It just took a little bit more time. I was thinking when Dolly sang 9 to 5, I was thinking the Cowboys must feel like they were working 9 to 5, having to try to win this game, and then everything exploded in the fourth quarter.
Well, we appreciate you as always. Catch up with you again on Monday and start firing up for that Seattle game.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. If you want to come celebrate your Black Friday with us, or maybe you need to stop over in between shopping spots, or maybe you're just like, well, I mean, I shop on the internet, so I can do that from the Buffalo Wild Wings. All valid reasons to come see us. Coming up next, the Mavs and Stars both played right after Peace-a-thon, so we will catch up with their exploits next right here on The Fan.
And obviously the big three with Dirk and Nash and Finley, very good team. Now, they had traded for him at the All-Star break the year before, but this was the first year they were together as a team, and it was right around this time, maybe a little bit later. It was probably closer to Christmas, as the NBA season used to start around Halloween. And the Mavs were up by almost 30 points against the Lakers late in the third quarter. And
they were 17-1 at that point.
17-1, so I knew it was outstanding. And the Mavericks are killing the Lakers. And I remember the broadcast going, hey, at this point, this is for real. The Mavericks are the best team in the NBA. It's not the Lakers. And the Mavericks look like they're poised to destroy the NBA and win the championship. And then the fourth quarter kept going on, and the Mavericks weren't scoring, and Kobe and Shaq are going crazy, and I am getting furious. And I remember leaving like some sort of Christmas party early or something because my wife wanted to stay longer, and I had to watch the Mavs and the Lakers, and they lost that game. And she came home, and I was mad, and she's like, it's just a game. And I yelled back, it's not just a game! And then I walked out of the house and took like an hour walk around the city of Fort Worth for the most part. That's where we were living at the time. And just furious. And now this game is happening. Now I'm not yelling, I'm not standing up, but I'm like, oh my gosh, around the same time in the season, This is happening again. They're about to lose a 20-point lead to the Lakers, and they're not the defending champs. They don't have Kobe and Shaq in their prime. This is horrible. And luckily, at the end of the game, Luka made a drive, passed to Kyrie around the wing, and Kyrie made a big three. And then luckily, LeBron made a horrible pass to Anthony Davis. He was open. He had on. Luka gave good help, but it wasn't a very good pass. And luckily, the Mavs stole that ball. Then they inbound the ball. They get the free throws by Kyrie. And then LeBron misses the corner three. He was online. It was just short.
Yep. And that would have sent it to overtime because that was like right at
and
the
I thought
buzzer.
for sure if he makes that, the Mavericks are going to lose by 10 points. All the momentum was lost by the Dallas Mavericks, but luckily they made 2 key plays in the end to win that game, and I didn't have to yell at my wife, it's not just a game.
I would hope that argument wouldn't come up again. Now, remember, I told you that pass we called a nutmeg. Sean Sharif says this.
Did you see Wemby peg the player last night?
Whoa,
geez, Sean.
Is that what it's called when you go through, you throw the ball through their legs? In soccer,
No,
would it be
Sean.
like he got pegged? Or is that the correct term?
Yeah, I would not use
Okay.
How long ago was that? Because you remember that. And he said Wemby, so it had to be
Yeah, it was
recently.
this. Yeah, but go check that out, Sean. I
You
hope
peg
you look.
a hitter like when you throw at him. And
Yeah,
you,
Mike,
I mean,
there's-
or you don't have to throw at him. You peg them.
There's
in the ribs or whatever.
There's other definitions for that
Yeah.
word too. That
Yeah, if you hit a guy with the baseball in the rear end, you don't want to say where you pegged him.
Yeah, you're actually getting closer to that other definition too. So check it out. I hope Sean got an opportunity to go look that up.
The Mavs won. It was a nice win. Derek Lively got hurt in that game. Now, also, all of a sudden, Rashawn Holmes was the backup center before the injury, but Rashawn Holmes had 10 rebounds in limited minutes off the bench, and I'm hoping that if Derek Lively's healthy, I don't know if he'll play tomorrow or not, but that seemed to be a big part of the game is that Rashawn Holmes played the backup center minutes because when you were watching, he was doing great.
Yes. And I feel like people have asked about him several times throughout the season.
You mentioned it on Pizza-thon.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the only things that could change.
Yes, and I think you saw a look at that. Now, the good news is Mark Stein said that Derek Lively was walking under his own power. So I know you were concerned about the back, but also potentially the legs, or more specifically the ankles. He was walking under his own power. He insists he's fine. Now, if that translates to, I'm definitely going to play against the Clippers.
Like, I'm not having surgery.
Yeah,
I didn't break
yeah.
or tear
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
I'm fine in that sense. But I don't know, man. That was a hard fall. And then he didn't put any pressure on his left leg. And look, professional teams are professional fibbers, to be nice. Nothing against the Mavericks. The Cowboys do it. The Rangers do it. The Stars do it. Hockey's been doing it forever. But it's like he fell on his back. Just say it's a back injury. But then if his back was hurt, why was he not putting any pressure on his left leg? Like, he wouldn't even take a step with his left leg. So there has to be something that is bugging him in his left hip, his left knee, his left ankle. Something was bugging him on his left side, but they just left it at, oh, yeah, it's just a back contusion. He's not returning. Hopefully he'll be fine. Good win from the Mavs. And Rashawn Holmes, to me, was kind of an under the radar story, is that he was the backup and he did a very good job as a backup center.
Now, on the Stars front,
they tied it.
They did. And so they had one win, one loss, and one overtime loss in that string of three against three of the high-level opponents. And that is something where they've really struggled. I have to say, I did look at that game and think Vegas is the better team for now. But I was still impressed that even with that being the case, the Stars were able to come away with a point.
I'm with you on that. The 3-on-3 was so weird because for the first approximate 2 minutes of overtime, the Stars controlled they literally controlled the puck for almost 2 straight minutes of overtime. Then when Vegas got it back, I don't know, Shlomo McGee whiffs on his first take of trying to score. And then, unfortunately, it got Otter so off balance because there's no way you would fake a full swing at the puck and still have control over it. But he did, and then backhanded it to win the game. I thought it was a great game. Very
So if the shot would have been off, you think he would have stuffed it?
If he would have actually shot the puck on the first one, Otter saves it, and then who knows where the rebound goes or what happens from there. But it was just it was like the greatest whiff in my hockey history of like getting a goalie off balance to score. 3-on-3 hockey is really fun to watch.
It is so much open ice.
They'll actually take the puck out of the I call it the offsides area. They'll cross the blue line to then go back where they're like, let's get guys back to reset because you can't really sub in that situation. It's really fun to watch. I'm with you. Vegas is probably the same better that they were last year in the playoffs to now. But it was a great game to watch. I thought the Stars honestly played great. I thought Otter played great. I thought it was you were watching high quality hockey. Unfortunately, in overtime, Vegas got the goal and won the game. But really great game, I thought, from from a hockey fan standpoint.
And these two games in particular display an interesting dynamic between the sports. Is like, hey, the Lakers came all the way back, and it was really impressive, and they still lost. Well, the Stars, they come back. I know it's only one goal, but they come back. They lose, but they're like, we still got a point. Yeah. You know, the Lakers don't get to go, well, we got a half of a win for that. And so that is an interesting dynamic where you can kind of take not necessarily moral victories, but you legit got a point out of it. And I'm very concerned that Iowa had their field goal blocked. And so
it's still 0-0.
It's still 0-0.
What if the final score is 0-0? They play overtime. They miss field goals in overtime.
This game can go to
0-0 tie?
No, they'll play until, because remember, after the third one, they'll just do the 2-point plays.
But then what if nobody converts on those?
You know what? That's
you just
fair.
Keep playing, or do you just say, we'll take a tie?
I don't know how that's going to go. The first quarter's almost over. They have 74 yards, 1 blocked field goal, and 3 punts.
I'm trying to look at sports differently through the lens of the Texas Rangers. There was no way you should pick the Rangers to beat the Astros in the ALCS, right?
Sure.
They won the series 9-4. They beat you by 30 runs. I think it was 29 runs in the 3-game series at Texas. So there was kind of this thing of going into the ALCS going, this doesn't make sense. The Rangers have no right to win this 7-game series after watching the regular season these two teams play against each other. Yet the Rangers were able to win that series. So I look at the Stars losing to Vegas or the Mavericks losing to whoever and go, hey, these games count, and you want to have a better record at the end to have home ice or home court advantage. But do I want to make definitive decisions? And maybe we get into this next week on San Francisco 49ers, how well they're playing, how the Cowboys play against the 49ers. That matchup doesn't look favorable, but when you get to the playoffs, does it mean that the Stars are going to be the exact same team in November that they will be in April or May? No. Same thing with the Mavericks. Same things with their opponents. So I look at these and I go, they're important games and you need to win. You need to still stay well above 500. At the same time, I just don't want to put too much of a definition on a regular season game in November.
Okay, so and you're definitely right about that. I feel more comfortable putting a definition on the trio of games as a total, because if you would have gone 0-3-0 there, then I would have been like, well, what are we even doing?
Yeah, and by the way, I spoke way too soon. TCU missed the extra point from 6 feet away, because now that when you watch NFL and you watch college, you're like, God, that's an easy extra
point. What do they
point.
got, Brandon Aubrey kicking out there?
And then TCU did give up another touchdown, and they converted on the extra point. So it's 14-6 right now, Oklahoma over TCU. And unfortunately, A&M is playing really bad at basketball today. They're getting killed by either Florida Atlantic or Florida Atlanta. But I'm pretty sure it's Atlantic.
I am pretty sure also that it is Atlantic.
And it's still 0-0, almost the end of the first in the Nebraska-Iowa game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's talk about those other non-Cowboys Thanksgiving games next right here on The Fan.
Let's first talk about Men's Tea Clinic. I actually went there today. Now, they're a little bit limited with their hours today. They close a little bit early. They are open on most Saturdays for you guys that are way too busy. But, guys, if you're feeling like I did 10 years ago, and I'll be honest, at times I'm not able to get to Men's Tea Clinic, and after a few weeks of not being on their testosterone therapy, I noticed a big difference in my energy level. So happy to get over there today. At the Addison location, right pretty much across the highway here from Buffalo Wild Wings. But if you feel like you're lacking energy, lacking focus, maybe your mood isn't the same as it used to be at nighttime, if you know what I'm talking about, Men's Tea Clinic can help with all of those things. Give them a call at 972-GO-MEN's Tea. It is still November, so they're still raising money for Movember. Make sure to get those mustaches going during the month of Movember. Men's Tea Clinic is great. They're ran by Bobby and Derek, the co-founders. They are amazing. 5 DFW area locations. Go to mensteaclinic.com to find all the different locations that they have, plus all the different therapies that they have. 972-GO-MEN's Tea, guys. Let's get back to being you through Men's Tea Clinic.
Boomer Esiason is on The Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on The Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
NFM is making Black Friday a weekend event with doorbusters in-store and online Saturday and Sunday. Shop weekend doorbusters like TVs, desks, earbuds, fireplace consoles, reclining furniture, pool tables, and more, but only while they last. Find savings store-wide, plus 30-month financing on furniture, flooring, and qualifying appliances, TV, and audio brands. Shop the hottest holiday deals all weekend long. Only at NFM in Grandscape. Doorbusters limit 1 per customer while quantities last. Not valid on prior purchases. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Hey Dallas, looking for a job with flexibility and benefits? Indeed Flex is hiring right now. Whether you're balancing family time or you prefer certain work times, Indeed Flex offers the flexibility you crave with the benefits you deserve. And here's a tip. Download the Indeed Flex app to unlock even more roles tailored just for you. Don't wait. Apply today at IndeedFlex.com/Dallas. That's IndeedFlex.com/Dallas.
Your customers count on you. Do you have an internet provider you can count on? Switch to Verizon 5G Business Internet. It's rated higher quality than T-Mobile, which means you get the highest quality 5G internet in America. So don't settle for anything less. Switch now to Verizon 5G Business Internet from the network America relies on. It's your business, it's your Verizon. Learn more at verizon.com/business/switch. Based on outperforming T-Mobile FWA for consistent quality and Open Signal USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2023, National Experience Results.
Attention football fans, it's your boy Nate Noon at J. Alexander Law. It's that time of year again, and your safety and the safety of others is our top priority. This is football season. Make the right call. Don't drink and drive. Plan ahead, a designated driver, or use of other transportations. Let's keep the game exciting. Remember, at J. Alexander Law, we believe responsible choices make real champions. J. Alexander Law, 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED.
Amazon's got the best deals on Black Friday. The best deals are on Cyber Monday. Friday comes first when it comes to saving. Monday's worth the wait for what you've been craving. Deals so good it'll feel like stealing. Real cool message, could you make it less appealing? What's with the beef? You can get that too. Why'd you call us? Triggering you. Whichever day you're shopping on, you'll save a bunch at Amazon. Black Friday.
Are you ready to tailgate?
Are you ready to tailgate?
Are you ready to tailgate?
Tune in to Tailgate Radio, exclusively on TuneIn.
You'll hear the greatest anthems
from the greatest genres of music collide. From the mind of Garth Brooks comes the ultimate tailgate experience.
Jackpot! Touchdown! Download the TuneIn app and start rocking out to Tailgate Radio.
Yeah, baby! Hi, my name is Tailgate Radio,
your official game day party station.
Download TuneIn from your app store and listen for free.
It's time for the latest fall fashion at Colwell & Son. They have all your fall sportswear needs. Sports shirts, polos, sweaters, and vests from top brands like Peter Millar, Barber, and Johnny O. Sharpen up your fall fashion at Colwell & Son. Open till 6.
This holiday season, spread the joy to family and friends by filling your hopper with Kingsford Hardwood Pellets. Kingsford Hardwood Pellets delivers excellent performance in any pellet grill and adds an authentic wood-fired flavor to your holiday meals. From favorites like prime rib to mac and cheese, your family will crown you grilling royalty. Trust Kingsford, America's grilling expert with over 100 years of expertise in flavor and quality. Make Kingsford Hardwood Pellets your grilling holiday go-to. Visit Kingsford.com.
Amazon's got the best deals on Black Friday. The best deals are on Cyber Monday. Friday comes first when it comes to saving. Monday's worth the wait for what you've been craving. Deals so good it'll feel like stealing. Real cool message, could you make it less appealing? What's with the beef? You can get that too. Why'd you call us? Triggering you. Whichever day you're shopping on, you'll save a bunch at Amazon on Black Friday.
Knife Plano is D Magazine's best steakhouse in Dallas. Top Chef alum and Michelin star awarded chef John Tizar's steaks are dry aged in-house from local Texas ranches for the highest quality beef. And Mexican Bar Company, 2023 Dallas Observer Reader's Choice for best all-around restaurant in Plano. And best beer selection featuring a 90-foot sports bar with 21 TVs. They serve a special sports day menu and have the best happy hour in Plano. Knife and Mexican Bar Company each feature private dining for up to 50 and are open for lunch every day. KnifePlano.com and MexBars.com.
From Plano to Denton down to Louisville too. High Fives has it. Also in McKinney, we'll prove it to you.
And when you come to Huffines Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Plano and Huffines Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Louisville, save big on new Chryslers, Jeeps, Dodges, and Rams during our Black Friday sales event. And buy with confidence, knowing both locations are J.D. Power Dealers of Excellence for the customer sales experience.
If we keep playing this, do you?
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World
One more time.
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Whether it's hot stove or spring training 2024,
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
You know this is the proud home of the Rangers. We are the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offloads. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Start with A.J. Dillon in the backfield, but it's a fake. Love protected. Love going deep. Christian Watson, the intended receiver, and he's got it. A big play up top on the first play. And what a start for these Packers.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road from the 469. Any updates on the OU-TCU game? Yeah, you should come down to Buffalo Wild Wings and watch it with us.
Yeah, we're not giving any more updates unless you watch the game with us.
We can tell them it is 14-13 Oklahoma, which actually sparked a conversation about the two-point conversion that we might have to get into at some point. But, yeah, I hope you come out here. Mike has already started doing some of the giveaways. We have pops. We have mini helmets, hats, jerseys, long sleeve shirts. Plus, you can enter for an opportunity to win a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets, courtesy of Miller Lite. So all kinds of fun stuff. And that's not even mentioning the food and beer special.
Yeah, I figured everybody who came out here early around the 10 o'clock hour, now 11 o'clock hour, deserved to get maybe a Funko Pop.
Yes.
And a mini helmet. But like you said, we have more Funko
sure.
Pops. We have more mini helmets. We have jerseys. We have hats. Obviously, you register for tickets.
Yep.
I don't believe you have to be here to win
You do
those.
not. You do
so
not.
if you got here early and had to leave, or if you get here at some point and have lunch but you have plans at 1 o'clock, you can still win those Dallas Cowboy tickets. And it's still 0-0 in Iowa, Nebraska.
Yeah, shocker as we've started quarter number 2. That over-under is starting to feel a little high right there. All right, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Deep tamales.
Well, in my face, as soon as I said that, Iowa ran a pass off the right side, and I looked down and didn't see how the hell he got from the 30 to the 1 yard line, but good job, Iowa.
That's still a mile away from
Iowa.
Iowa.
They should be able to get at least 3 points out of this. So I want to go back to the Commanders. If you missed it earlier, Jack Del Rio did get fired, and Josh Harris, the Commanders owner, said, I feel exactly how our fans feel today, disappointed and frustrated. Mike, do the Commanders have to win at least 4 of 5, if not all 5, for Ron Rivera to keep his job?
I would think so. I think the new ownership did the right thing in this. They said, let's pretty much run it with the same staff. Obviously, they got Bieniemy from Kansas City, and I do think that was a good hiring. But it's like, let's give them a chance. Ron Rivera, as far as we know, right, we don't know these people, seems like a good person.
Yeah.
Right? He seems like a good guy. By the way, I was 0 for 2 in trying to punch it in from the 1 yard line. So now it's 3rd and goal from
Tremendous.
the line. They're giving him a chance, and he's failing again. And I've never thought he was a great head coach. 2015, amazing when Carolina went 15-1, and they went to the Super Bowl, and they lost to Denver. But at this point, I look at Ron Rivera and go, what does he do? The motivation? Does he get the most out of his players? I don't know. I just don't know. Oh my God, a miracle has happened.
I think we have a touchdown, ladies and gentlemen.
They need to review that. There's no way it actually happened, right?
If it did, it only took them 3 plays to get.
And like, if it happened,
1 yard.
it's like maybe half of the football got over the line for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
And I have nothing against Iowa or Nebraska. I'm just actively rooting against points in this game now.
That being said, I wonder how attractive the Commanders' job is to other coaches. The other thing too is I would just think you got Bieniemy. I don't want to say you stole Bieniemy, but you possibly got Bieniemy from Washington when nobody thought that was going to be the job that he took unless it was a head coaching job. So I would just think that they would elevate Bieniemy to head coach / you're also still the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, depending on how they think his work has gone with Hal and everything like that. I'm with you on that. By the way, for people who are catching up, and they might have been behind on this, we've been talking about Deron Bland since last week as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He's now up to 4th in the betting odds, behind, you could probably guess, the big three of Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, and T.J. Watt. So Deron Bland now 4th on that list for Defensive Player of the Year.
Who won it last year? Was it Bosa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I was like,
not Watt. No, Watt was 2 years ago.
right. I was just thinking, is a Bosa ever going to be healthy enough to actually win this? And then before I said, I was like, I think he won last year. But it just seems like Bosa's always struggled to stay healthy to be in the strong conversation for this. But, you know, for Deron Bland, this is awesome. I do think at the end of the year, though, that Micah Parsons will have more votes for that award than Deron Bland will. Now, I'm not telling you, Micah still might win it. At 11.5 sacks now, and the versatile role he's playing, I do think he's worked himself back into the conversation. Obviously, the odds would say he has. It'll be interesting to see what Cleveland has left, what Pittsburgh has left, and then what Dallas has left. And I do think it's pretty wide open for those three guys. For Deron Bland, I would think he needs, in a weird way, like 2 more pick sixes to overtake those guys as Defensive Player of the Year. To win it, like what?
If he gets to double-digit interceptions,
okay, I hear you,
and has
he
the
has
most
7 right now,
yeah,
so 3 more interceptions, but no more touchdowns,
but still set the record. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's just it's weird because he's really good. Is he? It's for another conversation of where would you put him in kind of cornerbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get paid a whole bunch of money in a couple of years because he is really good. But I'm interested to ask you a question based off of the highlight of the Packers-Detroit Lions game.
What the hell happened in that game?
So here's my question based off of the result, and then we can get more into the game. If you had to pick right now, Minnesota is 6-5 and holding the last wild card spot.
Okay.
With Dabalina as their quarterback,
Yes.
Josh Dobbs. And then the Packers just had a big win on Thanksgiving to go to 5-6.
Yeah.
Who are you picking if it's between those two teams to make the playoffs? I know there's other teams that can do it, but if you had to pick between Minnesota and the Packers to make the last spot, who are you picking?
I'm going to pick the Vikings just because Jefferson is coming back.
Okay.
You know, like you're adding a top level talent back into the mix. Woo, look at A&M make their comeback down to 4. They were down 19 points in the second half.
Do you feel like you're doing a little bit more of like KNC Masterpiece at night with all the games on?
A little bit. And that's why I was hoping that, you know, the Black Friday NFL game would have happened because there's already so many sports happening around here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And I see at least 18 TVs in front of me. So
yeah, we're in the kind of the bar area. There is another seating area too, but this is fun to do sports talk radio while there's a lot of games going on.
It also reminds me of the first 2 days of the tournament. That's of the NCAA tournament. But what happened to the Lions yesterday? There's a lot.
I was shocked.
Their offensive line has been really, really good, but Rashawn Gary, he is like, nah, I don't care about any of that. And he had 3 sacks, forced a fumble on Jared Goff, and I think he might have forced him to fumble twice and recovered one of them. So there's that. There's the offensive line struggles in general. Then there's the fact that on their first 5 fourth down attempts, they didn't get any of them. Yeah. They got one when it was like, hey, good luck. You're going to need a miracle to make this happen. But they were all kinds of out of sorts. And so my question is, look, I get it. You lose games to teams that you shouldn't lose to. Lord knows the Cowboys know that. But you needed a really big-time comeback to come back against the terrible Bears. And now the Lions lose to the Packers in a game that I realize the final score was closer, but the Packers were in complete control of that game all day long. What's the concern level if you're Detroit?
High. Not in losing the division. They are 8-3. Minnesota 6-5, and the Packers are 5-6. But the concern is, just 2 weeks ago, before that Chicago game, people were saying, "Hey, Detroit might go to the Super Bowl. Hey, Detroit might be the best team in the NFC. And so as the season plays out, you start getting a better idea. I will say this. It wasn't back-to-back weeks that you played Arizona and San Francisco, was it, this year? I don't think you lost 2 in a row, did you? I'm sorry.
No.
But the Cowboys were not playing good football around that time. In fact, they were playing horrible football. To lose to arguably the worst team in the NFL and then to just get blown out by the team you've been thinking about for 6 months.
Because they had the Patriots in between.
Okay. Is the Cowboys went through a lull. Detroit's going through a lull, but we are getting closer to the end. They have plenty of time. They have 6 games to get out of this.
Yeah.
To show that they really deserve to be on the level of, let's face it, the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Cowboys. Probably in that order, because that's the order they somewhat finished last year in the playoffs and the order of their records right now. And we were putting Detroit in that tier. Now I have to take them out of that tier and go, look, if the Cowboys played Detroit, which they will early or later in the year, if they play them in the playoffs, I have the Cowboys winning by 10 points, even if it's at Detroit. 20 points if it's here. The Cowboys just destroy teams here.
They really do.
So I just look at it and go, Detroit now is out of that tier level, and they have time to convince me that they really could beat the Eagles, the 49ers, or the Cowboys in a playoff game. But now, after these 2 weeks, I think that they could even get upset in the first round of the playoffs by, let's say, a Minnesota Vikings, Green Bay Packers, or Seattle Seahawks.
If you want to look for like an immediate thing that the Lions have struggled with, their first 9 games, Jared Goff turned the ball over 5 times. These last 2 games, he's turned the ball over 6 times.
Okay.
So turnovers have just absolutely crushed them.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 877-881-1053. You want to weigh in on the truckwreck.com text line, hit us up on Twitch or on the YouTube. It's Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of your cap after another blowout victory? Let's talk about it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison on 105.3 The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece.
A&M trying to make their miracle comeback. We've got Nebraska and Iowa in the game that football forgot. And then we've got OU and TCU in a far more modern football game happening right in front of us. They got drink specials on Miller Lite out here. You got all kinds of unbelievable wings. I know Corey loves the burger out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And we still have giveaways happening that if you get here, you can participate in the giveaway. And also, if you can make it out here, you can enter for that pair of Cowboys tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. So a lot happening out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and I know Mike is in charge of a lot of these giveaways, so you're doing a good job.
Thanks. I'm trying to be as good as Corey is at this, so I'm trying my best.
He's very good at this.
He's very
good
true. At it.
It's time for some Dallas Cowboys thank you notes.
Okay.
And I want to start with one area that we haven't really talked about a whole lot thus far. The offensive line. Thank you to the offensive line for keeping Dak pretty pressure-free for most of the day.
I totally agree with you. They have been getting better as the season's progressing. I was thinking about this last night. I was listening to Broadus and Chiafalo do the postgame show here on 105.3 The Fan, and they were talking about the offensive line and Tyler Smith and how great he is. And at this point, do you just want to keep him at guard the next 8 years and not mess with it?
Because when you hear people like, he could be the next great interior lineman, you're like, oh, man, do we need to move him?
So it's a great conversation, but I was thinking about this, and I'll be honest, I was thinking about this in a positive way, but unfortunately, my basic brain took over and thought about it in a negative way.
Oh, no.
Remember how great like Nate Evaldi was up till the All-Star break? We're like, this is amazing how healthy he is. I would have never thought this.
Right.
I was thinking about this about Tyron Smith.
What are you about to do?
Would anybody ever have thought you got to Thanksgiving and he's missed 2 games? Am I right about that?
I would not have thought that.
And only 2 games? Because he's a half of a season guy,
sure.
Right? And here we are. And as far as we know, he's pretty healthy.
Yeah.
Brian Broadus was talking about how whatever Mike McCarthy's doing, whatever kind of plan he has them on, take out that they're playing on Thursday, Monday through Saturday, it's working. It's keeping him healthy. Yeah. He's playing good football. He looks, as Broadus was saying, he looks more agile. He's not as stiff. He's doing his job at a high level. And then my brain just kind of went to, is it really possible that he's going to play 15 of 17 games?
I mean, look, at this point, I'm not
I know
this
is thank you letters. I shouldn't be bringing up a negative here. I'm sorry.
So you could say thank you to Tyron Smith for staying healthy and looking really good in the process, right?
Yes. I'm just then my brain went to Nate Evaldi and just went to, can he really stay healthy the whole season and then be in primetime shape for the playoffs? And do you at any point go, hey, what if, I know this sounds horrible, nothing's guaranteed.
Why are you doing negative things here?
Do you just like sit him out Thursday against the Seahawks and just give him a week off and just be like, we just got to try to keep you healthy, and we know that 15 games in a season is very unrealistic for you?
I don't think so. I also think, I mean, I know you get the ultimate final decision. I don't think he's going to stand for that. I think he's going to be like, the hell you are, because remember, the other thing is
incentives.
Exactly. Like, not that he doesn't want to just play anyway, but he also has contractual incentives lined up for him to play. So I don't think you're going to be able to pull that off.
Going back to the topic, great job by the Dallas Cowboys offensive line, hopefully against competition that gets better as now this schedule changes a little bit, is that they keep playing at this level. Because I'll ask you this question. I know this isn't Mike Ask All the Football Questions, but how about a thank you letter to Tony Pollard, being the Tony Pollard before the San Francisco injury?
Now, I'm glad that you said that, because this is the second straight game where, like, I understand. If you're not watching the game, just reading the box score, he had, 79 yards. And last week he had 61 yards.
What was it per carry?
Per carry, 6.1. And there you go. And last week it was pretty good, even though they had that disastrous reverse play that nobody bid on, and Tony Pollard got freaking annihilated and lost like 10 yards. I think he's looked really good the last 2 weeks, even if it hasn't been like 125 yards, 100. Like, I just think if you're just watching the game, he has fundamentally looked better, which is partially him, but also goes back to the offensive line.
They go hand in hand.
For sure.
I don't think I do not agree with the anybody can run the football in the NFL standard that people have gotten to. I do think that people have traits to break tackles, to see holes better, to see cutbacks. So I do think the talent, the eye work, all that goes into being a great running back. I don't think McCaffrey's just one of 64 running backs in the NFL that get the ball on a weekly basis. I do think he has.
Well, and to hammer that home, he just set a 49ers record for most rushing touchdowns in a season. That's pretty dang impressive.
But is it all coming together for the offensive line and Tony Pollard? As you got to a week ago, you had a complaint going into who did we just blow out before Washington? Carolina. Before the Carolina game, there was a lot of, should we just switch the roles?
Yeah.
Should we put Tony Pollard back into some role of being the reserve because he's better as a reserve than he is as a starter?
Right.
There's all that conversation. Now you are a Sunday and Thursday game into it going, hey, Tony Pollard looks like a stud again. And I know at the end of the year he will not be a top 10 running back in the NFL because of half of the season. But he's looking like right now, these last 2 weeks, like a guy that most teams would want giving him the ball 15-plus times a game.
Yeah, no, I think that is well said. Thank you letter, of course, to who the offensive line is working in cooperation with, in addition to Tony Pollard, is Dak Prescott. That is now 17 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in their last 5 games.
Yeah.
Now, we say all this knowing that in 2 weeks we'll probably have a lot more answers, right?
For sure.
You feel like you'll know a lot more, I guess 2.5 weeks, is you'll have played Seattle. Hopefully the Cowboys pick up their first win over an active winning team, but then I know people are going to be like, our team's 500. That doesn't count.
Gotcha.
And so it'll go down to the Philly game.
Yeah.
You win the Philly game, and then you don't have to listen to anybody else's nonsense about strength of schedule. You'll still have to listen to the playoff stuff because that's very fair. But you win these next 2 games, all of a sudden you're 10-3. You won 5 games in a row. Well, then you don't have to listen to anybody else.
I'm with you, except this. And thank you to Dak Prescott is playing at a very high level right now. Isn't his story written until it changes in the playoffs?
Honestly, I think the exact same thing about Lamar Jackson, because we were talking about if he wins the second MVP. I don't think anybody is going to care at all if they get run in the divisional round.
If the Cowboys win out. I don't think they're going to win out. But
if they do,
they look like right now they could, how great they're playing.
Yeah.
We'll see how they play with, plenty of games, 6 more games left. If he wins out and the Cowboys go 14-3 and they get the 1 seed.
Yep.
People will say, all right, fine. We've seen you with the 1 seed before.
Yeah.
And end up, was it his fault against Green Bay his rookie year? No, not at all. But I just look at this point and go, Dak, I agree with everything you said, but at this point, nothing's going to change the narrative around him unless I don't even know if making an NFC championship game changes it. It would be making it to the Super Bowl. Winning an NFC championship game would change his narrative.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I believe it changes the narrative if he makes it up to the NFC championship game. I'm not saying it changes it forever, but it changes it for several years just because all his predecessors couldn't do it. Well, obviously, until you go back to Aikman.
Right.
But like all the other people, they couldn't do it. I think making it there does change it.
Okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
That doesn't mean I have to be right.
Yeah, I don't know if you're right or wrong. I was just thinking as you're saying that for some reason, Dirk popped into my head in 06-07. In 06, he did make it. He beat San Antonio. He beat Phoenix. He made it to the NBA Finals. And because they lost the 2-0 series lead, he still didn't get any credit around the NBA as being like one of the studs in the NBA. He did win the MVP the next year, but it almost hurt him even more that he did that because of losing in the first round. But I hear you. Who knows? Hopefully, for Cowboy fans, we find out what the narrative is on Dak Prescott making the NFC Championship game this year.
Yes, agree with you on that. I also wanted to throw out a Cowboys thank you note for Brandon Cooks. Now, he made a pair of key catches yesterday, the touchdown, and then that third down conversion late in the third where it was still uncomfortably close at 20-10. And we talked about it with the Carolina game. I did not think the Cowboys were going to lose by any stretch of the imagination, but it was frustrating that the game was still so close. This is the 3rd straight game that Brandon Cooks has led the Cowboys in receiving yards. Now, I know CeeDee Lamb has gone off in a couple of those games as well, but he was not the biggest factor compared to what he usually was. I just like how much Brandon Cooks has been getting involved with the offense.
It's weird when he didn't complain, but the media complained about Brandon Cooks' involvement in the offense, and it has changed. Hopefully it stays the same. Obviously, when C.D. Lamb, what team did he throw the fit against? And he should have. It wasn't Philadelphia, was it? Was it Philadelphia game? I don't think it was before that. Maybe it was that game, but everything has changed for C.D. Lamb after kind of giving the thumbs up on the sideline, like, I'm not doing the coaching anymore. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. You guys aren't doing your job in making sure that I can impact this game. That being said, I want to give a thank you note out to somebody for committing a penalty. I want to give a thank you note to Donovan Wilson. On that third down play where there was a crossing route and he was beat and Washington Bieniemy did a great job. He cleared the whole side of the field. If he does not grab the jersey and hold there for an incomplete pass, I believe it was Curtis Samuel, that's a touchdown. That's a 50-yard touchdown. Literally, they put everybody on one side of the field through the route where there was no safety, there was nobody. Curtis Samuel probably sprints about 45, 50 yards for a touchdown there. But Donovan Wilson knew he was beat, and he held / pass interfered. And I was like, after the replay, I was like, that might have been the best pass interference of the year for a Cowboy, because that was definitely going to be a game-changing touchdown. I'm sorry to say, I forget what the score was there. It was not during the blowout part. It was during the part where that touchdown could have made it a game-changing play. So
to
Donovan
you,
Wilson,
the very rare smart penalty.
Yes, great penalty. As you were beat, it was a crossing route, and Sam Howell threw the ball appropriately out in front, but once he got held, it became an incomplete pass. And when they showed the replay, I was like, that was a great pass interference.
This is a good one right here from the 248. Ooh, wherever that is. Thank you letter to Damone Clark. Guy was all over the place yesterday. He was a beast. And then from the 682, thank you note ahead of time to the Indianapolis Colts. Thank you for releasing Shaq Leonard and potentially giving Dallas the piece they need. Now, this could change in a week if Philly picks him up and you're like, hey, thanks a lot, D-Wads.
But he cleared waivers.
Yes.
So that means it's now Philly would just beat us out, as in he says, I would rather play for the Philadelphia Eagles than
mark that
the Cowboys. So I'm hoping, I was listening to Broadus last night in Chiafalo, and one of the coaches for Gilmore said, I'm telling you, Dan Quinn can really help your career out at this point. And I'm hoping the same person, whoever that was, I'm sorry, Broadus would know, says the same thing to Shaq and says, I really think that if you go to Dallas, you're going to be a wanted player after this season is over.
Now, from the 469, there's another one saying, thank you to the offensive line. And then from the 817, thank you to Mike McCarthy for designing plays for 10 different wide receivers. What did Nebraska?
We're going over in the Nebraska game.
Oh,
this is a shootout.
My gosh.
This has become who's going to be the first to 100 points.
It is going to be 10-7 probably.
We'll see. I said a field goal, an extra point was good in the and he did make it.
If you can hear that noise in the background, that is everybody at Buffalo Wild Wings stopping down and seeing how close that extra point was. It eked inside the left post.
The over-under was 25.5, the lowest under in the history of college football.
And I would not have guessed this play in a million years, because going into this, it was 10-0. Nebraska had the ball 3 times, fumbled, and then punted the other 2 times. So I would not have guessed this at all.
At this point, 10-7, 17 points scored with 3 minutes and change in that game. You would think at this point 9 more points would be scored to hit the over.
I would think that.
Like, if I bet the under, I would be a little bit nervous about it at this point. And if I bet the over, I don't know if I'm like, yeah, this is going to hit, but I would feel way more confident about it.
Yeah.
By the way, Oklahoma's up 28-13 against TCU, so that one's not looking too favorable if you're a Horned Froggy.
And the miracle A&M comeback has failed. And then tough day for R.J. Choppy as the Eagles waved Derek Barnett out of Tennessee. That was their first-round draft pick 6 years ago, I want to say. So, and then thank you. Coming back from the 248. 248 is Detroit Tolos. Thank you very much. Always trying to learn all the area codes right there. Appreciate it very much. Coming up next, Mike, You're going to love this
Tell
segment. We move into the lunch rush, and for that, the Combo Platter Leftovers Edition. On the day after Thanksgiving, give us a sports opinion, and then what is your all-time favorite leftover food? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. This holiday season, bring joy to your world, the gift of fitness. Johnson Fitness and Wellness stores have the perfect home fitness equipment for your body, your budget, and your health goals. They have the finest, top-rated treadmills, now up to 50% off. You'll find ellipticals starting at just $5.99. Strength equipment, rowers, exercise bikes, even massage chairs. That's right, a massage in your own home. Craig Lewin.
guaranteed growth for income today. Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Revolver Brewing. Yeah.
Celebrate the 817 and join Revolver Brewing in Fort Worth on August 17th for some 817 Blonde. Brewed with Southern grace and charm. Say hello to the new blonde in town. Check out Revolver Brewing on Facebook and Instagram for more info.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by QC Kinetics and Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offloads. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
1st and 10 at the 31 of Dallas. Snap to Prescott, fake to Pollard. Deep and going to the middle, and there's Cooks all alone. In the middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. 31 yards from Prescott to Cook.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, where I was about to say the greatest show on turf had broken out with this Iowa-Nebraska game, but now I understand why they don't score a lot of points, because if you heard that audible gasp yet again,
that doesn't count. You can't fumble it forward.
Iowa, on the play before, had a wide open pass. It was a great route, great pass. Wide receiver just dropped it, and then they just had their field goal blocked. So they're going back to what they're doing. Now there's confusion about what exactly the rules are in college football. The officials don't seem totally sure, and I think Nebraska might have just had their own Leon Lett moment right there by not just letting the ball be.
TCU was was trailing by 1 point 30 minutes ago. Now it is 35-13 in the second quarter with plenty of time left.
Oh, dear.
For Oklahoma to add here. So TCU, it's going to be an interesting, off season, if you want to call it, in TCU after making it to the national championship game on what their direction is, because they have been pretty bad this year.
Yeah, no, you were really on to something here. No points scored there. So 10-7.
I just know the rule: you can't intentionally fumble it forward. If you do fumble it and you're going forward, you have to be the one to recover it. You can't have a teammate recover it for like a touchdown.
Well, also he's definitely. It looks like he's down there. All right? It's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. We're at the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So we're going to do leftovers combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite leftover food of all time?
All time?
From the 817 with Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor, the curse is broken. And baked mac and cheese casserole, old family recipe from my mom. Ooh, I like that.
Do you think old family recipes are better because a long time ago they used to use real ingredients? They didn't have the option of using like preservatives or fake ingredients? I don't know. So when you get a recipe from your grandma or great grandma and it's passed down, they had to use, I know this sounds weird, but they had to use real food?
I think the other thing is you just inherently have some like built-in goodwill with that food before you even try it. So like, even if your grandma made something that was mid, are you going to be like, oh, kind of slacking? You'd be like, oh, you did a great job.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I mean, it just seems like grandmas somehow make the best recipes, but at some point we're going to be grandma and grandpas. More grandpas for us, I think.
Sure.
But yeah, that's an interesting take. You want me to go with my sports one?
Sure.
You ready for me to jinx the whole Cowboy season?
Oh, no. Are you going to say they're going to the Super Bowl again?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to lose.
The rest of the season?
The rest of the regular season.
What? You think they're going to go 14-3?
You tell me who they're worse than on their schedule. I know things
the
can happen.
natural argument would be Philadelphia, right?
Yeah, but that's at home. The Cowboys.
You're right.
This is the greatest home Cowboys team ever. Now, I know that there has to be more to play out. So if they don't go, is it 8 or 9 this year? I always forget which one they have. I think they have more road games this year.
I believe that is correct.
So they just, am I buying into, and now I'm going to ask a question before I give you leftover food. Am I just buying into destroying all these bad teams?
I think a little bit you are.
What's the Cowboys record at the end of the year right now?
I think it is 12-5.
Okay, that's way more realistic. But
still really good.
Yeah. I just think they're going to destroy Seattle, and then they play Philadelphia at home. They're going to barely beat Philadelphia. And I do think we've seen Dak, now it was his rookie year, create this type of momentum.
That's true.
And he's creating a lot of momentum right now. I'm probably going to be wrong, and so don't mark any of this. But I think the Cowboys right now, they're convincing me. I think I am running off of a Texas Rangers high. I'm going to be honest here. I think I'm running off of the Texas Rangers did something I didn't expect at the end of the year. And so why can't the Cowboys? And they seem to can't a lot of our life, but let's see if they can this time. My favorite leftover food of all time, I would love to say what I had leftover last night because I had my mom's meat stuffing with gravy on it, and it was amazing.
Oh, my God, not again.
That's my favorite Thanksgiving leftover food. But my favorite leftover food is spaghetti and meatballs.
Okay.
So obviously, I make the meatballs.
You heat it up?
No, heat it up.
Okay.
I do heat it up. I learned the meatball recipe comes from my grandmother. And Bassett grandmother, my mom is a Lynch. She's not a Bassett, but she learned a lot of her cooking from her mother-in-law. And then I cook pretty much the same way.
Okay.
So it is a handed down family recipe that I've used some Bobby Flay techniques in there and stuff, but I do love leftover spaghetti and meatballs.
All right. I like that. From the 903. Oh, no more Dolly singing We Are the Champions wearing a Cowboys cheerleader outfit. Don't worry. We'll get back into that in just a minute.
Yeah.
And pecan pie, and don't forget the Cool Whip, is from the 469. Stars go to the Stanley Cup, and turkey, rolls, and potatoes. And
turkey rolls?
Turkey
in rolls?
Rolls.
So a roll, and you put turkey in it. That's a turkey sandwich, right?
And would you put potatoes on your turkey sandwich? Have a leftover sandwich?
Oh, you're saying have a Thanksgiving sandwich.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like make a leftover turkey pot pie.
True.
See?
True. I used to hate cranberry sauce. When I grew up, my grandpa loved the cranberry sauce out of a can. You know, or just come in a cylinder glob. Horrible. But that's the cranberry sauce that we had at Thanksgiving for a long time. And I'll stop my sentence because you said hold on.
You know I don't want it either way.
Right.
I asked this exact question at Thanksgiving yesterday.
For Fridays, don't mark what he just said and see if that one can win.
I'm 100% on it.
Thank you.
And then, Rigo, consider your answer. We'll go to you in just a second. But I was talking with Jess and the rest of the family about this. I believe society prefers the canned cranberry sauce to the real deal homemade stuff.
Well, I definitely do not, because my wife learned how to make cranberry sauce from putting in the bag of cranberries and then the sugar and orange zest and a little bit of orange juice. And you just got to constantly stir it, and then it turns into the jelly-like formula. I love it. I think it's amazing, and I would have never guessed that because for 30 years of my life, I thought cranberry sauce was the most disgusting thing ever coming out of the can in just a cylinder glob. But when people make it homemade, and maybe I need to have more people's homemade cranberry sauces to maybe feel like you and go, this isn't good. But my wife makes a great cranberry sauce.
Okay, I like that. From the 469, sorry, I can't remember if I said this out loud or in my head. Deron Bland needs to win Defensive Player of the Year, and let's switch it up, and he's earned it. And turkey, let's combine those words. Turkey and Miracle Whip sandwiches are the best leftovers.
Oh, Miracle Whip. So turkey and mayonnaise for the most part. I cannot really tell the difference between Miracle Whip and mayonnaise. I know you're not going to know the
difference. You're about to start
a
war with that.
I understand. They're both white, creamy substances. but I don't get the difference in the flavor. I feel like, I guess I just have mayonnaise. Maybe I've never had Miracle Whip, but it looks like mayonnaise to me. It's the same color. Everybody uses Miracle Whip as a mayonnaise substitute. I don't know. Do you feel like there's a difference between Miracle Whip and mayonnaise?
They look different to me.
Miracle Whip looks whiter, correct?
Yes, it does. And I always thought that mayonnaise, theoretically looked a little thicker.
Miracle Whip looked thicker.
No, mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise looks thicker. Well, they're using the egg yolk. I mean, really, what mayonnaise is pretty much is eggs and oil for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, there's very few other things in it, but that's pretty much is you're whipping up oil and eggs.
From the 817, Stars will win tonight because I'll be there, and I've never seen a loss while at the American Airlines Center, man. We need to get you up there more often.
I need to see what is in Miracle Whip.
And green chili stew only gets better with age. From the 817, Deron Bland will win Defensive Player of the Year. Best leftovers is chili. Just gives
Chili's
the flavor more time to love one another. Man.
That's true.
Is it?
I think leftover chili, obviously if it's like 2 or 3 weeks, no, throw it out. But a few days later, I feel like the spices and everything have a little bit more flavor to it. So I do think when, chili usually takes, let's say, 4 to 6 hours. I know some people say, no, it takes 12 hours or 24 hours. But, I mean, you can make a chili. And within 4 hours, the water obviously
just
steam
open
out
up the
or
can
whatever.
of Hormel and you're good to go.
I will do that for a chili dog.
Okay.
I don't mind putting that on a chili dog, but I feel like if you're just eating a bowl of chili, it definitely needs to be more homemade than just out of the can.
Do you know the can of chili is one of the key ingredients of the Chili's queso?
Which brand?
As long as it didn't have beans in it, I'm pretty sure it
So
doesn't.
either Wolf brand or Hormel?
Yeah, and then you put in some cream cheese and...
What's your favorite brand of chili?
I don't care.
You're a can. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're
No.
like ice cream?
Yeah, it's whatever. I know. Look.
Have you ever had the ice cream challenge? Have you done the ice cream challenge?
Bring it on.
You've never done it, though?
I don't think so.
So if I give you, nothing against Kroger, Kroger's great. If I give you store brand Kroger vanilla ice cream
versus like Bluebell.
Breyers and Bluebell, you would say they all you think you would say they all
Yes.
taste the same?
That is exactly.
Or would you say
what
wouldn't
I
say
think.
would you intentionally do that, or would you say this one
No,
does taste better?
I'll give it a fair shot. I understand why you would ask that. I would give it a fair shot. From the 972, this person is also a fan of leftover spaghetti and meatballs. Learned from their mother and grandmother. Sports prediction: Cowboys will make the playoffs at 13-4, but still be behind Philadelphia. However,
that's a possibility.
They beat the Eagles at Philadelphia in the playoffs. If that happens, you're at least going to the NFC Championship game, if not the Super Bowl, if that exact scenario plays out.
Honestly, Philadelphia and Dallas, one will be the 5 seed. It is leaning towards
Sure.
more that Dallas
For
will be
sure.
the 5 seed.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because really I think they're going to be two of the
Two of
top
the best
three.
three.
But just record-wise, one of them has to fall to 5, kill the team in the South, whoever wins that, and then possibly face each other in the divisional round. I do have what Miracle Whip is made of.
Okay, tell me.
Eggs, oil, vinegar, spices, sugar, and water. Because Miracle Whip is less than 65% vegetable oil, it must be labeled as a dressing and not a condiment.
Oh, I had no idea.
So I guess that's what's the difference between mayonnaise is it's going to have more than 65% oil in it.
Okay. From the 214, maybe I missed it, but did we remind Mike about washing the dishes? Yes, I do believe that, and Dolly Parton will be coming up in just a second. Rigo, on our leftovers combo platter, do you have a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite leftover?
Yeah, so my sports opinion is going to be that Washington will win the whole friggin' thing in college football. Yeah, that's pretty.
Oh,
yeah, I think they're playing really good. I like the way Michael Penix is playing. I just think he's gonna be really, really good come playoff time. Also, James Madison sucks. That's my other sports opinion. But
you know who you need to talk to about that is Carter. Carter has been on Washington since before the season started.
They've been ridiculous. And my favorite leftover. We were talking a little bit about it off air. Was tamales. I mean, we have a boatload of leftover tamales and from last night, and we
Who's
make
the
way too
tamale
much.
maker, Rigo?
That would be Mama. That would be Mama Mendoza.
Did she learn it from grandmama?
Yeah, she learned it from my grandma, and then obviously it's been passed down from generation to generation, and it's going to be passed down to me and probably my girlfriend because she's of Caucasian descent.
Do you know how to make them already?
I'm learning. It's a process.
No,
it's a process.
That's a no. I heard that in your voice. That's a no. I just want to point out for the record, my food bracket had tamales in it. This year's did not. So I don't want that to fall on me.
All right.
So there you go. From the
Thank you for the
682. You're welcome. I just wanted that because, I know that our Thanksgiving food bracket has in the past been accused of being quote unquote too white. And I hear that criticism, but I had nothing to do with this year's bracket. From the 682, Cowboys make it to the NFC Championship game, and the best leftovers is Hurtado's Barbecue. Mike, you were gone, but last Saturday when we did our event at Trading Card World with PSA, Hurtado came up, and there was barbecue up there, but by the time I was done talking with people, it was all gone because everybody loved it.
On Saturday?
On Saturday.
Yeah, I was there from 10 to 11.
Yeah, but by the way, did you know at Trading Card World today, if you go shop in person in Dallas, 4144 North Central Expressway, everything in the store is 10% off.
That's sweet.
So
a lot of Pokemon.
Yes.
And then other.
They have a lot of sports. They have a good amount of sports cards too.
I was getting an education
anime and stuff like
on
that.
These anime cards that people are into too, and Star Wars cards too.
So go check that out. And then just real quick, if I can tell you some other card shops. If you missed it from earlier, $89,000, the total take home for Peace-a-thon, for all of it going to My Possibilities, is Trading Card World in Dallas is a great place to go. They have helped us out with Peace-a-thon in a big way this year. RJ Dukes, his Black Friday sale in McKinney, $100 gift cards are only $90. So you're going to go back there, you're automatically saving $10. 20% off supplies, 20% off singles under $300, 20% off all autograph memorabilia under $300. This is somebody who has helped with Peace-a-thon for years and years and years. Same thing can be said about Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. I'm trying to give you places because the Metroplex is a huge
some
area.
People be like, where should I do this or do that? And it's like, well, where do you live? Because I don't think you want to drive an hour and 15 minutes.
Exactly. If you're near Bedford, Collectible Investments, they came through huge. We made a lot of money off of their stuff. And Texas Roadshow, if you saw out in Mansfield, if you saw the ALCS game used base, that came from Texas Roadshow, in addition to a lot of wax stuff. These spots are all great. And then I want to tell you one more, the Dallas Card Show. A lot of those autographed jerseys, including the unique Johnny Football and Ricky Williams ones, came from Dallas Card Show. They have a shop in Allen. Just look up Sports Collectors Hub. So depending on where you are in the Metroplex,
they're off of 75.
Correct.
Right before, I know it's like before Stacy.
Correct.
Stacy is the exit to go to the outlet mall.
Maybe you could double it up and hit up that and RJ Dukes and have yourself a card extravaganza. But these businesses have all been super kind to Peace-a-thon. So if you want to help them out in kind, they got all kinds of great deals going today as well.
Okay.
Ready for Mike Likes It?
I am. Now, my wife isn't listening right now. She's at her parents'. I had to work today, so I am not in Glen Rose having a blast right now. Sorry to miss that one. But at my parents' house yesterday after we ate, she goes, "Do you want to help me with the dishes?"
Okay.
And I said, "No."
Did you say it like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't like doing dishes, and I don't want to do dishes on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
But she's like, "But won't this be a good example to our boys that you'll be with their mom and doing dishes and an example for them to do dishes. And I go, boys don't think that way.
Okay.
So I just need to know what your thoughts are on this situation.
Mike.
As I did end up helping reluctantly. But I still might have not done a good enough job because I felt like afterwards I'm like, I know Sue's not mad at me, but I feel like she's a little irritated with me right now.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised that didn't earn you a trip to the couch for one night.
See, you better be careful, Rigo, because you said you're in trouble with your girlfriend, so we might have to press into what happened there as well. Mike, I hear what you're saying, but I just feel like many things could have been done differently in this.
Yeah.
You could have said no differently. I also feel like instead of saying, boys don't think like that, you could have taken how important it was to her in that moment and said, okay.
Yeah. I just tell her what I think.
I know, but does that, you know what? You're still married. You've been married a hell of a lot longer than I have, so I guess it's
almost
working.
24 years that she has to deal with this.
So it's clearly working.
Yes. So anyways, doing dishes out of
every now and again, don't you just want to surprise your wife and be going like, I would like to help?
No. The only way that I will go do dishes if I want to get out of conversations with everybody in that place. So if you ever see me doing dishes, it just means I don't want to talk anymore. But I don't, because I'll tell you one thing that I don't like folding laundry either. I don't know if anybody enjoys these things. I do enjoy mowing the yard or edging the yard. So that's something that I'm definitely like, no, I got that. I like doing that.
Okay.
But doing dishes, like I had to do them this morning because they were out of town. So I woke up and pretty much unloaded the dishwasher and loaded the dishes up. I just find that as just miserable. I'm like, where's a $20 bill so I can have somebody do this for me, you know?
Yeah.
So I definitely will pay, because people are like, I hate doing yard work, right? And they pay $50 to $100, you know, let's say they pay $200 a month so they don't have to do yard work. I totally get it, right? If you hate doing yard work, you're like, I feel like I just want to pay people to be like, I don't want to fold laundry and I don't want to do dishes. Here's money so I don't have to do it.
Now, Mike, I'm not against you. This is a text that has come in from the 682. Yeah, Mike, it is a good example. My family has 5 boys and 2 girls, and to this day, all the boys still wash dishes.
But I cook. Do they cook?
Ooh,
see, I would rather spend 4 hours in a kitchen making food than doing the dishes. I would rather cook than do dishes.
Fair. I hear you.
I don't want to be the dish guy.
That's
the
fair.
guys that do dishes can't cook.
That's me.
See? And you like doing dishes, right? Because you feel like you're contributing.
Yes.
I contribute by making the food.
Okay.
And so I do not want to contribute by doing the dishes.
But you did leave that part out to begin the story. You're like,
well,
my wife asked, and I was like, no.
I didn't do much for Thanksgiving. I mean, I made the pecan pie, pumpkin pie, the kind of cornbread dressing. Those were my contributions to it. But I don't like doing dishes. I would rather cook. I enjoy cooking and people eating my food than I do cleaning up after people's messes.
Look, we talk about that a lot, me and Jess, is because I will definitely admit, because of the times that I'm gone, she does a disproportionate amount of housework. But whenever she does cook, I've been trying really hard to do all the cleanup and put the dishes away and all that stuff.
Okay, so let's talk about Dolly Parton yesterday. I don't know. I don't want to say I was excited, but I was more intrigued about the halftime show at the Thanksgiving game than I have in a long time.
Okay.
I can't remember who's done the halftime show for the Cowboys much, but Dolly Parton was doing this is like a super legend. I don't think you can get many more legends more important than her that are alive.
Which was evident
George
by the fact.
Strait would be like one of them that I would think, or Garth Brooks. I know I'm in the country music realm here. I mean, if you got the Rolling Stones, but she's in that category. When you're talking about the legends of music that are still alive today, she's in the top 10 legends of music that are still alive today.
Legendary to the point where, and I know they always have lots of people, but if she was going to do like a Super Bowl halftime show, you would buy that could happen.
Yes. At her age, it would be a little bit
that's fair.
Weird, right? But I understand that if you're trying to get one of the most legendary people still alive, still being able to sing and do her or his thing, Dolly is there. But how shocked were you when they came back from commercial and she was in the Cowboys cheerleading uniform?
Stunned. And by the way, good for her.
Yeah.
And that sparked a conversation in the family setting that I was in, is like, hey, I wish I could do that at even this age. And there was like 30-year-old people in there. And so they were all really impressed. But then the other thing that came up, and I hope it's okay to mention this, is there was concern that she couldn't walk because everything she was doing, she was like holding on to the railing.
Yes.
I'm guessing it was she had giant shoes on, maybe?
Well, that's what I was wondering. She obviously wears high heels when she's performing in wigs and everything like that. But I found it weird. I saw her play. Now, this was a while back in Grand Prairie. I always forget the names of places. But
Jexa?
Jexa, sure. Let's call it Jexa.
One.
But whatever.
Yeah.
It's in Grand Prairie near the horse track. And it was an outstanding concert. But this was a good 2015, 2016 is going to be my guesstimate when she played there. She wasn't holding on to anything. She was moving around and she had high heels. That's her thing, right? She's going to wear high heels. I found it weird during it that she was holding on to the rail, to the backing so much.
Agreed.
And I thought she must feel very uncomfortable on this stage. But then we have a couple of Tolos that are here that were at the game and said when she was walking off the stage, they had somebody in front of her and behind her making sure that she got off the stage without falling or anything. So that was interesting to me. So obviously the super shock of her being in the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders uniform to start off. Then she starts off with Jolene and 9 to 5. Those two songs make complete sense to me.
Yeah.
Then she decided to do a Queen cover album for the next two, which didn't make any sense to me at the time and didn't make any sense to anybody in the Bassick household at the time.
But now that you hear about the tie-in with the forthcoming album, I don't think it's out yet. Does that make more sense, or do you still prefer she would have stuck with the old standards?
So I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the guy's name who is a Tolo who was here earlier, but he said Dolly's new album has those two Queen songs on it. Because my mom, my dad, me, we're like, Dolly has, I don't know, I'm going to guess, 50 number one songs that like hit number one on the charts, or at least top 10 on the charts. Like she has an endless array of songs that she can go to. And she's doing Queen cover songs for her 10-minute set. It just didn't make sense to us at the time. We're like, why are we doing Queen? And then I thought, is she going to put on a Texas Rangers jersey, which would really tick off Jerry Jones when she was singing We Are the Champions?
That would have been awesome.
I'm like, does she know that the Cowboys aren't champions and have not been champions of anything in a long time? In fact, I won't diss her because I do love Dolly. It was a long time ago when the Cowboys were the champions. Yeah. Dolly was a lot different 25, 30 years ago. Yeah. And so it's like, we're not the champions unless it would be amazing if somebody brought up a Texas Rangers jersey to her right now, and I don't think Jerry would approve of that.
Now, some people are texting in that Slater said she was supposed to be on the Star, and then a couple other people are saying they thought there was some sort of issue with the stage, and she was supposed to be coming up on a lift, but something happened.
Went wrong. I see, and I don't know all these. It was weird, right? Because the people behind her, she is facing the camera, right? The camera gets her. The people behind her never saw her one time because she wouldn't go around that stage. You could see that she was a little bit uncomfortable. She'd get to the corner and kind of peek over to be like, I know 50,000 people are on this side too that can't see me. So that does make sense that I didn't know. I will say this. I hate saying this because I do love Dolly Parton. I felt like it was a bad product on television.
Really?
Yeah, okay. I did. In my opinion, 99% of the people can disagree with me, and I totally understand. I just felt like watching it on TV, I just thought, dang it, man, maybe my expectations were way too high. And then her singing Queen cover songs wasn't my favorite. She's amazing. She's an amazing everything pretty much in her life. But I was underwhelmed tremendously by that. It almost felt like she cut it short, too. I almost felt like this can't be it. I've watched other halftime shows. It feels longer. I know it's not Super Bowl, but I was like, it almost felt like she's like, I'm good. I'm done. And maybe it was because everything was going wrong. I don't know.
Yeah. That is
not her singing. I don't know if she lip synced or anything.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people asking that. I I think
she sang good at Grand Prairie. That was still a while ago. But
I have trouble noticing unless you like really flub a line,
right?
And it still comes out great.
But she talked during it too, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if that bothers me if I'm watching it on TV. If I was like there in person, I could see, but it generated a lot of attention.
I would just like to say I hate saying all the things I just said, but I am speaking my opinion on the situation.
Okay, from the 214, my sister works at AT&T. There was a riser malfunction, and so she kind of had to wing it. And so they were supposed to like...
So she was on a part of the stage that she didn't practice on, felt uncomfortable on. Maybe at the top of the stage, I don't know, maybe there was like a built-in railing too.
Yeah.
Where when that riser comes up, she almost has two railings where she can kind of hold on a little bit here and there because she is almost 78 years old.
Sure. And from the 817, do you think she could be channeling Creed 2.0 and like willing us being the champions into existence?
Maybe so.
Okay, I like it.
What was it out of, let's say, a 1 out of 10? I'll give it a 5 just because it was Dolly, but what would you give it a 1 out of 10 rating?
I would give it like a 6.
Okay.
So
I mean, some people might give it a 10.
Yeah.
And they'll never. I don't know. I don't know. Eagles cover songs was kind of weird from Dolly, who has so many great songs.
Eagles cover songs?
Sorry,
Queen.
Queen cover songs. Yeah, she didn't sing Desperado.
That actually would have been really good. From the 817, I don't know what brought this on, but I really like it. Kevin and Mike, y'all are the best and amazing people. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, lots of people also weighing in about the issues with the stage. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, if it's okay with you, Mike, I actually want to go back to football. I want to talk more about these Cowboys games because there's a couple of other people that I wanted to spotlight, plus a little bit overreaction or not. We got a lot coming up. We'll hit it for you next. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. Still have a chance to sign up for those giveaways and those tickets via Miller Lite, so come on out and see us. We'll be back right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, first, Kevin, I want to talk about Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. They are located in Cleburne. It's an amazing place to go to. I love the city of Cleburne. But you've heard from so many of us up here on The Fan talk about Gilchrist Automotive and the great things that they are doing for the Tolos. I'm telling you that you have to go see my guy, General Manager Mike Brown, and his team at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now they're having the Black Friday sales event. That makes a lot of sense because it's Black Friday today, but they've been doing it all month long, and they will continue it all month long in the month of November. So get ahead of it now on the purchase of your brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram with General Manager Mike Brown. You can do custom vehicle orders of any of their vehicles there. You get exactly what you want through the Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram eShop. I want you to check that out. The best way to do that right now is to go to southwestcdjrtexas.com. That's southwestcdjrtexas.com. All the inventory is updated daily. You can do virtual test drives there. Obviously, you can purchase online right now if you'd like, but I recommend driving a little bit further and saving a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
Hey, this isn't getting old, right?
Deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5.
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. If you come in here, we're behind a wall, so fear not. We are here, and the food is delicious. The drink specials are rolling. Hope you come out and see us. Mike's still got some more giveaways to do. And remember, if you show up here at Buffalo Wild Wings, you can enter to win that pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. So still a lot of fun stuff happening out here.
Right, in an hour out here, you can watch the first ever Black Friday NFL game.
That's true. And when we talked to Jerry earlier, it sounds like that is going to be an important part of their Thanksgiving strategy going forward.
It makes a lot of sense because, yes, there is a lot of college football happening today and tomorrow. I know our buddy Derek Holland, who I don't know if we've thanked today, but we want to thank him for what he did.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Wednesday, he is off to Ann Arbor, Michigan today. He might already be there, but he's headed to the big Michigan-Ohio State game, which is on 105.3 The Fan tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Coverage for that starts at 10:30.
There's going to be a pregame show for that one. Holy cow. Somebody's dotting the I tomorrow.
Why? You were doing so well until that last
Michigan has an I in it. They can dot their own I. They can dot two I's.
I guess that is
Mish
possible.
I again.
Now, we were doing Cowboys thank you notes a little bit earlier, and there was a few others that I wanted to throw out there while also just generally talking about some other aspects of the game because obviously we got caught up in Deron Bland fever, talking about Dak, is Stephon Gilmore and Osa with two plays back-to-back in the third quarter that I thought were exceedingly impressive. Stephon Gilmore had the pass breakup on third down, and then Osa stuffed the fourth down to try to squash any potential Washington momentum because you can look at the end of this game and the final score and be like, it was never close. But in the third quarter, especially when Dallas got the ball straight away and wasn't able to do anything substantial with it, it did feel like Washington had an opportunity to punch back into this game.
They were hanging around. I never thought they were going to be at halftime. I never thought they were going to be good enough to win the second half and win the game, but they were hanging around. Can I ask this question on the Gilmore breakup? If that was Dak Prescott to CD Lamb, would you say that was a great breakup or a bad pass?
Because it was a little bit behind him.
Because he beat him by a step and a half. Now, it had to be a really good pass, a little behind him, and you get the breakup a little ahead of him, and I don't know if
I would probably say bad pass.
Yeah, so I thought it was a good play, right? It's always the perspective where you're looking at, and I give Gilmore credit. He did not give him big separation. There was only a little separation. It had to be a perfect pass, and Sam Howell is not good enough in this NFL to make that pass, and so he was there to break it up. Howell gave his guy a chance to catch the ball because he underthrew it by about a yard or two, but Gilmore made a nice play, and I did think running the ball against the Cowboys is a fear, I think, of most Cowboy fans. That seems to be the thing that you can do somewhat consistently against this Dallas Cowboys team. But there were moments yesterday where you knew they were going to run and they just needed 1 or 2 yards, and they couldn't do it against this team.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. In terms of Brandon Aubrey, what am I supposed to make of the person who never ever misses a field goal but has now missed 3 extra points this year? That's a weird dynamic, right?
Yes, I still have confidence in him.
I mean, he's been amazing. That part is just odd to me.
Right, but there is I think to your point, there is a little bit of a part of us that goes, hey, we loved Maher until the end of the year last year,
right.
too.
My wife still thinks he's great because she felt bad for him.
Well, is he even in the didn't he?
Oh, remember he got picked up by the Rams and they moved on.
Yeah, so your wife is a great person to have on your side, right?
Oh, my God. She is the nicest person.
She will not give up on you. She will definitely get fired before realizing it, going, no, you have to give up on people at some point.
That comes from the teaching background, right? Like, she never, ever would want to give up on a kid.
But I am very happy with him. It's going to be interesting because most likely if the Cowboys make a playoff run where they play in 2, 3, hopefully 4 playoff games, there's going to be a game-deciding kick that he's going to have to make.
Yeah.
And in a weird way this year, because everything has been a pretty much blowout, there just hasn't been a lot of games on the line. There's under 5 minutes to go. If he misses this, we're screwed. But he has made them all. I can't, just like you told Jerry, and Jerry's like, dude, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
We can't dictate the schedule. We can't go, hey, we're playing well. Let's play one of the best teams and see if we beat them while we're playing well. You just have to play who's on your schedule, and they're destroying teams right now. Brandon Aubrey cannot dictate that the score is 20-18 with 3 minutes to go.
Sure.
He can't win the game by making the kick or put the game out of hand by making the kick with 3 minutes to go because the Cowboys haven't played many close games. But what he's done this year has been close to perfection.
And then Jonathan Hankins, who I know we talk about a lot in terms of run stopping, he had a sack that essentially ended the game. And I thought that was impressive as well. Now, we were about to get into this earlier when we started talking with Mickey when we were doing NFL overreaction or not. I think I've finally been convinced that I'm done with NFL rules analysts because way too often you see...
Because he makes turkey lasagna. I heard that 73 times yesterday.
Yeah, that is
Hey, man, turkey lasagna. That sounds disgusting.
Last weekend there was a call where it was clearly a pass interference. And then the rules analyst, John Perry, came in and goes, you know what? At this speed, they all look like pass interference. In real time, you can't see that arm restriction. It's based on timing. And I'm like, well, was it the whole point of your job and why we're doing these replays for exactly that reason, so we can see that level of detail? And I feel like more often than not, it's just a cover job for, they did the right thing.
I've never seen in my life people protect themselves more than refs protecting refs.
Yeah.
Like they get a job where, I don't know, they're getting paid $1 million or whatever it is. Dean Blandino and the other ones, note card guy, I always forget his name.
Oh, yeah.
But like they're getting paid a lot of money to analyze the situation. And they're like, here's what I would like to do. Refuse to analyze the situation.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why pay these former refs money if they're like, I get it, they do help you out with the rules at times, but if they're like, oh, no, that wasn't a good call. It is rare. I won't say it never happens, but I mean, they are there to just say, these refs are perfect. I don't know why you're having me here, Bob.
Yeah, look, I'm with you. It perplexes me to the ends of the earth. And so, like I said, I think I'm just done with them. I'm done with them. I don't want to hear from them anymore. Now, more likely to make the playoffs because
Cowboys.
Yes. What percentage are you that the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs? Like 98?
Yeah, I was going to say 99%.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, honestly, I want to say 100. Well, at this point, they get one more win, they're probably going to be in.
I can see that.
And they're probably going to win one of their last 6. I'm really thinking they're going to win 6 of their last 6.
Are you really thinking that, though?
I wouldn't bet on it, but I do think it's a strong possibility. How about that? If you said, I tricked Corey into betting something.
You know what? Don't say that. I understood why he made that bet at 5-1 odds,
but
it just didn't work out.
I would say smart money. No, I would not bet that the Cowboys win their last 6 games left on their schedule. But I do think there is a possibility that they can win out.
Okay. What kind of odds? Like if I said I'll give you odds on that.
10-1.
Okay. I'll consider.
Okay.
Is more likely to make the playoffs, the Browns or the Bills? I realize that the Browns have a better record than the Bills, but it just still feels kind of odd to me, the idea that the Bills will not make the playoffs.
They do have a tough schedule, but they're getting somewhat, I don't want to say lucky, but the Bengals kind of eliminated themselves through Burrow's
I would be inclined to agree with that. Do you know, by the way, the Bengals have the same record as the Broncos? Let's think about that for a second. That's pretty wild.
No, you know what? I still, for some reason, to your point, and right, that Cowboys game is going to be a huge game for Buffalo.
Yeah, it is.
Right, because they can pretty much lose 2 more games the rest of the way and still have a good chance of making the playoffs. 10-7 would give you a good chance. You might lose tiebreakers, but 10-7 you'll probably get in. So the rest of the way, if they go 4-2, Buffalo will make the playoffs. So that's kind of the standard you have to put on them.
And then Tom Brady said something earlier this week. I'm curious your take on it. The NFL is filled with mediocrity this season. Because which team has the best record in the NFL? It's the Eagles.
Right.
But how often, and it could just be because we're in Dallas, how often do you hear, yeah, but they barely beat this team. Yeah, but they barely beat that team. The Chiefs have a potentially fatal flaw in their receiving corps. Buffalo's down. Cincinnati's out. The Cowboys still haven't beat a winning team. The Dolphins still haven't beaten a winning team.
I know that it was about a month ago, but we had on my buddy Coppy, who's the Philadelphia Phillies scout following the Texas Rangers. He grew up in Philadelphia. He's an Eagles fan, and even going into that game, he's like, man, I think the Eagles are better, and the Cowboys can be great one week and then not the next week. But he wasn't feeling great about his team at that point. Now, maybe he feels better because they beat Dallas. They beat Kansas City. They've done some things. But to that point, I don't want to say it's loaded with mediocrity, because I think there's huge differences between the good teams and bad teams in this league. And I mean huge differences. But I understand that you don't feel like you have an overwhelming favorite in either conference.
And then the last thing
I'd still pick San Francisco. I think come playoff time, if San Francisco's healthy.
Okay.
What I saw last night, maybe it's just from a Cowboys perspective.
It's
They
scary.
do things that worries me about the Cowboys is they worry me.
Now, my final question for you right here is, true or false, Dove Kleiman had not watched one single Cowboys game all season before yesterday. He put out a tweet and said, has anyone else noticed that Dak yells, yeah, here we go, every single play? I haven't noticed that cadence from him before. That has been happening all year long.
My son was doing it every time with him. So, yes, my 15-year-old knows that every time the Cowboys snap the ball, and if the microphone picks it up, you will hear Dak say, yeah, here we go.
Is it possible Dove Kleiman has not watched any Cowboys football?
I will say he could have watched it, but if he's watching film on them and he's not having sound on, or he's watching it where there's four other, like right now you're at Buffalo Wild Wings, you get to listen to us while you're here, which is awesome.
Congratulations.
But right now there's no game with sound on. So if you are watching OU and TCU, which is a blowout, 42-16 OU, or you're watching the unbelievable game of Iowa and Nebraska, you aren't hearing the game.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll give him the excuse of he's watched the Cowboys a lot of times with no sound on, but that doesn't really give him an excuse for Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Or stuff like that, because there is no other game on.
Yes.
So
agreed with all of that.
It's the first time he's had sound on for a Cowboys game. Yeah, here we go.
Hey, what do you know?
Will that become a thing? If they win the Super Bowl, it'll become a big thing.
Yeah.
Like
and I am 100% going to buy a T-shirt that says, yeah, here we go. Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys, as now Nebraska takes their turn dropping a wide open pass.
Why don't we just illegally make them right now?
Well, you just said on air, why don't we illegally make them right now? I feel like that's pretty damning evidence in court, don't you?
We have to sell a lot for it to be damning evidence.
Okay, well, also, it's a bold move right after our charity drive to actively discuss making illegal merchandise.
Next year, we make, here we go, Peace-a-thon jerseys. Not jerseys, but T-shirts.
Uh-huh.
And it'll say number 4 on it with the person will be wearing a jersey with number 4 on it with a helmet that has a star on the helmet, getting ready to take the snap.
Yeah, we're definitely
nobody will know.
We're definitely not going to get
really thick
in
thighs.
Trouble for that. From the 817, I don't know if this is from Bobby, but I'm inclined to agree. Friends don't let friends, Dove Kleiman. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, there's going to be a lot coming at you.
Here we go.
Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. What football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Why the Moon needs to apologize to the Detroit Lions, and Masterpiece of the Week. All of that coming at you next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds.
Stains. It also stands up to pets. It can even stand up to a third grader's birthday party. Life-proof with pet-proof technology, available only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Are you stuck at the crossroads wondering whether to buy or lease your next ride? Well, buckle up, because this Black Friday, D&M Leasing has the ultimate answer that'll make your decision a breeze. Get ready to slash your monthly payment, wave goodbye to down payments, and here's the showstopper: no payments until 2024. Yes, you heard it right. A breather for your budget and a chance to enjoy the ride without the financial weight. Ready to make a smart move this Black Friday? Call 972 or 817-35-LEASE or cruise on over to dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
First and goal at the 8. They're going to run Pollard up the middle. middle of the goal line. Pound it. Run it in. Touchdown, Pollard.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. If you want to come and see us, Mike's been giving away things all day long. You can show up and sign up for that pair of Cowboys tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. But a couple of things here. I want to know what football game you are now most looking forward to this weekend, and a couple of updates to our other games. There are two people at the Nebraska-Iowa game wearing sweatshirts that say punts on them. So you know they're having the time of their life at this game. And then, Mike.
They made those this weekend.
Yes, I assume.
Or this week.
Did you know that the Detroit Lions were going to.
Did you wake up at all weirded out, like forgetting what day it was? I thought it was Monday.
Yes.
For about 5 minutes,
Yes.
I thought it was Monday somehow.
Yes, I had to redo parts of the run sheet because I was like, oh, yeah, this is not Monday.
Yeah.
Did you know that the Detroit Lions were going to lose yesterday because of the moon?
No, but I'm intrigued.
Okay. So.
It wasn't a blood moon.
It was not. The moon was waxing gibbous. And there was a time in college where I could have told you exactly what that means. That time is not now.
Was that geology? What class was that? Astronomy? Geology is the study of rocks.
There you go.
But the moon's a rock?
Mm-hmm.
So it could be both, geology and astronomy.
What should they study in astronomy then?
The study of space rocks.
Okay. With like the moon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I saw this from my son, my older son, who pointed it out to me. It's weird that I have to say that now, since the AFL-NFL merger, the Detroit Lions were 0-12 on Thanksgiving when the moon is waxing gibbous. Yesterday, the moon was waxing gibbous, so the Detroit Lions are now 0-13 on Thanksgiving when the moon is in that phase.
I feel like for the most part, it doesn't matter. The Lions just lose. This is one of the years where they are winning.
They haven't won a game on Thanksgiving in 7 years, I believe.
They're horrible, but they're not horrible this year.
Yes.
But so I feel like anytime you come up with something about the moon or the stars or whales or whatever it is, the Lions are going to have a horrible record during that time.
I think you'll like this, though. Bennett Conlon tweeted out, "Can the moon's waxing gibbous phase go 17-0 next on First Take?" That exactly sounds like the kind of segment that they would do.
Hey,
We've got
big touchdown for TCU as they cut it to 22 points.
That game was competitive for a minute. It's 45-23 right there. Texas A&M basketball lost to Florida Atlantic, and the game that football forgot is now 10-10 between Iowa and Nebraska.
So I was thinking about this Iowa-Nebraska game. So I'm 45 years old. This was football to my grandpa. The completed passes forward, very tough. They would say only, like 2 out of 3 things negative can happen when you try to pass it forward,
do you remember
right?
what those things are?
Well, one is you throw an interception.
Yep.
Is another one like you get sacked or something? And the other one's incomplete pass?
I think incomplete pass is
I
the
just
other
came
one.
with 3 bad things. I can keep coming up with bad things. But it's just like, this is why football wasn't popular. This is why America's pastime is baseball. They're like, yeah, more things happen in baseball than they do in this football thing.
Let's just run the ball every single time.
I mean, so far, if you had this being a baseball score, right, and a touchdown would be considered a run, and a field goal would be like you threatened to score, the score would be 1-1 with 2 threats.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Right? It sounds good. It's 10-10.
Yeah.
Whoa, look how many more points there are in football than baseball. But when you go to old school football, like this is like watching 1950s, maybe 1960s football, but I'd say 60s you started having more points scored. You're watching a 1-1 football game right now.
And this is a really good weekend for football across the NFL, college, hell, as we move on in the Texas State playoffs. What game are you most looking forward to? Because there's a couple of really good NFL games, too.
Well, tomorrow, Michigan, Ohio State's huge.
11 o'clock kick, 10:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So that's definitely the college football game.
Do you think that's going to end up being a win and you're in, lose and you're out playoff game?
winning you're in 100%.
Okay.
Losing you're out, I think more than 50%. But I think that there's a small possibility they get in. But there's so many teams with one loss. I think a lot of things have to happen. For me, the Jaguars-Texans game is really interesting to me. First of all, it seems like the Jags, even last year, had issues with the Texans. As bad as they are, the Texans already beat the Jaguars in Jacksonville. That, to me, if Jacksonville wins that game, the division is determined. It's over and done with. Now Houston's just fighting to make one of the last wild card spots. But if Stroud wins that game at home in Houston, all of a sudden you look at those teams with a tied record. Houston has the head-to-head because they won both games. All of a sudden, Jaguars had that division for 1 year, and Houston now overtakes it. Like that would ruin my Jacksonville love right now. That would really hurt. So tomorrow, Jacksonville at the Texans. Jags are favored by 1.5. So pretty much a pick'em game. To me, that's a huge Sunday noon game on CBS.
Would you start to be afraid that maybe C.J. Stroud will be better than Trevor Lawrence? I know there's more to it than
afraid's too strong of a word, but yes, I do think there is I think it's a coin flip on who's going to have a better next 10 years.
And by the way, they just showed a stat for the Iowa quarterback, 1 for his last 10 passes. So maybe that's why they keep
How did he ever complete the one?
That's a good question. Is Bills and Eagles, I feel like is really high up there because if the Eagles win this game as well, I know people were like, oh, they might lose 3 in a row. Well, you know what? If you beat the Chiefs and the Bills in back-to-back weeks, I already think they're the best team in football, at least as of this moment.
Right.
I'm excited to see that San Francisco game as well. Is they win this game as well, ooh.
If the Eagles win this game, you just, as a Cowboy fan, you go, well, how are we supposed? You'd really have to go undefeated. You'd really have to go 14-3. Obviously, beating Philadelphia, hoping Philadelphia loses another NFC game.
Yeah,
and then you'd be 14-3 with 3 NFC losses.
Getting the tie break is going to be tough on them.
Philadelphia has lost to who this year? I can click and find out.
Well, I mean, obviously we'll throw you'll throw the Cowboys on there, so that will be one conference loss.
They lost to the Jets. They'd hold the tiebreaker.
So that's not going to be your conference loss. Like I said, it's going to be really tough to overcome them in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, because if you win out and they lose to you and another team, they would still hold the tiebreaker because they would have an AFC loss and you'd have all NFC losses.
From the 972, Forney versus Richland. First time in the third round for Forney in 20 years in the playoffs. I mean, I hope everybody is out there, and I hope that game.
Forney, where they hang out on the highway, the police. They like giving tickets when you're driving through Forney.
How long ago did you get a ticket in Forney?
A good decade ago, if not more.
But you're still carrying that?
Every time I would go to drive to spring training in Florida, Forney would always have a couple cops just waiting for you to go 80 to 90 miles an hour.
Keep sending in your text for the game you're most looking forward to.
Am I right, Forney Police?
This weekend.
Text on in, Forney Police.
Don't tempt them now.
We're good at that.
Also, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
Oh, my favorite.
List this. What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, Rigo.
Rigo.
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Aside from beef, but which, by the way, that's a very apropos kind of segue into Masterpiece of the Week and what we're kind of doing, because there was a lot of meat going on, specifically stuffing.
Mike's family.
It's amazing.
Meat stuffing.
I've made it with my mom before.
Mike.
I have,
Mike.
And we had it yesterday at lunchtime before the Cowboy game, and then I had it last night at home.
Oh, my God.
It was outstanding. I don't know why we only do it during Thanksgiving, because I feel like it should be more in the mix of food that I eat. It is outstanding and my favorite thing for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Well, we got, like I said, this is going to be very meat based, and again, I guess it's very apropos.
Oh, I heard it. Yeah, I get it. As y'all move into the meat. Oh dear.
That can't be the clip, right?
Is that the whole thing?
Yeah, that was it. as y'all move into the meat, I guess it was from earlier today.
Oh, the schedule. I did say that to Jerry.
I know.
Did you
was
like
Knuckles.
that joke?
Yeah,
you
that
like
was
that
Knuckles
joke?
because that was a Tyron Smith blast.
That
Like,
was
he'll
a
be ready for
last
the meat
year
of the schedule.
callback right there.
There's 3 games left. This isn't the meat.
Next up, go.
All right, more meat.
One of these days, I'm going to have her make extra meat stuffing and bring it.
Just a lot
That's
of
my
meat
mom.
stuffing.
She made actually 2 meat stuffings because she knows how much the family likes it and likes the leftovers of it.
Did everybody eat it all?
Yes, it was great.
Okay.
It was so good.
Back to you, Rigo.
All right, and more meat stuffing.
My grandma's the original meat stuffing.
Y'all boys love
She's
meat,
the first
bro.
one who made it.
Is that Bobby?
Yeah. I just had to say, y'all love meat.
Well, I will tell you this. I assume my grandmother was the first one to make it, but I don't know if, like, my great-grandmother, who I obviously never met, if she was the, like, when did meat stuffing start happening in the, I guess I'll say Bassick household, but
Do you think y'all invented it?
They had to get it from somewhere, right?
Did they?
Maybe not.
I don't know. So eventually
No.
things come from somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Did they? I don't know. They're from the Connecticut, I say area, from the Connecticut state. But I'm just wondering, like, when did the meat stuffing in the Bassick family originate? And she's not a Bassick. I forget my grandma's last name. Do you know your grandma's last name?
Yes.
What is it?
Anderson.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I forget. Because, obviously I just knew her as Grandma and then Grandma Bassick. But I don't know her.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, Anderson was her married name.
Yeah, obviously I
know.
know my grandparents' married name, but I don't know what my my grandma's name was, like their last name before they got married.
Oh, I don't think I do. I need to ask my mom. All right.
Well,
Now, thanks for bringing up more questions than answers there, Rigo.
Sorry about that, but Derek Holland, you had some stuff with more meat, but a different kind of meat.
Anybody do it with bacon?
Anybody do it with bacon?
I'll play it
I'm gonna tell
one
you
more time.
Right here and right
Anybody do it
now.
with bacon?
I think they have.
For sure. Well, there's the whole Seinfeld episode where he eats a sandwich during it because he wants to have his 2 favorite things at one time.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten during sex?
No.
Okay. Well, shoot. I
mean, you didn't try to like soft play that one at all, did you?
I feel like that is gonna come back to haunt me.
That was a direct line to the basket right there, Kevin.
Back to you, Rigo. Please save me. That did not go well for me.
I think I might be able to save you here. RJ Choppy actually might be able to save you as well.
Enough team.
You got this.
You never have enough team.
You're the only one that got the shot. I just gave you.
Oh, yeah.
Is that really what you want to say? Did you hear what RJ said, though?
I thought he said you could never have enough tea.
No. He said teens.
For what? We were there yesterday. It wasn't
Yeah.
yesterday, but Wednesday.
That was 2 days ago.
Teens. He was there for the food segment.
Yeah, but I got confused because also RJ was like, I don't care about your show, I care about my show. And I'm like, we're on the same station, dude.
He's being honest, I guess, right?
Is that what you think, too?
Well, I do care about our show more. I do care
Okay.
about Sean and RJ's
Okay.
show. Bobby's
Okay.
listening right now. So I do care about their show. I care about the G-Bag Nation. My name was part of it. Not my real name, but I was part of that show for a while.
Hey.
And I care about the Get Right.
Yes.
But I do care about our show more.
Okay, that's fair. From the 2-1, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say fair enough. What do you call it? Do we have time for one more?
Do it.
All right, what do you call it? All right, Mike, you've always, had such a way with words when it comes to your promos.
But obviously, they're closed tomorrow. It's Thanksgiving. Deal with it.
But you just said you went. Oh, that was
I went
today, not on Thanksgiving. Okay.
I can't remember if they close at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock today. That's Men's Tea Clinic. But I know that this week they wanted me to talk about their hours because this week they're closed on Thanksgiving and they had limited hours on Wednesday and Friday. So Just want to tell everybody yesterday, deal with it. They're not going to be open for you if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
That is a weird take. You like to antagonize people in commercials, like when you dared people to rob your parents' house.
Because they have DFW security.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's weird to me. Thank you for people who are texting in. It was protein. So, but he shortened it up because that's what he does. And he shortened up protein to teen and then said you could never have enough of that. And then it was weird. And
is Bobby listening to us right now?
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
Hey, Bobby, get me stuff for Piece-a-thon.
I'm going to ask you this
I'm going
question.
to.
Have you ever met a 40-year-old or older that has tried to be a teenager more than RJ Choppy?
No. And then the problem is that he's like so painfully unaware of how unteenager like he is.
Yeah.
Like he is the this is how the kids talk, but like no one actually
and then
talks
here's
that
my
way.
commercial for your robot hair.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And Blue Chew in it.
Yeah, and your Blue Chew.
Their
That is a
teenagers
weird
do not
dynamic.
need Blue Chew.
Yeah.
Do they, though? No, I'm kidding.
A teenager could get hit by a breeze and be like, okay.
That was the worst. You just be sitting in class and you're like, no, I do not need this right now. For no reason do I need this or want this.
Mike,
Settle down.
Mike, into the waistband. That's the play.
Yeah.
God,
My wife was weirded out when I told her that. I was like, yeah, you just got to tuck it into the waistband.
Oh, man.
Hey. Holster
is
that thing.
Yeah. I'm going to vote for I think it was the very first one where Mike says that he made it with his mom.
I'm voting for you saying, have you ever eaten during sex? Hey, that's what I'm voting
That
for.
was interesting.
And the answer is yes, frequently.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
Bobby,
What's your
geez.
favorite food during it?
That's not what he means.
Clams.
Okay. Wow. I am going to vote for meat stuffing because it deserves all the votes it can get because it is the greatest Thanksgiving
There was
food.
like 3 different clips of that.
The first one was the
Okay.
best.
Okay.
Unanimous decision. Made it with my mom.
Hey, Rigo, go ahead and mark yourself saying that because that sounds like you were really enthusiastic about that. So go ahead and mark that down for next week. There you go. Mike talking about meat stuffing and making it with his mom is our masterpiece of the week. Coming up next, we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. Still got a chance to come out and see us and register for that Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway courtesy of Miller Lite. But we will also talk with the not G-Bag Nation. Send in your guesses right now. What do you think show is coming up next? We will reveal next right here on The Fan.
I'll tell you what, first I got to thank that last segment to the Diamond Factory. They usually sponsor baseball nuggets, but I let them sponsor whatever they want when I'm on the show. Now I want to talk about Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. They're having their Black Friday sales event. Man, this makes so much sense today because today is Black Friday. They've been doing it all month, though. So if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram, or a used vehicle, please go to southwestcdjrtexas.com.
Stop in and tell them Chia Follow sent you.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
You don't mind if we keep playing this, do you?
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World
One more time.
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Whether it's hot stove or spring training 2024,
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
you know this is the proud home of the Rangers. We are the Fan.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offload. Unlimited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sold fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, 5000 Beltline Road. Want to thank them very, very much for being gracious hosts for us all day long. We will continue our Buffalo Wild Wings tour next Friday in Rockwall. But right now, we bring to you two charitable-minded fellas. It is Will and Bobby, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We're workshopping the name. Bob plays with his Willie.
Yeah.
Ooh, what about William?
Michael Bob doesn't have the same. Bobby plays with his William.
Yeah.
William and Bob.
I mean, it could just be Will Chambers and Bobby Belt. We could just
So
be
lame.
professional.
Just so lame.
With Chris on the board.
Willie Bob Nation.
Oh, I like that. You should go with that.
By the way, Pat Doney texted in that last segment. He said the biggest game of the weekend that he's looking forward to is at 3:30 today, Highland Park versus South Lake Carroll at Choctaw in Arlington, not the casino, which I thought was going to be really weird if they
The Silver Spoon Bowl.
Texas high school football game in Oklahoma.
All right, I'm looking forward to that.
And
Absolutely.
by the way, TCU's making a comeback here. Late in the third quarter, it's 45-31.
Do you think they're going to A&M this thing where they come back almost all the way and then end up losing anyway?
Who did A&M do that against?
Remember Florida Atlantic today?
Oh, I thought you were
in
talking
basketball.
about
In
their super
basketball.
failed football team that had to fire Jimbo Fisher, who they owe $700 million to.
It's only 77. Have you guys been keeping close tabs on the football game of the past between Nebraska and Iowa, as it is a barn burner at 10-10?
I have the under, so.
Do you really? I like it.
You
take
missed
the
that.
under every week.
I think the under was 19.5 on that game,
It
so
was
you lost.
25.5.
25.5, bud.
Are you nervous at all?
Yeah.
Maybe right now you don't have to be as nervous, but when it was 10-10 early in the third quarter, it looked like the over was going to hit. But as these teams keep playing football, this is why I said our grandparents and great-grandparents didn't think football was fun. They watched Nebraska versus Iowa every game.
Yeah.
This was football.
It's impossible to watch. It's impossible. I mean, it's like, it's more than Iowa. It's in the Big Ten. I mean, how much of that Michigan-Penn State game were you just like,
oh, my God, that game sucked.
Ohio State, too.
Are we going to be disappointed by Michigan, Ohio State tomorrow?
I don't think so. I do think it's going to be low just because Michigan over the last few weeks, some things have changed because they cannot protect McCarthy. That's why they run it as much as they do, especially in the second half. And I think that's the big issue, whereas Ohio State's playing its best football of the year. So, I mean, to me, Michigan has been the best football team in the country all year. They just don't look like it right now. It looks like Georgia and Ohio State.
Do you think Bobby has a lot in common with the Michigan offensive line then, because he also does not want to protect McCarthy?
Look,
nicely done.
He's
nicely
doing a good
done.
job.
I think I have more in common with the Ohio State pass rush. Like I'm actively trying to get to McCarthy.
Yeah,
Bobby,
yeah.
Okay.
McCarthy's doing a good job.
Okay,
Why?
so
Why? Hold on. I'm going to fight with Mike about this because I didn't take my Adderall today. We only have 1 minute. Of course, you brought this up with 1 minute left, Mikey. But why?
Because the offense is rolling. Dak looks great.
Yeah, you know what happened?
McCarthy's the one going.
5 weeks into the season, the offensive player said, this S ain't working. How about we go back to the stuff we were doing last year, Mike, instead of your 3-step
All right.
drops and
And-
4 air yards?
And guess what? McCarthy said okay.
That's called leadership.
This is going to be 5 hours of finding out how much, Bobby can come off of, like, where he's dug in, while he asks everybody else to do the same thing with Dak.
It's really tough because you either got to root I'm torn. I got to root for the success of my quarterback or the coach. I mean,
know. But you put yourself in a tough spot
yeah,
there, Bob.
it's rough, man.
All right, I'm going to go give blood now.
Okay, yes. By the way,
Right
that's
on.
another thing is if you missed it earlier, Carter Blood Care is out here. They will be out here doing their blood drive until 3 o'clock. If you want to check that out and get involved, that would be fantastic.
Do
Then
they
I wanna-
draw it for you or do you bring it to them?
No, they will draw it for you. If you bring it to them, they're
good
not
idea.
going to take it.
Oh.
I feel very confident
better
about
way to
that.
go.
From the 817, Kevin, I'm not sure if y'all are still doing shout-outs, but I wanted to shout out my grandpa. He passed away early Wednesday morning, and this past weekend he said that he liked listening to you guys. Much appreciated. Thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you. Sorry for your loss,
Yeah,
brother.
very sorry for your loss. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much to your grandpa for listening. Will and Bobby are coming up next live with you for 5 hours. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Thank
Extension
you.
for McCarthy, I'm hearing. That's
Yeah.
I just saw this on
What
Twitter.
time's that topic? Yeah, let me know.
The
What time's
McCarthy
that topic?
extension could be happening on Monday.
Thank you guys once again for all of the success you helped us have with Peace-a-thon. It is very much appreciated. Corey will be back on Monday. We'll have the whole team back together. We will see you then, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
shopping the name. 214 has wobbly.
Not bad.
Okay.
Also probably reflects us a little bit too accurately.
Very accurately. Still residual from yesterday. Happy post-Thanksgiving and happy Black Friday to all of you out there that may be out around shopping. 877-881-1053. We'll, workshop this in the next 5 hours. Come up with a name and then never use it again. Okay. Initial takeaway from the drubbing that was, at least from my perspective, expected. And then it happened. On paper, this was not a good matchup for Washington, and boy, did that play out.
Nope, this was a pretty dominant performance from the Cowboys, and it's interesting because it didn't feel that way through 3 quarters. It was really that onslaught in the 4th quarter, which is sort of what they did against Carolina too, where it's close until it isn't, and you get the explosion there in the 4th quarter. This was, I think, the 2nd game all season where they hadn't scored in the 3rd quarter, the Cowboys. And so that's unusual for them to go an entire 3rd quarter like that. This was a game that Washington really controlled the clock for most of it. Dallas only had the ball for 23 minutes.
We had Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com on yesterday. And I think he pretty much nailed this, saying that it was going to be kind of a fight. Washington was going to, hang around, and then the Cowboys will pull away at the end. And his call of the score, I don't know if it was 45-10, but I think it was dang close. But, yeah, I felt the same way because we can look at what Dak did yesterday. But the first couple quarters, there's some missed throws in there. But then, he turns it on, made some big plays. And right now, we'll talk about this at 5 o'clock today. But, has put himself as a legit MVP candidate. But we still have to juxtapose that with the fact that, once again, the Cowboys played another team under 500.
You can only play who you play.
Right.
And historically, Sean said something about this on Twitter yesterday. Just good teams generally don't beat down bad teams this frequently. Like, if you're beating down a bad team this frequently, this consistently, you're a championship contender.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
normally what that says. But then they get up there against the other championship contenders. They play good teams. And what consistently happens is they lose on details. That's the hallmark of this team. They are talented enough to play with anybody, and they lose on details. So the really polished, well-coached, really tightly run teams generally beat them because even though the talent is pretty close, they're going to get you in all the little things. That's what you saw on display with Philly. Philly and Dallas are absolutely comparable as rosters. But for Philly to win that game, it had to come down to Dallas just had little mistakes throughout that Philly didn't make.
Then in the 3 games after Philly, do you feel better about those details now than, obviously, of what they missed back when they were playing in Philly? Do you think that the things that they were doing that did not enable them to win the game, because we'll throw out San Francisco only because that wasn't even competitive. The Cowboys showed against Philadelphia, like, okay, yes, they can play competitively against a top-tier NFL championship-type team.
They played better than Philly, like, in terms of, I think if you look at over the course of the game, they were better than Philly that day. On the road in Philly, they played better. The issue was, it was Dak stepping out of bounds. It was Schoonmaker not running the right route depth. It was all the technical aspects. It was you got savvied out of that victory by Philadelphia. That's what happened. And that's typically what has happened in other games. When San Francisco's beat you, other than that last game where they beat them by 40 or whatever the hell it was in Santa Clara, they typically are going to lose. They lose to San Francisco on little things. It's little details. They lose to
San Francisco because their quarterback plays terribly in those games.
It has recently, yeah.
I mean, the last 2 playoff losses against San Francisco has been pretty much, the focal point has been because of one player not playing very well. In fact, playing poorly. And that's a whole other thing to get into over the course of the next 5 hours. We'll get there because I'm like, yeah, this is, Dak is showing us stuff that he's shown before. We've seen it. Dak has NFL records. Like was it a 3-game stretch of going over 400 yards?
450 yards, 3 games in a row, whatever it was, right before he got hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen him get to a point that was definitely elite. We could just see him also be really, really bad too. So as good as he can play throughout the regular season, as good as this team can play throughout the regular season, it's somewhat expected because it is a good roster. It's a good team.
When you talk to people around the team and just say, hey, like just, off here to the side, no cameras, no recorders out, anything else, like just shoot me straight. What's different about Dak? Like what's different about the offense? Why are things clicking like it is? Almost to a man, they'll tell you like Dak's willingness and confidence in attacking the seam right now and attacking things like we said, right up the seam, right there on those hash marks. The confidence he has making those passes and the willingness to do it consistently has made them so dangerous and has made it really difficult for secondaries to just put in base shells and say, he's not going to be able to attack this.
And that is what is going to be needed to beat San Francisco and to beat Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That's it right there. That's where those two defenses are susceptible.
This is historically, he's 30. This is historically the age where a lot of quarterback is a different position. Typically when you're a running back, what's the number there? It's always, they say 27. Like 27, 28, you're downhill. Sometimes it's earlier than that. Receivers, guys generally are not playing their best football into their 30s. Quarterback is different. Like when you look over the history of Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, like all these guys, they've played their best football typically early to mid 30s. Like that's when they peak, because generally, if you're already standing in the pocket, your arm strength doesn't go as fast as maybe your legs do. And so the position, you need that arm strength, you need that touch. And then what you have is you've seen so much football that it's the perfect intersection of your football IQ and everything that you've seen, your mental processing coming together with your ability still being near the top. And I think that's what you're seeing right now is that Dak, it's starting to just, everything's looking slower to him. And he's really found this rhythm and the connection, the communication. Long gone are the questions about the communication issues that were rampant last year between him and the receivers. And, well, are you reading this? What am I reading? What are we doing here? That stuff has
And that's
gone.
what's been eliminated by not having Kellen Moore here. I know you've got issues with the offense and Mike McCarthy, but that was the thing that frustrated me the most.
We got 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. Will, don't start this now. Don't start this now.
Okay.
Chris, you know where the dump button is?
881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. Who will break first? Cowboys fans in finally accepting the greatness of Dak, or Bobby Belt in finally accepting Mike McCarthy's job being done very well at the moment? Which one breaks first?
Can I ask you? Then, since we just talked about they always lose on the details to the good teams, who is responsible for that?
Well, sure, it's the head coach. But that's why my question is, in the last 3 weeks, since you're saying, okay, they played better than Philadelphia, end up losing the game because they lose on details.
Yep.
They play the Giants, the Panthers, and the Commanders. Do you feel the details have been better? We know that the competition is lower. That's a given, but do you feel better about the details in those games since?
No, because I don't think the margin, it's difficult to assess because it's like saying, do you feel like clock management's been better? Well, I don't know. It hasn't been a game where you've needed clock management because you've been up so big. It doesn't have that weight. So I don't think the margins are the same. Yeah, like there's got to be leverage for the details to be important. I think if we were to take things that went on, like for instance, yesterday, there were certain moments during the game early on. Dak sails a throw to CD. There was one that went through CD's hands on the sideline. They're up big. It doesn't totally matter. The one early on, the overthrow to CD, that one looked like, that sucks. But they went ahead, and so nobody thinks of it. That's something that if that's in the fourth quarter of a close game, it gets magnified. If that's against Philly when it's a 3-point game, that's all we're talking about.
Yeah, but not on Mike McCarthy.
Right. But I'm saying that, so because of that, I think there are details that we're not even going to see. You won't recognize them until it's in a close game.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. It's difficult when you look at it and you're like, okay, they're playing really good. And I think what you were talking about before, what Sean was saying, is absolutely right. That it's not just about beating bad teams. They're doing what they should do. What a really good / great team does is they blow out bad teams. And that's what they've done. It hasn't been really, it's not a squeaker against the Rams or the Giants or the Panthers. These are 20-point wins.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the Panthers one, I said this last week, you don't want to style point anything, but that's got to be one of the most boring 23-point victories I've ever seen. Like, there wasn't anything impressive about it. They weren't like super. Yesterday, through 3 quarters, they weren't very impressive. I mean, Dak was really, really good yesterday. He is so in sync with the receivers right now. The 2-point conversion throw in the back of the end zone to CD, that's the same throw essentially that got picked off in Arizona to end the game. Like, he has just seen everything super, super well and super on time. And I think that is the biggest difference right now, is that it's just he's hit this leveled up state that the confidence is just overwhelming right now. And look, if you want to talk about, I know, Jimmy in Plano or whoever else has complained at me in recent weeks, you're going to have to accept the fact, because Vegas is accepting it right now and saying Dak's like top 3 to 5 MVP candidate right now. And so you got to accept that that's the level that he's playing at right now. The last 6 weeks, he's averaging 3 touchdowns and 315 yards a game.
Yeah.
I mean,
completing 70%, 122.6 passer rating. Yeah.
Number 2, and I mean, it may have adjusted. Let's see right here, Will. Let's see if it changed.
Here is the line of delineation, though, right? This is the point. It typically is when you look at an NFL season by saying this is where it, okay, it's a different season from here on out once you get before to after Thanksgiving. But in particularly this year for the Cowboys, because now we could talk about the last 6 weeks and the level of competition they're playing. Now it's Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit, and then closing out with Washington. That's a much more difficult road than you have in the next 6 weeks than you've had in the last 6.
Sure. But I mean, at the same time, Philly's got a really difficult road here coming up as well.
Sure.
You're going to learn a lot about both teams, because Philly's next 3 are against San Francisco, Seattle, Buffalo, Dallas. And then, so, I mean, it's very, very similar. I think San Francisco is going to show here very soon that all the talk of Philly being the best team in the NFL has been ridiculous. Because when they go up against each other on that field, I think San Francisco is going to run them.
I don't know.
If San Francisco's healthy, I think it's the last 13 games that Debo's played at least 10 snaps or something, 14 games, they haven't lost. Like, they lost because he was out, Trent Williams was out, they lost McCaffrey during the Cleveland game.
It's just hard
when
for me to
healthy,
imagine.
They have just killed everybody.
It's hard for me to imagine anybody running Philly.
Why? Philly hasn't run anybody themselves. They're winning close games against that same Washington team.
Yeah,
they're
but
barely beating New England. They lose to the Jets.
I just have a hard time seeing anybody boat racing Jalen Hurts.
By the way, number 1 in the NFL, Dak Prescott and QBR. That's what I was having to double check here.
Yeah,
so that means he's ahead of, let me check that. Yeah, he's ahead of Jalen Hurts, Will.
Oh, boy.
Because he's a better quarterback.
Oh, man, here we go. Goodness gracious. All right. Will and Bobby in for the G-Bag Nation here at 105.3 The Fan. Again, we'll talk with Stephen Jones, ask him a number of things, one of which, obviously, what is the plan at linebacker? Could it possibly be Shaq Leonard coming in? We'll find out there. Krusty's Corner, we'll bring it to you, Bobby Belt edition at 2:40. But what we saw yesterday in the NFC, that shapes out how we look at the conference the rest of the way. That's next here on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been serving North Texas homeowners for decades. And with every one of our customers, our job isn't complete until you're satisfied. Here's what several of our clients have said about Blue Nail.
I thought that they were extremely detail-oriented.
They went back to the insurance company and worked with them and got them to pay for doing the extra stuff that had to be done.
Blue Nail personnel worked with the adjuster, and then the work is superb.
I recommend them to anybody.
We had real good communication with them. I did not have to hunt them down. They usually came hunting for us to see what needed to be done.
I am totally pleased with what they did.
If you have storm damage, call Blue Nail Roofing today for a free, no-obligation inspection of your property. Call 855-255-1975. That's 855-255-1975 or online at BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Listen up. This is so easy. Do you want the most money for your used car? Of course you do. And a hassle-free process? Yeah, that's GiveMeTheVin.com. Give Me the VIN will beat your written CarMax offer or write you a check for $100. It's that simple. And Give Me the VIN is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and thousands of online reviews. Get an instant cash offer and the most money for your used car right now at GiveMeTheVin.com. America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Colos, I'm here to bring you the good news. Cousins Barbecue has expanded their all-you-can-meat deal. Now it's Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, all day. You can get your prime Texas barbecue, the quality and the quantity that you desire. 3 DFW locations. Stop in and tell them Chiafalo sent you.
Bosch tools are built for workers. Bosch's powerful hammer drill has kickback control to help work go more smoothly when you need it. The 2-in-1 impact driver and wrench quickly changes between bits and sockets, so you only need 1 tool instead of 2. And the X-Lock grinder switches wheels up to 5 times faster than standard grinders when you need to change tasks in a hurry. Bosch tools take care of the job and you. Bosch tools, what hard workers deserve. Learn more at BoschTools.com.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration, and I have a question for you business owners out there. What would you do if your building suddenly flooded or caught on fire? Would you be able to deal with your insurance company and keep your business on track? If you're like most, you're too busy to even think about it. That's why you'll love this news. All you have to remember is DowerthRestoration.com. When disaster strikes, we'll be there just like you planned all along. It's good to have friends in the restoration business. DowerthRestoration.com.
Time is of the essence with COVID-19. Prescription oral treatment must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Learn more at treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Amazon's got the best deals on Black Friday. The best deals are on Cyber Monday. Friday comes first when it comes to saving. Monday's worth the wait for what you've been craving. Deals so good it'll feel like stealing. Real cool message, could you make it less appealing? What's with the beef? You can get that too. Why'd you call us? Triggering you. Whichever day you're shopping on, you'll save a bunch at Amazon on Black Friday.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, save $200 on a DeWalt miter saw, now just $399. And there's more. Save $100 on a DeWalt table saw, only $299. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the world champion Texas Rangers, is your go-to for the best barbecue around. Voted top 50 barbecue in the state, Hurtado Barbecue is on the move. Hurtado specializes in premium Tex-Mex barbecue. Place your orders now for the holidays. Maybe it's the El Capo that feeds 6, 2 pounds of brisket, 2 pounds of spare ribs, 2 pounds of pulled pork, 4 sausage links, 4 pint sides of your choice, 12 tortillas, 1 pint barbecue sauce. For all your holiday needs, visit HurtadoBarbecue.com. Hurtado Barbecue.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of Will and Bobby is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Thank you, Chris. We'll have Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock today. Bobby Belt's across the table. Brian Broaddus will join us at 4 o'clock today.
Yes, I will be doing Krusty's Corner at 2:40 for him, but he will be doing tape review at 4.
There you are. I'm Will Chambers. Chris Strong, back in the Pimp Cup.
Yeah, that
Appreciate
is not
you hanging
Chris
with us.
Jones.
No.
He plays for the Chiefs.
Yeah, he's pretty good, too. Will giving way too much credit to Jalen Hurts. Eagles defense
Damn
at
right.
the end of the game has been clutch for them. They have, but, Jalen Hurts, there's a reason why he is the odds-on favorite right now for the MVP.
Why is that? Because he has not been that good this year.
No, he hasn't been as good as he was last year, but he's no question the biggest
Has he
part
been
of
better
their
than
team.
Dak? I don't think so.
No.
I mean, this is a 5 o'clock discussion, I know, because we'll get into it. But I just think on that for the next couple hours. I want you to have ready for me your argument for why Jalen Hurts is the favorite over Dak. Because if it's just record, then that's silly because he's not been better.
No, I mean, and statistically, considering what he has done over the past 6 weeks, yeah, he's definitely showing that. I think that Philadelphia has beaten Dallas. Philadelphia has played.
Dallas beat Dallas. McCarthy beat Dallas.
Man.
By the way, everybody texting in, I know Dak stepping out of bounds was a detail on Dak. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that was an example of details that went awry. But for the most part, the detail issues felt like coaching.
I mean, look, it's hard to argue against, when they've beaten a lot of good teams. They beat the Chiefs.
They do. They beat the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Dolphins. That's impressive.
The Vikings, that's not a terrible team. They're above 500.
That's funny because the Eagles are the Vikings from last year. So that's fitting that they would have beat them because that's exactly who they are. They are these win by lucky measures because the Vikings had great wins on their schedule. They beat Buffalo. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, you beat the Bills. How impressive. You had this great run. And then they went up against Dallas at home and got smacked by 40. Everybody's like, maybe they're not as good as we thought.
Well,
maybe when the Giants beat them in the playoffs, we say the Vikings weren't as good as we thought. The fact that they keep winning these games.
But nobody is. That's the problem, Bobby. Who in the NFL is really good? Give me a really good NFL team.
What we've seen is
San Francisco dropped 3 games in a row and looked like it was a problem.
With injuries to several key contributors. When they've been healthy, nobody has beat San Francisco this year. I mean,
who are they missing outside of Debo in that stretch?
Trent Williams, the best tackle in football.
And football, right.
I mean, that's tough.
That is. I mean, okay.
Purdy was in concussion protocol for one of those stretches. He had gotten rocked. They missed McCaffrey
but at the end of the day, there's
or two.
going to be more injuries to different teams. I mean, it's the NFL. It happens every single year. That's what's going to happen.
But if I told you Dak was in concussion protocol, Tyron Smith was out, CeeDee Lamb was out, and they missed Pollard for half of those games, wouldn't you go, yeah, it makes sense they lost a few of those?
Sure, but it doesn't. But there's still look when what we've seen from San Francisco last night and the last couple of weeks. I agree with you. I would say that they are the best team in pro football, but they're not head and shoulders above. There's no big separator.
I would definitely right now take, and I troll a lot and say Philly's outside the top 5. They're not outside the top 5. They're one of the 5 best teams in football right now. They should be ahead of Dallas because they beat Dallas. They've had impressive victories along the way. But what I will not accept right now is when somebody tries to tell me that Philly is better than Baltimore or San Francisco. They're not. I think Baltimore and San Francisco beat those.
I think Baltimore is overrated. But
and I've been the one who goes after Lamar Jackson the entirety of my time at this station. My longest running
bit has been you.
I don't want
on
to say
Lamar
bit.
Jackson.
My longest running take has been that the Ravens have a $40 or $50 million running back taking snaps for him. But that team has been really impressive throughout this entire year. They are a very thin margin away from being undefeated this year.
Okay, and part of like one team that we have not mentioned, and it's because, man, we watched them play yesterday, and that's the Detroit Lions. And I have been big on Detroit because I thought that they have been playing really more consistently as to whom they are. Like, they're not a great defensive team, but they've just been, real good, real solid all year. And part of the reason why they look like that is because they've got the best offensive line in football. However, you just let Jordan Love carve you up yesterday. And I know the Bears winning, or should have won last week. The Bears play much better with Justin Fields, playing for them. So I expected that to be a competitive game. I did not expect it to be competitive yesterday. And not only was it not competitive, it was in the total reversal of what I expected.
Jack Harlow curse, man. That's what that is.
Is it really?
That's the Jack Harlow curse.
Hey, when you love Louisville, what can you say?
Yeah. What can
you say?
That's what happens.
What a garbage university that is.
Yeah, and Detroit yesterday was discouraging. Like I sent a text or the morning show group text when that game was going on. I was just like, nobody's good this year.
That's what I'm trying to say.
College football and the NFL, nobody's that good this year. I know, I'm just saying, but it's like, why is everybody just? I mean, this is what the NFL wants. The NFL wants everybody to be mid, like across the board. That's what they would love. Jerry's even said that before. Jerry's mentioned that they'd love it if the whole league was 8-8. That'd be great.
Well, and that I guarantee you. We'll ask Steven this too. Let's Chris here. I gotta find it real quick, but do we have Jerry post game? Jerry, I think this is why he was, full of Yuletide and joy, not just because of the Christmas season. Of one of his, he said, favorite moments or times as, Cowboys owner was yesterday's win. And I think it's because of several different reasons. It's because of how good you've looked the last 3 weeks, beating a rival on Thanksgiving handedly and looking around the NFL and being like, we are every bit as good as anybody else. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that.
Yeah, I mean, look, because I still don't. Here's what I think. If Dallas and Philly played on a neutral field right now, I think Dallas would win. That's what I think would happen. I can't say that Dallas is better than Philly right now. That's what I believe would be the case. We'd be saying after that game.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, you have to say that Philadelphia is ahead of Dallas. What I would not be willing to say is that I don't think Dallas would beat San Francisco on a neutral field. I don't think they'd beat Baltimore on a neutral field. I don't know about Kansas City. Outside of that, there's no one that I really feel super confident would beat Dallas.
Yeah. No, I feel the exact same way, except when you bring into consideration just the complete unknown of what you're going to get with Dak Prescott, playing in a, playoff game. If just from what we've seen in the last 2 years, the up and down, the playing terrific against Tampa, but having that sandwiched in with terrible games with Washington and San Francisco, where you're just like, I don't know.
I don't think that's a question of playoffs, though. I think that's a question of how is he going to play against San Francisco. That's what it's more about to me. Is I don't think this is a thing of, well, what about playoff Dak? Okay, well, playoff Dak historically has been 2016, he played great against the Packers. 2018, he had a really good game against Seattle. They go on, they lose to the Rams.
This was asked yesterday. I was with Blake Elliott, the Phenom winner, and I thought he asked a great question. And that was, what is Dak Prescott's signature victory? And I sat there for a minute, and I was
in his career or on the road or what?
Career. And I said, to be honest, to me, the thing I remember the most on Dak is actually a playoff loss.
Green Bay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how incredible he was. I mean, the Cowboys go down 3 touchdowns early, and then Dak and Dez just tore up Green Bay and got them the lead, and then Aaron Rodgers went all Aaron Rodgers. What do you think it is?
It's Tampa. It's going on the road, beating Brady, winning a playoff game. That's number one, and playing damn near perfect last year. That is absolutely a signature victory.
I mean, it doesn't really stand out to me.
Why?
I don't really remember.
Because of San Francisco?
Probably because of San Francisco.
Because everybody talked about afterwards that was like one of the greatest playoff games from a Cowboys quarterback ever.
Yeah.
He went 25 of 33, 305 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah.
And he had a rushing touchdown as well. So he accounted for 5 touchdowns. They dominated the Buccaneers in that game, and you sent Tom Brady into retirement. And so I think that's his signature win. Even if you don't want to say that one.
You're probably right. You're right there. I just, in my own,
rookie year on the road against Pittsburgh, that was a huge victory.
Oh, yeah. The thing I remember most on that was the screen pass to Zeke, though. Although that wasn't good.
You remember that more than the Zeke scamper from 30 yards out with no time left that put him ahead to win it?
No. Definitely that. God, Zeke, when he was good, he was good.
But I think
but you understand where the question in lies.
Eagles last year on Christmas Eve was a huge game. That was the one where he throws for 400 yards, hits that 3rd and 30 to T.Y. Hilton. That was a huge game.
But I think that the question comes from a place that you have to have it in the playoffs. So if you give me Tampa Bay, I'd be like, okay.
Even Seattle, though, was a big victory.
Yeah, in beating Russell Wilson. So I think that the taste of that was just so bad because of what happened the following week.
Which I understand that's going to be tough for some people to overcome, but gosh, I mean you had the overtime victory against Philadelphia in 2018 That was the one where in the fourth quarter he goes like 17 of 18. Fourth quarter overtime, he's like 17 of 18 for like 250 and 4 touchdowns. He was great there. That was the big game with Amari Cooper that he had. So I mean, I think there have definitely been big divisional victories. He's got the playoff, he's got a couple playoff victories. The Tampa one on the road doing what he did. That's the first road victory for the team in 30 years. Or road playoff victory for the team in 30 years. I think that's way up there. And I think that's way up there on anybody's list. Like, I don't think that's a Cowboys home perspective. I think people would say, yeah, you do that on the road in the playoffs against Tom Brady, that ranks as an impressive performance.
Do you feel vastly differently about Detroit because of the last 2 weeks than you did maybe prior?
I just wonder about so the biggest thing the last 2 weeks with Detroit has been Goff has been turning the ball over.
Yeah.
So Goff had lost 3 fumbles yesterday. 6. Lost 3 fumbles yesterday, and he threw 3 picks the week before.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, 6 turnovers, that's significant.
I would say he had 5 in 5 quarters at one point.
I don't think so. Detroit's good. And I think Detroit
That's uncharacteristic of Goff. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he's doing it the last 2 weeks, but it doesn't seem to really be what he is. I mean, didn't he just have that incredible streak of like consecutive passes without a pick this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he protects the football for the most part. I look at it and say that Detroit is very much like the rest of the top of the NFL right now, which is, okay, you're good, but I just don't know how good you are. So I expect them to have stumbles like that, just like Dallas losing to Arizona or Philly losing to the Jets or San Francisco having their stumbles. Like, I expect this from the top teams right now because it's been the marker of everybody. So Detroit having a stumble like that the last couple weeks, it makes me say, okay, that just tracks with about what everybody is in the NFL right now, which is inconsistent, flawed contenders. I would say that Detroit to me right now is probably the 4th best team in the NFC. I think Dallas is better right now. I think San Francisco's better. Philly's better. So 4th best team in the NFC, probably 7th in the NFL, something like that.
Going into yesterday, I would have probably put Detroit ahead of Dallas because I was like, all right, well, I mean, you're allowed to have, good teams have to escape sometimes with wins over inferior opponents, especially within your division. But the way that it looked yesterday, it was ugly. It was ugly early, and they never ever rebounded.
It was not as close as the final score.
No.
They got their ass beat yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. It's Will Chambers, Bobby Belt in for the G-Bag Nation here today. A lot to get to. We'll shoot the breeze with the beef coming up the 4 o'clock hour at 4:40. We'll hit the expressway. We'll ask Reddit. We're definitely going to do some college football today. Jacked up for this weekend, man. This is going to be great.
I'm not.
What are you talking about? You're Texas.
I know.
Well, Texas is playing tonight.
Yeah.
Look, I did this for Larry Flores yesterday.
I know how this goes, though. I'm prepared for heartbreak.
You think tonight?
I'm prepared for
or next
it.
week?
Tonight, I'm prepared for it.
Oh, my goodness. If it's tonight,
would that not be the most thoroughly Texas thing you've ever seen?
Yeah. I do not anticipate it at all.
I don't think it'll happen, but I'm prepared for it to happen.
I believe they're going to the college football playoff. I will explain that in the expressway in the 5 o'clock hour. All right. So Larry Flores was very happy with me yesterday. I expect you to be the same. In between
your teases always make me happy.
In between that, you may want to fight me. All right. Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are we going there, big boy?
In praise of the Dallas Cowboys scouting staff. That's next on the G-Bag Nation.
Whether it's just a weekend or several days, it's a well-deserved getaway. So you hit the highway, and then you get hit. When another vehicle gives your vacation an unexpected turn, you need to know where you can turn. That's where Franklin Frankel come in. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They'll do everything in their power to ease your burden. They'll guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. You're going to love the Frankels just like I do. So if you or a loved one has been injured or gets injured in a wreck this holiday week, contact Franklin Frankel first.
Results vary.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
Hey, this isn't getting old, right?
Deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5.
Your world champion Rangers play here.
World right field is on its feet.
Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
Boy, the Jets and the Dolphins first quarter. Avert your eyes.
Woof.
It's Will Chambers, Bobby Bell, dude, for the G-Bag Nation here today. Chris
Some Big
Strong.
Ten football there.
Oh, man. Of all, we've been trying to figure out for like the half hour before we hit the air on how we're going to get the dang game on. Maybe shouldn't have tried.
I'm glad we can't see it right now.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I don't want to see a lot of Tim Boyle.
No, I don't need it today.
By the way, do you know Deron Bland has more receiving touchdowns this year
Travis Kelce
than all of the Jets receivers combined?
That's interesting.
He'd be the Jets' best receiver, and they have Garrett Wilson.
Two things that we haven't got to yet, one of which being Deron Bland, who I thought, I mean, anybody that knows like this matchup and how it broke down, we had Mickey Spagnola on yesterday, and I'm like, he's going to have a great opportunity to get this today, right? Because you know they're going to throw it. You know they have a hard time, protecting Sam Howell. And sure enough, he sealed it in the fourth quarter with a return for a touchdown. And then also, my question is, was any health code violations done yesterday with the turkey leg in the kettle?
I don't think so. It looked like it was wrapped up pretty tightly.
Okay,
shout out to Smokey John's Barbecue. They are the ones who provided the turkey legs.
I tell you what, could you have made it look any better? I mean, that turkey leg, that was made for TV.
Yeah, it was
amazing.
beautiful. No, I mean, it's Smokey John's. So Smokey John's is the one they have they're like the official turkey leg of the State Fair of Texas. And so they are they were the ones I saw that they had provided the turkey leg there for them to have that. And so they are actually the folks at Smokey John's. Those are good dudes. They are big time Tolos. I know they had Chris Arnold on their podcast recently, the Pretty Funny podcast. So those are good dudes over there. I know they listen a lot, and they were the ones who provided that. So they came through for Cavante
Awesome.
Turpinal. Apparently that was a Jake Ferguson idea.
Was it really?
Ferg was like, we got to put turkey legs in there. Like, that's a guy who knows marketing. I mean, he would. He is Jake Cavender, after all. So
That's great stuff. Krusty's Corner, take us.
yes, we are here for Krusty's Corner. There is no Brian Broaddus today, or not in this segment. Brian Broaddus will join us at 4 o'clock for his overview of the Dallas Cowboys' convincing victory over the Washington Commanders. But today, we're going to talk a little bit about just what a bang-up job the Dallas Cowboys personnel department has done. And it's been on display a lot lately, starting with Deron Bland. And I know there's been I don't want to discount at all anything that Al Harris has done. I think Al Harris has been great. I think Joe Witt has been great as the passing game coordinator. I think Dan Quinn's been great. I just don't want it to get lost, the work that was done in discovering the player that they are now molding. And that was great work by Will McClay. That was great work by their national scout who's in that area, Ross Winchie on the West Coast. Identifying him, putting the grade on him that they did, picking him, finding the value in him. This is a guy that the NFL Combine overlooked. NFL Combine missed him. Jim Nagy over at the Senior Bowl yesterday, I saw him on Twitter. He's like, yeah, we'll take that L. Missed that kid. Missed Deron Bland. That was bad on our part. Cowboys were on top of him and have been the entire time, have believed in him the entire time, believed in what he can do inside, outside. I think that evaluation there has been such money. You could make an argument. I know I already said Dak Prescott, of course, is in this conversation now for MVP. But you want to just talk about team MVP and impact and saving you? It's not just the interceptions. It's the fact that he stepped up and he's done this with Trayvon Diggs out. Do you know how radically different this season looks if Bland does not step up and play like he has? And even yesterday, Washington tried to pick on him a little bit. Like Washington,
which was surprising because
they had some success.
These opportunities have not come all that often. It's almost like at any time he gets thrown his way, he's getting an interception. You know, the last few weeks, they just have not been going his way. But yeah, you're right, they did.
And they picked on him a little bit with some success. As Brian and I recorded Love of the Star last night, we talked about it. It's like it's not always the best thing when DaRon Bland has 10 tackles.
Right.
That means he's there to wrap somebody up after giving up a catch. So he had struggled a little bit before that pick six, but man, Bland has been so good for them. It's not just the pick six. It's how consistently good he's been in coverage. He still struggles at times with the double moves. It's not a glaring issue, but he still struggles with it at times. He has been so strong for them and provided so much stability for them. And that's just a massive credit, I think, to the evaluators that the Cowboys have in their scouting department, that they identified him, prioritized him like they did. I think felt like they got a value when they picked him in the 5th round. And so just DaRon Bland, a huge kudos to the Cowboys decision makers in bringing him here. And then also a lot of credit to what Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, and Al Harris have done bringing him along. Another one that they've snatched in recent years, an undrafted free agent, a guy that they were on top of, that they liked, that I think they would have picked if they were concerned that he wasn't going to be able to get to them in undrafted free agency, and that's Marquise Bell, who had come out of Florida A&M. A lot of people don't know this. Marquise Bell was actually at Maryland. Like, he was a decently well-known recruit coming out of high school. Got to Maryland. That obviously had fallen apart for him. He ended up leaving the program pretty quickly, I think his freshman year. Ended up at Florida A&M. But identifying the skill set, how they could use him in a different way than just, he's a safety. They use him in this hybrid linebacker role, doing what they do there in the box. And recognizing that, okay, he's got this J-Ron Curse-like size.
And without Curse, that was pretty big.
He was absolutely massive for them and has been huge for them all season. The only reason why the Shaq Leonard thing has not just gotten to dire straits right now is because Marquise Bell is playing so well as a hybrid linebacker.
We'll ask Stephen Jones about that coming up. And yeah, I was curious. I don't know if you saw the Greg Doyle piece in the Indianapolis Star.
I did not.
Yesterday.
Doyle's very good, though.
Yeah, and it was scathing. You know,
really?
When it comes to Shaq Leonard, yeah.
Scathing of who? The Colts or Shaq Leonard?
Of Leonard.
Play or character?
A little bit of both.
Ooh, interesting. So you don't necessarily do you have concerns about injecting that into this culture right now?
Well, here's the thing. Part of what his issue has been is being very angry and very vocal in practice and during games when being pulled out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're going to a new team, I mean, does that... You can't come in and be acting like that right away with a bunch of people that you don't know.
Right. Now, it's not completely people you don't know because Malik Hooker's here, Stephon Gilmore's here. He would be playing with teammates.
But you are coming to a situation. This isn't the team that you have been on, for years. And he would not come in and be playing a big role. So that does concern me.
Do you want to? And look, they've been scraping a little bit. They go and get Rashaan Evans. He's had to play snaps for them.
Which made much more sense to me than...
Here's a name that would make sense to me.
Derrick Henry.
No. Stop that. A name that would make some sense to me.
Mike Singletary.
Anthony Barr.
Oh, really?
Who was here last year.
Yeah.
Is a veteran. Knows the system. Has had to play alongside Damone Clark and some of these other guys. Recently signed to the Minnesota Vikings practice squad. Got a game day elevation. Played last week. I wonder if things don't come together with Shaq Leonard, which the Cowboys are interested, they are going to investigate that. If things don't come together with Shaq Leonard, or even if they do, I wonder if they try to poach him off of the practice squad. Just to hey, let's fill out some depth here. Let's get a veteran, a guy who's been around here. And he did not play great last year, Anthony Barr.
It doesn't seem to be that light, right now. Damon Clark had a great game yesterday.
Clark was okay.
9 tackles.
But I mean, who is it outside of Clark at linebacker? You're playing hybrid safeties who weigh 210 pounds and could get eaten up by any linebacker or any offensive lineman that gets hands on him. You've got Rashawn Evans, who was cut by the Eagles in training camp when the Eagles desperately needed linebacker help at the time.
I don't know what to think of the Rashawn Evans thing because
when
you look at it on paper, he is produced every time. I don't know what it is about him that he just doesn't seem to work out.
Yeah, he was a decent player for the Titans for a couple years. He's just not been the same recently. And he was okay a couple weeks ago against the Giants, but I mean, that shows what the Cowboys needed in terms of their depth. They lose Leighton Vander Esch. We were talking about this being a thin linebacker core to start the year. That was before DeMarvion Overshown got hurt and before Leighton Vander Esch was lost for the season. And potentially, as we've heard, potentially his career. And so with Micah Parsons, you've got him as a pass rusher. You've got essentially one true linebacker in Damone Clark. I mean, you've got Evans here, but it's really Damone Clark, and that's it. And so you're playing some of these hybrid roles. But Marquise Bell, just circling back to that, deserves a ton of credit. And the Cowboys personnel department deserves a ton of credit for hitting on that one. Another hybrid player that they deserve a ton of credit for that I can't figure out why it's so difficult to get him snaps at times. It seems like only if there's injury and there's availability, and that's Wanye Thomas. Wanye Thomas is so flexible in terms of playing safety, playing the nickel, playing in the box, doing different things. Mm-hmm. He has been really, really good for them. And he had, he was out there a lot yesterday on Thomas, the tight end. And that's a job that's normally reserved for Jaron Kearse. But they ended up giving Wanye Thomas a lot of that. And he has been really impressive, I think, every single time that he's been out there. He played 27 snaps yesterday and just consistently showed up, showed out. And that was another great job by the Cowboys to identify him coming out of Georgia Tech, getting him as an undrafted free agent, recognizing what he could be on special teams, recognizing, Bones Fossil's been a big fan of his for, the last 2 years. But Dan Quinn also recognizing what he could be and how he could perform. There also probably needs to be more credit given here. I know we just, praising the scouting staff here, but there also probably needs to be more credit to Scott McCurley, the Cowboys linebackers coach, who has just had to deal with musical chairs there all year and an infusion of safeties, splitting time. His linebacker room, when they're doing linebacker drills, he's got this infusion of okay, I've got the whole defense here basically, because I've got my linebackers, then I've got Micah, who's basically a pass rusher. I've also got, Tyrus Wheat stepping in here, who's been a defensive end his whole career, taking some snaps here. And I've got safeties. I've got Marquise Bell. I've got Wanye Thomas coming in here and doing drills. It's really impressive, I think, what he's done to get just even league average play at times from the linebacker group, because it is a bunch of guys who that's not their traditional position in a lot of ways. I mean, it is for Damone Clark, but you got to remember Damone Clark is a guy who was coming off of serious, neck surgery last year. And there was a question about, is he going to be able to even have a career after this? Some people took him completely off their draft boards. Again, good job by the Cowboys identifying the player. Good job by the Cowboys medical staff, trusting that evaluation, trusting what they knew about him. In fact, it was the Cowboys who discovered that condition that Damone Clark needed to work on. They discovered that at the combine. It was their doctors. And so that was another thing that made Damone Clark feel really good about being here, was knowing that it was the doctors who even caught it in the first place. But just a ton of credit, I think, for the Cowboys scouting staff. We know how consistently they hit on, guys like CeeDee Lamb and some of their top picks. But when you look at these day 3 or undrafted guys, the, Deron Bland, Wanye Thomas, Marquise Bell, even a guy who
Anthony Brown
from a couple of years ago, Xavier Woods, even though things didn't work out here ultimately, as a 6th round safety, you got a lot of work out of him.
Yeah.
I mean, even if
Anthony
you look
Brown was a starter and a good one out of the 6th round.
Even as a 3rd round pick, which you expect a 3rd round pick to be good, I think Oso Odigizua has overplayed his draft position. He's a guy who he needs to be a Pro Bowler. That again, that's another big credit to their West Coast scout Ross Winchie, who worked on Deron Bland. But they have just been incredibly impressive, this Cowboys personnel department. If there's some sort of award that can be given out to a scouting staff for, hey, you leveled up your team this year, here's your credit for it, the Cowboys scouting staff absolutely deserves that this year.
Should we tell them not to watch Ohio State, Michigan tomorrow?
Why? Because they love picking those Big Ten players, those Wolverines. They've gotten plenty of them.
Well, I have Brian Broaddus, who, as you know, has checked out the tape And his thoughts on the matchup against Washington yesterday and the 45-10 win, and what he saw, what he liked, what he didn't like. We'll have that for you coming up at 4 o'clock. Will Chambers, Bobby Belt in the G-Bag Nation. Coming up next, Stephen Jones, Executive Vice President at the Dallas Cowboys. That's next here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The 9-1 Philadelphia Eagles have been the best team in the NFL so far this year by record and by the eye test. But home field advantage throughout the playoffs is far from a lock. Both the 49ers and Cowboys looked impressive in blowout Turkey Day wins yesterday. Eagles' next 3 games: Buffalo at home, 49ers in Philly, and at the Cowboys. If the road to the Super Bowl runs through Lincoln Financial Field, the Birds will have earned it. I'm Jody Mack.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what-ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at Empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
From Plano to Denton down to Louisville too. Huffines has it. Also in McKinney, we'll prove it to you.
And when you come to Huffines Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Plano and Huffines Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Louisville, save big on new Chryslers, Jeeps, Dodges, and Rams during our Black Friday sales event. And buy with confidence, knowing both locations are J.D. Power Dealers of Excellence for the customer sales experience.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration. What would you do if your business was suddenly struck by a disaster, a flood, a fire? What if water soaked everything inside your office? Well, it's never pleasant to think about such things, but you never know when it'll happen to you. That's why you need to remember this one thing: DowerthRestoration.com. Since 1976, we've been there for the ones who thought it would never happen to them. It's good to have friends in the restoration business.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Now try Babbel free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our employees what they wanted most.
I want to work where everyone is welcome.
To have benefits that take good care of my family.
To move forward in my career. We listened and did all that and more. It's why we're proud to be Just Capital's #1 top company to work for. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Just Capital used annual rankings that track performance across the 5 worker-related issues evaluated. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
We're in the final hours of Diamonds Direct's incredible once-a-year pre-holiday store-wide sale. Now through Monday, you get Diamonds Direct's amazing value price plus an extra 20% savings. Virtually everything's included. Rings, bands, bracelets, earrings. It's the big sale Diamonds Direct is famous for. But you must hurry. This incredible opportunity ends Monday and will not be extended. Get the best pricing all year and get your Christmas shopping done early. Special hours including open Sunday. Get all the details now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
NFM is making Black Friday a weekend event with doorbusters in-store and online Saturday and Sunday. Shop weekend doorbusters like TVs, desks, earbuds, fireplace consoles, reclining furniture, pool tables, and more, but only while they last. Find savings store-wide, plus 30-month financing on furniture, flooring, and qualifying appliances, TV, and audio brands. Shop the hottest holiday deals all weekend long. Only at NFM in Grandscape. Doorbusters limit 1 per customer while quantities last. Not valid on prior purchases. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Will Chambers and Bobby Belt here with you. Chris Strong back in the Pimp Cup on the 1s and 2s. We're awaiting Stephen Jones, but it's the day after Thanksgiving. We don't really know for sure. Plus, we're usually not occupying these seats. We'll talk with Brian Broaddus coming up in an hour. Get his thoughts on the game yesterday. 45-10, the Cowboys blow out Washington. Really the fourth quarter of a blowout. 25 points.
Yeah, I mean, this was something where the passing game you felt like all day long the passing game was just going to come through. Like, you could tell very early on they were going to challenge that Washington secondary. They had a lot of success with it throughout the day, and it just really started clicking into place at the end. It feels like that every time when they're at home. Like, it's just building and building, and here soon it's just going to overwhelm whoever they're up against.
It was Deron Bland's 5th interception return for a touchdown that sealed it, and the Cowboys now the longest home winning streak in 42 years.
They're averaging
13.
41 points a game at home this year. 41.
That's not bad.
And it's actually 40 points a game over their last 10. So, I mean, they've just been incredibly impressive there at home. I don't know what it is. It's just I don't know if it's a turf thing, because everybody's talked about their record on grass hasn't been great at times. But, they play so much faster at home. It's become a real home field advantage. Shout out to all the Cowboys fans, everybody around here in Dallas who's been going to these games.
Yeah.
That has become a real home field advantage that I think people didn't believe was ever going to be the case.
I mean, look, for years, right? We've been talking about it on how, we'd be up in the press box and just go it's kind of meh as far as the level of intensity with the crowds. And that is just not the case anymore. I mean, it is loud in there. We got some professional football on as well, the first Black Friday game ever. Miami leading the New York Jets 10-0, a touchdown by the newly married Tyreek Hill. And they lead 10-0, but it's time to head out to the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline, and that's where we find the Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President, COO, and Director of Player Personnel, Stephen Jones, joining us here on The Fan. And, Stephen, it's been a while. Happy Thanksgiving. It's great to catch up with you.
Great to get caught up, and happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Yeah, pretty good feeling after the game, right? I was curious on what you guys and how you were feeling and level of nervousness maybe going into the fourth quarter with it still being, a 2-possession game.
Well, I just think hats off to Washington. They came in there ready to play. They've got a good football team. Their quarterback is having an exceptional year, and I think he's a legitimate quarterback in this league, and he made a lot of plays for them. They had a great strategy for us. They were moving that ball the long, hard way. They were possessing the ball. I think they ended up time of possession almost 40 minutes for them. And, he was just making good, accurate throws. He was escaping the pocket well. And then, ultimately, we were able to make the plays we needed to make. And, of course, everybody, you can't help but just love what happened to Bland in terms of, setting the NFL record for pick sixes. And I think that was the final nail in the coffin as far as us winning the football game. But the team, I thought, did a great job. Our team played well, and but the Redskins gave us certainly a run for our money up until that fourth quarter when some things, went right for us. Obviously, they went forward on fourth down in their own territory, and that was a tough one for them as well. But Coach Rivera does a great job of preparing his teams always. He's the ultimate pro coach. He just has his teams prepared and did a hell of a job with that team. We just were able to have some things go our way in the fourth quarter.
Stephen, it's really looked good the last several weeks. I mean, most of what gets discussed is, well, really since San Francisco and the 6 games since. What, in your eyes, has been the difference?
I just think the bigger thing is after the bye week, it really gave us a chance to self-scout ourselves. And, we're still very committed to the run. But obviously, I think teams were laying for us, knowing that we wanted to really focus on running the football. And, I think we've opened it up, with CD and Cooks and Gallup and Tolbert. And then the tight end group's doing a great job as well, Ferguson and Schoonmaker and, of course, Tony Pollard. And, I think we're just loosening teams up. And I think that running game's going to come our way as we move forward, into the end of the season when you need it the most. That's when you need to run the football, when it gets cold and tough weather. And this offensive line group's getting to play together week in and week out. And I think that makes a huge difference. And, we're just executing and, doing a much better job. Obviously, our red zone efficiency's really picked up. And then, of course, Dak's playing as well as anybody in the league at the quarterback position, and we all know how important that is.
Talking with Stephen Jones here on the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen, when you mentioned Deron Bland and the record-breaking pick 6 there yesterday, the scouting combine didn't invite him a couple of years ago. Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl was on Twitter yesterday saying, "Yep, missed that one. We misevaluated that one." When you guys were going through the process of evaluating him, even as the combine didn't have him out there, the Senior Bowl had overlooked him. What were those discussions like, and how big of a kudos, how big of a badge of honor is it for your personnel department that you guys nailed that pick?
Well, I think it's hats off to them. I mean, they were all over it. Had guys really convicted to stand on the table for them, which could be difficult, when you're a scout trying to do your job, but you're having to, stick your neck out there a little bit. And certainly Ross did that for us. And Will bought in, and as more and more scouts in our department watch the tape, they felt really comfortable. I mean, obviously he was coming from Sac State, a small program, up to Fresno State, made the jump, and just a guy who made plays. One thing we've stressed the last 4 or 5 years are ball skills with our defensive backs, and that's a big deal. But obviously with Diggs and Bland and a guy like Hooker, these guys are making plays on the ball, and that's so important to taking the next step as a defense. And you can see what it can do to a ball game, and in one play, you turn everything, and you turn what was a tight game into a game that we were going to win. And but it is, hats off to our scouting department and what they do, and to be able to find a guy like Bland in the 5th round, certainly a big deal, not only for the organization, the football team, but we also know that can be a big boost toward your salary cap when you got, one of the top quarterbacks in the league. Obviously, we got one of the best pass rushers in the league, and good corners, and you need some 5th round picks that you need to hit on, and late round picks and college free agents. Bell's playing outstanding for us as a college free agent. So all these things are so important as you go into getting your football team put together.
Stephen, you mentioned there just how well Dak has played the last couple weeks. It feels like a big part of the way you guys have been able to take advantage in the passing game is just some of those seam throws that Dak has looked really comfortable and really confident in. Is that something that was a concerted effort for you guys as part of the tweaks, or do you think that's just Dak with his own confidence level feeling better about that and wanting to take those throws now that they're out there for him?
I think it's all the above. Obviously, I think our guys did a great job during the bye week of improving on a lot of things. But think a lot of it just goes toward, the confidence, in his weapons. Certainly Ferguson almost made another unbelievable seam throw. He came down with it, but, obviously had a violent blow to the ground and the ball popped out. But I'll bet on Ferguson that he's going to make those catches more times than he doesn't. As you know, he hit Schoonmaker on a seam throw. And, I think those guys are just going to get better, and that's what we have to do. We can't just we've got to continue to tweak this thing, execute, and get better down the home, as we head into the late part of the season and the playoffs. This is when you want your team coming together. And I think we're improving week in and week out, but we still got a lot of work to do.
It's coming together. Are you looking at possible additions? Do you have a plan to meet with Shaq Leonard as of yet?
Well, we don't comment on guys who aren't on our team as of yet. It's a competitive market out there, and certainly, my position on player acquisition. It's 365 days a year. Anytime you can make your team better, you look into it. And, certainly we've, with Leighton Vander Esch having his injuries, we've had to look at that spot. We think we made a great pickup in Evans, and certainly, as I mentioned, Bell stepping up in a big way, moving from safety to linebacker and really playing at a high level. But as we know, this NFL's tough, and everybody has the injuries, and as much depth and as much as much as you can improve your personnel, you need to do it, especially as you do head down the home stretch. And certainly this team, we're not assuming anything, but we've got bigger aspirations as we move toward the end of the season to not only finish strong, but then obviously get into the tournament and then hopefully have success. So all those things are things we look at as we move forward.
Yeah, how hard is it to do that with any player that may become available, and you're scouting your own team and your own players, and then there is somebody that could be there, the time and the ramp up to figure out what they could possibly do for you. How difficult is it to do that mid-season?
Well, it's just, it's not difficult. It's just finding the right guys. And obviously to find players who are, who can help you, it's difficult, especially when you feel like you drafted well and you got a strong football team, which, we think we do. But we still got a lot of work to do. And that's why we have our personnel department and do the things we do with Will and his staff, is to find those guys who might be able to help us.
Last one, Stephen, here for you. Out of all the performances yesterday, really strong performances, where does Dolly's rank for you?
Oh, you don't love that, something's wrong with you. I mean, she's amazing, and certainly to come out the way she did was just fantastic. I think our fans enjoyed it, and it was certainly a special Thanksgiving halftime in terms of we've had some great ones, but that one's got to rank at the top.
That was pretty good. Stephen, appreciate the time. The best to you and yours. Happy holidays.
Hey, happy holidays to you guys, and look forward to see you getting on with you next week.
Sounds good. Thank you. That is the Executive Vice President, COO, Director of Personnel, Stephen Jones here on The Fan. Look, I always, maybe it's just looking at it from my perspective, where it's like going back and, Shaq Leonard was such a good player, for the first few years, and trying to assess what he is now without being a part of that organization has got to be difficult. It's part of the reason why, reading that piece from Greg Doyle, just to get my own sense of like, okay, who is this guy anymore? We know what the injuries were. We know what the surgeries were, but like, what is he now? And it looks like that there is a bit of a separation between what he is and what he thinks he is too.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is still a really good player. I think he's better than most of the linebackers you have on your roster, but he's not an all-pro anymore. That's not really his game. But he's a good player at a position where you feel like you're a little thin. I mean, a ton of credit to the way they've covered things as best they can. Steven just talked about it, going and getting Rashaan Evans, having Bell step up. But those are fail-safes, man. That's not the primary way that you would expect your linebacker core to look on a Super Bowl contender. And so, Shaq Leonard would be a big boost, I think. It's just a matter of, do they win the day in those negotiations?
The NFL news of the day, typically done at 3, but appreciate Stephen Jones joining us. So we'll do that Coming up next, the win yesterday for the Cowboys cost somebody their job, plus who's in, who's out on the Stars this weekend. We'll have that next for you on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Listen up. This is so easy. Do you want the most money for your used car? Do you want to...
Side of the Metroplex in Terrell, it's Platinum Ford, owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Consumer Cellular and Soda Weight Loss.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit ConsumerCellular.com to switch today.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
We'll be getting the biggest dubs in here. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Send them in. The G-Bag Nation here at 105.3 The Fan.
Tell us just how big that L is.
Today.
Or dub. Just tell us how big it is.
That's Bobby Belt. I'm Will Chambers. I almost burned the building down in the break.
Yeah, that was not good.
Yeah.
What would your move have been? Would it have been to, like, let's say you did spark the microwave like you thought you had, and it just, everything catches fire. Is your immediate play to run around looking for a fire extinguisher? Do you just go, like, cup of water, try to throw it on it? What is your play? Instinct, run away?
Well, depending on how big, the fire is at first, it would be the cup of water because it's easy. The cup's right on top of the microwave, right? And then, the faucet is right there.
That's how I learned water doesn't put out grease fires, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
As a, 12-year-old.
Yeah.
I set the stove on fire, and I was like, well, let me throw this cup of water on here now.
You work in any restaurant, you're going to figure that out real fast. However, it gets too big, then there's definitely, I'm looking for the extinguisher. And then if I don't see an extinguisher, I'm going to give that about 20 to 30 seconds, screaming for you to be aware as to what's going on. And then we're heading down the stairs. And thank you very much. Yeah, I put the Bobby, as he typically does, so gracious, get some Chick-fil-A for us. And I put the sandwich with the wrapper in it.
Yeah, I had to twist all of your arms to get you to get something.
Well, because I wasn't hungry at the time. You did it right as the show started.
Chris, all he got, he was like, I guess a Sunjoy, but only after I forced him to pick something.
Well, and I don't know. I haven't tried the sweet and spicy sriracha.
Oh my gosh, it's so good, Will.
Here.
The sweet and spicy sriracha sauce from Chick-fil-A. And I don't know what it is. It's the only one they don't bottle at most of the stores, which is really frustrating. But yeah, give it a shot there.
Okay, I'm going to give it a shot while we take you around the NFL. The news of the day. Bobby's going to lead us off with firing.
Yes, Jack Del Rio. Bye-bye. He has been fired. He is out from the Washington Commanders. And, there was a lot of, I saw discussion that said this was a little reactionary to losing to the Cowboys yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They've been bad.
That's good sauce.
It's really good, isn't it?
It's real good.
That's a game changer, isn't it? Yeah, that's some good stuff there. Now, it'll sneak up on you, the heat, a little bit. It'll start getting a little warm here in a few minutes. But the Commanders go ahead. They fired Jack Del Rio, former Cowboy great Jack Del Rio, by the way. And here's what I find interesting. The statement from Josh Harris, managing partner of the Washington Commanders. This morning, I spoke with Coach Rivera, and he recommended that the team make changes at defensive coordinator and defensive backs coach. I accepted those recommendations and want to thank Jack and Brent for their contributions to the Commanders. We wish them and their families well moving forward. And then he goes, I feel exactly, we're disappointed, frustrated. But I think it's interesting. I don't know that I've read a team statement before that says, hey, look, coach wanted to fire these guys, and I said, okay. Have you ever read a statement like that?
No, but I can see how it could be two ways. One, the way you just described it, and then two, maybe it's doing Del Rio was solid. Like, dude, I'll let you get out of here, and maybe you get on with somewhere else, because this is the Titanic. Like, everybody's going to get fired. I mean, outside of Bieniemy. I would think.
Yeah, I mean, Rivera's done. The hot rumor has been that
Bill Belichick?
They'll try and go get Bill Belichick. But you know what would be rather interesting? Is if Lincoln Riley does choose to go to the NFL. If he's out, if he bails. Lincoln Riley trying to foster things for Sam Howell might be kind of interesting.
The only way I see Lincoln Riley coming to the NFL is he goes to wherever Caleb Williams.
There is a lot of buzz when you talk to people that he's leaving.
Why? What's the purpose?
The first purpose would be that he's got a worse record than Clay Helton at this point of his career, like through the same time period. But there's
still very young in that
there's
career
a lot of pressure from the USC booster community and everywhere else that like this is unacceptable. You've had the best player in the country. You've got these top recruits. You got Zachariah Branch. You got like all these guys here, and it has been a mess. And you stubbornly kept.
But he was the one when he got there. He only had like 20 players that were decent at all, and that was just 2 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got the best player in the country, and you've had top-tier talent there. They've had strong recruiting classes. They need to be better than they were this year. This has been a mess the last several weeks.
It has been a mess.
And a lot of it is self-inflicted because he refused to fire Alex Grinch until it was way too late. I mean, imagine if after 2020, McCarthy was like, nah, I'm going to keep Mike Nolan around for 3 more years.
Oh, yeah, that's
basically what Lincoln, and then if like Mike McCarthy got another job and he's like, well, not only did I get another job and a chance to reset, I'm bringing Mike Nolan with me. That's what Lincoln Riley did. So the thought is that Lincoln is finally looking at the NFL a little bit. So, I mean, who knows?
Okay.
Maybe that's the spot. But Ron Rivera, I did find that interesting that when they fired Jack Del Rio, it's Ron Rivera recommended that I fire Jack Del Rio. Especially because Ron Rivera is a defensive coach,
Yeah,
and you
I
would
know.
figure he probably had his hands in the defense to begin with anyway.
I mean, they still got, Payne and, I'm going to brain fart, the other defensive tackle. But, I mean, like, you shipped
Jonathan Allen.
Jonathan Allen. You shipped off Chase Young.
Let's trade away
and
all
Montez
our pass
Sweat.
rushers. And then why don't we get any pressure on the quarterback?
Yeah.
Let's fire this guy.
That's why I kind of think maybe he's doing him a solid.
I'm not one to back Jack Del Rio at all.
No.
Jack Del Rio's got his own issues and has for a long time. But it's just comical to me that they would put out that statement where it's like, hey, my hands are clean here, all right? I'm pilot. I didn't do this. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Jack Del Rio, not the only person without a job today. The Philadelphia Eagles have waived their former first-round pick, Derek Barnett.
Former Tennessee Volunteer, great.
14th overall, he was taken out of Tennessee in 2017 and has the team record for most career sacks.
He has the Eagles team record?
Yeah.
That is not true.
Who did he break?
I don't know. I got to see how many he has now. That doesn't seem right at all. What year was he picked? 17? 2017, right?
Yep.
That's not true. Will, that can't be true. 21 and a half? No, it's not.
No, he has career sacks.
Career sacks, he has 21 and a half. Will?
No, I'm reading this right here from Tim McManus, ESPN, where he broke.
Oh, Tennessee? Tennessee career sacks? It's not Philly. It's not possible.
Wait, Reggie White go to Tennessee?
Yeah.
I did not remember that. Yeah, because he had 33, it says here. So that must be the Tennessee. Yeah. All right, here's how the sentence goes. Or I'm just an idiot.
He did go to Tennessee.
Well,
I see how you made the leap.
Okay.
But
Barnett, 27, was drafted 14th overall by the Eagles in 2017 out of Tennessee, where he broke Reggie White's team record for most career sacks.
Yeah, at Tennessee, where he broke the record.
I was thinking he broke, like Reggie White had the Philadelphia mark too before going to Green Bay.
Man, if they would have only had 33, I mean, 33 career sacks, you would have thought like Fletcher
probably would have
Cox
hung on to him.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it.
Yeah, are we going to check out the career numbers for Philly?
Yeah, because I mean, I would guess right now, like for instance, just off the top of my head, I'm guessing that Reggie White, let's see how many sacks he had there. Reggie White almost had as many sacks, 21 and a half in Derek Barnett's career as he probably had in a season at one point. Yeah, in 1987, Reggie White had 21 sacks for the Eagles. So in his Eagles career, he had 124 sacks. Will, so Derek Barnett definitely did not have that.
I'm trying to, because obviously with them being split, I was pretty young, but I'm trying to remember how many years like he was there as opposed to being in Green Bay.
We have an offensive or actually defensive explosion
I'm a moron.
in New York. 2 touchdowns in the final minute of the second quarter, Will. It had been 10-0 Miami. And then we get back-to-back interception returns for touchdowns. The Jets get a 30-yard interception return from Brandon Eccles. That made it 10-6. And then it was Javon Holland, the former Oregon safety, 99-yard interception return just as the half ended. So it is now 17-6 Miami. And the Dolphins are once again, Will, beating up on just a not very good team. This is actually an attempt at a Hail Mary that backfired on them because Tua got intercepted 2 times in the final minute. He was looking for
Tyreek Hill. They're showing it as we speak.
Looked for Tyreek Hill, got picked off. So then at midfield, they went, all right, let's go for the Hail Mary. What could possibly go wrong here? And this is what Brian Broaddus is always worried about. When he doesn't want to kick at the end of a half or he doesn't want to do that, he's like, don't give them any momentum. Don't let him take it. Don't let him run it back. And this is what happens. You go throw a Hail Mary, Tim Boyle, and you get intercepted. 7 for 11, by the way, 35 yards, 1 interception, no touchdowns for Tim Boyle. So he looks Zach Wilson-esque out there.
Well, I mean, you had to figure, not to, defend Zach Wilson, but how is it really going to look any different with whomever you put in there?
I thought he was going to be so good.
Zach?
Yeah, I thought he was going to be good when he was coming out. I was convinced he was going to be a superstar.
I was screaming from the rooftops. I said the same thing about Richardson this year. I'm just like, guys, how many times are we going to keep doing this stuff where somebody just wows at a combine and hasn't really shown that they can play the position very well? I don't understand
he had some really good tape though when he was at BYU. Some of those throws they looked like Mahomes.
And he still does.
Yeah, he still will throw some wild, like some really impressive throws. But
I don't. This situation is so garbage with the Jets that I don't know how much to put it on Zach Wilson. Because when I watch the games, I mean, there's obvious times where he makes mistakes, but it's such an awful offense and the offensive line is trash.
Yeah.
Absolute trash. So I don't know.
Some relevant news, by the way, real quick, Will, for next week for the Dallas Cowboys. So yesterday, Geno Smith was not very good. 18 to 27, 180 yards, no touchdowns and an interception. 49ers dominate 31-13. But with the Cowboys getting the Seahawks next week, there's been a lot of discussion about, okay, are they downplaying how hurt Geno Smith has been? Because he's been dealing with an elbow injury that he sustained a couple weeks ago. And so there were a lot of questions pressing Geno Smith and Pete Carroll last night about, hey, is he all right? Because he didn't look totally good in this game against the 49ers. Geno Smith said, nope, not at all. It was good enough to play, so wasn't even thinking about it. Pete Carroll said had nothing to do with it. I think he was fine. The question, though, always is going to be our teams downplaying it. Because if they put somebody out there and they're hurt, then you start getting the scrutiny of the NFL of like, why are you not resting guys if they're not good enough to play?
Yeah.
Why are you potentially saying, nope, this person isn't limited at all if they are limited? And so you always have that in the back of your mind. But watching that game last night, he didn't look right. Now, what I can't tell there is that an elbow injury or is that just Geno Smith being who he's been for most of his career?
That was the hard thing, very similarly from Baker Mayfield a couple years ago in Cleveland, where you're just like, he had a pretty darn good year the year before, and then he got the injury early on his non-throwing shoulder, and he looked like hot garbage the rest of the year, and you're like, okay, well, how much of it is the shoulder? Or
Versus
is he just...
him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who is their backup still Drew Lock?
I don't know who the backup is in Seattle.
Yeah, it's Drew Lock.
I'd probably rather face Geno, to be honest. I'm just kidding. I mean, I think Dallas is better than Seattle anyway. I'm going to pick Dallas to beat Seattle next week, so it doesn't really matter. I wonder, do we
Kenneth Walker going to be back? I would assume it'll be questionable.
What do you think?
It was pretty close to being.
I'm curious.
Good for yesterday.
Do we have a spread yet on that one next week? What do you think the spread is for Cowboys Seahawks next week? If they have it up yet, they don't have it up yet. Dang it!
It's okay. So this game is at home.
Can I say 7.5?
I was going to say 9 and the hook.
Seattle has not looked good the last couple weeks. Like they've started to look, which a lot of people had wondered if they were going to sort of come back down to earth, but they have not looked great so far. We've got 7 flat according to Bovada. Dallas is a 7-point favorite against the Seahawks for next week,
which will get bought up to probably double digits.
I mean, Geno Smith is hurt. That's going to drive it up too. But look, it's AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys have won, every game this year by 20 or more? So, I mean, in fact, they're one away from tying the NFL record for most consecutive home wins by 20 or more.
Averaging more than 40 points per game at home. By the way, Cooper Kupp, his ankle issue will not keep him out of the matchup Sunday against Arizona.
Until the next issue that crops up with that guy.
Yeah. Zay Flowers set to play. OBJ will be a game-time decision for the Ravens, and T. Higgins will miss his third straight game. So those are some notable outs for this weekend. Biggest L, biggest dub. Get them in. 877-881-1053. We'll have yours next year on The Fan.
Whether it's just a weekend or several days, it's a well-deserved getaway. So you hit the highway, and then you get hit. When another vehicle gives your vacation an unexpected turn, you need to know where you can turn. That's where Frankel and Frankel come in. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They'll do everything in their power to ease your burden. They'll guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. You're going to love the Frankels just like I do. So if you or a loved one has been injured or gets injured in a wreck this holiday week, contact Frankel and Frankel first. They offer a free consultation. You don't pay anything until they win your case. Frankel and Frankel.
Workspaces. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender. Comerica Co-Workspaces is available to Comerica customers only.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
There's a style that no matter what time of the year is the right fit for everyone, every day. It's called a healthy lifestyle, and there's never been a better time than now to see how it can work for you. To get started, enroll in a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas plan and get access to thousands of top gyms and studios starting at only $28 a month. This includes virtual personal training and other exclusive deals. We're talking about amazing offers and discounts every single day, 365 days a year. Enroll now at 365dealstx.com or call 1-855-814-7222 to access these money-saving offers. Once you're there, you can sign up for our Blue 365 discount program. It's just one more way. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas is here for you 365 days a year. Through it all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Blue Nail Roofing.
Boomer Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find your roads.
Brian Broaddus will join us coming up, top of the next hour. 4 o'clock today, the former NFL scout, Super Bowl winner, and member of this very show, the G-Bag Nation. Hop in here and give us his thoughts from having viewed the tape of yesterday's just slamming of the Washington Commanders by the Dallas Cowboys in the fourth quarter.
Beat the commies. Beat them to hell.
Beat those commies. Will Chambers, Bobby Bell here with you. Time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
No. Takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe. Biggest L, biggest dub.
Thank you, random voiceover guy. I don't know. That is the old school like nosebleeds, biggest L, biggest dub. That's not the Ian Canfield one. That silly twit. Eric
he did it.
Follow.
Yeah. That's what
I like that one though. That's the original nosebleeds one.
Yeah,
that's the one from way back in the day. We were doing biggest
before
L, biggest dub.
Had Ian, yeah.
I don't remember Eric's little line that he uses here, where he's like, "Hit us up on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. Tell us where you're taking some personal L's, some personal dub." I don't remember exactly what he says there, but you guys can hit us up on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053, and just let us know in your world, where have you taken some dubs, where have you taken some L's. I already know that we've got one here on the 214 biggest dub. Cowboys beat the Turkey Legs out of Washington for Thanksgiving. Biggest L, Valdez-Scantling dropping the potential game winner to beat Philly.
I took a personal dub here during the break.
That sweet and spicy sriracha sauce, right?
Well, sweet and spicy, is part of a description as to what Bobby's
sauce too.
Information that he laid upon me that somehow slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd never seen that before.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get cute. I'm going to just directly say what it is that I tipped you off to.
Sure.
Will had never known that Carissa Thompson was part of the iCloud leak from a couple of years ago. He discovered that.
Mm-hmm.
You knew about that, right, Chris?
Biggest dub, baby.
Yeah. And so he's feeling a big dub. He just
Yeah.
wore out the bookmark tab on his laptop there. But pretty impressive. And now you understand why Carissa Thompson still has a job, even though she's bad at it.
Because that's really how it is manifested. I was just looking down on the Prime, she was on there interviewing, and I really thought that she was going to be fired. And
now you get it.
Yeah.
You completely did a U-turn on that. I've got biggest dub this week. Shout out to RJ Choppy, who succeeded in securing us that interview with Tiffany Gomez.
Yeah. Great stuff, guys.
She was really good. Yeah, and she sat up here. She brought us some of the that blanker isn't real sweaters, which was very nice of her. But man, I gotta say, I know some people have already mentioned to us, they're like, she's making money off of it, doing the publicity, whatever else. I do feel bad for her. She does not strike me as totally like comfortable right now. I think she really is just trying to change the narrative about herself, and then she wants to go away again. She told us on the air, she said, I've actually spent more money than I've made during this process. Like, I'm not making money off this. This is literally just an investment to try and change the perception of who I am. If people are, have talked about me, I want them to know who I am at least. And so that was her whole thing. But you can tell she had some nerves still coming up here, but she was actually very, very nice. That was a popular question I got this week was, what was she like?
Yeah.
Was she real? Was she one of the AI generated or the lizard people or whatever, since there's all those theories out there? But she was actually very, very kind. And that was
now. Are we hooking her up with Derek Holland? Is that what we're doing now?
I mean, I don't know if they've said that, but I think he was trying to. I think he was trying to slide in the DMs and take her to a Mavs game or something like that.
Yeah,
but
why not?
I mean, that'd be a nice thing. Biggest L was the fact that I found out in this last week that I have a fractured spine.
Ooh.
It's called a bilateral pars defect. Will, had never heard of that before.
Okay.
Shout out to the great doctors, Dr. A over at Chronic Pain Relief, cprelief.com. They had told me that basically at the very bottom of my spine, I have little fractures on both sides of it, on the L5, S1. And basically it's like, you want to do some physical therapy for that probably. Take it a little bit easy, because if you were to fall and hit that and it were to break all the way, well, that might be potentially your legs don't work, and we got about 8 to 12 hours to fix that in emergency surgery before that becomes permanent. But he said that essentially, this was the other biggest dub. He said my back muscles, man, just super strong. He said that it's basically stabilized my spine.
Well, that's good. Then that's going to help out with therapy.
Exactly. He said that it kept it from shifting, basically my spine with that fracture. He was like, honestly, he's like, your back muscles just look to be so jacked from the last year of just carrying
Peyton,
carrying Sean and RJ.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that.
And I was like, man, Doc, like Sean and RJ, they do good work. They prep really hard. They also try. And he was like, but like Jerry doesn't know their name, right? He called it Bobby and everyone. I was like, that's true. I was like, if Jerry doesn't recognize them, maybe that is the case. And so that was a big dub and a big L at the same time. Being told I have, basically a Herculean back, but also that my vertebrae are like that of an 80-year-old man.
So I also biggest dub, KNC Masterpiece. And the piece of thong in my piece of thong.
The piece of thong. Bro.
I'm sorry. I just saw Carissa Thompson all throughout the break. It's on the brain. Wheels. Get the wheels, Will. Get the wheels. So the 88,000 they did in one day, that was a record for my possibilities. I brought my cousin down here. And but you can still go to 1053thefan.com and donate and keep that bad boy rolling. So we were walking out. I did the 4 o'clock hour with them, and then Chop was coming in with Sarah, his fiance, to do the 5 o'clock hour. And so we're talking outside in the hallway. And
did Sarah go on the air?
I don't think so.
Damn, they convinced her last year. Couldn't get her on this year.
No.
Rats.
And Ryan, we're walking in, and he's like, "Yeah, you." He's like, "Is that another on-air guy?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, like when you're watching Sports Center or Get Up or whatever you're watching, and they have, Jerry audio, and it says Sean and RJ.
Yeah.
1053 The Fan. I go, "That's RJ." He's like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "Oh man, that's weird. how you pointed out that way, and I'm like, yeah, I mean that's who he is.
That's how people would know that nationally. So yeah,
I mean, he's from Chicago, by the way. I should have mentioned that. Yeah.
Let's see here. 214, Tiffany Gomez sounded so much sweeter and nicer than I thought. Absolutely. Also 214, if lizard people are that beautiful, then I'm down to have an interspecies relationship. 903, Biggest L missed out on Thanksgiving dinner because of family drama. Biggest Dub got a steak from Kroger and made it in a parking lot. That's the way to do it, 903. Chris, you got any L's or Dubs?
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and come out here with my biggest dub here. Y'all remember that New York Giants quarterback, like the fourth string quarterback that we ousted a couple of weeks ago?
Tommy DeVito?
Tommy DeVito. Well, I was living the Tommy DeVito lifestyle for 23 years, living with my parents.
Oh, the Zach Wolchuk lifestyle.
The Zach Wolchuk. Well, moved out this week. That's my biggest dub. Moved into my first apartment. There we go.
Awesome. Are you got roomies or are you solo in it?
Yeah, I got my girlfriend with me. Got a couple cats. But that goes along with my biggest L. One of my cats, Susie. Susie, I love her. She urinated all over the place. There's the biggest L right there.
Okay.
So a wet cat? That's
wet
what
cat,
you got there?
damp, moist, whatever word you want to use.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to go there?
Go moist.
He's just what he wants to do is he wants to walk right up to the line and have me cross it.
Yeah, that's my job. I take people by the hand and I go, why don't you come step up here?
Yeah,
let's
he knows the way that I think, particularly right now.
Let's just walk you up to the line and I'll let you take over, step over this side. So that's good. You and the girlfriend, how long have you and the girlfriend been together?
About a year or so. About time. Had to drive 45 minutes to see her, but now I'm living together.
Congratulations, Chris.
I'm not Tommy DeVito anymore. I have moved forward.
I got a dub here.
Hit me.
Oscar Pistorius took one today or recently.
Blade Runner, baby.
He, on January 5th, will be released on parole. 11 years after killing his girlfriend.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Or in this case, hide your model girlfriends by the time of January 5th. Boy, that was a wild story. Have you read the details of that?
Yeah.
So for those of you that don't remember, he was called Blade Runner, of course, because he had the prosthetics and he still qualified for the Olympics. But he was that story of him shooting his girlfriend like through the bathroom door and he didn't know it was her or something. And I mean, it was a wild
I'll tell you
story.
what, I was never convinced either way on guilt or innocence with him.
I wasn't either. He seemed like he genuinely was distraught by it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've been fooled by people in those scenarios before.
Yeah, no doubt.
I believed OJ. I mean,
had a huge fight with my girl Thanksgiving Eve. Got no sleep and had to work 12 hours and go to Thanksgiving dinner.
Damn, I'm sorry, 469. I will buy you a drink next time we have a fan outing. You just come up, you tell me I was the one who lost my Thanksgiving, and I'll buy you a big old shot for you. 214, Meat Church equals dub. Absolutely. We had Matt Pittman from Meat Church come into studio the same day. Dude, that was the best lineup we've probably ever had. We had Matt Pittman from Meat Church, we had Tiffany Gomez, and then we had Jerry all in the same day. First Jerry comments since the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor. We had a hell of a show on Tuesday.
It was.
Sean and RJ.
I know. I texted Sean later. I was like, dude, great show.
915 Dub, finding out Bobby been carrying the morning show with a fractured back. That's what I do, man. The weight of everything, and I still I keep it held up.
Yeah, man. That's tough right there. For somebody that has had back problems in the past too. That's not fun.
It does, yeah, because if I stand, basically they were just telling me like, yeah, don't like lean forward or lean back too much because you might make it worse. They're like, you're not going to wake up with like paralyzed legs, but if you slip and fall on stairs, you're going to want to know what it is so you can tell the doctors you need emergency surgery. So,
yeah.
There it is. Boy. That's biggest L, biggest dub.
Sweet. We'll shoot the breeze with the beef. We'll do that coming up at 4:40. I'm going to get my mind right here during this break. Come back and we'll have Brian Broaddus here with you, taking you through the tape of the Cowboys and the Commanders next year on The Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Athletic recently did an anonymous NFL player poll, and rather than use this opportunity to complain about officiating or the franchise tag, 82% of the players believe the debate over playing on grass versus turf is a real
rug cleaning business. DowerthRugs.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Will Chambers, Bobby Belt, and Chris Strong here with you. Welcome, Chris, to the station.
Is that a real name or is that a radio name, Chris?
Real name?
Chris Strong.
Well, Christopher, but I'll go by
Christopher Strong. You're right, not bad. We will get you your top 10. That's coming up. We'll shoot the breeze with the beef at the end of the hour as well. And, of course, the expressways. Coming up next hour, we'll get into some college football.
Did you ever have a radio name, Will?
No.
Never?
No.
My dad, who shares my name, he was Bob Belt. His first radio gig, they made him go by the radio name Bud Light.
Wait, that's
Speaking
sick.
of which, did you get a hold of Chef?
I did. I texted him. He said he's still out and about. We'll see if he comes through. But if he does, I'll say to hook you up.
All right. Some Coors Lights down here. Let's head out to the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Speaking of which, man, they gave us radio gold during the Rangers parade. That is the man who surveys these very airwaves from 2 to 7 each and every day here in the G-Bag Nation. He's Brian Broaddus here joining us. And Brian, that's, we look at it 45-10, but for 3 quarters, it didn't really look like what the final score indicated.
No, and you know what? First off, thank you guys for filling in for us today. Doing a great job. Appreciate Chris and everybody there doing that. Yeah, there was. I felt like that. I know that Bobby and I, we put out one of our Love of the Star podcasts, and it's up right now. After everybody just get done listening to your show, and I encourage them to go listen to a little Love of the Star. And we talked about that. I felt like that really both offenses, had a good idea of what they wanted to do, and the way they wanted to attack these defenses. And so, there was the skill level, on both teams. When you start to talk about the running backs and the wide receivers, and Samuel played really, really well for the Commanders, and so yeah, it was a little nip and tuck there for a little bit. It was going to be about who was able to get a stop or two, coming out of the second half, and for the Commanders though, going forward on the 4th downs and stuff like that ended up to be pretty bad for them, and that kind of flipped the game. And then you get the Bland pick 6, and so a lot of things were kind of going against them. But it was a pretty tight game there for a little bit. That the Cowboys, they did have the double-digit lead, but you were thinking, there's just kind of one play away from maybe this thing being a little closer than it needed to be.
Brian, it felt like when you watched this game yesterday, and they missed on a couple deep throws early, but it felt like from the jump, the game plan yesterday was we've got a lot of different ways that we can take advantage of this secondary. And I don't know that – I think if you were to look at the spray chart of Dak's throws – that might be the most we've seen him throw the ball between the hashes all year. It looked like they really thought there was a lot of vulnerability in the middle of the field to take advantage of.
Yeah, they clearly had little respect for what was going on at safety for the Commanders yesterday. And, the one route, when I watched it this morning on the All-22, and a lot of folks will, be getting that here in the next couple of days, but just watch what they did to the safety on the Cooks touchdown. It was really, they pressed, they pressed the center of the field. They didn't feel like that Curl was, going to play well enough for them. And that's the great thing that, with these coaches, whether it's the offense or defense, there's times during the Jason Garrett administration, you would never feel like that they were attack weaknesses of defenses. And I feel like that, and both the offense and the defensive coaches for the Cowboys, if they feel like that you're not very good at something, they're going to go after you at that. And clearly the middle of the field was a place that they were going to go. We all kind of know that when Dak has had problems, that it's generally things that happen in the middle of the field. But, yesterday he navigated that very well. The pass, he threw to Ferguson was a beautiful pass. The 2-point play was a beautiful pass. I mean, he ripped a couple of them down the middle of the field that were just, well-placed, well-thrown balls. And, it's good to see that's coming back to the game, because I think there was a time where, Mike McCarthy and those guys were really kind of worried about Dak throwing the ball in the middle of the field. We'd seen a lot of balls to the outside and, and underneath and stuff, but they're finding ways now to get it more down the middle and at least to the outsides as well. So that you're right about the spray chart. It was really kind of a sideline to sideline day for Dak.
You mentioned there that, there was a time where it felt like they were really avoiding the middle of the field. Does it look to you like they're willing to run route combinations more to the middle of the field, or is it Dak saying, I'm taking advantage of these throws now? Like, does it look like it's been more of a concerted effort in play design to put stuff in the middle of the field, or is this more that these plays have been there and available and Dak is just prioritizing them on his reads?
I think Dak is making a priority to do it, because to me, the route combinations, the good route combinations they're having are coming from the outside. Things that they're going from, say, the numbers outside. The combinations have been really good for them on that part of it. The middle of the field is, to me, has been really what the tight ends have been able to do. And then, but to your point, Cooks has been running some routes where it's vertical to one side and then across the middle of the field. So that part of it, I think, is they're trying to figure out how to put get the tight end up the middle of the field, and then maybe you'll see one or two balls go that way. But it's primarily been stuff that that they're making an effort. I think the effort I think is Dak is saying, Dan, these are throws if they're going to play these safeties wide. If they're going to play cover 2, that shell look they call, and then the safeties are going to go wide. The middle of the field opens up for you right there. It's when they play them on the hash and they drop back and then don't get any width. That's where the problems have been for Dak. But if teams are going to continue to try and play wide to help their corners with some of the routes on the outside, well, they're going to keep trying to throw the ball in the middle of the field with Ferguson and these tight ends.
We've had Brian Brados joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Second week in a row for Tony Pollard, averaging over 5 a carry. What's been the biggest difference with him the last 2 weeks?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I feel like, though, that the offensive line has really done a much better job. When you watch the All-22 again, the combination blocks, it was clear that they were trying to get the ball to the edge. And, they were more interested in going perimeter runs than they were inside runs. And if you're one of those guys and gals that always say this, believes in the metrics, outside left was really, really good for him yesterday they had 2 carries for 33 yards. And then outside right, they had 9 carries for 34. And, the success rate was much better for them left, right, outside than it was inside. They had the one run that was an inside run that was a touchdown. But the perimeter runs were really, really good for Tony Pollard. And another thing that I looked at with the next gen, that they track the miles per hour that guys run.
Yeah.
And there was one point in time where Tony Pollard hit 15 miles on a run, 50 miles an hour on a run. So that's something that we haven't seen from Tony in a while, was that extended, that burst, and then the extended speed. And you're not going to attack the perimeter unless you've got a runner that can actually go. And, maybe early in the campaign, early in the year, there wasn't that explosiveness, that quickness, that speed. But we've seen it now, that they clearly felt like that the edge of the Commanders' defense. Now, running the ball inside is just not that just does not generally work, when you play the Commanders. Now, on the flip side of that, though, the Commanders, with those 2 big tackles, only had 1 pressure between them in all their pass rush. No sacks and 1 pressure between. So give Biotish and Martin and Tyler Smith a lot of credit for how they played the game against those 2 inside tackles for the Commanders, and then to take advantage of what was going off the edge.
What's your assessment of Mozzie Smith?
Mozzie Smith wasn't as good as he'd been in some of the games before, and this was last week's game. With Mozzie, Mozzie's biggest problem is when Mozzie Smith does not get off the ball like everybody else, he will either get blocked, he'll get hooked, or he'll get washed. And it's a fight, because what happens is that when, there are times where I've stopped the tape and the center and the guard both are moving and Mozzie Smith's hand's still on the ground. And you're like going, Mozzie can't win that way. Can't win that way, Mozzie. You got to get off the ball. Got to be engaged. As soon as there's movement, you have to move too. And the effort is fine. The ability to try and chase. I think Mozzie Smith wants to play with technique. I think he wants to do the right thing. But when he does not get off the ball when everybody else does, he's not a good football player. That's the biggest problem he has right there. When you watch him and when he's late, there's probably something bad's going to happen to him.
Brian, you mentioned that the offensive line has been playing better in recent weeks. I thought, especially in the first half, it looked like Terrence Steele was really picking things up and playing better in the run game specifically. How did Steele look to you specifically in this game? And did you have any other specific takeaways from individual guys on the offensive line?
Yeah, to me, with Steele, you're absolutely right. And what the pass that Prescott threw, that where it got tipped in the air and then was caught on the outside there, was one where Steele did a great job, because Prescott really didn't have anywhere to go. He just didn't. If he didn't, he was looking to the left to throw the ball, and then when he was, he's like, I can't throw it left, so now he has to move, and when he has to move, where does he go? He goes forward to his right. And Steele was the one that was able to keep his man, Tohill. He was able to keep him wide and then up the field. And then that allowed Prescott to be able to step up in the pocket and then to make that throw. So, you just kind of, with it, the technique has been a lot better, with all the offensive linemen. Tyron Smith is it's incredible how he looks, out of his stance, the way he's able to play, the pass sets, all those things have been just really, really, really good for him. And so they're doing a nice job up front. They really are, and they had to do things. They had to do things in that game well inside if they were able to have some success.
You look at the last 3 weeks after Mike McCarthy had said, I don't play fantasy football. In these last 3 weeks, Brandon Cooks has had a lot of success. What is it that you think is most responsible for that? Is that a concerted effort to get Cooks the ball? Is that some things falling into place? I know you mentioned on Love the Star, you've talked about it. I've seen on Twitter that the Commanders played the route the way the Cowboys have been trying to hit it on the Cooks touchdown. So is this just a matter of luck? Is Cooks playing better? Are Dak and Cooks, is their chemistry coming together? What is the biggest reason you think for Cooks having the success he's had leading the team and receiving each of the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, I think Cooks is one of those guys. I think he's the best route runner you got in your team. I do believe that. And, and his ability to separate and his ability to accelerate are just super impressive. And so to me, I always talk about a little bit of route luck, or talk about a little bit of route of some luck with the coverage and things like that. The play that he scored on was one that they have run before. They his ability, they move the pocket for Prescott. They're going to bring Cooks from the right to the left. He's on the safety. The safety turns the wrong way. Cooks crosses his face, and now he's into the clear, and the ball's right there. So, those are the kinds of things. They've been trying to run plays like that. Cooks has executed routes like that. They just have not got the ball to him. You're starting to see some of those routes where it was where Gallup was running the shallow crosses. They've given those to Cooks now. After that game where that Gallup had to drop, they tried to do the rub with Ferguson Gallup. They've switched it now where Cooks is the guy doing the running across the field. So those are the things you're going to get with him. The quickness, the explosiveness, the ability to finish. it's nice to see in the last couple of weeks really take advantage of that.
Brian, hope you had a great Thanksgiving, buddy.
Well, thank you. It was very nice. Right now, I'm out in the car right now. I'm at my son's, with his mom, and we're just kind of celebrating. And I just took a little time to be out with you guys. So, but thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. Hope everybody out there
appreciate you carving some time out. Yeah, no doubt, bud.
Carving some time. I see what you did there, Will.
Right?
Like carving turkey.
Yeah.
And Brian, tell Bennett hook 'em.
Yeah, Hookham's excited about tonight with Wreckham in town. So, the Tech's, Joey McGuire and those guys will be interesting. There's a lot of checks that were written about that, with the whole Big 12 situation. So we'll see how Tech plays it in Austin tonight. Texas desperately does need to keep finding ways to win these football games.
Yeah, I mean, they win 2 more games, they're going to the playoff. I really believe that. So.
Well, there's a committee in Grapevine that might say something different there. So let's.
I have the way it can happen. B. I got the way it can happen coming up in 1 hour from now.
There you go.
That's called a tease, Brian.
Yeah.
That's a big time tease right there for sure.
That's why Will's nickname has been Big Time Tease.
Yeah.
That's been his nickname his whole adult life.
Pretty
There you
much.
go.
Yeah. I wish Carissa Thompson knew. Have a good weekend, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
See ya. That's the great Brian Broaddus. I'm telling you, Texas is going to get in.
Okay.
If they win, got to win.
We'll see. I'm damaged. So.
It's Black Friday. It's a bunch of different days, too. I saw it's D.B. Cooper Day, too.
D.B. Cooper. Did they ever find him?
No.
Or figure out who he was?
No.
Damn, you know what else it is?
What?
It's National Sardines Day.
Oh, yeah.
And so coming up on the Wooly Bully Top 10 list, since Zach Wolchuk is not here, we've got the top 10 grossest foods. That's next here on 105 Through the Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. This holiday season,
40% off pajamas for the family, and so much more. And get free shipping when you spend $35 or use your red card at Target.com. But hurry, these Black Friday deals end Saturday. Get low prices and great Black Friday deals now, only at Target. Exclusions apply.
Black Friday Golden Gable deals are here at Lowe's. Shop 1-quart poinsettias today. Bring home 2 for $3 in stores only. Plus, get up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select major appliances. Because Lowe's knows Black Friday. Valid through 11/24 while supplies last. Plant size and selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Aspire Financial Inc.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also sponsored by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Will and Bobby manning the G-Bag Nation here today. We'll shoot the breeze with the beef coming up. We also have Wooly Bully Top 10 in a moment. Before we do that...
Are you eating a Werther's or something? What is that?
No, these are sunflower seeds.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
It looks like you got a big thing of dip in there.
I know.
Or something else.
Part of the reason why I do it.
Yeah.
So it's not a big thing of dip. All right, 27-6. The Dolphins are leading the Jets right now.
Oh, you said 27-6.
Beginning of the fourth quarter.
It was the Jets winning.
Yeah.
What's Tim Boyle's numbers look like? Are
Hold
they
on.
good?
So, the Jets just got their first third down.
Yes.
They're now 1 of 9. They have 6 first downs. 6. 106 total yards, averaging 3 yards per play.
It's not very good.
No.
That's not a very good football.
Boyle is 15 of 22 for 104 yards.
Do you think that the Jets would be better if their receivers, along with Garrett Wilson, were Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland? Like, if that was their trio of receivers, do you think they would put up better numbers?
Yeah, only a little, though. I don't think it would matter much.
I don't know.
Basically, I don't think that there's going to be much of a difference.
I think Deron Bland is elevating Tim Boyle a little bit. I would love to see, by the way, I am all for getting Deron Bland in for a gadget play on offense. I would love to see that.
Man, the moves that he can make when he gets the ball.
That was an elite play, staying up.
It was, man. Cat's legit.
He is.
All right, let's hit it. The top 10 at 420.
It is time for the Wooly Bully Top 10. You can crank that music up a little bit, Chris, if you like. This is National Sardines Day.
Christopher.
Have you ever eaten a sardine?
Yeah.
Is it good? It smells
Didn't hate
awful.
it.
I won't touch
Didn't hate it.
I won't. I personally will not eat a sardine. Chris, have you ever eaten that?
Never in my life. I'm from Texas, so I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's true. Texans, that's one of the stereotypes about us.
Never.
Is we don't eat sardines. So that makes sense.
Is it really?
I'm kidding. I have no
Oh,
idea.
I was like, I've never heard that
Now, did you
before.
eat a sardine straight or did you eat it on like a pizza?
Straight.
Why?
Just 2. I was curious.
Yeah, you
Didn't
are
hate
curious.
it. Didn't hate it.
You didn't?
Curiosity did not kill the Willie.
Well, it is National Sardines Day, and so the list we're going with today are the top 10 most disgusting foods. And this is not going to be like peas or like, I'm not a fan of, green beans. This is going to be...
My sister hates mayo.
This is going to be disgusting stuff. Okay, so your sister hates mayo. Is there anything else for you that you stand out as just like, I will not eat that?
Oh, yeah, we were talking about it last night, actually, oddly enough. My brother-in-law's eaten brains before. Like full Temple of Doom.
Whose?
No, I guess monkey?
Oh, my gosh. Why?
Yeah, that should be on this list.
I was going to say, I think that's illegal. I
No,
really
it
do.
was-
I think
no,
that's
it was
illegal.
served somewhere. My cousin had too. He actually said he had eyeball. It was a particular animal. I got to text him right now.
Goodness.
I'll find out.
Chris, what is your most
That
disgusting
would be
food?
a hell no, by the way.
Can I bring up a controversial take? I don't like sushi at all. Most disgusting.
I don't
Right
either.
there. Okay.
I
There we
won't.
go.
In fact, that is the take that I might say gets me most crushed on this station more than anything else. If it comes out of the water, I don't eat it. If it is sushi,
There we go.
fish, oysters, whatever, I am not touching it. I am so anti-seafood. Broadus has tried for forever to say, come on over, we'll do the crawfish boil. I was like, I will gladly come over. I'll drink alcohol with you. I'll have a good time. I am not putting one of those in my mouth. That's what she said. Not doing it, Will.
Well, honestly,
Which one aren't you putting in?
Anything. If it comes out of the water, I don't eat it.
You don't have any kind of seafood.
Nope. None. Won't touch it. It's
Man,
disgusting.
That is one of my
What
favorite
do we say?
things in life.
What do we say when something like it smells a little rotten?
Rank.
Or it smells a little what? Fishy. Like that's what it's meant to smell like or taste like. It's disgusting.
No, I mean there's some that have a quote unquote fishy odor or flavor.
I was with somebody one time who sent fish back because they said it was too fishy. I'm like, okay, well, it is fish. That's what it tastes like.
No,
it's
that's
disgusting.
different. Like you can have.
It took. I was 32 years old the very first time I even had a shrimp, and I almost vomited.
32?
32 years old. If it comes out of the water, I do not eat it.
That's crazy. I've given bone marrow some opportunities and I can't do it. The consistency, it's just like.
What about bone
snot.
broth? You can do that, right?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Because that's not so bad.
No.
All right, so this is from Ranker. This is the top 10 most disgusting foods, and this is not, like I said, anything that's like broccoli or something like that. This is truly disgusting foods. Number 1, lutefisk, a Norwegian dish consisting of cod that has been steeped for many days in lye, which is a powerful chemical that is not normally used as a food ingredient. Apparently, the lye gives the cod a thrilling, caustic taste. Doesn't lye like burn your skin?
Oh, wait, I've got it here, by the way. Lye? No, that's lime. Wait, no.
No, lye does
yeah.
it too. Lye can give you a chemical burn, I thought.
Yeah, that's not good.
So you put fish in that and then eat it. That's a Norwegian dish, lutefisk.
Oh, that's my heritage. It was the whole animal experience like a pig, like a roasted pig for my cousin's birthday, he said.
And he ate the brain.
Yeah. And an eyeball.
That's disgusting.
I agree.
Number 9 on this list, century eggs. You ever heard of that?
No.
This Chinese dish is the result of preserving duck, chicken, or quail eggs in a mixture of clay, ash, salt, and rice straw for several weeks to several months. The food gets its name from the formidable amount of time it takes to prepare these. After a while, the eggs naturally start to smell, and the yolk turns dark green. The egg white, on the other hand, turns brown, and people eat that. It looks kind of like a diseased kiwi, this photo here that I'm looking at. It does not look good. An egg should not look like that.
No. That is kind of interesting.
But that's number 9 there on the list.
No, my brother-in-law said he would try cooked brains. Never had it, though.
That's disgusting.
That is really crazy. I mean, I immediately just went, Kaliman Shut-the day. Like, are you serious?
Number 8, fermented shark. An Icelandic specialty. A Greenland or sleeping shark that has fully rotted and then hung to dry for 4 or 5 months. The shark can't be eaten fresh because it's poisonous to humans.
How many of you out there thought he was going to say fully erect?
I did not.
I marked that.
Yeah. I don't think anybody thought that.
Yeah.
You're in a different headspace today, Will.
Still thinking
Still
about
haven't been able to get out of Carissa Thompson.
You wish you were there.
I know.
It's served in cubes on a toothpick, and first-timers are advised to plug their noses to help with the gagging. Even chef and world traveler Anthony Bourdain said it was, quote, the single worst, most disgusting and terrible tasting thing he's ever eaten. Number 7, fermented fish. A Swedish staple consisting of fish that has been fermenting in a can of bacteria for an extended period of time. The fish's resulting stench is usually so foul that Swedes have to take it outside to eat it. Apparently, it goes well with sour cream. Why, though? How much of food is sent?
Okay, so...
Like, isn't that half of it?
I got a gag reflex there on that one. Just like the addition of the sour cream. I like sour cream, but just the fermenting. I don't know if anything could sound more disgusting.
I think we're seeing a theme here too. Just don't let food sit for too long.
Like, I think what we're seeing here is that all of this is associated with stuff that comes out of the water, which again proves me correct. Number 6 on the list, again, something that comes out of the water, tuna eyeballs. So not just eyeballs, but the eyeballs of tuna, Will, they're disgusting apparently.
Did you see on that ESPN IG account of that woman that hauled in the yellowfin tuna on her own?
Huge.
I mean, just gigantic. The fish.
Do you think anybody's ever said that? Like, I want a woman who can reel in a yellowfin tuna on her own.
Probably.
The tuna fish eyeball, these are found in East and Southeast Asian cuisine. Actually good for your eyesight. They are served in soups and with herbs, if you're from the UK, herbs if you're from America. Number 5, blood soup. And
oh no.
God, I'm about to gag. This is, look at that.
No, I don't want
it. It is just a bowl of blood, it looks like. That is disgusting. In Vietnam, there's every possibility that you might be presented with the culinary option of eating raw duck and geese blood. It's usually served literally right as the bird is slaughtered, which ensures that the dish is fresh. Which, I mean, that makes sense because, Chris, I don't know about you, but when I eat blood, I don't want it to have been sitting for any amount of time. Will's just leaving. I don't want it to have been sitting for any amount of time.
So you like your blood warm.
I want warm blood. Like, how often do we talk about things being cold-blooded? And like that's meant to be like super. He left. He's gone. He's throwing up. Bring the can in here at least so we can hear you retching.
I think we've learned that anything
he's really throwing
anything
up
in the top 5 here. Oh my goodness!
Just bring the can in here. We're missing this, Will. You can't. He is so red-faced. Oh my gosh. So the bowl of blood soup is what did it for Will. Number 4, fertilized duck eggs. Will.
I don't know if we should. If we finish this, I don't know if I'm going to make it to. We should get Chef on the phone.
It is a fertilized duck egg with an almost developed embryo in it, Will.
Oh my.
We might get Will sick on this show.
Y'all got to tune into the fan cam right now because things are happening right here.
So how would someone eat this thing? Well, it's as simple as boiling an egg. In fact, that's exactly what you do. Boil, peel, dip it in your choice of salt or vinegar, and then eat it. Number 3.
Such a bad choice.
Tom Cruise would disagree with this one. Human placenta. Will. Some people around the world. Oh, gosh, it's getting me now. Including parts of the United States and China, eat human placenta as a supposed way to counteract the effects of postpartum depression and other pregnancy complications. In addition to taking your placenta in pill form, you can consume it as part of smoothies, lasagna, truffles, and chili. Turn that mic closer to you, Will, so we can at least hear that. Number 2. Okay, this one's not so bad, Will. Will, you can come back for this one. It's not as bad. Number 2, maggot-filled cheese.
Oh, not as bad.
It's a type of cheese that is left to be in the sun until it becomes rotten and full of maggots. The process of producing the cheese is considered a process of finely metered fermentation. Will has left and closed the door. It's just Chris and I now. And then number 1, a traditional staple, I'm sure, at your household, Chris. It is baby mice wine.
Oh, yeah.
This traditional Chinese and Korean wine is considered to be a health tonic, and it is literally a vat of wine, Will, that has dead baby mice in it, and it ferments in there, and that is number 1 on the grossest food, baby mice wine. So that is the top 10. Will is struggling here, so he's not going to be able to tease the next segment. So coming up next here on the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan, we're going to do Shooting the Breeze with the Beeve. And today's topic, how do you go about sorting through and prioritizing your unread emails, and what exactly does it take for you to help someone move? That's next on the Fan.
Gavin Dawson here for Twin Peaks. I love it. You love it. You know, Twin Peaks, whether it's lunch or happy hour, late night, the weekend, vacation, Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with the menu to match that I'm always bragging about. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items.
search for it, we send it to you.
Yeah.
Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
Hello's Mike Bassick here for my friends over at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne. Holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you with the Black Friday sales event happening all month long at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get ahead of it now on the purchase of your brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram with General Manager Mike Brown and his fantastic team. The biggest holiday deals are happening right now with the Black Friday sales event. Visit southwestcdjrtexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss.
Trying to navigate all those holiday parties? Get your own personal nutritionist at Soda Weight Loss to help and enjoy the celebrations. Get started at sodaweightloss.com. That's sodaweightloss.com.
If we keep playing this, do you?
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World
One more time.
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Whether it's hot stove or spring training 2024,
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
you know this is the proud home of the Rangers. We are the Fan.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
Well, we have a first in my career. Never thrown up on the air.
You came
multiple
close.
times, too. No.
No, you came close when you took the bomb hot sauce on Super Bowl Sunday that one time we were hosting.
Oh, you're right.
And you vomited later, just not on the air. But you were close on the air.
Oh, my God. My Will Chambers, Bobby Belt here. It's the G-Bag Nation here.
We should have
and
Chris eat some of
yes.
that during the expressway.
No, thank you.
Have you done it before?
Never.
It's good.
940, Bobby and I agree. We're not so sure why they scheduled us without unsupervised or without supervision by an adult. I don't know. But appreciate you. My nephew, he got, what's the hot sauce
Chlamydia.
guys?
Oh.
Is it called the Hot Guys? I think that's what it is. It's something that's like online or whatever.
Hot Ones?
Hot Ones, that's it.
The chicken wing thing. That's where that sauce came from.
Okay. Oh, my God. All right, so we had some of it the other night.
Oh, yeah. They have different ones, but that's one of the ones they use.
What is the one that I had?
Da bomb.
Okay.
You had the last
crazy.
dab, didn't you? Is that what you had?
We had 2 or 3 of them, and I know we did have the bomb, but it wasn't as bad as when I had it with you. But you gave me a big.
It wasn't that much. It was not that much.
Yeah.
You were just soft.
Whatever. Oh, my goodness gracious. Willie and the Wasteland. Waistband. That's what the new show sound is going to be like. All right, let's shoot the breeze.
I gave the beaver a hot bath.
Just rapping with the fellas, shooting the breeze.
My name's Beaver. Beaver? Is that your given name? Yes, ma'am.
Truckwreck.com, Fantext 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
I'm also joined the Twellos.
Yes.
It takes me a while. Sometimes I forget because we don't have it during the weekend. So I finally popped on there.
Yeah, shout out to the Twellos. Shout out to the YouTube. You guys can weigh in there on the Twitch, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, on the YouTube, and on the truckwreck.com Fantext. This is where we take a couple different topics, kick them around the room, kick them around with you guys on the truckwreck.com Fantext, and then on the Twitch and the YouTube. One of these that came up during the break recently, which, Will, you woke up to an obscene amount of emails this morning.
418.
Why?
Black Friday.
And so it was just like promo emails?
Yeah. I think I had been getting a lot of them through yesterday, too. So it's like a day and a half. Where, because I'm one of those that has to delete all of them. Because if I have all those in there, then I'm going to miss some important email.
Sure.
So that's why, but anyway, I've whittled it down to, I have 121 now.
I have currently, see, you're one of these guys who can't have anything unread, right? I currently have, and the text isn't bad. I know Lucius has said before his text message number is massive. I have 48 unread text messages right now. I have
how many?
48.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me at all.
I have 3,844 unread emails from Odyssey. I have 14,000 unread emails in my Gmail. And at another email I've got, I have 10,000 unread emails.
So, like, how do you know that there's something that important that you've missed?
Fantastic question, and that's what we're going to kick around with you guys. How do you go about your email consumption? How do you go about prioritizing what to read? Does it reach a point where you go, I'm never going to be able to unread these? I remember one time I just checked everything and I marked it red because I was like, I got to reset the number here. So it's more than 14,000.
Yeah.
But the way I prioritize it, simple. You know what I do, Chris?
What do you do?
If it's that important, you're going to call or text me about it.
Yeah, but you're not checking your
And then
text
I'll go,
messages
I'll
either.
check it. Now, look, to be honest, Sean's email that he sends every night, our prep email, I'm
Yeah.
going to open that one. I'm going to see that one. I'm going to open it and read it. I tend to open it up and scan and see, all right, do I have anything from Tim or Gavin? If I don't have anything from Tim or Gavin, that one will get open. But I'll open Tim and Gavin's emails. I'll open the prep email from Sean. I'll go through Choppy's prep email. That's about it. I don't open Peyton's emails because I don't care what he has to say.
Ooh, shots.
Man, catching strays on Black Friday. I just, maybe it's an obsession with me that started for those years that you're on the job hunt and how many resumes and videos and tapes that you send out of making sure you don't miss a communique of some sort. So
if I get an alert, if I get a notification, because I do have the notifications pop up on my phone. So if I
do not do that. I do with Odyssey.
If I see it come in and I see, that's an email I want to open, I will. But if overnight I got 20, they're not getting read. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do that.
That's why I delete them. I need to get rid of them to know that they're not important.
I mean, I just feel like I feel like they're all unimportant until someone calls my attention to them being
What's
important.
the worst thing that's happened because you missed an email?
Nothing. Nothing bad has ever happened from it.
You didn't get almost fired or something?
No, I used to have a boss that would try to dig me with it every now and then. He'd be like, well, you know that if you checked your email. And every time I'd say, yeah, I don't check my email. I was just like, I don't do that.
It's FYI.
And then it's like, well, what if you missed something? I was like, you're talking to me about it right now.
Yeah.
And every single time you're going to talk to me. The most important emails generally
You're
are followed
definitely
up.
not a corporate type.
I'm saying,
you would not do well in that.
You kept your job?
Yes. Yeah. The emails are generally followed up. Yeah. The most important emails are generally followed up by a phone call or a text that say, hey, I just emailed you. Because that signals the importance. So now like I said, I will scan. I see if it's from Tim, Gavin, Sean, or RJ. I scan through to see their names. If I don't see those names, I'm generally not opening it. I almost actually, the closest I ever got into trouble, and it didn't end up being a problem. I had forgotten to add the youngest, Laura, when she was first born, to our health insurance. And I was getting email updates from somebody in our office that was saying, hey, you get 30 days after the baby's born to add them to the insurance before you just don't have them.
What day were you at?
Day 32.
Oh.
And they bent the rules for me and fixed it. But I was, that almost burned me because of email and nobody called me. But that's kind of where that is. So let us know the truckwreck.com fan text how you say it. 469 says they've got me beat.
Does the Twitch have spam chats too?
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. 26,778 emails from 469. 214 says over 25,000 unread emails. Let's see here. Girls for Fun says, okay, but if you're not going to open them or you know that you're not going to read them, then just click on and delete. Well, that's why I highlight all and I just hit read.
Okay, so it's not spam.
No, it says first time chat. It's the first time that person's chat. So shout out to Girls for Fun for joining us. But that's what the way I do it is I highlight it and click it as read. Now, one of the things that I've done this week, and the original topic that we're going to kick around here, is moving. Because I've been moving this week, or not me, I haven't been allowed to lift anything because my back, I was ready to move everything. We got the keys to our place a day before Thanksgiving, and we have 4 days to move everything over. Just switched units in the complex. I was ready to move things. Kristen was like, you're not going to move things. You've got that fracture. I was like, yeah, but I've apparently been living with it for several years, and it hasn't caused a problem, so I can lift stuff like I have been. She's like, call the doctor. So I called them, they called back, and they're like, yeah, don't lift anything over 20 pounds. So that kind of ruled me out from helping moving. But that has been a process. Trying to, my brothers were like, hey, we'll come over, we'll help you move, blah, blah, blah. But they volunteered.
Moving sucks.
And Chris, you just moved. And how did you go about move? Did you ask people for help? Did you do it all on your own?
I had to ask for help. I had to.
Did you ask family?
Family. I didn't go beyond family. And my personal rule is they have to reach out to you to say, hey, I can help you with the move. Don't reach out.
That's the thing. I think somebody has to volunteer the help. Cody, one of our marketing guy, Cody, had said, hey, if you need some help, I'll help you move. I never asked Cody to help. Because even though he had volunteered, I feel guilty even asking somebody to help you move because it is one of the worst things. So obviously you've got to have a close relationship to be willing to help somebody move because it sucks. It's one of the worst things in the world. Nobody wants to be part of it. But what would you have to get out of helping somebody move if they're just like a sort of friend to convince you to help you do it? Will, is it just the having somebody indebted to you? Is it the power of knowing I helped you move, you just owe me in general now?
Yeah.
Is it just the offer of pizza and beer?
Let's be honest. It depends on that person, who they are, and what they could do for you.
Now here's the thing, right? You have to offer food and drink.
Of course.
To anyone moving, right?
Yeah.
Like you've got to have pizza there. You got to offer alcohol.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like, when somebody comes and when somebody volunteers their time, a celebrity, how like that event probably sends them off with a nice care package or whatever. You got to send the person who helps you move off with a nice care package.
And that's
so what's a
where
reasonable expectation? If you show up to help somebody move, what are you expecting for your day of compensation?
The day of compensation is, definitely. That just goes without saying.
Pizza?
The pizza and the beer thing is an obvious one. And then I don't expect anything else. Because I'm offering it as an assistance because, just being a good friend. And then, being indebted.
Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says, I'd help you move, Bobby. I'd just call you a Carissa Thompson for not lifting over 20 pounds. That's hurtful. That's mean. Chris, what would you expect? Have you ever helped anybody move?
I've helped,
Outside of just family? Have you helped, like, friends? Anybody move?
Other than college dorms.
Okay, so if somebody was like, hey, Chris, I need your help. Will you come over here and help move? And you're like, all right, I'll be there. When you show up, what are you expecting? What's a reasonable expectation? Is it just food and alcohol?
I think it's more future services. Like it's future
I know
considerations.
What you mean.
You got to use the sports term in
future
there,
services.
Yeah. I think day of food,
helping a lot of ladies
some pizza,
move.
some beer, but it's mainly like when I move, okay, you're the guy that's supposed to reach out to me to help me out.
I might be willing, I'd
help you move. I'll help you.
Well, I mean, we're pretty much moved now.
See,
that's the thing. I didn't want to even bring it up. This is how guilty I feel. I hate even bringing it up because then people will volunteer to help me move. But this is something where I might be willing to eat some of the things off of that top 10 list, Will, before I would willingly just ask somebody to move.
Have you already sent that to the boys?
I might eat number 11 on the list, for instance, jellied moose nose. A Canadian delicacy. Jellied moose nose is exactly how it sounds. Boil the nose and jowls, add a couple of onions and chicken broth, and let chill. Or maybe, for instance, I might be more willing to just chug that blood soup than to ask somebody to help me move.
God.
Anyway, that was shooting the breeze with the beef.
Did you send it over to Lucius?
I haven't yet. No, but I will.
Because that's I wonder if I had anybody that has had anything on that list, the two people that I would think it's possible, it is definitely Lucius and Broadus.
Peyton texted me. He was listening. He said, I don't care what you have to say, either P word.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
That's how we shoot the breeze with the beef. Now we ask a question that should light you all up. Dak Prescott, the legitimate MVP candidate. We start that and hit the expressway. College football coming up. Texas fans, you're going to want to hear what I have to say next.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL has a group of dedicated workers who figure out the schedule every offseason. They have every tool available: computers, top football experts, TV metrics. Now they're making broadcast history with the first ever Black Friday game on Amazon. And what's the matchup? Jets-Dolphins with Tim Boyle playing quarterback for Gang Green. This game looked great in the summer before Aaron Rodgers got hurt. The Jets still have a great D and could make it a battle, but backup quarterbacks can be very tough to watch. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling Johnny.
FM in Grandscape. Doorbusters limit one per customer while quantities last. Not valid on prior purchases. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation. That is Roberto Theodore Belt III. He is not in a Hall of Fame.
Touchdown.
I'm Will Chambers. I'm not either, and we're in for the boys today. It's about expressway time.
Should I do the whole rest of the show as Chris Arnold?
No. 20 minutes
Chris
from now.
would love that. That's a nice tribute to Chris.
Yeah.
He's my hero. I do love Chris. Chris was doing a great job yesterday. He is the father figure to everybody here at the station. He was helping Blake out. Blake was going to his first game, our fan phenom winner.
Mm-hmm.
Went to his first Cowboys game, and CA was showing him around the stadium, showing him how to operate. Was pointing all the different spots. The stadium is like right over there. So back when we were at Texas Stadium, that's where I helped Barry Switzer meet up with Jerry. Got him his first job. Told him I said, Jerry, this is a good guy. I've known Barry for a long time. Barry and I, Boom Masuna, both of us. And Barry and I, we met at a Johnny Gill concert back in 1987. And I always told him, you're going to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys one day. And he says, "Yeah, I don't know about that, brother, but
Johnny Gill.
we'll talk about it after this Teddy Pendergrass concert."
It's a great poll. Who else do you do at the station?
Nobody, just him.
Oh, that's.
I mean, I will always break out the gentleman. How is ya? But
yeah. Oh, like nice little Haggy in there. We got Chris Strong back in the Pimp Cup, and we got you for another couple more hours until 7:00. Happy post-Thanksgiving.
Boy, Chris deserves a ton of credit. He has not been rattled by me popping in the talk back during his reads at all. Like,
dude, yeah.
I
was not expecting it that
and I've been hearing some of the things that have been said, and it's a strong performance by you today. 34-13, not a strong performance by Tim Boyle and the New York Jets, but I think that's to be expected. We're going to get in some college football once we hit the expressway, and I'm going to make all you Texas fans happy. Really, really am. Now, Dak Prescott, what can you say about the performance? 331 yards, 4 touchdowns, his 10th career game with a 4+ passing touchdowns. That ties Tony Romo for the most 4 touchdown games in franchise history. You've heard over the last couple weeks, guys like Dominique Foxworth saying that, Dak Prescott is the MVP. And I'll say this, it is definitely up for the taking. Because as I looked yesterday, or do you still have them up, the MVP odds?
I did not. I can get them, though.
Okay, because Dak was, I want to say, 5th.
Yeah, here it says that in
I said
Vietnam,
yesterday
there's
it was
every possibility that you might be presented the culinary option of eating raw duck and geese blood. Oh, no, wait. Sorry, that's not the MVP.
No.
That's still the blood soup. Sorry, hold on.
No,
I'll look for the NFL MVP
I've
odds.
already thrown up. I don't have anything.
I got to find the most recent ones.
Phil. It was
Phil
Jalen, Brock Purdy, Lamar. I think he was 5th, and it was at like plus 1,400.
I'll tell you the odds that jumped overnight was as of Wednesday, you could still get Deron Bland plus 8,000. He is now
that's pretty good.
He is now plus 1,200.
Okay, so here and on the truckrec.com text line, hit us up 877-881-1053 or twitch.tv/Dallas.
Here we have updated odds.
Okay.
This is from John Machota via FanDuel. Jalen Hurts, the favorite, plus 300. Lamar Jackson plus 460, Patrick Mahomes plus 500, Tua plus 550, and then Dak Prescott 5th at plus 650, which Tua has not been great today.
No. Dak will need to take out some playoff teams to win MVP from Not a Fan 105.3 on Twitch. Here, y'all can look stupid all you want calling Dak the MVP, but non-casuals know he hasn't done anything.
Non-casuals, that is the most casual-ass opinion you could have.
Yeah.
Is that Dak is not in the MVP conversation.
Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I was going to ask. Okay, 817, then who is the MVP? Because anybody that you name right now, you could have the same argument or a similar type of argument as to why they shouldn't get it. Like earlier, you asked me because Jalen Hurts was number 1. Is Jalen number 1?
Yeah, Jalen's number 1.
So wait,
but that is not a plus 300 this deep in the season is not a great favorite.
No.
This is a very empty MVP field this year. Just nobody stands out. But I'll say this. Here's the thing. Is that 702, Dak ain't the MVP till he played good teams. You know what? If you even have that argument, fine. Like, I'll say, if you want to say he shouldn't win because he lost to San Francisco, lost to Philly, he's got more to prove along the way, that's fine.
Well, and that's what's happening right now. We said the line of delineation is where we are at.
This is the next 5 weeks are critical.
Yeah.
You've got Seattle, you've got 5 playoff teams, or close to playoff teams. Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. Dak's MVP candidacy is going to be made there. So 702 makes a perfect point saying that. But for 817 to say y'all could look stupid calling Dak MVP or that he's in the MVP conversation, he absolutely is. Vegas is telling you he's there right now.
Right now, it's Vegas is saying it. It is. And
he is number 1 in the NFL in raw QBR. He has the 2nd highest passer rating in the NFL. He leads the NFL in passing touchdowns on an 8-3 Dallas Cowboys team.
Yeah.
He's in the blanking conversation, guys.
In the last 6 weeks, best rating, 4th in completion percentage, 3rd in yards, 1st in touchdowns, 2nd in yards and average yards per attempt. So, I mean, he's all right there. And here's the empty stats. Well, all of them are going to be empty until it's the playoffs. And guess what the MVP is? Or guess what it isn't, actually?
It's not a playoff award.
It's not. It's already going to be decided before the playoffs. Now, I will agree with you or with anybody that says, okay, who cares? Show me that you can win consistently in the playoffs. Because, yeah, that's what, I've been saying that for 2 years. But that doesn't change the fact that he still is very much there for MVP. Unless I'm remembering incorrectly, does Lamar Jackson have a win yet in the playoffs?
No, I don't believe so. I'll check.
How many
No,
MVPs does he have?
1.
Yep.
I mean, look, I'm not going to open up hurt feelings because I love the man. He's one of my favorite athletes of all time. But remember, Dirk won MVP after getting bounced by the Warriors. It's not for the playoffs. That's not what the awards.
It's already decided before the playoffs. I mean, it's already voted on, I should say.
Right. And so that's not what it's about at all. And he does have one playoff win. Lamar Jackson does. Just one.
Yeah.
It was in the COVID year, though. That doesn't count. Come on.
No. I don't even remember that happening.
I don't either. Who did he beat? It was Tennessee, and then he lost to Buffalo the following week.
Yeah. So, but again, moving forward, let's take a look here because you've got coming up Seattle, which nothing will be decided then. But then the matchup again with Jalen Hurts, right? Sunday Night Football on December 10th. That'll be when it really starts to kick into gear whether or not he is or is not at the top of the candidacy, so to speak. Because then after that, you have a chance to back up the case. Because there'll be afternoon games and there'll be, some of the top games, at Buffalo, at Miami. So it'll be one of the top games on the afternoon slates on Fox. And then you've got Monday Night Football against Detroit.
I genuinely, I want to see, I want to know this fan base. And I know that people get passionate, people get emotional. So I understand the context for that. I get passionate and emotional myself sometimes, plenty of times. But I am curious that for those of you that are out there listening to us right now on this Black Friday, and we appreciate you for riding with us here as we sit in on the G-Bag Nation. I just want a yes or no on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Is Dak Prescott an MVP candidate right now? Just yes or no. And I just like to see, is this a 50-50 thing? Because it feels like half of the fan base almost wants him to fail at this point.
Let's poll it. At Bobby Bell TX on X or Twitter. I don't even know why.
We call it Twitter.
I know it's Twitter. So, yeah. I mean, I think that here's another part of this whole discussion with the Cowboys and who they played. Well, San Francisco, if anybody, these same people are like, well, they haven't played anybody. They're also going to say, give credit to the 49ers for one of their wins being the Cowboys. They're going to give the same credit to Philadelphia for the wins that they've had, and the Cowboys with it. Well, they beat the Cowboys, so and so and so and so.
I'm so thankful for that's what I'm thankful for this holiday season is our Tolo listeners who are clearly smart, because I'd say it's about 97 to 3% on the truckwreck.com fan text to saying yes, no. And I know that the fan base is not 97% in favor of Dak, so that means there's plenty of people there who are not Dak Prescott fans who are acknowledging that right now he's playing great. And you know what it is? It's like we talked about. It is not so much that Dak is playing at some like some level that we've never seen before from an NFL quarterback. He's on pace right now to lead the NFL in touchdowns with like 35, which is not a massive number. It's just a fact of right now, this is a pretty barren year for obvious blinking light candidates.
Well, this one Tolo is like adamant that we read the rest of their text, even though they're rolling in here like a slot machine. He needs to beat a healthy Eagles team and the Bills before he's eligible for consideration. Well, at the end of the day,
why is Tua on there?
Yeah, exactly.
Mahomes has lost several games to contenders this year. And if you say, well, what has he done in the past? Okay, well, that's not the point. We're talking about this year.
Right. And then Hurts. Hurts has, I just had it pulled up, 3 300-yard games this year. I tell you, one of the biggest things about him being the MVP is the fact that he and that team run a play that's unstoppable. And it's a big play. It's a huge play. It scores touchdowns. It keeps drives alive on 3rd and 4th down. It's absolutely huge. But yeah, I just
do you think I can't remember who brought this up recently, but it's an interesting question. Do you think if you gave the Eagles the ball at the 25-yard line, they could push their way down the field? If that's all they ran, do you think they could get knowing that they get 4 downs? You don't think they can get 10 yards every 4 plays?
Somebody would get hurt.
I mean, they do it pretty frequently now.
I know, but in theory, I think yes. Like all things being equal, without
it's not
any
like
injuries.
not like people don't expect it.
No,
currently they just can't stop it.
I just think that somebody and maybe multiple players on that offensive line would, by like the 5th time in a row that they do it, it would be not good. Not good.
I don't understand. And Tovash, one of our buddies here at the station, he just texted and he said, Cowboys fans don't appreciate when their quarterback is good. They never have. That's one of the big problems here about just in general. There were people who were forever upset with, have been upset the entire time with Dak, have been upset with Romo throughout his career. Aikman won 3 Super Bowls. There were people who, bitched about Aikman for years. And so, I mean, this isn't unusual. There are people who complained at times about Roger. And so this is just the history of being the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. And I understand that, but it's like at some point in this season of Thanksgiving, you have to be thankful for what you have, which is right now one of, and I know this changes, this shifts all the time, but the reality is this season, you have one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL. That's the way he's played this year. And you need to lean into that. They are winning games this year because of him.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah. And that's always been the thing. And I'll just say it like this. Any argument you make for anybody else besides Dak, you can make arguments against. So there isn't a clear cut, this person, is definitely like, because what I see a lot here is that no way, he has to do this, he has to do that. Okay, then who is your MVP candidate?
Well, here
that's better.
That's
like, who is it?
That's interesting. So 817 says, I personally am getting tired of it being the MVQB rather than the MVP. You could make an argument that given the way things have been this year, like Tyreek Hill might have the best shot of a receiver ever winning.
Myles Garrett could as well.
Myles has been great.
Yeah. I mean,
give Deron Bland the MVP.
Yeah.
Will, let's just do that.
Like a quarterback, that's not in this discussion, that it's because, not as good of a record, but it's CJ Stroud.
I mean, Stroud's been incredible. And if you want to talk about a team that, relative to expectations, he might be the very top. This is a guy who everybody's trying to say, look at the, whatever that quarterback, IQ processing score was he got. You remember when that leaked and they're like, he got an 18. Oh my gosh, nobody's ever been good without this. There was massive slander about Stroud leading into the draft. There were people who didn't think that Stroud would ever become anything, much less somebody who's one of the more prolific quarterbacks in the NFL right now as a rookie on what was one of the worst teams in the NFL. And so, I mean, Stroud's somebody who at least has to be not a leading candidate, but he has to be at least in dark horse consideration for what he's done with that football team.
Absolutely. You know who else is in consideration? Texas, baby. They're going to the college football playoff. I'll explain why next.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
Gavin Dawson here for Twin Peaks. I love it. You love it. Twin Peaks, whether it's lunch or happy hour, late night, the weekend, vacation, Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with the menu to match that I'm always bragging about. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with the frosty 29-degree draft beer service.
The free massage chair. Give the joy of fitness to your world.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness has 7 stores in North Texas. Find your nearest store at johnsonfitness.com. That's johnsonfitness.com.
Looking your best directly correlates to feeling your best. At Colwell & Son, our stylists are here to help you look your best and share some of the best styles and brands this fall. Brands like Peter Millar, Barber, Johnny O, and more. Colwell is packed with incredible fall merchandise with 5-pocket pants, sweaters, perfect fitting shirts, suits, and more. Hurry in today to see our best selection of shoes, tuxedos, and casual wear. Colwell & Son in the Park Cities. Caldwell & Son, menswear for the modern man. Open 9 to 6 daily.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and BuyersBarricade.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
The Expressway is sponsored by QCkinetics.com.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
It is the G-Bag Nation, but today, what was it, Willie and the Waistband?
That's what they said.
Okay.
That's what somebody had suggested.
Will Chambers, Bobby Belt.
Somebody else also suggested, I said we were going to call it Bob and Willie. Somebody said that for today's show, for today's purposes, you should just change your name to Neil. I don't know why they suggested that. Like, maybe it's like Neil Sean, like the guy from Journey.
No.
I think that it could have been that. It's a nice name. Nathaniel. Some people shorten Nathaniel for Neil. So anyway, I don't know. That was somebody's suggestion.
I think they were going for Neil and Bob, but hey, Chris Strong is behind the cup. In the cup behind the glass. Oh man, the wheels are just going to come off this bad boy.
Solid. I mean, I'm enjoying this. What is it called?
The Expressway or Will and
drink.
Bob?
The drink. What is it?
Oh,
it's not Arnold Palmer. It's like
the
random.
Sunjoy.
Sunjoy.
Yeah, I got him a Sunjoy from
There we
Chick-fil-A. It's half sweet tea, half lemonade.
Thank you for that.
Oh, okay. That was the difference we were discussing earlier. Because an Arnold Palmer is iced tea and lemonade. If you put vodka in it, that's the John Daly.
I always thought the Arnold Palmer had alcohol in it.
No. I don't think Arnold drank.
Maybe he should have.
Probably should have.
Would have been better at golf.
Maybe. I know it'll make me better at radio. All right, we're hitting the Expressway here in the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Twitch.tv.
This last 90 minutes might be the end, Will.
Tomorrow, right here on these very airwaves, number 2, Ohio State, number 3, Michigan, live from Ann Arbor. It's the game. Coverage beginning at 10:30, and then the Fan Jam with yours truly and the 3-time Hall of Famer, the aforementioned Chris Arnold. Fan Jam 2:30 to 6, and then number 1 Georgia taking on Georgia Tech. I've been saying this for a while now. Tonight you've got Texas and Texas Tech. It kicks off about 6:30, about an hour from now.
Oh boy.
Right now, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, Washington. That is your top 4 in the college football playoff.
I had Texas fans come at me this week, and I am a Texas fan.
Yeah.
But they're trying to tell me, you're not a real Texas fan. It's like, no, I can be a real Texas fan and then just look at it objectively.
Okay.
Which, objectively speaking, I know you're about to argue for Texas, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think Ohio State and Michigan should be punished for playing each other. And so I think the best teams in the country right now are, I mean, you can make a Florida State argument or whatever, but I mean, in general, I think right now Michigan and Ohio State are clearly 2 of the 3 best teams in the country. So the fact that they face each other shouldn't penalize them and open the doors to somebody else. I think that regardless of the outcome of that game, they should both be in the playoff.
It doesn't penalize them, but it can put them on the same playing field as you have one loss. That's like, well, you could say the same thing that Texas should not be punished for scheduling tough opponents.
I mean, yeah, and I get that.
I mean, that's the same thing. They lost to Oklahoma. So what's the difference between that and Ohio State and Michigan losing to each other?
So, I mean, that's just, to me, it's between those 2 teams, if there's only one loss throughout the entire season and it comes from playing each other, I just don't think that that's...
Okay, but what's the one thing that can
separate? Is Texas better than Michigan?
No.
Is Texas better than Ohio State?
No.
Then they shouldn't be punished for it.
Well, yes, but here's the biggest reason why they should. Because Texas, and this is all pending, they win tonight.
Look, this isn't going to win you support among the listeners, Will. People still know you're a Kentucky fan.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to get some Longhorn sympathy.
This would be my argument because if, like, Kentucky was in this situation, like, going to the SEC title game and taking on Alabama, people are like, be arguing like if they had one loss or whatever. I'd be saying the same thing. What's the difference between Texas, if they win the next 2 weeks, and then whomever loses between Ohio State and Michigan? One is a conference champion. The other one isn't. That's the difference. So if you're going to tell me a one-loss conference champion, Power 5, versus a one-loss non-conference champion, Power 5, I'm sorry. It's the conference champ I'm taking. That is what I think is right. I mean, I can sit here.
Didn't you want Bama in over TCU last year, though?
No, I don't think so.
I thought you were one of the ones who wanted Bama in. Did you want Bama in the playoff last year?
I don't. God, I can't remember. But I don't remember arguing against TCU.
The way I look at this, and again, as a Texas fan, I think Texas's case would have been made if they had been undefeated. You cannot argue with that. But I think just when you watch those teams on the field, Michigan and Ohio State are better. So if the only loss there, look, if they had a slip up somewhere else,
but you have to no, you cannot award somebody because they recruit good players and have good players and not for what they do on the field. And I'm sorry. If that's just the way that life is right now for Michigan and Ohio State because they play in the same division, in the same conference. Now, if they were playing in a title, and I'm doing this only because Georgia has to beat Alabama. And then oddly enough, Texas should be rooting for Georgia actually to do that. Because if Georgia loses at number 1 to Alabama, that makes it a much more difficult, even though the same argument is there, taking out Georgia, who's won 50 million games in a row and is the 2-time defending champ, for losing to Alabama in the championship game. That's a lot harder than I think Ohio State or Michigan. Now, and then obviously Washington, if they lose, Oregon goes in. In fact, that's what I think will happen. Florida State. Florida State has every you think you got screwed because you've won and your quarterback goes down and now that takes you out. Well, you have the opportunity to prove that you belong in there. And that's by winning your last 2 games, blowing out Florida, and beating the crap out of Louisville. Because if you don't do that, that's exactly what Ohio State did.
This just feels like a cute way to justify the CFP as a selection committee, though. Like by going well, conference championship here. That to me, it comes down to this. Well, who are the 4 best teams in the country to you? Who are they?
To me, it's right now. It's Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, and Washington.
In that order?
Yes.
Better than Michigan. You think Oregon's better than Michigan?
I do, because Michigan right now cannot they can't protect J.J. McCarthy. They can't. They're absolutely atrocious at tackle.
That's what you should be in favor of, though, then. You should be in favor of the playoff being Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Washington. If those are the teams you think are the 4 best in the country, that's what we want. That should be the end game of the CFP, is to give us the 4 best teams in the country.
Well, look,
if we're just going to go by conference championships and stuff, then there's a formula you can create to put whoever in there that you want.
No, but you still have to reward teams for what they do on the field. Just because I think if you put Texas on the field with Washington or Oregon and they lose, that's not the justification for why they should be playing in the college football playoff.
Right, but if you talk about rewarding teams for what they do, then why are you penalizing either Michigan or Ohio State for having to play each other and taking away what they did on the field the rest of the season?
Well, because part of what you do is win the game. Win the game. Win your conference. That's all I'm asking you to do. Win your conference.
Man, but that's the thing, is that if you're in the conference together and you're the 2 best teams in the country, or you're 2 of the 3 best teams in the country, you can't avoid that result.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not going to reward. Okay, so here's another part of those, not the transitive property, but like the whole thing of, well, yeah, but Alabama's a much better team now than they were in the beginning of the season. I do not care. I don't care. That's true. Alabama is a lot better now. But I'm not going to reward you just because all of a sudden you look like one of the 4 best teams in the country because, you lost earlier to Texas. That's where I can't go with that. And I appreciate what we're trying to do and get the 4 best teams in there. But honestly, it's difficult even between Ohio State and Michigan right now. Like, I have thought for the last month, and if you've listened to me on the weekends, on the Fan Jam, thank you for one. But you've heard me say, I think it's going to be Oregon and Michigan playing in the title game. I don't believe that anymore with Michigan because of what I've seen out of them the last 2 weeks. Now, up until this point, I think that Michigan had been playing like the best team in the country. Number one, I thought they looked the best. Now, it's been circumstances and maybe part of the schedule is the reason why that's changed for me. But that's why, so should I be putting Michigan in there because for most of the season they looked like the best team in the country? No. You put them in there because of what they do. Right now, Georgia and Ohio State are playing the best football in the country in college football. I mean, to me, it's hands down. Washington is incredible, but they're kind of one-sided. It just so happens that one side, the offense, is just outstanding. Absolutely incredible. Oregon, I think, is a better football team. The Florida State thing is, it's interesting. I hate the fact that you have to look at them now without Jordan Travis. But hey, that's what you are as a team now. You do not have him. It makes you a less of a team. But if you do win out, they do have to get consideration. And this has happened before. It's happened with Ohio State. Ohio State, the first year of the college football playoff, they get Braxton Miller, their quarterback at the beginning of the season. Before it starts, he's gone. So then it's J.T. Barrett. J.T. Barrett makes it, more than half the season, like almost to the end of the season. Then he goes out. He's done for the year. They bring Cardale Jones. So the committee had pretty much the same type of situation it has right now with Florida State. But what Cardale Jones did is he won a few games, including beating the absolute crap out of Wisconsin in the Big Ten title game. Like 49-0 or 54-0. I mean, they beat the absolute doors off them. And look at Ohio State and
the points you've made the last 2 minutes are so bad. I didn't even hear what you said. Essentially, that's how bad they've been. You've just been on this tangent. I didn't even process anything you said the last 2 minutes. Will,
don't act like they don't have it on in the elevator. I am telling you. So we've seen it before. If Florida State has the opportunity, you got to go out there and you got to beat the crap out of Florida, who's not playing very well, and they don't have their starting quarterback. Then you got to go and just dominate Louisville. And then you'd say, okay, they're undefeated, they're ACC champs, they're going in. You'd have to do that. So I don't like that argument as well, as that they got screwed. But anyway, that is my point on Texas.
I mean, as a Texas fan, it'd be great if they got into the CFP. I just would like them to earn it a little bit more with their play. They've skated by several times recently.
Yeah. Well, look, and Oregon could definitely lose tonight. Oregon State. I mean, I don't think so, but hey, look, that could happen. And hey, Will, don't flip now, but Michigan and Oregon lose. Well, if you're listening to what I'm saying, you're hearing that I think that Ohio State is probably going to win tomorrow in Ann Arbor. Unless things look very different from how... Look, it's not like that they're just trying to impose their will by running Blake Corum and running the ball in the second half. They're doing it because if you drop J.J. McCarthy back to pass, he's going to get killed. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's been so impressive this year in terms of the leap that he made as a passer. Like, I never thought that he'd be somebody that they could rely on as a passer, and he's really done a good job of, being a guy that they can lean on at times. But the problem is that they can't lean on him nearly as much when they can't protect him.
It's not good.
Can we pivot back to Washington? Earlier in the day, Rigo, his hot take was that Washington's going to win it all. So why did they not have that X factor to make the playoffs for you?
Well, I mean, they have it in front of them. I mean, they got to play Oregon again. Look, I could see Washington winning it all. We talk about, defense and stuff like that, but let's be honest. Last year, Georgia, as good as they were on defense, they were winning games with their offense in the college football playoff. That's how you have to beat teams like Ohio State and last year TCU.
Penix is really good. And I mean,
he's got 3 legit wide receivers.
And here's the thing. Washington will blitz the hell out of you. And that can either burn you, but I mean, it can also cause real trouble for teams at times. So, I mean, they are a team that can get, I mean, it's weird to say get hot when you're talking about the CFP. It's 2 games you got to win. But I think they're absolutely capable of hanging with teams if they get into the CFP. It's not like an issue of, as much as I love the story, it's not an issue of like TCU getting run 90-0 or whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean, would you say, you can't say that Georgia last year won those 2 playoff games with their defense. I mean, do you remember C.J. Stroud and Marvin Harrison Jr. before Marvin got hurt?
Yeah.
Ohio State played very, very well. So, look, and I know last year they put 2 Big Ten teams in, obviously. I think with all things being what they are, and that is that there hasn't been a dominant team and there hasn't been a dominant conference. The SEC has been down this year. The Pac-12, to me, has been the best conference all year long. The Big Ten has really 2 teams. I haven't been big on Penn State all year. To me, it's Ohio State and Michigan. Georgia, in the first half of the year, did not look great. But I think that Carson Beck has really improved from beginning to the end of the season. And also, he hasn't had Ladd McConkey and Blake Bowers on the field.
Brock Bowers,
sorry. A lot together. They've been injured at different times, and now they are on the field together. I think those are, right now, they're playing the best football. Georgia and Ohio State is. I would not have said that they were the best teams in college football a month ago.
I tried to discredit Ohio State for so much of the year because I just didn't believe, like, they don't have a quarterback. They're not as good as Michigan, whatever. They continuously show week after week how good they are.
Yeah, and the last 2 weeks, they haven't been able to run the ball well this year. And in the last 2 weeks, they get Travion Henderson back. I mean, who was it? Did Brian say earlier 15 miles an hour for Pollard?
That doesn't seem that fast, by the way.
I think that
maybe he meant 25 miles per hour. Maybe he read the 1 and the 2 wrong.
I was going to say, because Travion Henderson, he hit, I want to say 24 miles per hour or something on the touchdown run last week.
I mean, 15 miles per hour, you're not even getting pulled over in a school zone.
No. You just
I am
15 miles per hour a few minutes ago.
I'm passing Pollard in a school zone if he's running that fast. So I don't know that was totally accurate.
Look, you are just a bunch of Michigan haters. No, I'm not.
No, I think Michigan's really good. I've had Michigan.
I've been saying Michigan's going to be playing for the title the entire season, the whole season. But, hey, you're getting a little sensitive, Big Blue. A little sensitive. Look, your left tackle's atrocious. That's been a problem. And Ohio State's playing better right now. Georgia, too. Texas does need to really, these last 2 games would have to be statement games. Because I do agree with you that there would be some thought of it. Just to me, the reason why I look at Texas, because I'm like, okay, if you have 1 loss, you beat Alabama, and you beat them handedly on the road, that has to be, and then you lost to your rival, Oklahoma. And you might get, to rectify that loss. All right, let's do LA Live.
And LA Live today will be Ask Reddit because I'm not Lucius Alexander.
We're going to hear from...
We don't have an Ask Reddit open.
Okay.
It's just Ask Reddit. So, Ask Reddit, for those of you that are not familiar, we do this on the morning show a lot. It is where we take some of the most thought-provoking questions that have been asked on Reddit over the past week. 44 million members on the Ask Reddit forum. So, lots of questions being kicked around every single week that we then kick around here in the room, and we also kick around on the TruckWreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and we also get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube. So, first question here for you, Will Chambers.
Yes.
What makes you roll your eyes every time you hear it? A song, a statement, a cliche, whatever else, what, when you hear it, do you just go, oh my gosh? I feel like you don't have as many of these as I would. I let little things really, really bug me.
There are some things that are said. If something is said in 15 words that could be said in 5, I will roll my eyes.
Is that somebody for which reason? Like they're too wordy, or they don't know how to spit the story out, or what is it? Unnecessary details?
Yeah. Now, and then people that know me right now are listening like, dude, sometimes when you tell a story, you give every detail. I am guilty of that. But I'm talking about just like in general, you want to be like, dude. It's more of an on-air thing.
Every time I hear somebody say "on God," I want to. I just
I swear, like
no, not like that. That's more in the way that you probably grew up with it, but more just the way the children use it today, like "on God," like facts, like 100%. And especially when they type. Now, this is not hearing it. This is reading it. When I read it out, ONG, that's when I really get actively angry and want to. I don't know.
You're gonna, like punch a wall.
I need a stress ball in those moments when I see ONG. Like that is that's pretty brutal for me. No offense to your generation, Chris. What's your answer for this? What every time do you hear it makes you roll your eyes?
I don't know. Maybe this is nitpicky of me, but people saying that's a good question before answering every single question. There's some people who get interviewed that I have to cut up for TSN over here at the Fan.
Whoa.
And
what a flex.
Oh, such a flex. And after every question, they say, that's a good question, and pause for about 5 seconds before answering it. Come on, I understand you think that's a good question.
Stall tactic.
It's a stall tactic for sure.
Truckwreck.com fan text giving us lots of answers already. 682 when KRS-One talks. 469, Bobby talking about Dak bothers me. 817, Dak for MVP makes me roll my eyes. We're familiar with all this. Yes. I know all that. Swaggy Booties, people saying Jay-Z is a great rapper. Thank you, Swaggy Booties. Sean Carter doesn't even belong in the top 10 anywhere near it. He is a notorious biter. He swagger jacked from people for years. He is lazy in terms of when he's competitive. The only thing that brings out the best of him is when somebody like Nas is going after him. That's the only time you're getting good music out of Jay-Z. He is whack. Thank you so much, Swaggy Booties. I appreciate that one.
I would hate when, like, LeBron would say, we're not supposed to be here. Or I'm not supposed to be here.
Everyone doubted us.
Yeah.
Like, whenever anybody says everyone doubted us for anything. Nate Bargatze's got a funny bit about that where he's like, my favorite thing is to watch a 7'1" NBA player say, this is all of the people that doubted me.
Yeah.
Everybody who said
everybody
who said I'd never mount to nothing. He's like, you're the size of a tree. You're telling me nobody ever bought into you.
LeBron was on the cover of Sports Illustrated in high school with the title on it or the headline, like The Chosen One. Are you serious? If you're not here, there are movies made about you.
Mm-hmm.
This is Will Chambers saying he's annoyed when people are wordy. My gosh, the irony. The guy never stops talking, never. That's what I'm saying, too. But, hey, I'm sorry. You're never going to hear me use filler words.
Your favorite rapper's rapper is Jay-Z, says the 972. Well, that's not what Drake said. Drake said my favorite rappers have either lost it or they ain't alive, so he thinks Jay-Z lost it. Next question here, Will.
Ooh.
What's a dead giveaway that someone is not actually as wealthy as they claim?
They live at home.
Damn, shots fired at Chris a week ago.
No, it's like when I first moved down here, I would hear people talking about the $30,000 millionaires. And I'm like, what is that?
Remember McDonald's when they used to have their dollar millionaires? It was like you can be a dollar menu millionaire.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like that one. I'll tell you what.
Because they have like they would say they have like these great fancy like cars and they
just talking about it
like live at home.
When it says
totally. That's the biggest thing.
When it says what's a dead giveaway that somebody's not as wealthy as they claim? It's the fact that they claim it and they talk about it so much.
Yeah,
right. That always leads me to believe you're not really that rich at all.
I think the quieter and the more frugal you are, I think that's when you're actually you have it.
Yeah, like I don't talk about like my massive amount of wealth. Like I think that's unbecoming to flex that on.
You're just
people.
so humble about it.
Like I mean I hope you see my Nissan Altima and like you pick up on it and go like, this guy's living a good life right here. That's where I come down on that one.
Or when they can't really describe how they make money.
817, Bobby Belt saying whack like he's an 18-year-old in the 90s bothers me. Well, that's fair. Look, but I am the bomb, so I don't know what else you want from me, buddy.
No doubt.
All right, next one. Will, this is a good one for you as somebody who is not a parent. Because I feel like the non-parents are the judgy ones.
Yeah, okay.
What immediately tells you someone's a bad parent? What do you judge the parents for the most? Louis C.K. always used to have a bit about this where he said, it's always the non-parents that judge you for yelling at your kids and thinking like, oh, what a bad parent. Whereas every other parent watches that and goes, what did that terrible child do to that poor woman?
See, all right, you're absolutely right. But people that will complain like, oh, about like a kid screaming on the plane. I'm like, you know what I'm thinking in those moments? How bad I feel for the parents. Because nobody feels worse about that situation than the parents of a kid who's screaming on the plane. Now, that also being